Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 4475 to Chapter 4660. You too, be quiet. You're making everyone unhappy. Xianxia nudged Xiren with her elbow, hinting at the unfriendly gazes around them. They were already disliked here. Now that they had said something like that, it was too easy to make others unhappy. Although they believed in their own abilities, others clearly didn't think so. That would be awkward. Hearing that, Xiren and Xianxia also noticed their surroundings. The cultivators who had failed were looking at them with red eyes. The dissatisfaction in their eyes couldn't be more obvious. Xiren shrugged and said helplessly, "I was just joking." Next. At that moment, the Azure Dragon Sect cultivator's voice rang out. He also looked at Xianxia with dissatisfaction. However, Xianxia, who had always looked down on others, obviously wouldn't take this to heart. After Xianxia walked into the testing room, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' gazes fell on the door from time to time. They didn't know when he would come out. According to what I observed just now, the longer you stay in this testing room, the more likely you are to get a high score. Mo Yunjua's handsome face was confident and indifferent, and his voice was extremely firm. So, we only need to see how long Xianxia stays in there to guess his level. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Xianxia smiled faintly. No matter what, Xianxia used to be a cultivation genius of an aristocratic family. Although his cultivation has regressed a lot and naturally can't be compared to before, passing the Azure Dragon Sect's test shouldn't be a problem. However, while Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were full of confidence, everyone else was already certain that Xianxia would fail. This was because in everyone's eyes, they were the people that the Raging Flame sect looked down on. After a while, Bewitching's lips curled into a faint smile. Based on this time, Xianxia should have reached the upper level. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at Bewitching. She didn't pay much attention to the time before, but looking at Bewitching's confident look, he probably paid attention to the time before. You non-humans are too observant. Now that you've said that, I don't feel any anticipation anymore. Xianxia sighed. She had been waiting for the results to come out, but the person beside her had already made a decision. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. You'll get used to it. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang also noticed that the expression of the Azure Dragon school disciple in charge of recording was a bit strange. Clearly, he didn't quite believe that Xianxia could hold on for so long. In the next moment, the door to the testing room suddenly opened. Xianxia's figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. The test is over. I want to see if he can reach the upper grade. That's right. His attitude is so arrogant. If he doesn't reach the upper tier, I'll have to laugh at him. Everyone looked at the door of the testing room with all their might, looking as if they wanted to laugh at it. However, the heavens didn't stand on their side. Two big words appeared on the door of the testing room, upper grade. The bright light almost blinded everyone's eyes. How can this be? He really is of the upper level? Is this for real? Those two words are clearly written there. How can they be fake? Suddenly, everyone looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. If the other party was just spouting nonsense, they could ruthlessly trample on him. But when the other party really had such strength, it was no longer arrogance, but confidence. Compared to him, what right did they have to say anything bad about him? The cultivator from the Green Dragon House looked at Xianxia with a hesitant expression. He also didn't think that the cultivator who was rejected by the House of Flames would be of such a level. Senior, shouldn't you give me your identity badge? Xianxia smiled warmly at the man. He was smart and knew what the man was thinking from the look in his eyes. But, so what? Hearing this, the man handed his identity badge to Xianxia and said, "Congratulations on passing the test. You can go rest over there." "Thank you, Senior." Xianxia smiled faintly. After taking his identity badge, he didn't go to the resting area immediately. Instead, he walked back to Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. "How is it?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows proudly. "I said I would definitely be of the upper level, right?" Xianxia and the others chuckled. "Amazing, amazing. Truly amazing. You want to be my big brother? You're dreaming." Ao Lingxiao glanced sideways at Wen Ziren and smiled, looking pleased with himself. It's up to you later. Don't worry. I won't surpass you, but reaching the same level as you won't be a problem. Ziren didn't back down. No matter what, we have to fight for the cultivators in the lower realm. Then I'll be waiting. Haha. Just as Ao Lingxiao went to rest, Shang Guanying and Ziren entered the testing room at the same time. Wan Yanhan, Wan Yanling, and Yi Haomiao knew that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were going to take the test at the Green Dragon House today. Although they were sure that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were strong enough, they still couldn't help but want to take a look. However, they did not approach the Azure Dragon School. Instead, they stayed at a place not far away. I'm really curious about the results of this test. It's a pity that I can't see it with my own eyes in order to avoid suspicion. Yi Haomiao rubbed his hands, unable to conceal the curiosity on his face. Let's just stay in this tea house and wait for the results. We're too close to them. If the people from the Azure Dragon School see us and bring trouble to them, that wouldn't be good. Wan Yanhan said. Wan Yanling looked helpless. It's a pity that Steward Wu isn't willing to recruit them. If Steward Wu is willing to meet them, I believe that Steward Wu will recruit them without hesitation once he knows their true strength. I agree. Yi Haomiao raised his hand and nodded. Steward Wu's decision this time was truly unwise. Big Brother Yi, if Ziren and the others all become members of the Azure Dragon School, do you think Manager Wu will regret it? Wan Yanling's eyes flashed with a curious light. He was really curious about this result. According to my judgment. Yi Haomiao rubbed his chin. Then, his eyes lit up and his voice became louder. He will definitely regret it. Haha, I think so too. Wan Yanling was amused by Yi Haomiao's appearance. As when Ziren and Shang Guanying walked out of the testing room, everyone's gaze fell on them again. Previously, a cultivator with superior talent had appeared, so everyone wanted to know the results of these two people. However, when the crowd saw the word superior again, they all fell silent. After everyone recovered from their shock, they could not help but curse. F***ck, are you kidding me? There are actually 2 more high-grade ones? Are you kidding me? Did they really come from the lower realm? With such results, how could the Blazing Flame sect not accept them? The cultivators from the Azure Dragon sect immediately noticed Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest. There were only 6 people in total, but 3 of them were cultivators with superior talent. This ratio was extremely shocking. The most important thing was that the remaining 3 people didn't seem to be any worse than the previous few people. If these people were also high-grade, then this kind of result would really be a little shocking. Stewardly from the Azure Dragon sect looked at them with interest. Although these little fellows came from the lower realm, their aura was extremely outstanding. Even among the many cultivators here, he was still in existence that caught the attention of others at first glance. As for why they were rejected by the Blazing Flame sect, he should really investigate this. Cultivators with superior talent would definitely achieve great things as long as they worked hard. Now that the Blazing Flame sect was also lacking in disciples, such talents, why would they reject them? Thinking of this, Stewardly immediately called the person next to him over and whispered a few words into his ear. The man immediately nodded and disappeared into the crowd. Next? The man's voice was heard again. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang walked into the testing room. Just as she walked into the testing room, Bailey Hongzhuang felt her vision darken. Then, an attack came stealthily. Hearing the sound of the wind, Bailey Hongzhuang attacked without hesitation. Bang, 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 Bailey Hongzhuang's figure flashed as the attacks came stealthily. Her reaction speed was extremely fast. At this moment, she finally understood what this test was all about. However, this level of attack was nothing to her. As time passed, the speed of the attacks became faster. Bailey Hongzhuang could only hear the buzzing sounds in her ears. If she was even a little slower, the attacks would land on her mercilessly. She understood that once she was attacked, the test would end. Not only that, but she also felt a strange force sweeping across her body in the testing room, as if it was searching for something. Bailey Hongzhuang only walked out of the testing room when all the attacks stopped. Master, you'll definitely get a superior grade in this test. Xiao Hei's face was filled with a pleased smile. There was no need to say more about her master's abilities. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, of course. However, just after Bailey Hongzhuang came out, everyone stared closely behind her, and some people even sucked in a breath of cold air. Gasp. It can't be? This is the first time someone of this level has appeared. Is this for real? This woman doesn't look special. How could she have achieved such a result? Please enter the text. Master, your grade is special grade. Xiao Hei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although she knew that her master's grade would not be bad, there had never been a special grade cultivator until now. She did not expect her master to reach special grade immediately. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly surprised when she saw the result, but she soon smiled. The female disciple in charge of recording was also slightly stunned when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang's grade. Her face was filled with shock. Special grade talent. At the same time, the surrounding Azure Dragon clan cultivators were also whispering to each other. Their faces were filled with disbelief. A cultivator with special grade talent has actually appeared this time. Although special grade talent does exist, I've never seen a cultivator with special grade talent with my own eyes. I never thought that I'd be able to see one today. This girl is so young, and she's a cultivator from the lower realm. She actually has special grade talent. Looks like she must be a top genius from the lower realm. We've struck gold this time. The Blazing Flames clan has actually rejected a cultivator with special grade talent? Steward Li's burning and bright eyes landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. The excitement between his brows was like a pervert who had just seen a peerless beauty. His entire being was filled with excitement. A cultivator with special grade talent. She's really an excellent seedling. He had been a steward in the Azure Dragon clan for so many years. He had often seen cultivators with superior talent, but special grade cultivators were extremely rare. If he had previously suspected that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could be spies sent by the Blazing Flames clan, he no longer had any doubts now that he knew about their talent. The Blazing Flames clan would not bear to let a genius like this become a spy because a cultivator with such talent was enough for them to show off. He felt that the next time he met Steward Wu, he would have to properly explain this matter. Miss, this is your identity token. The female disciple in charge of recording was full of smiles as she handed the identity token to Bailey Hongzhuang with both hands. Facing a new disciple, she did not feel that there was anything wrong with this kind of attitude. Because as long as it was a cultivator with exceptional talent, their future development in the Azure Dragon School would definitely not be simple. Many thanks. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a gentle smile as she nodded her head. When Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the team, Mo Yunjue and Di Beichen's eyes were filled with admiration. Hongzhuang, you're amazing. Mo Yunjue's eyes shone brightly. When Steel Sun separated from Bailey Hongzhuang, she was just an ordinary cultivator. Unknowingly, Bailey Hongzhuang had grown to such an extent. It was truly astonishing. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Actually, I didn't expect this to happen either. As she spoke, she tilted her head and looked at Di Beichen. Why aren't you praising me? Di Beichen raised his eyebrows. My wife has always been amazing. This result is within my expectations. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. I'll go over first. After Bailey Hongzhuang finished her test, Mo Yunjue also walked into the test room. Originally, everyone was waiting to see Bailey Hongzhuang and the others make a fool of themselves. However, after seeing each of their results, everyone quietly gave up on that thought. Hongzhuang, you actually reached special grade. As soon as Bailey Hongzhuang approached, Shang Guaning Ying's excited voice rang out. Wen Ziren also came over curiously, how did you pass? Why did you reach special grade? I don't know either. I just kept dodging the attacks inside and came out after it was over. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged innocently. In her opinion, this testing room should have its own set of standards. It's that simple? Ao Lingxiao was stunned. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, it's that simple. It can't be? Ao Lingxiao's face immediately fell. I thought it was pretty good that I reached special grade. I didn't expect this guy to reach special grade as well. He glanced at Wen Ziren, then said helplessly, that's fine. But you're even more ridiculous. You're special grade. How are you going to let others live? Haha, when Xiren laughed heartily, don't look down on us lower realm cultivators. You'll be at a disadvantage. After Bailey Hongshuang's special grade, almost everyone was attracted by the two words special grade. Even the previously enviable special grade cultivators seemed to have lost their brilliance in an instant. Not long after, Mo Yunjue also came out. Special grade talent, passed. The male cultivator in charge of recording saw this result and was already used to it. Fortunately, the other party didn't have another special grade cultivator. As for special grade talent, it seemed to be the average level of this team. Mo Yunjue also came to Bailey Hongshuang and the others. However, Xiren and the others couldn't help but be surprised when they heard this result. According to past situations, Mo Yunjue should be at the same level as Bailey Hongshuang. They didn't expect him to have special grade talent instead of special grade. However, they didn't show it on their faces. In reality, Mo Yunjue could have come to the upper realm a long time ago. It was only because their cultivation levels were not high enough that Mo Yunjue had been waiting for them. Yunjue, congratulations. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. A faint smile appeared on Mo Yunjue's handsome yet cold face. Unknowingly, you've already left me in the dust. Hongshuang, your progress is really too fast. Not necessarily. I think it might be because your innate talents have yet to awaken. I've been in the upper realm for a while, and I've also awakened my innate talent. My cultivation method is different from yours. When Xiren looked at Ao Lingxiao suspiciously. Lingxiao, before your cultivation regressed, you should have already awakened your attributes, right? What's your situation now? I did awaken my element in the past, but if I want to cultivate my elemental power, I have to reach the astral light realm, so I'm afraid I have to start all over again. Ao Lingxiao looked helpless. This was not the result he wanted to see. Brother. Xiren patted Ao Lingxiao's shoulder. I really sympathize with you. Forget it. Ao Lingxiao pushed Xiren's hand away. Isn't it just starting all over again? At least I have experience, and my recovery speed is faster than yours. I'm not talking to you anymore. Beichen is about to come out. I think Beichen should also be special grade. When Xiren retracted his joking expression and looked at the tightly shut door of the testing room with great interest. Beichen's innate talent had been praised by everyone since young. He believed that it was definitely special grade. Special grade, the two large words that were shining with a rich light dazzled everyone's eyes. Everyone who originally heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Mo Yunjue was a high grade immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Another special grade. This team that came from the lower realm actually had 4 high grade and 2 special grade. This kind of result was a bit too terrifying. The Azure Dragon clan's cultivators looked at Bailey Hongshuang and the others with complicated gazes. They originally thought that they were just a team that came to embarrass themselves, but they didn't expect that they would actually obtain such a brilliant result. F***CK, are you kidding me? It's another special grade? I heard that last time when they were recruiting disciples, not a single special grade cultivator appeared. This time, not only did 2 appear, but they were also in the same team. Last time, it took a long time for a high-grade cultivator to appear. Now, why are high-grade cultivators like cabbages, one left, one right? Looking at this result, when Xiren's smile widened, I knew that Beichen must have a special grade talent. Haha. Beichen slowly walked over, his handsome face rippling with a warm smile. Looks like we've all passed. Bailey Hongshuang's clear black and white eyes rippled with a bright light, then looked at the long line at the side. There are still so many cultivators who haven't taken the test. I'm afraid it'll be evening by the time the test is over. Eldest senior brother and the others are very concerned about our results. Why don't we take this opportunity to meet with them? Hearing this, Beichen nodded. That's good too. No problem. Shangguaning and the others also nodded in agreement. There was no point in continuing to stay here anyway. When Wan Yanhan, Wan Yanling, and Yi Haomiao found out about Bailey Hongshuang and the others' results, they couldn't help but be stunned, their expressions becoming very strange. In the next second, the 3 of them couldn't help but sigh. It can't be? For high grade and 2 special grade? Yi Haomiao's eyes widened, then he sighed and shook his head. It's over. What's over? Shangguan revealed a puzzled expression. We've successfully joined the Azure Dragon clan, isn't that great? Why is it over? It's over, it's over. Wan Yanling nodded, it's really over. What do you mean? Shangguan frowned. Her good mood dissipated a little. She couldn't help but worry. I can already imagine the look of regret on Steward Wu's face when he finds out about this. Isn't this the end? Shangguan was stunned for a moment before she chuckled. So that's what you're talking about. You scared me. I feel that when we return, Steward Wu might come looking for us. Wan Yanhan chuckled. This time, Steward Wu has really sent a few good seedlings to the opponent. Are you serious? He will. Come and find you so soon? Xiren also came over. He was very satisfied with the results of today's test. Wan Yanhan nodded. Of course it's true. In fact, the Raging Flame School will send people to observe every time they recruit new disciples. Your test results are so shocking. In my opinion, this news has most likely been sent back. By the time Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest returned to the Azure Dragon School, the test was already more than half complete. There were only a dozen people left. At a glance, the waiting area was already filled with dozens of cultivators. At this moment, everyone was happily chatting with each other. They were all outstanding cultivators who had stayed behind. However, when Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest appeared, there was a moment of silence. Only after they sat down did the atmosphere return to normal. Maybe we were too high profile before, so they saw us as monsters. Xiren revealed a helpless expression. He could clearly feel that other than the 6 of them, the rest were from another camp. Shangguan glanced at Xiren, you still have the nerve to say that. The reason why we ended up like this was all because of you and Ao Lingxiao. This matter has nothing to do with me. If you want to blame someone, blame your husband. Ao Lingxiao raised his eyebrows and gave Xiren a look that said, good luck. Xiren rolled his eyes, no sense of loyalty. Not long after, when all the cultivators had finished their tests, the male and female cultivators who were in charge of recording walked over. Immediately after, Manager Li of the Azure Dragon School appeared in everyone's line of sight. Manager Li was about 45 years old. He wore a black robe and his face was solemn and handsome. His eyes were imposing without anger. Just looking at his sharp eyes made people feel fear. Welcome to the Azure Dragon School. From today onwards, you are all members of the Azure Dragon School. A loud and powerful voice slowly rang out. Manager Li's gaze swept across everyone. That sharp gaze of his seemed to be able to see through everything, causing everyone who was originally restless to immediately quiet down. The Azure Dragon School is a big family. Since you have all joined, you naturally have to understand the rules of the big family. The rules are very simple. Work hard to cultivate and increase your own strength. Don't go out and cause trouble. In the Azure Dragon School, I don't care how you fight. However, once you leave the Azure Dragon School, you are all from the same school. You are not allowed to fight outside. Even if there are conflicts within the school, you can fight. However, you are not allowed to use underhanded methods. Do you understand? Understood. Manager Li's every word smashed fiercely into everyone's hearts. That majestic and powerful voice made everyone not dare to resist in the slightest. However, right after he finished speaking, a smile bloomed on Manager Li's face. As long as you don't make any mistakes, our Azure Dragon School is still very friendly to disciples. Cultivation resources are directly related to one's strength. Every month, there will be no shortage of cultivation resources for you. However, when you are required to complete a mission, you are not allowed to run away. Training is a path that every cultivator must go through, and it is also a way to improve. Yes. Now, follow me to your residence. There is a number on your identity card, which is your house number. You can find your own residence on your own. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me, or you can ask your senior brothers and sisters. Looking at such a dignified Manager Li, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but look at each other. This Manager Li's way of doing things was really swift and decisive. Thinking about it, since he was so strict, there shouldn't be many cultivators causing trouble in the Azure Dragon sect. The 6 of you, wait a moment. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but turn around, only to see Manager Li's gaze fall on them. Come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Manager Li turned around and walked straight ahead. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others followed closely behind. They thought to themselves, I wonder what Manager Li wants to say to us. Inside the room, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others stood in a row and looked at Manager Li. They had already guessed what Manager Li wanted to say. Don't be nervous, sit down and have a cup of tea. A smile appeared on Manager Li's face, softening the cold and hard lines on his face. He became much warmer and gentler. I've called you here to have a chat. I heard that you originally wanted to join the Fiery Flame sect. Manager Li's tone was gentle. After noticing the complicated expressions on Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' faces, he added, I don't mean anything by it. I just want to know why you didn't join the Fiery Flame sect and came to our Azure Dragon sect instead. Manager Li, you're very resourceful. I'm sure you already know about this matter. Bewitching spoke slowly. His jade-black eyes rippled with the light of wisdom. We wanted to join the Fiery Flame sect because our eldest senior brother was there. However, Manager Wu of the Fiery Flame sect said that it wasn't the time for them to recruit disciples, so we came here. I see. Manager Li nodded. According to the information that he had sent people to find out, the results were the same. Manager Li, we went to the Fiery Flame sect because our senior brother was there. There was no other reason. When Xiran added. Hearing this, Manager Li smiled faintly and glanced at Xiran. He understood what he meant. I can understand this reason. However, from today onwards, you're a member of the Azure Dragon sect. Your relationship with Wan Yanhan is your own matter. The Azure Dragon sect won't interfere. However, if Wan Yanhan wants to use this relationship to rope you into the Fiery Flame sect, you. Manager Li dragged out his words. He was almost certain that Wu Wenfeng did not know that these young people would have such results. Otherwise, he would not have missed out on such talents. However, after today's test, Wu Wenfeng must have received the news by now. He must be regretting it now. Since the talents had already come to their Azure Dragon sect, he could not let the Raging Flame School snatch them away. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others weren't stupid people. They naturally understood the meaning behind Manager Li's words. They immediately expressed their stance. Manager Li, since we've joined the Azure Dragon School, we're people of the Azure Dragon School. We definitely won't be disloyal. A satisfied smile appeared on Manager Li's face. It's good that you understand. The Raging Flame School rejected you at the door, so it wouldn't be good for you to return. I can guarantee that you will receive the best cultivation resources in the Azure Dragon School. It definitely won't be any worse than the Raging Flame School. Following Manager Li's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others stood up and bowed. Thank you, Manager Li. We'll definitely work hard in cultivation and won't disappoint you. Alright, you must be tired today. Go back and rest first. You can familiarize yourself with the Azure Dragon School's environment on the way. If there's anything you don't understand or need help with, feel free to look for me. Since you've come to the Azure Dragon School, this is your home. The beautiful color of the setting sun dyed the whole earth red, sprinkling on the bodies of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, elongating the shadows of the 6 people. Do you think Stewardly believed what we said just now? Shang Guanying looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others as she walked. Her beautiful and fair face revealed a faint worry. Although what they said was the truth, people in positions of power were often paranoid. He will believe us. Debaichun's eyes were filled with confidence. Even if he doesn't believe us, he will believe Steward Wu's reaction. Ao Lingxiao couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? The Green Dragon sect and the Raging Flame sect have been fighting for so long. Stewardly naturally understands Steward Wu's personality and style very well. As long as he sees Steward Wu's reaction, he will know the truth of the matter. Mo Yunjua's voice was calm and cold. His deep eyes rippled with the light of understanding. Oh. When Xiran suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Then according to what you said, we don't need to worry? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Don't worry, the innocent will know. Stewardly is not a stupid person. He will understand. While Bailey Hongzhuang and the others went back to rest, Steward Wu of the Raging Flame sect had been waiting for Wan Yanhan's return. Ever since he heard that the Green Dragon sect was recruiting disciples this time, he could no longer sit still. According to the news from his subordinates, a small team from the lower realm actually had 4 cultivators with superior talent and 2 with exceptional talent. This was simply too shocking. Cultivators with superior talent were the targets that all the major forces fought to recruit. As for cultivators with exceptional talent, needless to say, it was really rare to see them. He had never thought that the Azure Dragon School would be able to recruit such a talented cultivator. However, when he heard that these 6 people were actually from the lower realm, a complicated premonition arose in his heart. According to his understanding, Wan Yanhan had previously told him that there were 7 junior brothers and sisters from the lower realm, and one of them was his biological younger brother. Now that Wan Yanling had become a disciple of the Raging Flame School, there were 6 people left. The team heading towards the Azure Dragon Gate also had 6 people. Could these 2 teams of 6 be from the same team? When this thought surfaced, it could no longer be erased from Steward Wu's mind. They were all from the lower realm, and there were also 6 of them. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? If they were really the 6 people that he had rejected back then, wouldn't that mean that he had chased out 6 extremely talented cultivators? When he thought about how these cultivators were all chased out by him and allowed the Azure Dragon School to take advantage of them for no reason, he was almost depressed to death. Has Wan Yanhan returned? Wu Wenfeng asked the cultivator outside. Replying to the steward, not yet. Tell him to come to me as soon as he comes back. Wu Wenfeng's expression was extremely complicated. Although he had already determined this result, he still wanted to confirm it. He only hoped that he was overthinking and that he did not let go of such a talent. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the others left, Wan Yanhan, Wan Yanling, and Yi Haomiao made a trip to the association before returning to the Raging Flame sect together. Hearing this, Wan Yanhan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that he had guessed correctly. Steward Wu had already sent someone to look for him. Thank you. I'll be right there. Hurry up. Yi Haomiao couldn't help but say after the cultivator left, Wan Yanhan, what you said before was right. Steward Wu must have received the news and immediately started looking for you. In my opinion, Steward Wu must be regretting it now. Wan Yanling sighed, if only Steward Wu had agreed to let them join. It's too late now. Although he hadn't been in contact with Bewitching and the others for a long time, he had already determined that they were all worthy friends. He originally thought that they could still get along after coming to the upper realm. This was undoubtedly excellent, but he didn't expect to be rejected by Steward Wu. If Steward Wu wants them to come back now. Yi Haomiao frowned and probed, do you think they'll still come back? No. Wan Yanhan and Wan Yanling said in unison. Yi Haomiao was stunned, why are you so determined? Actually, I think it's good that they're back. This way, we can all cultivate together again. They're not like that. Wan Yanhan's black eyes were filled with helplessness. If possible, I also hope that they'll come back. However, they've joined Azure Dragon School. It's impossible to abandon them like this. That's right. Wan Yanling nodded, they're all very loyal people. Since they've decided to join Azure Dragon School, they'll be a part of Azure Dragon School in the future. However, our friendship won't change because of this. It's just that it's basically impossible to get them to come back. Seeing that the 2 Wanyan brothers were so determined, Yi Haomiao understood that there was indeed no hope in this matter. Then there's no other way. Even if Steward Wu regrets it now, it's useless. He's the one who pushed the talents away. You guys go back and rest first. I'll go to Steward Wu's place. When Wan Yanhan arrived, Steward Wu was already waiting with his head craned in anticipation. Steward Wu, I heard that you were looking for me. Wan Yanhan bowed and spoke respectfully. Even though he had already guessed the reason why Steward Wu was looking for him, he did not reveal any clues on his face. His innocent look was as if he did not know what was going on. Looking at Wan Yanhan's innocent expression, Wu Wenfeng paused what he wanted to say. After sorting out his thoughts, he said, Wan Yanhan, you told me before that you and 6 other disciples came to Rongan City, right? Yes. Wan Yanhan nodded. Are they still interested in joining the Blazing Fire School? Wu Wenfeng's eyes sparkled as he probed with his deep voice. Wan Yanhan looked at Wu Wenfeng in astonishment. Steward Wu, didn't you say that now isn't the time to recruit disciples? Is it okay now? I'm just asking about their intentions. They really do want to join the Blazing Flame School, but there's still half a year before we recruit new disciples. Coincidentally, the Azure Dragon School is recruiting new disciples today, so they went to the Azure Dragon School. Wang Yanhan pretended to be helpless and regretful. Following Wang Yanhan's words, Wu Wenfeng's brows suddenly twitched. He only felt that the premonition in his heart seemed to have become reality in an instant. Wang Yanhan nodded with a smile. I just went to see them and just came back. They achieved very good results today. 4 of them are upper class and 2 are special class. They are now members of the Green Dragon School. Actually, I always knew that their cultivation talent was very outstanding. Back in the lower realm, they were also rare genius cultivators. It was expected that they would achieve such results. Wang Yanhan's face was filled with a confident and joyful smile. He was obviously proud of his senior and junior brothers for achieving such good results. Looking at Wang Yanhan's bright smile, Wu Wenfeng only felt that it was especially dazzling and heartbreaking. 4 of them with upper-class talent and 2 special-class talent flew away from his eyes just like that, and they were chased away by him. When he thought of this, his heart began to bleed. How could he do such a stupid thing? Wang Yanhan, why didn't you tell me that their cultivation talent was so outstanding? Wu Wenfeng said with a stiff expression. Wang Yanhan looked nervous. Steward Wu, I already told you that their talent was very outstanding. However, you said that it was not the right time and directly refused. You said that it was useless no matter what I said. Wu Wenfeng recalled the previous scene. When Wang Yanhan said that he wanted to introduce a few disciples to the Blazing Flame School, he did say that their talent was very outstanding. However, he did not take it to heart at all. After all, he had some understanding of the cultivation level of the lower realm cultivators. Wang Yanhan's level was already extremely powerful among the lower realm cultivators. Moreover, Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang had appeared before. Therefore, when Wang Yanhan mentioned that these 6 people were also disciples of the Punlai Palace, he did not pay too much attention to it. After all, it was a little too heaven-defying for so many talented cultivators to suddenly appear in the same force. However, reality told him that it was that heaven-defying. Wang Yanhan looked at the silent Steward Wu and could not help but ask, Steward Wu, do you have anything else to say? Wu Wenfeng's expression was slightly complicated. His voice was low and hoarse. I've heard about their results in the Green Dragon School today. Since you are their senior brother, why don't you help me ask if they are willing to come to the Blazing Flame School? Hearing Wu Wenfeng's words, Wang Yanhan was slightly stunned. Steward Wu, do you mean that you want me to poach them? They are now members of the Azure Dragon School. I know that this is indeed a little inappropriate, but you also know the current situation of the Blazing Flame School. We've been competing with the Azure Dragon School for so many years. The more talented they are, the more of a threat they pose to us. Since you have a good relationship with them, I believe it shouldn't be a problem to call them back. Although this is not a good thing to do, we have to look at the big picture. Wu Wenfeng's pitch-black eyes rippled with a resolute luster. He was almost certain that the Azure Dragon School's manager Li had already figured out the ins and outs of this matter. Presumably, he was secretly laughing about this matter right now. He had indeed chased away a few great talents, but as long as he managed to poach them back, the ones who would suffer and lose face would still be the Azure Dragon sect. Wang Yanhan fell into silence. Even though he had expected that Steward Wu would make such a decision, when it really happened, he still didn't know how to answer Steward Wu. Steward Wu, my junior brothers and junior sisters are all very loyal people. Previously, they came to the upper realm for the first time and didn't understand the situation here. When they knew I was in the Blazing Flame School, they naturally wanted to go with me, but they were rejected in the end. Now that they've joined the Azure Dragon School, judging from their behavior, they're quite satisfied with this result. I'm afraid it's not very likely for them to return. Wang Yanhan tried his best to explain the facts tactfully. He knew Bailey Hongshuang and the others too well. It was impossible to poach them back. Moreover, anyone would have a temper. Previously, Wu Wenfeng had rejected them without giving them any face. Now, he wanted to recruit them back. Let alone them, even if it were someone else, they probably wouldn't agree so easily. Hearing that, Wu Wenfeng couldn't help but frown. I understand that I hurt their feelings by rejecting them, but as long as they join the Blazing Flame School now, I can compensate them. Seeing that Wu Wenfeng was still unwilling to give up, Wang Yanhan's feelings were extremely complicated. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have done it in the first place. It was a pity that things had already come to this point, and there was no turning back. Go and talk to them first. If it really doesn't work, then forget it. Wu Wenfeng sighed. He was already regretting his actions to the extreme. He was really unwilling to hand over these geniuses on a silver platter. Yes. Wang Yanhan cupped his hands before leaving. After leaving the room, Wang Yanhan suddenly realized that Wang Yanling and Yi Haomiao hadn't returned. Instead, they were waiting for him on the way. You don't have to say it. I can already guess from your expression. Yi Haomiao spread his hands and curled his lips into a speechless smile. Steward Wu must be unwilling to give up and wants you to go back and persuade them again, right? Wang Yanhan nodded helplessly. That's right. Then let's go. Although the possibility of them agreeing is very small, since Steward Wu has spoken, we should at least ask, said Wang Yanling. Let's go. The truth was just as they expected. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others chose to refuse. Actually, it didn't make any difference to them no matter which force they joined. However, they had just joined the Azure Dragon School. If they transferred to the Blazing Flame School, it would undoubtedly embarrass the Azure Dragon School. They had no enmity with the Azure Dragon School, so it was inappropriate for them to do this. Moreover, in this way, they would undoubtedly make many enemies. In this regard, Wang Yanhan did not say anything more. If he were in Bailey Hongzhuang's position, he would probably make the same decision. However, he had to be careful when facing Steward Wu. D Family Clan. In the conference hall. The head of the D family, D Linxian, was sitting on the main seat at the top while old Madame Xiao Wanrong was sitting beside him. D Yujue, Lin Yunqing and the other elders of the D family were all gathered together. All the important figures of the D family were present. D Yujue looked at the man kneeling on the ground in front of him, his handsome face full of anger. I really didn't expect that the spy in the family would be the butler that we have always trusted. D Yujue's deep voice was filled with killing intent and anger. He clenched his fists tightly, and a sharp and ruthless light seemed to want to cut the kneeling man into pieces. From that moment on, he had already realized that there was a spy in the family. Otherwise, their actions would have been so secretive that it would have been impossible for them to leak out. Naturally, no one would have obstructed their line of sight. Therefore, he began to investigate the clues that his opponents revealed when they spread the news back to the family. He had to find this malignant tumor in the family. Otherwise, if he continued to hide, the trouble would only grow. Even if they found Beichen, they would still put him in a dangerous environment. However, the other party had hidden too deeply. He spent a lot of effort to investigate. Other than him, Lin Yunqing, and the family head, he did not tell anyone else about this news. In the end, after spending a period of time, he finally locked onto his target. It was the D family steward, D Kaiyuan. D Kaiyuan, we have not treated you unfairly all these years. You actually betrayed us and did such a thing. D Linxian slammed the armrest angrily. His deep and dark eyes burned with raging anger. His dignified and mellow voice was powerful and resonant, causing people's hearts to tremble. However, D Kaiyuan, who was kneeling on the ground, remained silent. Tell me. Did you have something to do with the disappearance of my grandson? Xiao Wanrong glared at him. Her originally gentle and kind face instantly became fierce and serious. When she thought about how her grandson had been wandering outside for so many years and caused their family to be separated, she wished that she could tear this bastard in front of her into pieces. That's right, I did something. D Kaiyuan looked coldly at Xiao Wanrong and the others. Since I've been caught by you, I won't say anything more. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you wish. Seeing D Kaiyuan's fearless expression, anger appeared in the eyes of everyone from the D family. As a member of the D family, the family has always treated you well. Why did you do this? Lin Yunqing looked at D Kaiyuan with burning eyes, as if she wanted to see through all his thoughts. Hee, the D family has treated me well? Di Kaiyuan chuckled. This is just what you think. This is the truth. Di Yujua's face was cold. You've been the family's housekeeper for so many years. You're no worse than anyone else in terms of food, clothing, and other things. No matter what you need, we've done everything we can. What else do we owe you? If you really treat me as one of your own, why don't you let me cultivate the family's cultivation method? Di Kaiyuan's eyes flashed with hatred as he roared loudly, my cultivation talent is not inferior to anyone's. Why can I only be a butler? Why should I care about these trivial matters? If you really treated me as a member of the D family, would you do that? Hearing this, Di Yujua's gaze turned even colder. Di Linxian said bitterly, back then, when I asked you if you were interested in managing the household, you were the one who said you were interested. That's why I let you take over. If you're not interested, you can tell me directly. Do you think I'll force you? Of course you say that, but I'm just an outsider that my mother brought to the D family. Do I have the right to say no? Of course, I can only accept whatever you say. Di Linxian and the others could not help but feel a chill in their hearts when they saw Di Kaiyuan's face filled with jealousy and resentment. Back then, Di Kaiyuan's surname had not been Di. It was only after he had joined the D family that he had been given the surname Di. In order to prevent him from feeling disappointed, they had even deliberately asked him what he liked to do. They had thought that this would allow him to live a good life, but they had never thought that he would bear a grudge against the D family for everything. A narrow-minded person will always put the blame on others instead of thinking about his own problems. With your personality, no matter how the D family treats you, you'll always find problems with it. No matter how well we treat you, it's useless. Di Yujua's eyes were as cold as a knife, without the slightest bit of warmth. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. The D family should not have taken in this kind of person back then. Di Linxian sighed and nodded. When I had brought him to the D family, I had wanted to take good care of him, but I never thought that I would take in an ingrate. I've let my grandson down. At this moment, Di Linxuan's eyes were slightly red. He thought about how his grandson had been left outside for so many years. Even though sect master Sidhu had treated him well, how could it compare to growing up in his own home? Just the fact that he had been abandoned was enough to hurt him. He had always thought that it was Di Yujua's negligence that had caused this, but he never thought that the root cause was himself. Old man, you didn't want this to happen either. Xiao Wanrong looked at Di Linxian worriedly. She understood Di Linxuan's temper the best. He had always cared about Di Beichen. Now that he knew that it was his fault, he would definitely not be able to accept it. Don't blame yourself. Di Kaiyuan's expression turned very ugly when he heard everyone's words. However, he firmly believed that things were not as they had said. Don't put on an act in front of me. I remember clearly how you've treated me all these years. However, in the face of Di Kaiyuan's hysteria, Di Yujua and the others had no intention of continuing to speak to him. Some people have been stuck in a dead end for their entire lives. It was useless for them to say anything more. Who are you working for? Why didn't they let Beichen come back? Lin Yunqing took a step forward. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife, and her usually gentle face was now filled with sternness. I won't tell you. Di Kaiyuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. The treatment of direct descendants is indeed different. It's been so many years since you left, yet you still haven't given up on searching. He's really lucky. He's been out there for so many years, yet he didn't die and was even found by you guys. However, all of this is useless now. What do you mean? Di Yujua's expression changed, and his deep voice was filled with pressure. He lifted Di Kaiyuan up with one hand and said, Tell me clearly, what do you mean by that? Hee. Di Kaiyuan grinned. He will never come back. What did you say? Many members of the D family present couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They couldn't believe the meaning behind those words. While you were looking for him, someone had already killed him. Bang! Di Yujua punched Di Kaiyuan in the face. The huge force shattered Di Kaiyuan's teeth, and his entire face swelled up. Lin Yunqing's face instantly turned pale and bloodless. She almost lost her balance and fell to the ground. Fortunately, the young man next to her supported her. "Aunt, are you all right?" However, Lin Yinqing was not in the mood to answer him. Her mind was only filled with one piece of news. He was dead. Beichen was dead. She did not even have the time to look at him before he was dead. A few days ago, she was still immersed in the joy of being reunited with Beichen. She had been thinking about how she should speak to Beichen and how she should get along with her daughter-in-law when they first met. However, in just a short moment, all of this had turned into a bubble. He could not possibly come back again. Di Linxian was also stunned. His weathered face seemed to have aged quite a bit in a short period of time. Even the white hair on his temples seemed to have increased. His grandson who had been through a lot of misfortune, had fallen before he could even return. Even though Di Beichen had been missing for so many years, at least they still had a trace of hope in their hearts. Now, the other party had directly told them that Di Beichen was no longer in this world. How could they accept this? Xiao Wanrong's body trembled as well. Her eyes turned red and tears flowed uncontrollably. My grandson, how could he have such a hard life? The faces of the Di family's elders turned ugly when they heard the news. Ever since they found out that Di Beichen was still alive, they had been looking forward to meeting him. Even though Di Beichen had been away all these years, they believed that Di Yujua's son would not be too bad. However, who would have thought that this would be the outcome? Di Kaiyuan looked at the pained looks on Di Yujue and the others' faces, and the smile on his face grew even more brilliant. Haha, you're heartbroken now, aren't you? Di Kaiyuan laughed loudly. You only value the direct descendants, so I won't let your direct descendants come back. Am I not considered a direct descendant? Just because I'm an illegitimate son, you're treating me like this. As he spoke, Di Kaiyuan's eyes flickered with a crazy and paranoid light. Why? This kind of birth is not something I can decide. Why can't I receive fair treatment? As soon as these words were spoken, Di Yujue and the others were slightly stunned. They subconsciously looked at Di Linxian, who was sitting on the main seat. Di Kaiyuan was Di Linxian's illegitimate son. This was something that even they did not know. However, Di Linxian's eyes suddenly lit up with understanding. His voice was heavy and distant as he said, "So you've been misunderstanding me all this time. Isn't that so? Since you dared to do it, why don't you dare to admit it?" Di Kaiyuan questioned loudly. Otherwise, why would you bring me back to the Di family and give me the surname Di? My mother died of depression. Alas. Xiao Wanrong sighed. I didn't expect such a misunderstanding to occur. You are mistaken. You are not my son, Di Linxian said in a deep voice. As soon as Di Linxian finished speaking, Di Kaiyuan was stunned, and his eyes turned slightly red as he said, "How could that be possible? You're just unwilling to admit it because of your status as the head of the family. A big family like the Di family is not a place that ordinary people can enter, let alone be given the surname Di." This was something that was impossible in the history of the Di family. Not to mention him, many people in the Di family thought so, but no one said it out loud. That year, I went out to train and became good brothers with your father. We became sworn brothers with different surnames. At that time, your mother was already pregnant and I was going to look for a spirit medicine. Your father was worried about me going alone and asked to go with me. He never thought that he would die in the process to save me. Before he died, he entrusted you and your mother to me and asked me to take good care of you. If it wasn't for me, your father wouldn't have died, so I brought you and your mother back to the Di family. To me, you are my son. I was worried that you would be bullied in the Di family without a name, so I discussed it with Wanrong and gave you the surname Di. Your mother and father had a very good relationship. Although I could take care of her, she missed your father too much and later died of depression. I thought that she had told you everything, but I didn't expect that you were still young when your mother passed away. Perhaps you didn't understand these things. No matter what, I do owe you, so I've been doing my best to take care of you all these years. Even if some people in the family aren't satisfied, I still insist. Because I owe you my life. Di Linxuan's voice trembled. The one thing he regretted the most in his life was that he had insisted on looking for the spirit medicine. If he hadn't gone, Di Kaiyuan's father wouldn't have died and their family would have been able to live a good life. Even though he had done his best to make up for it, he couldn't replace Di Kaiyuan after all. He didn't expect that his actions would cause Di Kaiyuan to have such a misunderstanding, resulting in so many things happening. Hearing Di Linchuan's words, everyone finally understood that so many things had happened. No wonder Di Linxian had been taking care of Di Kaiyuan so much. Even the family members couldn't stand it anymore. All this time, they had also had such suspicions, but no one had said it out loud. That's right, I also know about what happened back then. We owe you and your mother, so we wanted to make it up to you as much as possible, but we didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Xiao Wanrong sighed faintly. What happened back then was indeed our fault, but now that you've done such a thing, we're even. But, Yunqing, our Di family has let you down. Speaking of this, Xiao Wanrong couldn't help but shed tears. This matter was the fault of the Di family, but the one who was most sorry was Lin Yunqing. As a mother, it was easy to imagine how painful it must be for her child to encounter such an unexpected calamity. At this moment, she really didn't know how to face Lin Yunqing. This is impossible. Di Kaiyuan shouted crazily. His eyes turned red, filled with paranoia and disbelief. How could this be? We've already come this far, so why don't you admit it? Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. Di Linxian looked at Di Kaiyuan with a complicated gaze. He really didn't expect that the good karma back then would lead to today's bad karma. If you don't believe me, you can do a blood test. Xiao Wanrong looked at Di Kaiyuan coldly. If you've always been so sure in your heart, you could have come to us to verify it long ago. Why did you keep hiding it in your heart? Ask yourself, have the Di family really mistreated you all these years? We will try our best to satisfy all your requests. Xiao Wanrong's words were like pearls, stabbing into Di Kaiyuan's chest like a sharp blade. After the bloody truth was revealed, Di Kaiyuan found it even harder to accept. He could not believe that the final truth would be like this. It turned out that the Di family did not owe him anything. He was not an illegitimate child. He was just an outsider. All these years, he had always believed that what he thought was the truth. If that was really the case, then what was the pain and resentment he had suffered all these years? Was he repaying kindness with ingratitude? No. Di Kaiyuan shook his head with a pale face. Impossible. It can't be like this. Di Linchuan's eyes were complicated and disappointed. Forget it, you can leave. A life for a life. I've already repaid what I owe you. I won't kill you because I promised your father to take good care of you. But, you can't stay in the Di family anymore. The farther you go, the better. Don't let us see you again, Xiao Wanrong also said. They really did not know what to say in this situation. A desolate feeling of a farmer and a snake spread in his heart. His heart gradually turned cold. This kind of coldness could not be expressed with words. The cultivators of the Di family fell into silence. They originally wanted to kill Di Kaiyuan to vent the hatred in their hearts, but looking at Di Kaiyuan's unacceptable expression, it was obvious that he had suffered a huge blow. If Di Kaiyuan was unwilling to believe it before, after seeing this scene, he already understood that all of this was true. He had misunderstood everything. Yes, why didn't he have the courage to ask for the truth, he asked himself. From the standards of an outsider, the Di family had already done everything they could for him, but no. Di Kaiyuan seemed to have gone crazy. Under everyone's surprised gazes, he suddenly slammed into the pillar in the meeting hall. Seeing this, the members of the Di family were all stunned. His actions were so sudden that none of them had time to react. Bang, a loud sound suddenly resounded. Di Kaiyuan fell to the ground. His forehead was already dripping with blood, but his face also showed a relieved expression. He raised his head to look at Di Linxian as tears fell from the corners of his eyes. His originally crazy and stubborn face was now filled with pain and regret. I'm sorry. I've been so muddle-headed all these years. With the last of his strength, he knelt in the direction of Lin Yunqing and Di Yujue. I'm sorry. Di Yujue hurriedly stepped forward to support Di Kaiyuan and shouted, Kaiyuan. If there's a chance in the next life, I'll definitely return this debt to you. Di Kaiyuan's expression was mournful, but his eyes gradually became unfocused. His hand slipped down and lost all signs of life. However, this was the true release for him. He had been trapped in hatred for so many years that he only realized how foolish he had been right before his death. When faced with such a Di Kaiyuan, everyone fell into silence. What he had done was indeed hateful, but facing him like this, how could they continue to hate him? It was just that Beichen had been wronged. Daughter-in-law, I'm sorry. Di Linxian's weathered face was filled with guilt. He had thought that he had lived an open and aboveboard life, but he did not expect to cause such a thing. He really did not have the face to face Lin Yunqing. Lin Yunqing covered her face and cried bitterly. At this moment, she could no longer control her emotions. Di Yujua's eyes were also red. It was not easy for him to find Di Beichen, but he never thought that. Night had enveloped the land and moonlight poured into the room through the window. Di Linxian and Di Yujue stood opposite each other in the room. Both of their faces were filled with grief and heaviness. How's Yunqing? Di Linxian asked slowly. His voice was filled with the vicissitudes of life and a sigh. He had never imagined that things would end up like this. Di Yujue sighed. This matter has dealt a huge blow to her. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have told her about it. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Although Lin Yunqing had been secretly grieving over this matter, her condition had been relatively stable. However, after experiencing this incident, her emotions had fluctuated greatly. He had been doing his best to console her before coming here. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. Sigh. Di Linxian sighed. It's all my fault. Father, this matter was not something you could have predicted. Kai Yuan has been acting like a gentleman all these years. Who would have thought that he would always have such thoughts? You must not blame yourself for harming yourself. Yujue, I've always thought that it was your fault that Beichen disappeared all those years ago. I've never treated you well all these years. However, I never imagined that I would be the cause of all this. Now that things have come to this, I really don't know how to face all of you. Father, we're family. Is there a need for you to say such things? I plan to pass the position of patriarch to you. This old man has been holding on all these years. I'm really tired. Father, Di Yujue was worried. When he saw Di Linxian like this, he even felt that it would be better for his father to continue misunderstanding him like this. Now that the truth had been revealed, he could clearly sense that his father's condition had worsened. Di Linxian raised his right hand and stopped him. You know that I wanted to pass the position of patriarch to you. Now, it's time to pass it to you. Di Yujue fell silent when he heard this. He had always known Di Linxian's plan. All these years, Di Linxian had not passed the position of patriarch to him. On the surface, it seemed like he was punishing him, but in reality, wasn't it to give him more time to search for Beichen? Otherwise, once he sat in this position, he would not be able to run around everywhere. Di Linxian patted Di Yujue's shoulder and said, I believe you. After a moment of silence, Di Linxian suddenly said, Yujue, do you think Beichen's matter is really that simple? As soon as Di Linxian finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Di Yujue's dark and deep eyes flashed with a complicated yet wise light. Kai Yuan has been the family's housekeeper all these years and has a good network. But if he did it himself, I'm afraid he couldn't have done it so secretly. I think he must have a helper. Your thoughts are the same as mine. Di Linxian nodded. Why do you think Kai Yuan didn't tell us who the helper was? I think Kai Yuan might have been fooled as well. Di Linxian raised his eyebrows and motioned for Di Yujue to continue speaking. Kai Yuan isn't a calculated person. It's just that his mother's death has blinded him. But if that's all, he might not have come to this stage. There must be someone sowing discord in the background. That's why he became more and more extreme. It's a pity that Kai Yuan wanted to commit suicide. We couldn't stop him even if we wanted to. Di Yujue frowned. He didn't expect that Di Kaiyuan would choose to commit suicide after knowing the truth. After all, Di Kaiyuan had acted so tough before. Di Yujue even thought that he might not tell the truth under torture. Who would have thought that he would make such a decision? If we could have stopped him, we would have known who was fanning the flames. This person not only fanned the flames and sowed discord, but also helped Kaiyuan accomplish these things. It's obvious that he's quite capable. Di Linchuan's expression was grave. This incident had undoubtedly given them a warning. Someone had been secretly sabotaging the Di family. Di Yujue nodded. We've always been paying attention to the Di family's power. If they want to mobilize a group of people to deal with Bewitching and confuse us, they obviously need a powerful force. If it's someone from the Di family who wants to mobilize this force, we'll definitely notice it. I think there's definitely someone else involved. This person is bent on destroying the unity of the Di family and trying to deal with our direct descendant. He must have other motives. Di Linchuan's voice was low. He looked at Di Yujue with a complicated and cautious gaze. It's been so many years since Bewitching went missing. That person has been doing things behind the scenes. It's obvious that this is a very long plan. If we don't notice it, it could be a huge disaster when these problems erupt. Yujue, you must find a way to get to the bottom of this. You must uproot the people that the other party has planted in the Di family. Otherwise, we won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Di Linxian clenched his right hand into a fist. Today's incident seemed like an ordinary incident. However, after he came back and thought about it carefully, he was terrified. This was definitely a conspiracy. Therefore, they couldn't continue like this. They had to get to the bottom of this. Father, I understand. Di Yujue's expression was serious and solemn. He had also expected this. He had to get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. The Di family's many years of foundation must not be damaged. Xiaofeng has been out for a long time. Now that such a big thing has happened, you should call Xiaofeng back. Bewitching can't come back, but at least Xiaofeng can accompany Yunqing, so Yunqing can feel a little better. Di Linxian couldn't help but sigh. He had been all-powerful all his life, but in the end, he couldn't even protect his own grandson. Thinking about it, he hated himself. I've already sent someone to send a message to Xiaofeng. He should be back soon. After Xiaofeng comes back this time, tell him to restrain himself and not to go out too often. Since they don't want our direct disciples to come back, maybe Xiaofeng is one of their targets. We've already lost Bewitching. We can't lose Xiaofeng as well. Father, don't worry. I won't let this happen again. Di Linxian nodded, that's good. Just as Di Linxian was about to go back, he noticed that Di Yujue was still standing there. He couldn't help but ask, is there anything else you want to say? Father, although Kai Yuan said that Bewitching is no longer in this world, we didn't see it with our own eyes. Although the probability of Bewitching being alive is very small, if he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. As long as I don't see it with my own eyes, I can't accept this result. Kai Yuan didn't change his words until he died. This result, Di Linchuan's gaze was complicated and sorrowful. They all knew that Di Kaiyuan had figured everything out before he died. If Di Beichen wasn't dead, then Di Kaiyuan would definitely tell the truth. However, he didn't change his words. This proved that he wasn't lying. No matter what, I have to personally confirm this result. Di Yujua's attitude was firm. All these years, although we didn't say it out loud, didn't we all already believe that Beichen had fallen? However, I received news that Beichen is still alive. Di Yujua's face revealed a confident glow. I have a feeling that Beichen will definitely return to the Di family. He overcame such a great difficulty like the cursed body. He's a descendant of the Di family. Even if he's been wandering outside all these years, he'll eventually return. Father, I've seen Beichen before. I know that he's a person with strong willpower. Even if Di Kaiyuan sent someone to kill him, the chances of him surviving are very small. However, I still hope that there will be miracles in this world. If I don't verify it, I'll never give up. Hearing Di Yujua's words, Di Linchuan's gaze gradually softened. He patted Di Yujua's shoulder. As expected of a good son of the Di family. Don't give up until the last moment. Indeed, we haven't given up after searching for so many years. Now, we're only listening to the news from Kaiyuan. How can we give up without seeing it with our own eyes? Di Yujua's lips slowly curved into a smile. He knew that his father would definitely support his decision. He owed Beichen too much. All these years, he had never fulfilled his responsibility as a father. Even if Beichen had really fallen, he should at least bring back Beichen's corpse. Otherwise, how could he be considered Beichen's father? Don't be in a hurry to leave for now. Yunqing needs you. You can go after Xiaofeng returns. Di Linxian pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. He knew his daughter-in-law's character very well. She would not be able to take such a huge blow. If she didn't have a close relative by her side, she would definitely let her imagination run wild. Di Yujua nodded. All right. Go back and take good care of Yunqing. Shuiyun City. Di Xiaofeng had been accompanying Bailey Yunyan to take care of Bailey Shi. Now, Bailey Shi's condition was gradually improving. Although they were still some distance away from complete recovery, they could already see the light at the end of the tunnel. Yunyan, stay here and take care of Shi'er. I need to go back to the clan. Di Xiaofeng said slowly. In truth, he should have returned long ago. However, he was worried about Bailey Yunyan. That was why he had remained in Watercloud City all this time. Back then, he was inexplicably plotted against and hunted down. If it wasn't for his strength, he would have already lost his life. Based on the situation at the time, he felt that the other party was completely aware of his identity and had come for him. These people actually dared to openly hunt down a direct descendant of the D family. It was clear that the other party's background was not simple. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to leave anyone alive at the time. He had no idea who had sent them. He had to report this matter to the clan. He had to be careful during this period. Hearing Di Xiaofeng's words, Bailey Yunyan's expression changed slightly. You're going back? Then when you go back? Bailey Yunyan bit her lip, her gaze hesitant and complicated. Will you come back? Bailey Yunyan's voice was very soft, almost inaudible towards the end. However, Di Xiaofeng still heard it clearly, his lips curling into a smile of surprise. Yunyan, are you waiting for me to come back? Bailey Yunyan's expression changed again and again, her eyes flashing incessantly. She tilted her head and said, I'm just casually asking. Seeing Bailey Yunyan like this, Di Xiaofeng was not stupid and naturally understood what she meant. If you're here, I will come back. The deep and magnetic voice rang in Bailey Yunyan's ears, melting into her heart. She vaguely felt a tinge of sweetness. In the past, she had never dared to face her own feelings, nor did she believe that someone as outstanding as Di Xiaofeng would put all his thoughts on her. However, after experiencing this incident, she gradually began to believe in all of this. Just as Di Xiaofeng was about to make this decision, his shadow guard suddenly delivered a letter to him from home. After reading the contents of the letter, his expression changed greatly. I wasn't at home for a while, I didn't expect so many things to happen. Young master, you should go back quickly. I'll go back immediately. Rong'an City. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest settled down in the Azure Dragon Gate, because of their outstanding performance during the assessment, everyone knew that they were not people to be offended, so no one dared to cause trouble. In comparison, there would occasionally be some conflicts between the other disciples because of the distribution of their respective resources. However, this was a common occurrence in the Azure Dragon Gate, so everyone was used to it. 3 days later, the Azure Dragon Gate also held a talent assessment. Cultivators who had not awakened their talents could do so here. Wen Xiren and the rest had been waiting for this for a long time, so they all confidently took the test. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen had already awakened their talents, so there was no need for them to awaken their talents. Furthermore, their talents were so unique, if they were to take the test again, it would be easy for people to associate them with their true identities. Therefore, they only wrote down their attributes in the record book. The awakening of one's innate talent was a grand event that attracted a lot of attention no matter where it was. During the test, Xiren and the other three's innate talents were completely stimulated. Xiren, congratulations. You have a metal element talent. Di Beichen smiled faintly. This talent is exactly what you expected. Xiren chuckled and nodded, a hint of pride in his expression. I know myself very well, so I've already guessed my innate attribute from the very beginning. You husband and wife really follow each other. I didn't expect that your awakened talents would be the same. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and congratulated her. Her voice was filled with emotion. Shangguan Yingying and Xiren both awakened the metal element. No wonder the two of them were so compatible and could even cultivate a joint martial technique. In my opinion, the most praiseworthy one among the four of us is Yunju. He actually awakened the thunder element, which is really surprising. Ao Lingxiao was amazed. Other than the 5 basic attributes, there were very few cultivators of other attributes. However, cultivators with thunder attribute talents were all on the offensive path and their destructive power was extremely shocking. Most people would not want to offend a cultivator with thunder attribute. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest nodded as they heard Ao Lingxiao's words. They did not expect Mo Yunjue to have the rare thunder attribute. As for Ao Lingxiao's attribute, they already knew that he was an earth attribute cultivator. Compared to his attack power, his defense power was more outstanding. The attribute test has ended. You just have to go to the corresponding guild to obtain the cultivation method, Bewitching said slowly. According to this, only Yingying and I belong to the same guild. The 4 of you belong to 4 different guilds, Xiran said as he raised his eyebrows. That's right. Bewitching nodded. It doesn't matter if you belong to different guilds. Every guild will have a certain amount of missions. After completing the missions, you will be able to obtain a certain amount of contribution points. You can use these contribution points to exchange for things you need in the guild. It seems that no matter where you are from, the settings are the same. Shangguan Yingying smiled faintly. Their cultivation talents were not bad. Although they were not as crazy as Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang who were both at the maximum level, they were still quite outstanding. This could be seen from the reverence in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators when they looked at them. Every few days, there would be an elder from the Green Dragon clan who would come to teach them the cultivation methods of various attributes. As for which attributes they would be taught, it would depend on the attributes of the teaching elder. Through this kind of teaching, everyone would be able to understand more about their own attributes. At the same time, they would be able to avoid taking the wrong path. The Green Dragon clan's method was similar to the Fiery clan's. They did not restrict the freedom of the cultivators. Other than the activities organized by the Green Dragon clan that they had to participate in, they would not interfere with where the disciples went. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were about to leave, a cultivator suddenly stopped in front of them. Are you Junior Sister Lan? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. I am. Junior Sister Lan, according to the information you filled in, you are a light attribute cultivator? The man's eyes were filled with excitement. Cultivators of the light attribute were always popular. Although their Azure Dragon school already had a cultivator of the light attribute, the addition of another cultivator of the light attribute was still something worth celebrating. Not bad. That's great. A smile appeared on the man's face. This is what Manager Lee asked me to ask. I'll go and report this to Manager Lee. Sorry to trouble you, senior brother. After the man left, Xiran and the others exchanged glances, sighing inwardly. As expected, light-attributed cultivators in the upper realm received extraordinary treatment. Hong Zhuang, if you report to the Holy Light Assembly, will they re-examine your talent? There was a hint of worry in Mo Yunjua's deep eyes. Talent could not be hidden. Once they were asked to re-examine it, there would be no way to hide it anymore. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered for a moment, then said, I've already obtained the cultivation method of light energy. I don't have to go there for the time being. Inside the house, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching entered the chaos ring and began to cultivate again. Beichen, ever since I successfully displayed that mysterious summoning technique last time, I haven't tried it again. I want to try it again here. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching in high spirits. Back then, when she displayed such a technique, even she herself found it hard to believe. If she didn't remember it clearly at that time, she would have thought that she was being chased until she lost her mind, which was why she imagined such a thing. However, it was also at that critical moment that she thought of the use of the secret technique that she obtained. Previously, after she obtained the secret technique, she couldn't understand it. She thought of many ways but still couldn't decipher it. She only felt that she gradually understood it and vaguely understood it. If she didn't experience the previous crisis, she probably didn't know when she would be able to truly comprehend all of this. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching also nodded. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang told him about this situation, he also felt that it was a little unbelievable. He had never heard of such a thing. However, later on, they were injured. This summoning was very taxing, so they didn't try it. What's more, Di Xiaofeng often came back to find them. It wasn't suitable for them to always be in seclusion. Later on, they met Xiren and the others, so they didn't have the chance to properly test it. Now that they settled down in the Azure Dragon sect, they naturally had the time to properly test it. Let's try it. If we can successfully summon it, then it's no different from having one more method in the future. Bewitching's face rippled with a faint smile. Indeed, none of the treasures in the Chaos Ring were simple. Although the stone room later on became extremely slow and didn't open for a long time, the effect after it opened was also huge. They were very clear about the strength of the 4 assassins, but the demonic beasts summoned by Bailey Hongzhuang were able to block their attacks. This point was already very amazing. If the other party had 2 people instead of 4, then the existence of this summoned beast could completely change the situation. After entering the ocean world, a smile appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. She had not been here for a long time. Coming here again, they all had a different feeling in their hearts. However, just as they were floating on the surface of the sea, they suddenly discovered that a huge city wall had appeared in front of them. Seeing the wall again, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching couldn't help but look at each other. They were no strangers to this scene. When they were in the desert world, they passed through such a wall and came to the ocean world. Now, with their cultivation, there was no longer any difficulty in this oceanic world, so a new wall had appeared. Didn't this mean that they were about to arrive at a new place? They could completely predict that after crossing this city wall, the strength of the demonic beasts they encountered would definitely be much stronger than before. In the face of such a scene, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching smiled at each other, a smile appearing on their lips. Naturally, they wouldn't refuse a new challenge. Only when they were in danger would they be able to improve faster. Originally, Bailey Hongzhuang had planned to test her summoning technique in the oceanic world. However, judging from the situation of the city wall, they would have to pass through it first. This was because the seawater behind them was pushing them forward, and the city wall was getting closer and closer to them. Not long after, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching arrived in front of the city gate. Immediately after, the 2 of them walked through the city gate without hesitation. Compared to the curiosity and apprehension they felt the first time, the 2 of them were much calmer this time. After they passed through the city wall, they were shocked to find a green field full of vitality in front of them. Previously, they had been looking at the endless blue sea, but now, it had suddenly turned into a green field full of vitality. A trace of astonishment flashed across the 2 of their eyes. Looks like this should be a forest. Bewitching looked at the endless green field and slowly said. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and nodded. This Chaos Rings training is really amazing. It changes the scene every once in a while. Through these different scenes, we have a better understanding of the survival methods of different environments. This Chaos Ring is really amazing. Bewitching sighed in his heart. No wonder this Chaos Ring could bring Hongzhuang's soul back to life. He felt that this Chaos Ring was simply beyond the category of divine tools. This was because he had never heard of any divine tool that could be so powerful. The demonic beasts here are definitely much stronger than those in the oceanic world. We have to be more careful. Her clear and bright beautiful eyes were filled with concern and caution. Every time they came here to train, they were filled with danger. Even though they had already reached the Starlight Realm, Bailey Hongzhuang still did not dare to underestimate them. The demonic beasts here were originally more powerful than the previous one, not to mention that they had now entered a new territory. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, Bai Shi, and Xiao Xuanzi all appeared beside Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Xuanzi at this moment. This was an opportunity for Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Xuanzi to train. At the same time, it was also an opportunity for them to train. The last time they faced the assassin, their helplessness had taken root in their hearts. In that situation, they simply did not have the ability to protect their master. Therefore, ever since they survived, the tension of increasing their strength had always lingered in their hearts. The feeling of being powerless while facing the person he cared about the most, who was on the brink of death, was really uncomfortable. Master, since we're going to stay in Rongan City for a while to improve our cultivation, it's not a bad idea to cultivate here for a while. We can also practice our elemental powers. White Lion's eyes were deep and persistent. There were far too many masters in the higher realms. If they didn't seize this time to cultivate, it would be far too dangerous. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Indeed. If you agree, we will come here often to train. As she spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching again. Next time, let's call Ying and the rest over as well. Everyone has just started cultivating their elemental powers and needs a place to practice. Usually, there's no chance to practice in the Azure Dragon Gate. This place is perfect. Yunju is also a trustworthy person. As for Ao Lingxiao, Bewitching furrowed his brows. Ao Lingxiao was indeed a team with them, but the degree of trust between them was slightly less than that of friends who had known each other for a long time. Looking at Bewitching's furrowed brows, Bailey Hongzhuang understood his worries. She thought for a moment and said, Lingxiao should be trustworthy. He still hopes that we can help him return to his family. If he spreads this news, it won't do him any good. I'm inclined to believe him too. Bewitching nodded. From the time he spent with Ao Lingxiao, he had a certain understanding of Ao Lingxiao's personality. He was a straightforward person. If he was really good at scheming, then he wouldn't have been tricked by his elder brother and ended up in such a state. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile, then it's fine. Since they were friends, then they should trust each other. After all, if they weren't willing to trust each other, then they wouldn't be able to gain a trustworthy friend. Bailey Hongzhuang and the 4 demonic beasts walked together in the mountain range. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the trees and cast mottled shadows on their bodies. The scenery around them was very enchanting. However, they obviously weren't in the mood to appreciate this. They focused all their attention on observing the movements around them. Faintly, they could hear the roars of beasts from afar. This proved that there were many beasts here. No one knew when the beasts would appear, so they had to be careful. However, the strange thing was that after walking for a while, they didn't see any traces of beasts. In the past, whether it was the desert world or the ocean world, we would be attacked not long after we entered. I didn't think that the forest world would be different. Her ink-black phoenix eyes rippled with a bright light. Bailey Hongzhuang carefully observed her surroundings. This place was too quiet. Aside from the surrounding plants, there was nothing else. It was different from what she had imagined. Maybe it's because we haven't been here for a long time. The Chaos Ring wants us to relax for a while. Bewitching was clearly in a good mood. He actually had the mood to joke. However, just as the two of them continued to walk, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly stopped in her tracks. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, Bewitching cautiously looked around. However, he was certain that there were no beasts around. Why was Bailey Hongzhuang in such a state? Wife, did you discover something? Based on Bewitching's understanding of Bailey Hongzhuang, she must have discovered something. I smell a faint medicinal fragrance. Bailey Hongzhuang calmed her heart and carefully sensed this trace of smell. Although it was very faint, she was certain that this medicinal ingredient definitely existed. Medicinal fragrance? Bewitching raised his eyebrows, a trace of surprise appearing between his brows. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. This is definitely a very high-grade spiritual grass. It should have just matured, which is why it is emitting such a medicinal fragrance. I didn't think that there would be such a spirit herb in this forest world. Wouldn't it be very beneficial for us? Xiao Hei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Back then, whether it was in the desert world or the ocean world, they basically did not gain anything other than demon crystals. They did not expect that there would be spirit herbs growing in the forest world. Just by looking at his master's excited expression, he could tell that this spiritual grass must be of a very high grade. Otherwise, his master would not be so excited. It had been a while since she refined pills. It was not because she did not have time, but because it was not easy to find suitable spiritual herbs. According to the information she had learned, if she wanted to increase her attribute power, she could use some pills with attribute power to speed up her cultivation speed. It was just that these elixirs required higher-grade spiritual grasses. She had learned about this when she was in the Holy Light Assembly. Any pill that could help increase one's attribute power was shockingly expensive. She was an alchemist, so she naturally did not need to buy pills refined by others. However, the spiritual herbs needed to refine these pills were also shockingly expensive. Thinking back to when she was in the lower realm, she did earn some spirit stones through her medicine, but the price of these spirit stones was far from the price of the spiritual herbs. Even if she took out all of her wealth, she would not be able to buy a set of medicinal herbs. She also felt very helpless about this. Not only were the cultivation methods different between the upper realm and the lower realm, but even the pills needed were not the same. The pills that she had refined in the past were very useful for cultivators who had not awakened their innate talents. However, the cultivators in the upper realm needed to increase their attribute power, so the problem naturally existed. Although she had not seen the spiritual herb with her own eyes, she believed that the grade of the spiritual herb was not low, and it was very high. According to her judgment, even if this grade of spiritual herb could not be used to refine the pills she needed, it could be used to exchange for other medicinal herbs. Let's go and take a look. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other with bright eyes. Immediately after, the two of them and the four beasts quickly rushed forward. As the two of them got closer, they found that even the sounds of the demonic beasts around them were almost inaudible. Noticing this change, Bewitching could not help but pull Bailey Hongzhuang and said with a slightly gloomy face, "Wife, this situation seems a bit strange." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Bewitching and raised her eyebrows, asking silently. "Ever since we got closer to the spiritual grass, the sounds of those demonic beasts have been getting farther and farther away." Bewitching's eyes rippled with a dignified and complicated light. "According to my judgment, the reason why we haven't been attacked along the way is probably because we are in the territory of a powerful demon beast." As Bewitching's voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang also recovered from the joy. She gradually calmed down. After analyzing Bewitching's words, her back was drenched in cold sweat. Perhaps it was because she was training in the Chaos Ring, and many situations were different from the outside world, so she had overlooked these things. However, just as Bewitching had said, usually, high-grade spiritual herbs would be guarded by powerful demonic beasts. It was very likely that they were now in the territory of these demonic beasts. "We haven't encountered any demonic beasts along the way. It's very likely that the demonic beasts are in the vicinity of the spiritual herbs." Bewitching continued to analyze in a deep voice, "We are now not far from the spiritual herbs. We have to be careful." Bailey Hongzhuang's face was dignified as she nodded, "You're right, I almost overlooked this point before. There's a small hill in front of us. The view is wider. Let's hide there and observe." Then, the two people and the four beasts crawled on the small hill and looked down. Not far away, there was a round lake. The lake water was very clear and there was green grass all around. It looked like a very beautiful place. However, the two people and the four beasts' attention was not here. Their attention was on the purple lotus that was blooming in the middle of the lake. There was only one enchanting purple lotus in the middle of the lake. The strong fragrance was coming from this lotus. Just by smelling this fragrance, everyone felt refreshed. Purple lotus? Bailey Hongzhuang's face was astonished. In her memories, purple lotuses were extremely rare. "Wife, do you know what kind of spiritual herb this is?" Bewitching raised his eyebrows. He didn't know much about spiritual herbs. This purple lotus was clearly not an ordinary item. However, this purple lotus was not one of the spiritual herbs that he knew. "If I didn't guess wrong, this should be the purple dawn dream lotus." The clear and pleasant voice was full of surprise and disbelief. Even though she knew what kind of spiritual herb it was, Bailey Hongzhuang still couldn't believe it. The purple dawn dream lotus is a 7th-rank spiritual herb. It takes 10,000 years to mature and grows in places with abundant spiritual energy. This purple dawn dream lotus had a very special characteristic, and that was that it would only bloom after 10,000 years. If it hadn't been 10,000 years, it would be useless to pick it up at any time. Plus, it doesn't take long to bloom. If you miss the timing, you will have to wait another 10,000 years. Because of this, the purple dawn dream lotus is rarely seen. I didn't think that we would be able to see this purple dawn dream lotus in the world of the Chaos Ring. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at the purple dawn dream lotus with bright eyes. This was a treasure that could only be found by chance. If she didn't remember the characteristics of the purple dawn dream lotus, and if this lotus was exactly the same as the one described, She wouldn't believe that she would encounter one. Master, this purple dawn dream lotus is so rare. What is it used for? Xiaohei asked curiously. As a cultivator, other than elemental energy, divine sense is also extremely important. With the divine sense, even without using his eyes, he would be able to see everything clearly and explore the surrounding environment. However, essence power can be improved through cultivation, but it is very difficult to improve divine sense. It is basically related to the talent of the cultivator. Although Bailey Hongzhuang hadn't finished speaking, Bewitching and the four beasts had already understood. This amethyst dream lotus can improve one's consciousness? If that was the case, then the violet dream lotus was indeed an incredible treasure. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. The purple dawn dream lotus is the most important ingredient in the spirit tempering pill. The spirit tempering pill can temper one's divine sense to achieve the purpose of strengthening. Of course, if you consume the purple dawn dream lotus directly, it will also have the effect of increasing your divine sense, but it will be a waste. I see. After cultivating for so long, they naturally knew the importance of divine sense. Most of the time, if one's divine sense was sharp enough, one would be able to predict the situation. Under the same level of strength, the role of the spiritual sense was maximized. Such a good treasure, we must get it. Xianxia said excitedly. After the excitement, Bailey Hongzhuang also calmed down. Why haven't we seen the guardian beast after being here for so long? Bailey Hongzhuang looked around carefully. Could it be that the guardian beast went out and is not around here? If that was the case, then their luck was too good. Be careful, let's observe for a while more. Bewitching did not let his guard down because of this. Logically speaking, the guardian beast should know the maturity time of the spiritual herb. If the guardian beast was not around at this time, it proved that the guardian beast must be busy with something more important. As for what exactly this matter was, it was worth their time to investigate it. Because they were not sure how strong the guardian beast was, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang did not dare to use their divine sense to check the surroundings. Once the guardian beast sensed it, the situation would be even worse. After carefully observing for a moment, they found that there was indeed no movement, so they immediately became bolder and approached the lake. When they approached, they were all 120% alert. If there was anything wrong, they would definitely run away immediately. However, until they got close to the lake, they still did not feel any movement of the monster. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other, then Bailey Hongzhuang immediately approached the purple dawn dream lotus with the fastest speed. If the guardian beast was not around, then it was undoubtedly the best time to take the purple dawn dream lotus and run away. Bailey Hongzhuang was very fast. Her toes touched the surface of the water and she quickly appeared next to the purple dawn dream lotus. She quickly plucked the purple dawn dream lotus. Although she was fast, she was very careful and did not damage the stem or leaves. As a doctor and an alchemist, she was very familiar with the treatment of medicinal herbs. He took out a crystal box from his Qianquan bag and placed the purple dawn dream lotus inside. Only a crystal could preserve such a precious spiritual herb's medicinal power. After putting away the purple dawn dream lotus, Bailey Hongzhuang was relieved, but her eyes fell on the lake. The purple dawn dream lotus below the purple dawn dream lotus was also a treasure, but with their current situation, they did not have much time to waste. No matter how good the treasure was, one had to be alive to enjoy it. Bailey Hongzhuang knew this very well, so she was not greedy and immediately retreated to the lakeside. Let's go. Almost as soon as their feet touched the ground, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others quickly retreated. When the violet dream lotus was taken away, the guardian beast would be the first to sense it. No matter where it went, it would be back soon. Needless to say, they knew that the guardian beast's strength was extraordinary. Once it returned, they would be in danger. Bewitching and the four beasts naturally understood this and immediately ran towards the outside. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were about to leave, a huge commotion came from the center of the lake. Immediately after, they felt a powerful pressure. That shocking aura made Bailey Hongzhuang and the others tremble. This level of cultivation was definitely a few levels higher than them. Despicable human, how dare you steal my purple dawn dream lotus? A low and angry voice was heard. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were shocked. This guardian beast could already speak the human language. It probably had the ability to transform into a human. This level of demonic beast was an extremely terrifying existence. Following this angry roar, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others felt a strong pressure surrounding them. Under this pressure, they felt as if their bodies were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, and their movements became sluggish. Suddenly, the two people and the four beasts were shocked. They did not expect the guardian beast to be so powerful. Although they did not know much about the strength of cultivators of a higher level, they were sure that this level of strength was not something a Starlight Realm cultivator could possess. It was not even a Starlight Realm cultivator, but at least a Nebula Realm cultivator. With their current strength, in front of such a terrifying demonic beast, only death awaited them. As long as the other party made a move, they would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Since they could no longer escape, they simply turned around. When they saw the appearance of the monster behind them, they could not help but be shocked again. In their line of sight was a Qilin lion beast. The Qilin lion beast was a branch of the mythical Qilin. Its strength was extremely strong, and it was one of the top monsters. It could no longer be called a monster. It was already a mythical beast. From the moment this monster was born, its strength was already incomparable to that of a normal monster. Generally speaking, the average person would not have the chance to see such a mythical beast. Even in the Xianxia continent, there were only rumors of the Qilin lion beast's characteristics, but no one had ever seen it. Even in the upper realm, many people had already thought that the Qilin lion beast had disappeared. They never thought that they would see it in the world inside the Chaos Ring. This was too terrifying. However, the Qilin lion beast in front of them was clearly different from the majestic appearance they had imagined. Its body was mostly destroyed, and its exposed skin was dripping with blood. One of its eyes was also blinded due to its injuries. The Qilin lion did not look as majestic as it usually did. On the contrary, it looked battered and exhausted. If not for the fact that they were certain of the Qilin lion's identity, it would have been difficult for them to connect the two together. It was only at this moment that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others understood. No wonder the Qilin lion beast did not come out. It was injured and should have been healing at the bottom of the lake. With such serious injuries, if they had not plucked the purple dawn dream lotus, the Qilin lion beast would not have come out. This Qilin lion beast is actually so severely injured. It seems like there is another extremely powerful demonic beast nearby. To be able to injure the Qilin lion to this extent, that demonic beast must be extremely powerful. Xiao Bai was amazed. It was rumored that there were not many demonic beasts that could injure a Qilin. If this Qilin demonic beast was still in its infancy stage, it would be fine. However, this Qilin demonic beast was already in its growth stage, and its strength was extremely shocking. Perhaps another powerful demonic beast knew that the purple dawn dream lotus was about to mature and wanted to snatch it away, so a huge battle broke out between the two sides. Bewitching's face was solemn. The Qilin lion's injuries were obviously caused not too long ago. Coincidentally, the purple dawn dream lotus had matured. He did not believe that there could be such a coincidence. Since this Qilin lion beast is able to return, perhaps the other demonic beast has already fallen. If a cultivator lost a battle, most people would choose to run away. However, beasts usually fought head-on and would not give up until one of them was dead. With the Qilin lion's strength and level, its opponent must be its old rival. Once they fought, it would definitely end with the death of one of them. From the current situation, the other beast was most likely dead. Although the Qilin lion managed to kill its opponent, it was also severely injured. With such a serious injury, Bailey Hongzhuang could certainly judge that it would take a long time for it to recover. On the other hand, the Qilin lion's eyes were already damaged. Even if its injuries could be healed, its eyes would not be able to recover. The Qilin lion's strength is terrifying. Even if it is severely injured and only has 1/10 of its strength left, it will not be easy for us to defeat it. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was solemn and her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She did not expect the Qilin lion to be the guardian beast of the Violet Dawn Dream Lotus. If she had known, she would not have come to snatch it. After all, no matter how good a treasure was, one had to risk their life to enjoy it. It is almost impossible to face it head-on. The only thing we can do is to think of a way to escape. Bei Chen's voice was heavy. If the strength of this demon beast was at the Starlight Realm, they could still think of a way to fight it. However, the existence of the Nebula Realm was too strong for them right now. They were simply not a match for it. Facing such an opponent, if they did not escape, they would be courting death. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. We did not know that the Violet Dawn Dream Lotus had an owner. Please forgive us for offending you. The Violet Dawn Dream Lotus is here. I will return it to you. As she spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang placed the Violet Dawn Dream Lotus on the ground. I see that you are also severely injured. We will not disturb your rest. Although the Qilin lion was a beast, it had obviously reached the stage where it could transform into a human. Judging from its age, it was already nearing 40 years old. As soon as she finished speaking, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest began to retreat and leave quickly. However, just as they were about to leave, a shackle suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their escape route. Did I say you could leave? The Qilin lion's hoarse voice rang out behind them, sending chills down their spines. Senior, we have already returned everything to you. We have no intention of offending you. Please let us go. Bei Chen cupped his hands and said. Now that the Qilin lion beast had the upper hand, the only thing they could do was to make the other party agree to let them leave. Otherwise, once they started fighting, there would definitely be casualties. I never thought that I would meet the Beast King in my lifetime. The Qilin lion's eyes were fixed on White Lion. From the moment it saw White Lion, it was filled with excitement. The Beast King was an extremely powerful race. Unfortunately, every time the next Beast King appeared, the previous Beast King would disappear. It was precisely because of this that the Beast King was the most powerful existence among the demonic beasts when it came to fighting alone. If the Beast King did not exist, it would not have bothered with these two humans. Now that it was so severely injured, it would be extremely difficult for it to recover. How could it be in the mood to care about others? When the Qilin lion had turned its attention to it, the White Lion had sensed that something was amiss. If it had been an ordinary demonic beast, the White Lion would not have been afraid. However, the Qilin lion was a divine beast and had reached such a high level of cultivation. The White Lion was no match for the Qilin lion. Every Beast King's growth was extremely difficult because they could only fight alone. But at the same time, as long as a Beast King grew up, it would definitely become an extremely powerful existence. Although it looked like it had been cultivating for a long time, judging from the long life of a demonic beast, it had not yet reached the growth stage. The White Lion was not too worried when it encountered other demonic beasts. However, when it saw the severely injured Qilin lion in front of it, it felt extremely uneasy. It was a powerful threat. The White Lion could even guess the thoughts that had been etched in its heart for the first time in years. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bei Chen looked at each other when they noticed the Qilin lion's interest in the White Lion. Their eyes were filled with worry. Usually, when a demonic beast notices that a Beast King has become a contract beast, it would feel extremely strange. This was a very normal reaction. However, they could sense a sense of unease from the Qilin lion's reaction. They felt that the Qilin lion was up to something else. As long as you leave this Beast King behind, you may leave. The Qilin lion stared lazily at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bei Chen, as if it had done them a great favor. In reality, they were merely two humans and it did not care about them at all. Under normal circumstances, the Qilin lion would have easily gotten rid of the two humans. However, its injuries were more serious now and it wanted to avoid fighting if it could. However, it must have this Beast King. As the Qilin lion spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bei Chen's hearts skipped a beat. They had been right to worry. The Qilin lion's target was the White Lion. You want to suck the power from my blood and take over my body to become the next Beast King? The White Lion stared coldly at the Qilin lion. From the Qilin lion's greedy eyes, the White Lion could guess its intentions. You're pretty smart. The Qilin lion beast laughed heartily. If you were strong enough, you wouldn't have to worry about this problem. It's a pity that you haven't grown up yet. My luck is really good. As for Bailey Hongzhuang, after hearing the conversation between the two demonic beasts, they were also shocked. They never thought that there would be such a method. As for the Beast Kings, they only knew that they were extremely powerful after they grew up, but there were many things that they did not know. Who would have thought that a beast king could be seized? If that was the case, wouldn't the white lion be in extreme danger? Baisher also knew Bailey Hongzhuang, and the two of them were extremely puzzled. He immediately explained, in fact, very few people know about this method. Only the other party is also a demonic beast, so it is possible for them to do such a thing. Otherwise, my bloodline power would suffer a severe backlash if ordinary demonic beasts tried to absorb it. Even if it wants to do so, it will have to pay a great price. Then why is it doing this? It's currently heavily injured. The previous battle has already damaged its source of power. Even if it recovers from its injuries, I'm afraid that its cultivation level will stagnate and it will be very difficult for it to progress any further. The white lion's expression was extremely solemn. As a demonic beast, it understood the situation very well. Furthermore, it was a beast king. As its powers increase, the inheritance in its bloodline is slowly awakening. It now understands many things that it did not understand in the past. Hence, it could tell at one glance that the Qilin lion's power source had been damaged. Under such circumstances, if the Qilin lion beast could take over his body and devour his soul, then not only would it become the next king of the beasts, all of its previous problems would also be solved. This was undoubtedly the best deal for him. As soon as this was said, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching understood. The Qilin lion and the beast king were both divine beasts, but the beast king was obviously more powerful. If the Qilin lion could transform into a beast king, its potential would be limitless and its future achievements would be even greater. To the white lion, this was a very good deal. However, they never thought that there would be such a rule between demonic beasts. This was simply too cruel. Even though only divine beasts could do this, it was extremely dangerous to encounter one. After all, a beast king would need a long time to grow. During this period of time, anything could happen. Previously, they had thought too simply and never thought that something like this would happen. If they had been hoping for a fluke before, they now knew that they would have to fight to the death. The Qilin lion would never let the white lion go, and neither would they give up on the white lion. Hence, they must fight this battle. Since you already know my plan, why don't you just agree to it? This way, I can still let them leave alive. Otherwise, they will have to die with you. The Qilin lion's eyes were malicious and vicious. Its solemn vow was filled with confidence, as if it had already decided that this ending would not change. Hearing this, the white lion looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching with mixed feelings. It was absolutely unwilling to be captured without putting up a fight, but if that was the case, wouldn't it implicate its master and Bewitching? Noticing the change in Baisher's expression, the fair-faced Hongzhuang replied without hesitation, "If you want to fight, then fight. What's the point of saying so much nonsense?" At this moment, Bewitching looked at White Lion. "If this Qilin lion beast dies, what good will it do you?" In the great wide world, many things were relatively fair. Since the Qilin lion could benefit so much from the white lion should be able to benefit as well. Otherwise, it would be too unfair. If I can kill it and absorb its bloodline power, my cultivation will improve greatly and my talent will become even more outstanding. The white lion said, but it was a little confused. It did not know why Bewitching asked it this question. Bewitching nodded and said, "In that case, we will kill this Qilin lion beast and pave the way for your cultivation." Hearing this, the Qilin lion beast laughed. "How dare you say such nonsense in front of me? You are really a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger." As soon as the Qilin lion beast finished speaking, a powerful force burst out from within its body. Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching, and the four beasts were ready to attack. Even though the Qilin lion beast was of a higher rank than them, as long as there was a chance, they would not give up. The moment the Qilin lion beast attacked, they knew that it was of the metal element. Among the 5 elements, metal was the element with the most destructive power. Instantly, everyone's hearts sank. This metal-type Qilin lion beast would be even more difficult to deal with. Even so, their fighting spirit did not change in the slightest. They were a team. Even if all of them were to die here today, they would not give up on the white lion. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' high fighting spirit, the Qilin lion beast was displeased. It was a dignified divine beast. Usually, no matter if it was a demonic beast or a cultivator, they would all retreat when they saw it. However, these guys in front of it were obviously much weaker than it, but they didn't show the slightest bit of fear. This made it feel very unhappy. It wanted to see these guys tremble in fear in front of it. In the next moment, the Qilin lion beast's body flashed. It raised its hand and a ray of metal-type energy attacked. This was clearly a casual attack, but Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could feel an extremely powerful metal-type energy. The sharp aura rushed towards them and they felt as if a knife had sliced across their faces. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching did not dare to underestimate the attack of a Nebula Realm demonic beast. Even though the Qilin lion beast was heavily injured, it was not something that a Starlight Realm cultivator could handle. Bang! Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching unleashed their martial arts techniques at the same time, charging towards the golden ray of light. The two powerful forces collided. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately realized how terrifying the metal-type energy of the Qilin lion beast was. The sharpness of the attack was not something they had seen before. Their martial arts techniques were almost sliced into two by the golden ray of light. Fortunately, the two attacks met the golden light at the same time, but Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching still couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The two of them looked at each other in astonishment. This was the advantage of cultivating elemental powers. Back in the demonic dragon abyss, when they were being chased by assassins, they also had the same feeling. The opponent's condensed power was too strong, and the martial skills they used were simply unable to deal with it. If they were not aware of this back then, they now understood after witnessing the Qilin lion's methods. It was no wonder that all cultivators had to undergo the awakening of their innate talents. After the awakening, their combat power was simply incomparable to before the awakening. The Qilin lion was not surprised to see Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching fending off its attack. It was just a casual attack. If they could not withstand it, they would be too weak. You dare to fight me with such little strength? You're courting death. The Qilin lion beast was stunned. Then, it waved its hands and dozens of golden rays of light rained down on Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Seeing this, the expressions of the two people and the 4 beasts changed. One golden ray of light was already difficult enough to fend off. One could imagine how difficult it would be to fend off dozens of golden rays of light. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching did not hesitate to unleash their martial arts techniques. The 4 beasts also unleashed their elemental energy. Ding ding ding, the 6 of them retreated quickly and attacked. In the span of a few breaths, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were covered in over 10 wounds. Their robes were stained red with blood. In comparison, the 4 beasts were in a much better condition. They were mystical beasts after all. The defensive power of their skin and flesh was not something that human cultivators could compare to. I never thought that the Qilin lion would still be so powerful even after suffering such serious injuries. Xiaohei's expression was ugly and somber. She never thought that this creature would be so difficult to deal with despite its hideous appearance. Fortunately, we encountered it when it was severely injured. If it had been at its peak, we would have died before we even had the chance to speak. Bewitching's expression darkened. If it had not been for this situation, they would not have had the chance to put their lives on the line. However, the Qilin lion did not intend to give them any time to catch their breath. Immediately after, it launched another attack. Compared to the previous 2 attacks, this one was undoubtedly more powerful. Bailey Hongzhuang could sense a thick murderous aura from this sharp and cold attack. This was a threat to their lives. If they were not careful, they could very well be killed by this attack. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching unleashed their full powers. Vigorous inner energy flowed out from their bodies endlessly, forming into powerful martial techniques. White Lion clearly knew that they could not allow this to continue. Otherwise, their master would be exhausted to death by the Qilin lion. Let's think of a way to ambush it. The Qilin lion's cultivation level was much higher than theirs. Its attacks were not something that they could easily defend against. Hence, the only thing they could do was to ambush it from close range. Although this was more dangerous, there was no other way except for this dangerous method. Xiaohei, Xiaobai, and Xiaoxuanzi nodded and followed White Lion's instructions. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching tried their best to attract the Qilin lion's attention while White Lion took the opportunity to ambush them. However, even though the Qilin lion was fighting with Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaoxuanzi, its attention had never once left White Lion. Although White Lion's cultivation was only at the Starlight Realm, it was still a beast king. The Qilin lion did not dare to let its guard down in front of the king of demonic beasts since ancient times. No matter what era the beast king was in, it could not be underestimated. This was a great opportunity for it. If it were to fail miserably because of this, it would not be worth it. Under such circumstances, Baishir's expression was extremely ugly. If this continued, the situation would only get worse. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's injuries were increasing. The two of them did not hesitate to take the healing medicine, and their injuries were quickly healing. However, compared to the speed of the injuries, the healing speed was clearly slower. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other and said, "We can't go on like this. We'll only be suppressed by him and won't be able to take the initiative." Although they had already expected this situation, when they actually fought, the situation was obviously worse than they thought. At this moment, she could not help but feel that they were really lucky to have not clashed with cultivators who were well versed in elemental powers. Otherwise, based on their previous methods, it would not have been easy for them to win. Even though they had fully activated their blood aura and murderous aura, they were still at a disadvantage. She secretly decided that if she could survive today, she must quickly comprehend the cultivation method of elemental powers. Elemental energy is much stronger than normal elemental energy. Even though we are not familiar with the use of elemental energy, we can still try using it. Perhaps we can turn the tables around. Di Beichen's dark eyes shone with a complicated and persistent light. His voice was low and serious. This was a method that they could try now. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. It had not been long since she had obtained the light elemental energy cultivation method. Furthermore, she had been recuperating for a long time. Hence, she did not have a good grasp of the light elemental energy. However, there was no better way than this. Since elemental energy was much stronger than normal elemental energy, it might be useful if she used it. Alright, let's give it a try. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang changed her hand gesture. The light elemental energy flashed from her hand. The rich light elemental energy emitted a dazzling white light. Under Bailey Hongzhuang's control, the light elemental energy condensed into a white ball and attacked the Qilin lion beast without hesitation. The Qilin lion beast had thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen had not cultivated elemental energy. It was stunned when it saw this scene. "It's the light elemental energy." The Qilin lion beast's eyes flashed with surprise. It did not expect this young man to have mastered the light elemental energy. However, it was obvious that this cultivator had not cultivated the light elemental energy for long. This kind of light ball would not be able to do much damage to it. The Qilin lion beast opened its mouth and a golden energy shot out, destroying the light ball immediately. At the same time, Di Beichen also released his dark elemental energy. He had inherited the dark elemental energy. Even though it had not been long since his elemental energy transformed into the dark elemental energy, he had a much deeper understanding of it. As the dark elemental energy continued to surge, Bailey Hongzhuang and the four beasts were shocked to see that the originally bright sky was suddenly covered in darkness. Everything around them was so dark that they could not even see their own fingers. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang took the opportunity to release her dark elemental energy to help Di Beichen set up the darkness. When the Qilin lion saw the dark energy, it was even more shocked. Among all the attributes, the 5 elements were the most common. The possibility of awakening a mutated attribute was very small. It did not expect the 2 people in front of it to have mutated attributes. Moreover, they were light and darkness. White Lion and Xiaobai immediately unleashed their powers of darkness. With Di Beichen's strength, it was clearly very taxing for him to create such a large area of darkness. With the appearance of the darkness, the Qilin lion's vision was blocked. On the other hand, Di Beichen, Bailey Hongzhuang, White Lion, and Xiaobai all had dark attributes. Hence, even though their vision was covered in darkness, they could still see clearly without any hindrance. They only felt that under the shroud of darkness, everything was so clear, even clearer than before when they used their eyes to see. "Even if you use this power of darkness to affect my vision, what use is it to you?" The Qilin lion sneered. In its eyes, Di Beichen and the others were just putting up a desperate struggle. This kind of darkness could only affect its vision, but it could not completely blind it. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, a fool's dream. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest could not be bothered with the Qilin lion's taunting words. They were indeed at a disadvantage, but as long as they seized the opportunity, they would definitely kill the Qilin lion. With just one look, Bailey Hongzhuang had already understood Bewitching's idea and immediately attacked the Qilin lion again. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to sneak attack it, the Qilin lion's eyes became more and more sarcastic. Sneak attacks were indeed a method, but when the difference in strength between the two was too great, it was meaningless. So what if its reaction speed was slower? Bailey Hongzhuang still could not attack it. When Bailey Hongzhuang made her move, Bewitching also made his move. He merged his body into the darkness. This was one of the uses of the dark power, concealment. He had not set up this darkness to stop the Qilin lion beast, but to hide himself. Only in this way, a sneak attack was the most suitable. Baisher's movements were also extremely fast. As a beast king, it had a unique ability to cultivate and understand. Previously, it had only heard Bewitching mention the concealment method of the dark power. At this moment, seeing Bewitching use it, it also succeeded in merging itself into the darkness. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three beasts did their best to attack the Qilin lion. What they wanted to do was to attract all the attention of the Qilin lion so that it could not find Bewitching and Baisher. Bailey Hongzhuang and the three beasts continued to attack, sometimes left and sometimes right, making it impossible for the Qilin lion to judge. Noticing this scene, the Qilin lion's eyes flashed with anger and impatience. Previously, it had lost an eye in the battle. Now, it only had one eye left and its vision was blocked. Although Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' attacks did not cause too much damage to it, it felt like a few flies were constantly flying in front of it. It was harmless but extremely annoying. Suddenly, the Qilin lion attacked Bailey Hongzhuang and the three beasts. It wanted to completely destroy these annoying guys. Bailey Hongzhuang and the three beasts were always paying attention to the Qilin lion's movements. When they saw it flying towards them, they quickly retreated. Their original intention was not to defeat the Qilin lion, but to disturb it. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the Qilin lion were entangled, a figure suddenly flashed out of the darkness, followed by an extremely bright light in front of the Qilin lion's eyes. Bright and resplendent light quietly flashed in this dense darkness, blooming with extreme brilliance that almost caused people's eyes to stagnate for a moment. The Qilin lion beast instinctively closed its eyes. It had just gotten used to the darkness, and now that it was suddenly exposed to light, it was extremely uncomfortable. Taking advantage of the Qilin lion's pause, Bewitching quickly pressed the light ball in his hand into the Qilin lion's eye. The Qilin lion only felt a strong threat and its body quickly retreated. However, Bewitching's reaction was also extremely fast. He had already thought of all the countermeasures at the moment of the sneak attack. From the moment he made his move, he was determined to win. Zila! A sound rang out. Bewitching had succeeded. The light ball had been pressed into the Qilin lion's other eye. Ah! Seeing that Bewitching had succeeded, Bailey Hongzhuang and the four beasts' eyes flashed with excitement. Since the beginning of the battle, they had been at a disadvantage and had been completely suppressed by the Qilin lion. Now that Bewitching had destroyed the Qilin lion's other eye, the Qilin lion's condition had worsened. At the very least, the Qilin lion was now completely blind. Although it could still sense its surroundings with its divine consciousness, its surroundings were filled with their dark energy and its divine consciousness was blocked. This was good news for them. The Qilin lion covered its bleeding eye. It never thought that it would fail miserably at such an easy task and be ambushed by Bewitching. Now, it had become completely blind. How hateful! You deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. The Qilin lion roared angrily. Its roar was filled with a strong sense of oppression and anger. It had been blinded in one of its eyes by these people who had completely disregarded it. What a disgrace! Since you've made me look like this, I must kill the Beast King and take over its body to become the next Beast King. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were not bothered by the Qilin lion's threat. The Qilin lion had been planning to do this all along. Now, the situation had not changed at all. On the contrary, they had finally earned some interest. Just as the Qilin lion was raging, Baisher's figure quietly appeared from the darkness. He attacked the Qilin lion's waist with his claws. This ugly fellow still wants to take over my body? Dream on. At the same time, the Qilin lion felt a strong sense of threat. It flew away and its reaction speed increased to the maximum. Bai Shi's attack came stealthily. However, even though the Qilin lion dodged quickly, it did not manage to slice open its stomach. It only managed to slice off a piece of flesh from its waist. Although the Qilin lion's body was very strong, Bai Shi's claws were as sharp as a magical weapon. Under his attack, the Qilin lion's body was no different from an ordinary person's. The Qilin lion's face turned extremely ugly as it felt the excruciating pain in its waist. Only now did it understand why Bewitching had used his dark energy. It was still in shock. If it had not reacted quickly enough, Bai Shi's claws would have torn its body apart. It did not expect these few Starlight State cultivators to be so powerful when they joined forces. They were much more powerful than the Starlight State cultivators and demonic beasts that it had usually encountered. It no longer dared to underestimate Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, because if it went on like this, it was likely to lose its life in the hands of these guys. It would not only be a joke, it would be an unbearable humiliation. I never thought that I would underestimate you. The Qilin lion beast's voice was cold and menacing, but it was more of a stare. From now on, Bewitching, else right, I'll give you a chance. It Qian lion's aura, its auras, its. Noticing the change in the Qilin lion beast, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang's hearts sank. Initially, the Qilin lion beast had treated Bailey Hongzhuang and the others as playthings that it could not resist. Hence, it had been toying with them, enjoying the sight of them slowly losing their strength and despair. However, it did not expect that these ants in its eyes would actually blind its other eye. This was something that it could not tolerate. It wanted to end this battle as soon as possible, so that these ants would all die. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A rain of golden blades enveloped Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. The Qilin lion beast had no intention of dealing with them one by one. It had used an area of effect attack and wanted to leave these fellows with 1,000 holes in their bodies. Noticing this attack, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' expressions changed greatly. This attack was much more powerful than any of the Qilin lion beast's previous attacks. Watch out! Bewitching shouted. At the same time, he released his dark energy and formed a large net over their heads, blocking the rain of golden blades. The golden blades rained down, bringing with them an unparalleled sharpness as they charged into the dark net. Bailey Hongzhuang and the beasts quickly used their elemental energy to fill up the dark net. However, despite their best efforts, many golden blades still managed to pierce through the dark net and land on them. In a short period of time, many more wounds appeared on their bodies. The faint smell of blood filled the air. The 2 humans and the 4 beasts were battered and exhausted. However, their eyes were still bright and their unyielding fighting spirit was still burning brightly, never extinguished. Seeing that its golden blades had not taken their lives, the Qilin lion beast's expression turned ugly. Under normal circumstances, an ant like this could be easily killed. However, these fellows were not as simple as they seemed. Just the fact that they had been able to last so long against the Qilin lion beast was already a feat. Just as the rain of golden blades dissipated, Bewitching and the others' attacks began to circle around the Qilin lion beast once again. Indeed, they were no match for the Qilin lion beast. Their only option was to ambush its vital points and injure it severely. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang took a few steps back and formed another hand seal. However, the hand seal this time was different from before. It was filled with a mysterious and unusual power. Complex runes quietly took shape, and a shining door quietly appeared on the ground. Immediately after, a powerful aura lingered from this door. Feeling this strong power, both Bewitching and the Qilin lion beast could not help but look towards Bailey Hongzhuang. In their line of sight, a giant centipede suddenly appeared. Its huge body stood up and cast a huge shadow. Bailey Hongzhuang looked extremely small in front of it. Bewitching looked at the sudden appearance of the centipede in shock. Although Bailey Hongzhuang had told him about this scene before, it was far from the shock of seeing it with his own eyes. His heart was already in turmoil. What kind of method was this? He had never heard of such a shocking technique. Even though he was just casually sensing it, he could tell that this centipede was also at the nebula realm. The Qilin lion beast, who had the upper hand, was now dumbfounded. Such a strong aura. If it was at its peak, it might be able to put up a fight. However, it was now severely injured and was definitely not a match for this centipede. It did not have the time to think about how Bailey Hongzhuang had managed to get such a powerful beast here. It made a prompt decision and retreated. Kill it. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was icy cold. Previously, the Qilin lion had been bent on killing them. Now that they had the upper hand, she would not let the Qilin lion off so easily. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's command, the giant centipede quickly chased after the Qilin lion. Although the centipede was huge, its speed was not slow at all. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest quickly chased after the Qilin lion. The Qilin lion was very beneficial to White Lion's advancement. Now that the Qilin lion's defeat was certain, they could not let go of this great opportunity. Indeed, when Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest caught up to them, the Qilin lion was constantly retreating. It was clearly no match for the giant centipede. I'll give you all of the Purple Dawn Dream Lotus. Please let me live. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest had arrived, the Qilin lion quickly begged for mercy. It had thought that these fellows were just insignificant ants. It did not expect them to have such heaven-defying means. If it had known this earlier, it would never have chosen to leave these fellows alive. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Why didn't you let us off when we said that? Bailey Hongzhuang sneered. In this world, power was everything. She would be an idiot if she were to let the Qilin lion go. Furthermore, the Qilin lion was very helpful to White Lion. Hearing this, the Qilin lion's heart sank. It looks like it was doomed today. White Lion looked at the Qilin lion with a burning gaze. I will absorb the power of your bloodline and increase the speed of my advancement. If it had not been for the Qilin lion's evil intentions, it would never have thought of this. However, now that such an opportunity had been placed in front of it, it would not let it go. Master, don't kill the Qilin lion. I want to absorb the power of its bloodline while it's still alive, White Lion said. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. When the giant centipede had beaten the Qilin lion until it was covered in wounds and unable to retaliate, she finally stopped the giant centipede. Then, she turned to look at White Lion. White Lion immediately understood and walked to the Qilin lion's side. The Qilin lion beast's eyes were filled with fear as it watched White Lion approach. You! Don't you dare absorb the power of my bloodline. Once the Qilin lion had its bloodline power, it would become a tool for White Lion's advancement. And it would never be reincarnated. Why didn't you say that when you wanted to take over my body? White Lion was taken aback. He grabbed the Qilin lion beast's dantian with his claws. Then, a mysterious rune appeared and a blood-red energy flowed from the Qilin lion beast's dantian into the rune. The Con lion's on, but it was on it on it knew what to do no. They had. Hongzhuang lion knew what it on? On lion was on? On be on. After the giant centipede had completed its task, Bailey Hongzhuang drew another rune and the giant centipede disappeared into thin air. My dear wife, this summoned centipede looks like the one we killed in the desert world? Di Beichen's pitch-black eyes sparkled. This kind of summoning was really too powerful. As long as they could summon, they would have a Nebula Realm helper. Their strength would undoubtedly increase by a lot. At that time, she had suddenly understood something that she had never understood. If it were not for the crisis at that time, she was afraid that she would have needed a period of time to study it thoroughly. Master, is there a limit to summoning this monster beast? Xiaohe could not help but ask. If there was no limit, then this was really a terrifying method. However, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. Actually, I can't summon it 100% successfully at the moment. As soon as she said this, Di Beichen and the three beasts looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, waiting for her to continue. When the Qilin monster beast appeared previously, I also tried to summon it, but it was not successful. From the moment the Qilin monster beast appeared, she knew that they were in danger and wanted to summon it. Moreover, she came here to train herself and wanted to try to summon it. However, she tried to condense a hand sign, but did not get the result she wanted. When I tried to summon it again just now, I found that the summoning has something to do with my divine sense. I need to have enough divine sense to summon it, and if my divine sense is not stable enough, the summoning will not succeed. The success of the first summoning was a coincidence. Now, when she tried to summon it again, she found these problems. When the Qilin lion beast first appeared, because her state was not stable, the summoning failed. I see. Bewitching nodded. In his opinion, this summoning must have certain requirements. If there were no requirements, then it would be really strange. With my current divine sense, I can only summon it once. It is impossible to summon a second monster beast. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was filled with helplessness. She had only summoned once, but she had already felt that her spiritual power had been consumed. Although it was not a big problem now, it would take some time to replenish her divine sense. After all, the recovery of divine sense was not as fast as primary energy, and it was much slower. This ability is already very heaven-defying. Bewitching said slowly. Divine sense will slowly grow as your strength increases. As long as your divine sense is strong enough, you will be able to summon more monsters in the future. Although Bailey Hongzhuang could only summon one demonic beast at the moment, they were all very clear that this ability was definitely a great weapon. At the very least, they had the ability to fight even if they encountered a Nebula Realm powerhouse. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. She was pleasantly surprised by this discovery. This ability could be said to be an additional layer of protection for them. While they were talking, Baishar had successfully absorbed the Qilin lion beast's bloodline power. When they looked at the Qilin lion again, it was already dead. On the contrary, Baishar's body exuded an extremely powerful force. Master, I've just absorbed the bloodline power of the Qilin lion beast. I'm afraid I'll have to go into seclusion for a while, White Lion said slowly. The Qilin lion beast was a mythical beast and its cultivation level was higher than his. Now that he had absorbed the Qilin lion beast's energy, it was undoubtedly a great supplement. However, digesting this power was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Don't worry and go into seclusion. They were looking forward to seeing how much progress White Lion would make when he came out of seclusion. Just thinking about it, they knew that the progress would not be small. Mystical beasts had their own territories. The Qilin lion beast's level was so high that its territory was even more vast. Although the Qilin lion beast's corpse had fallen, they still did not have to worry. No mystical beast would dare to step into the Qilin lion beast's territory in a short period of time. Therefore, while the White Lion beast was cultivating in seclusion, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were healing their wounds. They had entered this place and would need at least 3 days to leave. However, they were not in a hurry to leave. Bailey Hongzhuang entered the center of the lake again. Previously, she was worried that there would be danger here, so she had hurriedly left after plucking the purple dawn dream lotus. Now that the Qilin lion beast had been beheaded, she could dig up the purple dawn dream lotus along with the purple dawn dream lotus. The purple dawn dream lotus was also a treasure. Its effect was very similar to the purple dawn dream lotus, but its uses were more extensive. Since she was here, she naturally would not miss out on such a treasure. After Bailey Hongzhuang entered the center of the lake, it was not long before she plucked the purple dawn dream lotus. Our luck is not bad. This purple dawn dream lotus has a total of 3 segments. If we succeed in refining pills, we can refine a lot of them. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was full of joy. When she saw the purple dawn dream lotus, she felt very excited because it was helpful in improving her consciousness. However, since she knew that the mystical beast she wanted to summon was also related to her consciousness, she was even happier. With these pills, she would be able to improve her divine sense. If she could summon more mystical beasts in the future, their combat effectiveness would be greatly enhanced. Since coming to the upper realm, they were treading on thin ice because there were too many masters here. Once they offended a master, they would be doomed eternally. Now that they had such means, if they could improve a little more, even if they encountered an assassin like before, they would not fall into such a helpless situation. The primary energy in this forest world is quite abundant. Maybe there will be a lot of treasures here. We can come here often in the future. Bewitching's lips curled into a faint smile. He could feel Bailey Hongzhuang's happiness. In the past, when they were in the desert world and the ocean world, they didn't gain much. In comparison, the forest world's harvest was much higher. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Indeed, this place is not much different from the forest outside. At the same time, we can save a lot of time. This is undoubtedly the best choice for us now. After taking the medicine, Bailey Hongzhuang's men recovered quickly. Although the Qilin lion beast's attack was fierce, most of their injuries were superficial and not fatal. The elemental energy in the Qilin lion beast's residence is extremely dense. If one cultivates here, the speed of improvement will be faster. Why don't you all cultivate here for a while? I'll take this opportunity to refine some pills. Now that she already had the Purple Dawn Dream Lotus and Purple Dawn Dream Lotus, she also happened to have other medicinal herbs. He could take advantage of this opportunity to refine the spirit tempering pill. The sooner he improved his divine sense, the sooner he could improve his strength. After all, only strength was his own. The demonic beasts in this forest world were much stronger than the ones they had encountered before. They had to increase their strength as soon as possible in order to survive. Okay. Bewitching nodded. Although it had been a while since she refined pills, Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy skills had long been integrated into her mind. Now that she was refining pills again, she was extremely skilled. She did not immediately start refining the spirit tempering pill. The spirit tempering pill was a grade 7 pill, so it was naturally difficult to refine. However, she was still full of confidence in herself. The improvement of alchemy skills was related to cultivation. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger one's divine sense, and the easier it would be to refine pills. She believed that as long as she was given some time to adapt, she would be able to successfully refine grade 7 pills. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang took out some medicinal herbs needed to refine grade 6 pills. Refining grade 6 pills was not a problem for her, but she needed to familiarize herself with refining them. One by one, Bailey Hongzhuang put the medicinal herbs into the pill furnace. She focused her mind and looked calm. Her hands performed alchemy skills as if she was picking flowers. The impurities of the medicinal herbs were quickly removed and turned into an extremely pure medicinal liquid essence. As soon as her alchemy skills changed, the medicinal liquid essence began to condense. Not long after, a strong medicinal fragrance spread out from the pill furnace, making Bewitching and the 3 beasts, who were cultivating, feel refreshed. Looking at the 12 grade 6 recovery pills in the pill furnace, Bailey Hongzhuang revealed a satisfied smile. These grade 6 recovery pills could restore the origin power of Starlight Realm and even Nebula Realm cultivators, but the higher one's level, the lower the effect of the recovery. This kind of consumption-type medicinal pill was always in high demand no matter when. Since coming to the upper realm, Bailey Hongzhuang had seen all kinds of strong cultivators here, and only then did she realize how small they were. Under such circumstances, they must improve their cultivation as soon as possible. Pills were undoubtedly a great tool to improve one's strength. The higher the grade of the pill, the more helpful it was to them. Not only that, spirit stones could help them cultivate, but they only had low-grade spirit stones before. As far as she knew, the cultivation effect of middle-grade and high-grade spirit stones was far superior to low-grade spirit stones. If possible, she hoped to use these pills to exchange for high-grade spirit stones. After all, nothing was more important to them than increasing their strength. After refining the first batch of pills, Bailey Hongzhuang did not stop. Instead, she continued to refine the second batch of pills. With her current ability, refining these pills could be said to be effortless. Even if she refined them consecutively, it wouldn't affect her at all. Moreover, she had planned to refine pills here in peace for the next few days. Just as they thought, the Qilin lion beast was quite famous in this area. Even though the Qilin lion beast had fallen, no other demonic beasts dared to approach this area. On the contrary, the origin energy here was extremely dense, exceeding their imagination. When they'd first arrived in the upper realm, they'd noticed that the origin energy in the upper realm was extremely abundant. However, the origin energy here was clearly denser than the upper realm. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had already decided to go into seclusion here in the future. Not only was the origin chi here rich, but the time here was also only a third of the time outside. This was undoubtedly the best place for rapid improvement. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest still showed no signs of leaving. At the very least, they couldn't move by sure as they wished at this moment. It would be terrible if their actions affected by Shur. They were also worried about leaving Bai Shur here alone. Xiren and the rest have just gone to the various large guilds to collect their cultivation methods. They must be in seclusion for the next few days. We are not in a hurry to go out. Bewitching walked to Bailey Hongshuang's side. There were many elixir bottles beside her. Obviously, these were the results of Bailey Hongshuang's refinement over the past 3 days. Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly and nodded. I'm afraid they are trying their best to convert their elemental energy into elemental energy. I'm afraid they won't be coming out anytime soon. Let's take this opportunity to cultivate here. The elemental energy here is very dense. I should be able to break through in 2 days. Bailey Hongshuang's beautiful face revealed a joyful and excited smile. You're going to break through to the Starlight Realm? Bewitching nodded. I'm already at the pinnacle of the Starlight Realm. I felt the shackles in the past 2 days. I think I will be able to break through the shackles and break through to the Starlight Realm soon. That's great. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled into a bright smile like a blooming lotus. Once one broke through to the next realm, the increase in strength would be incomparable to a Starlight Realm cultivator. Wife, the elemental energy here is very dense. Why don't you cultivate here? Bewitching looked at Bewitching. It would be a waste not to seize the opportunity in such a suitable place for cultivation. Although I'm refining elixir, my cultivation method has been circulating on its own. My cultivation is also improving. Her pitch-black eyes rippled with a faint radiance. The grade of her demon summoning scripture wasn't something an ordinary cultivation method could compare to. Ever since she could summon demonic beasts, she realized that her demon summoning scripture seemed to have broken through another grade. Her cultivation speed was much faster than before. Although she was wholeheartedly focused on refining elixir, there was still an endless stream of elemental energy entering her dantian and increasing her cultivation invisibly. I see. Bewitching nodded in understanding. He had long known that Bailey Hongshuang's cultivation method was not ordinary. In fact, there was not a single item in this chaos ring that was simple. He had a heavenswell physique, so his cultivation speed was extremely fast. Although his merit law was outstanding in the lower realms, it couldn't compare to Bailey Hongshuang's merit law. Wife, why are you concocting so many medicinal pills? Bewitching looked at the many pills. If Bailey Hongshuang wanted to familiarize herself with alchemy techniques, she would only need to refine a few batches of pills. However, it was clear that this was not a few batches. I plan to exchange for some cultivation resources that are beneficial to us after we get out. Although we earned some spirit stones when we were in the lower realm, the upper realm also consumed a lot of spirit stones. We have to do our best to make up for it. When they were in the lower realm, they were indeed quite wealthy. However, they did not stay on Punlai Island for long. Naturally, they did not earn many spirit stones. On the contrary, they had a lot of gold coins. However, in the upper realm, the common currency was spirit stones. Gold coins were obviously useless. In the future, they would not be staying in Rongan City all the time. There were many places that needed spirit stones. Moreover, they also needed spirit stones for their cultivation. If they waited until then, they would be extremely depressed. Wife, I didn't think the heavy responsibility of earning spiritual stones would fall on your shoulders. I am ashamed. Bewitching's eyes were deep and ashamed. Originally, he should be the one to take care of this, but in reality, Bailey Hongshuang had always been the one in charge of this. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang smiled and waved her hand. The art of alchemy is something I have never planned to give up. Even on a normal day, I have to practice alchemy myself. Right now, I am only using these dawn to exchange for what we need. It is only right. I didn't think I would find a rich woman. Bewitching chuckled. Bailey Hongshuang playfully raised her eyebrows. Then you have to coax me well. Otherwise, if I am not happy, you will become a pauper. Of course. Bewitching nodded. Why don't I serve you well after we go back? Seeing the flirtatious look in Bewitching's eyes and the naughty smile on his lips, Bailey Hongshuang immediately understood what he was talking about. She blushed and said, that depends on my mood. Wife, don't worry. I will make sure you are in the mood. After joking around, Bewitching regained his composure. Wife, I have been preparing to study arrays. Arrays? Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. Arrays did have many uses for cultivators. For example, they were often used for spirit gathering arrays, trapping arrays, and killing arrays. The most widely used array was the spirit gathering array. Through the spirit gathering array, one could gather the surrounding spiritual energy into the array. Cultivating in the spirit gathering array would result in twice the result with half the effort. However, Bewitching had never come into contact with arrays before. Why would he suddenly want to study arrays? Bewitching nodded slightly. I received an inheritance about arrays in my inheritance. There are many useful arrays recorded in it. Because I've been busy before, I didn't have time to study it. Now that I have time, I plan to study this array. It should be helpful to us in the future. Not to mention other things, just this spirit gathering array alone. If he could set up a spirit gathering array here, then their cultivation speed would definitely increase again. Sure. Bailey Hongzhuang agreed. Since you've obtained this inheritance and are interested in it, don't waste it. Although many people believed that it was best for cultivators to focus on the path of cultivation, and studying other things would only delay their own cultivation, Bailey Hongzhuang obviously didn't take this point seriously. At least, this point didn't affect her at all. She believed that with Bewitching's ability, this wouldn't be a problem either. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang also agreed with his decision, Bewitching raised his hand and hugged Bailey Hongzhuang. After planting a kiss on her forehead, he sat down beside her and took out the array Dao to study. Looking at Bewitching seriously studying beside her, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips unconsciously overflowed with a happy and sweet smile. Even if it was just sitting side by side with Bewitching like this, she already felt very happy. After Bewitching started to study arrays, he immersed himself wholeheartedly. In the past, when he didn't know much about arrays, he didn't feel it. After going deep into it, he discovered that arrays were so mysterious. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was really too mysterious. Looking at the purple cloud dream lotus in front of her, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with bright light. With the materials she currently had, she could only refine one furnace of spirit-tempering pills, so she must not fail. This spirit-tempering pill had many benefits, and the purple cloud dream lotus was a rare and precious medicinal material. It would be a pity to waste it. She had already made up her mind. If she could successfully refine this furnace of spirit-tempering pills, she would retreat here for a while to improve her divine sense. In fact, she also understood that the time she could summon the beasts was also related to her divine sense. If her divine sense was not enough, the beast she summoned could leave at any time. This was her big trump card, and she should try her best to improve it. After she came out, she would buy more medicinal materials. Bewitching was immersed in array Dao at the moment, but he still lacked some materials, otherwise he couldn't help but start to set up arrays. The three beasts also knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was about to start refining spirit-tempering pills, so they kept a certain distance from her and did not disturb her. As Bailey Hongzhuang began refining, the medicinal materials were refined into medicinal essences under her control. It was not until she began to refine the purple cloud dream lotus that her movements slowed down a little. This did not mean that refining the purple cloud dream lotus was difficult for her, she just had to be more cautious. The higher the grade of medicinal materials, the more difficult it was to refine, and she wanted to improve the purity as much as possible. The higher the purity, the better the effect of the pill. Now she needed a strong divine sense, so it was excellent to have a better effect. As she slowly refined, the impurities in the purple cloud dream lotus became less and less, and its purity became higher and higher. It was not until the purity was refined to the limit of her ability that Bailey Hongzhuang condensed the pill. Not long after, the three beasts smelled a strong pill fragrance. This pill fragrance made them feel refreshed, as if all their fatigue disappeared in an instant, and their divine sense seemed to be purified. Even Bewitching, who was immersed in array Dao, couldn't help but look over after feeling his divine sense being purified. "Wife, did you successfully refine the spirit-tempering pill?" Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. "Yes, it has been successfully refined. There are a total of 12 pills in this furnace. It should be able to improve our divine sense. I'm preparing to enter seclusion. Just focus on your closed-door training," Bewitching replied. "Don't worry about anything else. This place was extremely safe. Compared to the Azure Dragon School, this place was more suitable for seclusion. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't delay. After adjusting her state, she took a spirit-tempering pill and went into seclusion. Under such a dense elemental energy environment, Xianxia was the first to break through. Its cultivation was the lowest, so its breakthrough speed was also the fastest. After little Xuanzi broke through, Xiao He and Xiao Bai also broke through one after another. This place was really too suitable for cultivation. No wonder the Qilin lion beast was able to raise its cultivation to such an extent. It actually found such a good place to make its cave abode. Xiao He couldn't help but sigh. Thinking about it, no matter who stayed in this place for a long time, their cultivation wouldn't be bad. If White Lion had also cultivated in such a place before, its strength would definitely be higher than the Qilin lion beast. But now this place is ours. I'm more curious about how much White Lion's strength will increase after devouring the Qilin lion beast's bloodline power. 7 days later, Bailey Hongzhuang finally opened her eyes. Her elegant and beautiful face revealed a surprised smile. Beichen, this spirit-tempering pill really has the effect of improving one's divine sense. My divine sense has improved significantly. As an alchemist, her divine sense was stronger than ordinary cultivators. However, her divine sense was still not enough to summon a demonic beast. After taking the spirit-tempering pill, her divine sense had expanded a lot. If she wanted to summon a demonic beast before, she would definitely be able to do so now. Seeing the surprise on Bailey Hongzhuang's face, Di Beichen's lips curved into a faint smile. The spirit-tempering pill is a 7th-grade pill. It's naturally very effective. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded lightly. Indeed, not to mention the fact that the spirit-tempering pill was a 7th-grade pill, the Purple Dawn Dream Lotus was also an extremely rare treasure. Naturally, its effects would not be bad. Is the White Lion still asleep? Bailey Hongzhuang looked not far away. Sure enough, the White Lion was still asleep. The Qilin Lion's level is not low. Its bloodline power must be very strong. The White Lion will not be able to absorb its power to complete its evolution in a short period of time, Di Beichen said slowly. It seems that we will have to stay here for a long time. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. Ying and the others probably don't know what we are doing. Previously, they only planned to stay here for a day, so they did not inform them at all. They did not expect something like this to happen. Master, you can go out. The 3 of us will stay here and guard the White Lion. Nothing will happen, Xiao He said. There is the aura of the Qilin Lion here, and now there is the aura of the Beast King. As long as it is not a brainless demonic beast, it will not be able to come here, Xiao Bai added. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other and said, then let's go out first? Di Beichen thought about it and nodded, okay. Their most important goal in coming to Rongan City this time was to find out who sent the assassins to attack them. Before they figured this out, they could not be at ease at all. Only by figuring out who the opponent was could they be prepared. They did not want to run around blindly like a fly. That was not what they wanted. Master, you can go out without worry, Xiao Xuanzi smiled. We can use the Yuan energy here to improve our strength. Xiao He Xuanzi, Xiao He, the weakest among the demonic beasts. Now that it had been suppressed by everyone, it wanted to improve its strength as soon as possible. As soon as possible. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen smiled faintly. They also understood Xiao Xuanzi's thoughts. Hey Beichen you. Was Hey Hongzhuang hey? Noticing the sudden change in Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, Di Beichen could not help but ask, wife, what's wrong? It seems that the white dragon has awakened. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Ever since she brought the white dragon out of the dark ruins, it had been in a coma. Later, she also checked on the white dragon's condition. Because the damage was not small, it needed some time to recover. If the white dragon had not saved her and brought her to the upper realm, she would have died. Upon hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Di Beichen and the 3 beasts were overjoyed. After sleeping for so long, the white dragon has finally awakened. Xiao He could not help but sigh. You guys rest here. I'll go out and check on the white dragon. Alright. The next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen left the forest world and returned to the Great Hall in the Chaos Ring. Sure enough, as soon as they returned to the Great Hall, they saw the awakened white dragon. The white dragon was very happy to see Bailey Hongzhuang. You're not dead after all. Upon hearing the white dragon's words, Bailey Hongzhuang understood that their previous judgment was right. The reason she could come to the upper realm was because of the white dragon's help. Thank you for saving me. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and thanked the white dragon. She was really grateful to the white dragon for saving her from that crisis. Otherwise, she would have turned into a speck of dust by now. The white dragon waved its hand. It wasn't easy for me to find a master. If you were to die just like that, I would be dead too. So saving you is also saving myself. Bewitching had long known about the white dragon's existence. However, after sensing the white dragon's powerful aura at this moment, he could not help but sigh in his heart. The dragon clan was indeed blessed by the heavens. They were all powerful existences. At the same time, the white dragon also noticed Bewitching's existence and could not help but show a hint of surprise in its eyes. Your power gives me a very familiar feeling, Xianxia said. As soon as the white dragon's voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were both stunned. The white dragon was the dragon of light. How could it be familiar with the power of darkness? The power of darkness? Bewitching was also a little surprised. However, he quickly understood. You were in the darkness ruins before. It's normal for you to be familiar with the power of darkness. No. The white dragon thought about it and shook its head. It should be that your aura gives me a familiar feeling. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were puzzled. The white dragon had never seen Bewitching before. Logically speaking, it should not be familiar with him, however, they did not doubt the white dragon's words. White dragon, why do you feel familiar with Bewitching's aura? Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but ask. Ask? The white. These memories. I can't remember. It. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also sighed. She already knew that the white dragon had such a problem. Bewitching. But. The white. The white. The white, the white, the white, the white. It. There. Don't think about it if you can't remember. Bailey Hongzhuang saw that the white dragon was still stubbornly trying to recall. You've just woken up. Don't hurt yourself. All right. The white dragon was helpless. It always felt that many things were right in front of its eyes but it could not remember them. It was really depressing. It tried to think about it in detail but in the end, it did not gain anything other than a splitting headache. Instead of tormenting itself like this, it would be better to cultivate in peace. It believed that these memories would slowly recover in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang was very happy to see the white dragon's carefree attitude. Although the white dragon had awakened, it was not in a very good state right now, so Bailey Hongzhuang asked the white dragon to meet up with Baisher and the others. The elemental energy in the forest world was abundant, so the white dragon should be able to recover faster if it cultivated there. The white dragon agreed with this. Now that it was in the same boat as Xiao He and Xiao Bai, it did not feel uncomfortable or inappropriate. After Bailey Hongzhuang came out of the chaos ring, sure enough, Xiren and the others were looking for them. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guaning had finally opened the door, everyone was relieved. Were you guys in closed-door cultivation before this? Xiren looked at Bewitching and Shang Guaning, who were safe and sound, and felt relieved. Bewitching nodded. That's right. You scared us to death. You didn't tell us that you were going into closed-door cultivation. We didn't hear from you for a few days, so we thought something had happened. Shang Guaning patted her chest and sighed. Ever since they knew that Bewitching and Shang Guaning had an inexplicable enemy here, they had been extremely careful. After all, the other party was very strong. Although they felt that they had been hiding well since they came to Rongan City, no one could be sure that the other party had not found any clues. This time, seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guaning had suddenly disappeared, they could not help but worry. We also suddenly went into closed-door cultivation. We didn't expect it to be so long. Bailey Hongzhuang said apologetically. As long as you guys are fine, we can rest assured. These few days, we have successfully converted our elemental energy into elemental energy. The upper realm is really different from the lower realm. The cultivation method is also completely different. Xiren's face was filled with a spring breeze smile. What are you guys going to do next? Hearing Xiren's words, Bailey Hongxuan understood that he wanted to ask them how they could determine who the enemy was. Currently, there are 3 suspects: Gong Tianfeng, the Xiao family, and the Di family. Bewitching's expression became more serious, and his gaze was deep and dignified. The Di family is too far away from us now, so we can only start from the first 2. Although Gong Tianfeng is the vice president of the Holy Assembly and is stronger than us, I don't think she can make such an assassin take action, so I plan to rule out Xiaorojin. Hearing this, Wen Xiren and the others also nodded. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get this out of Xiaorojin's mouth. Whether it was the Xiao family or not, Xiaorojin would never admit it. Then we'll need eldest senior brother and Haomiao's help. Bailey Hongxuang smiled faintly. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The night was enchanting. Wan Yanhan returned to the Raging Flame sect, reeking of alcohol. He happened to run into Xiaorojin on the way, so he immediately rushed over and blocked her way. Xiaorojin looked at the person who suddenly blocked her way, and her expression turned cold. She said, Wan Yanhan, what are you doing? Wan Yanhan looked at Xiaorojin with drunken and hazy eyes, but his expression was full of hatred. Xiaorojin, if you didn't call everyone back, my junior brothers and sisters wouldn't have died. Tell me, were you the one who sent the assassin? You were worried that my junior sister would affect your position, so you deliberately sent the assassin to end them, right? Wan Yanhan grabbed Xiaorojin tightly with both hands, shook her body, and asked, what enmity do they have with you? Why did you do this? They're already dead. Can't you tell me the truth? At the very least, let me know who killed them. Wan Yanhan's eyes reddened, his voice filled with anger and unwillingness. The surrounding disciples all stopped to watch after seeing this scene. Bailey Hongxuang and Di Beichen were also influential figures in the Raging Flame school. Everyone more or less knew how they died. Xiaorojin's actions were indeed very suspicious, but no one expected Wan Yanhan to ask in public. In fact, many cultivators also felt that this matter was inseparable from Xiaorojin. Bailey Hongxuang's attribute talent was really too strong, threatening Xiaorojin's position. Moreover, with the Xiao family's means, they could indeed send such an expert. Noticing the attention of the surrounding people, Xiaorojin's expression became increasingly unsightly. You lunatic. They're already dead. What's the point of saying this? Xiaorojin's expression was cold. I didn't do anything at that time. Everyone saw it clearly. If you continue to block me, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaorojin pushed Wan Yanhan to the side with all the origin energy in her body and quickly left. After Xiaorojin left, Wan Yanhan stood up with Yi Haomiao's help. Looking at Xiaorojin's departing figure, a dim light surged in their eyes. Little junior sister and the others are already waiting at Xiaorojin's residence. Our mission has been completed. Next, it's up to them, Wan Yanhan slowly said. Yi Haomiao nodded slightly. They didn't expect Xiaorojin to tell the truth under such circumstances. However, after such a thing happened, Xiaorojin would definitely think about it when she returned, and they would also know. As the only light attribute cultivator in the Raging Flame school and with the Xiao family as her backing, Xiaorojin's position in the Raging Flame school was incomparable to that of other cultivators. Therefore, she lived alone. Bailey Hongxuang and Di Beichen were waiting for Xiaorojin's return on the roof. Not long after, Xiaorojin angrily returned. Miss, what's wrong with you? The maid looked at Xiaorojin's angry appearance and couldn't help but ask after pouring a cup of water. Xiaorojin drank the tea in one gulp, then heavily placed the teacup on the table. Only then did she angrily say that Wan Yanhan is simply a lunatic. He actually stopped me in front of so many people and questioned me if I killed Bailey Hongxuang. Ah? The maid was clearly shocked by this situation. Wan Yanhan is too daring. Even if they were really sent by the family people to take care of him, so what? Could it be that Wan Yanhan would take revenge for them? He really overestimated himself. He drank too much alcohol's crazy. Xiaorojin's eyes were filled with disgust. Speaking of which, the situation last time was indeed a bit strange. Although I sent the news of Bailey Hongzhuang back to the family, I didn't receive a reply. If it was really the family people who took action, then the family's speed is too fast, isn't it? That Bailey Hongzhuang's talent is astonishing. She's a threat to the main family's eldest young miss who is going to become the Holy Maiden of Light. It's not strange for the family to do this. Alas. Xiaorojin sighed. The family's decision is not something we can know. However, this Bailey Hongzhuang's death is very much to my liking. She's an eyesore. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, who were on the roof, saw everything in the room. The two of them looked at each other. They probably wouldn't be able to hear any more useful news, so they immediately left Xiaorojin's residence. It seems that Xiaorojin isn't sure if this was done by the Xiao family. The only thing I can be sure of is that the Xiao family doesn't have any good intentions towards me. Bailey Hongzhuang spread out her hands. In fact, when she knew that the eldest daughter of the Xiao family was planning to inherit the position of the Holy Maiden of Light, she had already expected such a situation. After all, she was a cultivator from the lower realm with no foundation. Her talent actually threatened the eldest daughter of a top family. From the family's point of view, naturally, they would not hesitate to choose to wipe out an aunt like her. Debaicheng's face darkened. No matter who it was, as long as they dared to have killing intent towards his wife, they deserved to die. This Xiao family isn't anything good either. Their young lady isn't qualified to inherit the position of the Holy Maiden of Light, but they insist on doing so. They even want to wipe out all threats. The deep voice was cold and ruthless. Even though the Xiao family was an existence that they needed to look up to at the moment, he still believed that as their power increased, all of this would not be a problem. Inside the room, Wen Ziren and the others had been waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang and Ao Lingxiao to return so that they could know the final result. When they heard the footsteps of the two, they hurriedly opened the door and asked, "How is it? Was it done by the Xiao family?" Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. Xiaorojin herself isn't sure. She's just a branch disciple of the Xiao family and doesn't have any status in the main family. This kind of thing isn't something that she can come into contact with. However, even if those assassins weren't sent by the Xiao family, I'm afraid that it won't be long before the Xiao family sends someone. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Mo Yunjue and the others' faces darkened. They didn't expect that they would already have an opponent like the Xiao family as soon as they came to the upper realm. Xiaorojin's situation is like this. Why don't we confirm whether Gong Tianfeng is the murderer later? Ao Lingxiao said with a frown. From Bailey Hongzhuang's description, he only felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. He always felt that there was a hand reaching out to them, but they still did not know where this hand came from. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. We'll see when the time comes. Ever since Di Xiaofeng received the letter from the Di family, he immediately rushed home. As soon as he arrived, he felt the heavy atmosphere in the family, and his heart immediately sank. Although the contents of the letter had been made clear, he was still unwilling to believe it on the way back. Her brother had been lost for so many years, and it was not easy to find news of him. She did not expect that he would be assassinated. What he found most difficult to accept was that the person who had plotted against Beichen was actually the housekeeper. Ever since he was young, he had always felt that the housekeeper was one of them. Who would have thought that the housekeeper would do such a thing? Di Xiaofeng immediately went to Lin Yunqing's residence. As soon as he entered, Di Xiaofeng saw Di Yujua's figure in the courtyard outside the house and immediately walked over. Father. Seeing that Di Xiaofeng had returned, Di Yujua's eyes also lit up. Xiaofeng, you're back. However, ever since Bailey Shi's accident, he had been accompanying Bailey Yunyan in Shuiyun City. If he had returned to the family earlier and found out about this news, he would have been able to help when everyone was looking for Beichen. Things might not have developed to this point. Di Yujue sighed. His handsome face could not hide his grief. This time, I went to the lower realm and finally found Beichen. I never thought that Beichen would have come to the upper realm before me. After Di Yujue explained the ins and outs of the matter clearly, Di Xiaofeng finally understood. However, his expression became even uglier. Di Kaiyuan has gone too far. The Di family has been very good to him for so many years. He actually did something worse than a beast. What did second brother do wrong? He's simply not human to be so cruel and merciless. Di Xiaofeng's face was full of anger and his eyes were slightly red. It was hard to guard against a thief in the family. Back then, they had always thought that someone was behind this matter. However, they had always thought that their target was the Di family's opponent. They never thought that the biggest problem would be within the family. Kaiyuan already understood all of this before he died. That's why he sought death on his own. Di Yujue sighed. Your mother was originally very happy when she heard that Beichen was coming back. Who would have thought that she would suffer such a blow now? Her mental state is very bad. You should go and see your mother first. Di Yujue's eyes were filled with grief and worry. It was not easy for the family to be reunited, but in the end, it was an illusion. They had rejoiced for nothing. Lin Yunqing had been very unhappy all these years because of this matter. She was depressed and her health had gradually deteriorated. After this incident, she fell ill and could not recover. No matter how much he comforted her, it was useless. Looking at Lin Yunqing's increasingly pale face and increasingly thin body, his heart really ached. He had already invited the best doctor to take a look at her. Everyone said that it was a mental illness. If Lin Yunqing wanted to treat it, she had to figure it out herself. Otherwise, there was no cure. As soon as Di Xiaofeng entered the room, he saw Lin Yunqing's thin and sickly appearance. His expression changed and he quickly walked to Lin Yunqing's side. Mother, what happened to you? Lin Yunqing's eyes lit up when she saw Di Xiaofeng return. Xiaofeng, you're back. Di Xiaofeng nodded. Mother, I've heard about what happened to Beichen. We're all very sad about this, but you have to take care of your body. Hearing that, tears began to roll down from the corners of Lin Yunqing's eyes again. Her red and swollen eyes had clearly been filled with tears the past few days. Your brother's life is so hard. He hasn't used anything from the Di family for so many years, but he has to sacrifice his life for the Di family. Why is that? Di Xiaofeng sat beside Lin Yunqing and couldn't hide the sadness on his face. We all owe second brother. It wasn't until Di Xiaofeng came out of the room that he understood how bad Lin Yunqing's condition was when Di Yujue said it was. If she continued to be so depressed, he was afraid that Lin Yunqing would, mother's health was already very bad. Now it's even worse. Di Xiaofeng sighed. Although he tried his best to persuade, it was obviously of no use. Even he found it hard to accept, let alone mother who had always been thinking about second brother. I've already invited the best doctors over, but they're still at their wits' end. Di Yujue frowned, his bright eyes filled with worry. Beichen was already in trouble, he couldn't let anything happen to Yunqing. However, Lin Yunqing couldn't even eat right now. If this continued, how could she live? Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng thought of someone. Father, I met a godly doctor outside this time. I have a friend whose situation is similar to mother's. Something happened that she couldn't accept. She wanted to die and all the doctors were helpless, but that godly doctor cured her. Now, that friend of mine is gradually getting better and doesn't want to die anymore. Di Xiaofeng was talking about Bailey Hongzhuang. Ever since he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's methods, he was extremely impressed. Bailey Hongzhuang also had a deep knot in her heart, but it was still untied by Bailey Hongzhuang. If he could find Bailey Hongzhuang, his mother's situation might improve. Oh? Di Yujue's eyes lit up. Who is it? Did she come this time? Di Xiaofeng shook his head. Although I met them, they still have their own matters to attend to, so they left first. Di Yujue's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. Then think of a way to find that godly doctor. Your mother's situation isn't optimistic, we can't let her continue like this. Yes. Stay with your mother for this period of time. I'm going to Rong'an City. Di Yujue instructed. Rong'an City? Di Xiaofeng was stunned. Father, why are you going to Rong'an City? According to what Di Kaiyuan said before he died, your brother died in Rong'an City. Although it's unlikely that Di Kaiyuan would lie to us before he died, if I don't go there personally, I won't be satisfied. Di Yujue's eyes flashed with stubbornness and determination. Besides, even if it's true, I have to know the real situation at that time and find all the masterminds to avenge Beichen. Di Kaiyuan was indeed an important figure, but he wouldn't let go of anyone involved in this conspiracy. Father, you're right. At that time everyone thought that Beichen couldn't be alive, but Beichen is still alive. This time, if we don't see it with our own eyes, we can't trust others like this. Di Xiaofeng nodded. However, I think it's better for you to stay here with mother and let me go to Rongan City. Following Di Xiaofeng's voice, Di Xiaofeng's zzz, Di Yujua's ss, and Di Xiaofeng's? Di Xiaofeng nodded. The godly doctor I'm talking about happens to be in Rongan City. If I can see her, I'll invite her to treat mother. Di Yujua finally understood. What a coincidence. That's why I was very surprised when I heard father mention Rongan City. I also wanted to have a chance to see them again, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Di Yujua thought for a moment and nodded. Since you know them, then you can go to Rongan City. However, you must investigate Beichen's situation. Father, don't worry, I'll definitely find out. Father, I came back this time to report something to you. Di Xiaofeng's expression was complicated. This matter had always been on his mind. He didn't send a letter before because he was worried that the secret might be leaked. After all, the housekeeper they trusted so much had betrayed the family. No one knew if there were other traitors in the family. If this news was spread, it would be even worse for their situation. Looking at Di Xiaofeng's solemn expression, Di Yujue also frowned. What is it? When I was in Water Cloud City, I was also ambushed by a group of inexplicable black-cloaked people. They obviously identified me as their target and used a killing move to take my life. They didn't leave me any leeway. Fortunately, my strength was good and I used all my strength to escape their pursuit. Later, I was saved by someone. The godly doctor I mentioned was the person I saved. If it weren't for them, I'm afraid I might not have been able to come back. Di Xiaofeng's words were not exaggerated at all. The forest was full of danger. If he had been in a coma, it wouldn't have been long before he would have been torn to pieces by monsters or skeletons. Therefore, in his eyes, both Situ and Miss Lan had saved his life. Hearing Di Xiaofeng's words, Di Yujue's gaze suddenly froze. A strong murderous aura spread out from his body, filled with anger. Damn it. It's not enough to make a move on Beichen, now they want to make you their target. Di Xiaofeng didn't say much. In fact, his thoughts were the same as Di Yujue's. It was impossible for things to be so coincidental. It was obvious that someone had sent two groups of people. One group to attack Di Beichen, and the other to attack him. The goal was to get rid of the two brothers. These guys were really too vicious. They wanted to do things so decisively. Father, since the housekeeper died in front of you, why didn't he confess his accomplices? This was what Di Xiaofeng didn't understand the most. With such a hidden mastermind, they couldn't sleep or eat in peace. Kai Yuan suddenly committed suicide at that time, which was beyond our expectations. No one was able to stop him. I'm still investigating, but I already have a suspect in mind. Di Yujue's eyes darkened. Ever since he learned of this matter, he already had a vague suspect in his heart. It was just that no concrete evidence had been found so far. Who is it? Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but ask. Jun family. Di Yujue gritted his teeth as he said these two heavy words. Even though he didn't have any evidence, he felt that it couldn't be anyone else other than the Jun family. In his eyes, the Jun family had always been two-faced. They looked very friendly on the surface, but the things they did behind the scenes were far beyond one's imagination. The Di family had been oppressed by the Jun family all these years. So, they must have been extremely dissatisfied with the Jun family. Therefore, doing something that would harm the foundation of the Di family would naturally be beneficial to them. As Di Yujue spoke, Di Xiaofeng's expression changed and he calmed down. Father, your guess makes sense. You must be extra careful if you come across any members of the Jun family. They usually act like they don't care, but we all know that this is just on the surface. Di Yujue thought for a moment and said, when you go to Rongan City this time, let the Great Elder go with you and bring a few guards. With them by your side, I can be more at ease. We just found out about Kai Yuan's matter. I believe that they won't dare to make a move on you so quickly. We have been investigating closely during this period of time. I believe that they will have some fear. However, you still have to be careful when you go out. Father, don't worry. I will definitely not let anything happen to me. Tell me in detail about the situation when you were being hunted down. I will send people to investigate from this aspect. Yujua's face was ashen. These damned bastards had been extending their claws to his son. He only had 2 sons in total. Beichen was very likely to have fallen by now, and those damned bastards had begun to make a move on Xiaofeng. If he did not catch these bastards as soon as possible, how could he relieve the hatred in his heart? All right. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen understood the situation from Xiaorojin, they did not hesitate any longer. After all, the most important thing for them now was to increase their strength. Otherwise, even if they knew who their opponent was, they would not be able to take revenge if they did not have enough strength. Therefore, they gathered Xiren and the others and went to the forest world to train together. To them, the forest world was not only a good place to train, but also a good place to cultivate. In that place with dense vitality, using spirit stones to cultivate, the speed was definitely not comparable to ordinary places. When Xiren and Shang Wannying found out that it was no longer the ocean world, but the forest world, the two of them could not help but be surprised. The world inside can actually change? Shang Wannying found it hard to believe. When she first saw the ocean world, she was already shocked to the extreme. Bailey Hongzhuang's chaos ring was really too abnormal. It could actually appear in such a world on its own and allow them to cultivate. This was a good opportunity that ordinary people could not obtain. However, she didn't expect the scene inside to change. It was truly miraculous. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. The scenery inside will change as my strength increases, and so will the strength of the demonic beasts. I see. When Xiren immediately understood. If your strength has increased, but the strength of the demonic beasts inside is still the same as before, it will naturally be of no use to you. Exactly. When Xiren and Shang Wannying had long known of the existence of this place, so it was fine. However, when Mo Yunjue and Ao Lingxiao saw the brand new world in front of them, they couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. Their hearts were in turmoil, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. It was too shocking. This was completely beyond their imagination. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it at all. Mo Yunjue stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in shock. He had always known that Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation had increased so quickly because of her secret. In reality, every powerful cultivator had their own secret. However, he never thought that this secret would be so great. If news of such a heaven-defying treasure were to spread, it would definitely be fought over by many forces. Needless to say, with Bailey Hongzhuang's current strength, she would not be able to protect this treasure. Therefore, she should not be willing to tell anyone. However, he did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen would trust him so much that they would even tell him such a big secret. In fact, ever since he met Di Beichen, he was the one who really needed help. On the contrary, he did not help them much. Even so, they still treated him as one of their own. Now, they were even telling him such a big secret. It was only at this moment that he understood how much trust they had in him. An indescribable feeling spread in his heart. Humans were like this. The more sincere the other party was to him, the more sincere he would want to be to them. Since Bailey Hongzhuang and the others trusted him so much, he could not let them down. Otherwise, he would be too much of a jerk. Ever since such a big incident happened in his family, he could not even trust his own brother. However, here, he gained such trust and friendship. To him, nothing was more important than this. Thank you for sharing this secret with me. I swear, I will not tell anyone about this. Otherwise, I will be struck by lightning and never reincarnated. Ao Lingxiao's expression was serious and his voice was sincere. These were his heartfelt words. Although Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen had decided to let him come with them, which meant that they trusted him, he still had to explain his thoughts. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. It seemed that their judgment was not wrong. Ao Lingxiao was indeed a trustworthy person. Lingxiao, we all trust you. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Di Beichen also nodded. We are all good brothers. Originally, Ao Lingxiao had always felt that he was an outsider in this group. However, at this moment, that feeling disappeared without a trace. It turned out that no one had ever treated him as an outsider. An indescribable sense of belonging spread in his heart. Thank you. When Xiren and the others couldn't help but chuckle. Although they did believe in Ao Lingxiao's reaction at this moment made them believe that their judgment was correct. Just as they were talking, the three beasties had already rushed over. "Master, you're back." Bailey Hongshuang smiled and nodded. "It seems that you've been enjoying your stay here these past few days." Xiaohei hurriedly shook her head. "Master, if you're not here, how can we live comfortably?" Bai Long could not help but shake his head speechlessly when he saw Xiaohei's bootlicking expression. Flattery will always work. As soon as he said that, Bailey Hongshuang and Shang Guanying couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiaohei turned her head speechlessly. Even if she was flattering him, this white dragon didn't have to expose her directly, right? This guy's way of doing things was really arrogant. He didn't give her any face at all. Unfortunately, Bai Long was not Xiao Xuanzi who could be bullied at will. This guy's strength was strong, so Bai Long could only hide. Therefore, even though she felt wronged, she could only swallow her anger. After hearing Bai Long's words, Xiren and the others finally noticed Bai Long's existence. A trace of surprise appeared in their eyes. The white dragon was now in human form. She was dressed in a white dress. Her face was outstanding, cute, and very beautiful. Although the white dragon had lived for many years, she was still very young when compared to the long lifespan of the dragon clan. She might even be very young. Shang Guanying and the others all looked at Bailey Hongshuang. Before this, they had never heard of Bailey Hongshuang being so familiar with a woman. Looking at everyone's blank faces, Bailey Hongshuang could not help but smile. Actually, she's not human. As soon as these words came out, everyone could not help but be stunned. Their eyes flashed with deep shock as they looked at the white dragon in bewilderment. It was really hard for them to imagine that such a beautiful woman was not human. Noticing everyone's gaze, the white dragon could not help but roll her eyes. "I'm not human. I'm from the dragon clan." Xiren and the others breathed a sigh of relief, but then their eyes widened. Dragon clan?" Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. "Weren't you wondering why I suddenly disappeared when we were in the darkness ruins? I went to see her. At that time, she was trapped in the ruins. Later, she recognized me as her master and we came out together. At this time everyone understood. I didn't expect her to be from the dragon clan." Shang Guanying's face was full of surprise. "Although I've heard of the legends of the dragon clan, I didn't expect to see a real dragon clan one day." Thinking of this, Shang Guanying could not help but feel excited. The dragon clan was not something that anyone could meet. Although the dragon clan was very powerful, they were very few in number. Most of them lived in places that humans could not reach, so it was very difficult to meet a dragon clan member. "Hong Zhuang, this dragon clan girl can already transform into a human form. She must be very strong, right?" Xiren slowly said. Although it was a question, he was very sure. Only when a monster beast reached a certain level of strength could they transform into a human form. None of the demonic beasts that could transform into human form were simple. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. "Back then, I was ambushed by a cultivator from the Crimson Moon sect. If the white dragon had not saved me and brought me to the upper realm, I would have died back then. If this kind of thing happened to someone else, everyone would feel that it was unbelievable. However, this kind of thing happened to Bailey Hongshuang, so everyone was a lot calmer. After all, many unbelievable things had happened to Bailey Hongshuang. Usually, a cultivator could only contract with one beast, but for Bailey Hongshuang, this was not a problem at all." "Hong Zhuang, I didn't expect a dragon to become your contracted beast. You're really amazing." Shang Guanying held Bailey Hongshuang's hand, her pretty face filled with pride. Although the owner of this matter was not her, she was very happy that her good friend could have such an opportunity. Ao Lingxiao did not know what to say at this moment. As expected, Bailey Hongshuang was a person with a great opportunity. Not only did she obtain such a heaven-defying divine weapon, but even the dragon clan recognized her as their master. Her future achievements would be limitless. The white dragon saw that everyone was talking about this matter. Although it was one of the main characters, it felt that it had nothing to do with it. It immediately prepared to go back and continue to cultivate. Now that she had finally arrived at a place with rich spiritual energy, she naturally had to seize the time to cultivate. Moreover, her memory was severely damaged. She only hoped that she could regain her memories as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would feel extremely uncomfortable. However, just as Bai Long was about to turn around and cultivate, Shang Guanyin came to Bai Long's side. Hee hee. Shang Guanyin had a flattering smile on her face. She rubbed her hands and looked like she wanted to say something but stopped herself. Bai Long could not help but frown when he saw Shang Guanying's expression. He did not know why, but this expression gave him an ominous feeling. Bai Long, Shang Guanying slowly said, I've lived for so long and have only heard of the dragon clan in legends. I've never seen a real dragon god. As soon as she said that, the white dragon understood what she meant. Not only Shang Guanying, but Wen Ziren and the others also looked curious. They had always thought that the dragon clan was a legendary existence and had never seen their real appearance. If they had the chance, they would really like to see it. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. They should have expected this situation. Bai Long, if you don't mind, show your real body and let them see. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. If you don't want to, then forget it. They will have the chance to see it in the future. Bai Long felt helpless when he heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words. She meant that even if she did not want to let them see her now, they would see her sooner or later. So why not just let them see her now? Although he could not help but complain in his heart, Bai Long still chose to agree. Bailey Hongzhuang was right. She was Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beast and would naturally follow her. Sooner or later, everyone would see her real body. Moreover, there was nothing that they could not see. Alright. In the next moment, Bai Long transformed into her real body and appeared in front of everyone. When the crowd looked at the incomparably huge and exquisite body in front of them, they all felt a sense of shock in their hearts. His true body was dozens of feet long. Standing before this huge dragon, they were simply too small. The dragon's scales reflected a tough and resplendent luster under the sunlight. The smooth lines were graceful and full of power, just like a work of art. The aura exuded by the dragon clan was extremely powerful. Even with their current cultivation, they felt a sense of suffocation when they got close. They all took a few steps back. This was the majesty of the dragon clan. So this is the dragon clan. How shocking! Shang Guanying exclaimed. That's right. When I heard about it in the past, I thought that it might be an exaggeration. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I feel that what they said is not exaggerated at all. On the contrary, it might be too simple. Ao Lingxiao revealed an amazed expression. No wonder the dragon race had an irreplaceable status among monster beasts. Such monster beasts were indeed peak existences. A moment later, the white dragon returned to its human form. Although she was very satisfied with her image, she was still not used to being stared at like this by everyone. I'll go cultivate first. As she spoke, Bai Long had already moved to the side. She was worried that Shang Guanying would make some inexplicable request. Seeing this, Shang Guanying could not help but feel a little disappointed. She wanted to know more about the dragon clan. When the beasts in the forest world sensed that the Qilin lion's aura had disappeared for many days, many of them became restless and wanted to go in and check it out. After all, the Qilin lion had occupied an extremely good territory. Not only did it have an abundance of vital energy, the environment was beautiful and most importantly, it had the purple dream lotus. Normally, the Qilin lion would release its aura every once in a while. Hence, the other beasts did not dare to go near it. However, in recent days, there had been no sign of its aura. Furthermore, they all knew that the Qilin lion had been severely injured after a huge battle. Everyone was hoping that it had fallen. Just as some of the beasts were about to go near the Qilin lion's territory, a strong aura of the dragon clan could be felt. Instantly, all the beasts stopped in their tracks and trembled. The Qilin lion was already an overlord among them. Who would have thought that a dragon clan member would appear? Who would dare to go near it? Wouldn't that be courting death? In an instant, all the beasts who had the intention to go in retreated. They treated the Qilin lion's territory as a forbidden place. In the following days, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others began to cultivate in seclusion in the forest world. The scenery was beautiful and the vital energy was dense. It was also very safe. It was much better than cultivating in the Green Dragon sect. If they wanted to find some opponents, all they had to do was to look for beasts to practice their skills. However, they obviously did not have such thoughts at the moment. After all, they had just arrived in the upper realm. Increasing their strength was the most important thing. After cultivating in seclusion for a month, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others finally came out of the Chaos Ring. It was good to cultivate in the forest world. However, they had not come out for so many days. It was inevitable that people would be suspicious. Hence, it was necessary for them to come out and walk around occasionally. Then we'll go to the guild first. Wen Ziren, Shang Guanying, Ao Lingxiao, and Mo Yunjue walked out together. Although they had already obtained the method of cultivation, there were still some things that they needed to do in the guild. You guys go ahead. After everyone left, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. Both of them were amused. Bewitching didn't have a dark guild, so he didn't need to go. As for Bailey Hongzhuang, although she had a Radiant Sacred Assembly, it wasn't a good place for her to go. She did have the identity card of the Radiant Sacred Assembly, but if she took it out, the people of the Radiant Sacred Assembly would recognize her. If she did not take out her identity card, the Holy Light Assembly would definitely make her go through the talent test again. After all, one's attributes could not be determined by words alone. With the Radiant Sacred Assembly's position in the Xianxia continent, there would definitely be many cultivators who wanted to call themselves members of the Radiant Sacred Assembly. Therefore, it was obvious that their confirmation process would be very strict. Under such circumstances, Bailey Hongzhuang had no way of entering. It's rare for us to come out. Let's go out for a walk. We'll find a place to sell these pills and exchange them for some spiritual stones. Then, we'll buy some high-grade spiritual herbs. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a smile. She had refined a lot of dam before. Rongan City was also a very big city. It could be said that everything was available here. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching also nodded. Now that they were all trying their best to improve their cultivation, the consumption of cultivation resources could be said to be extremely fast. Although there were still some spirit stones left, there were not many left. It would not be long before all of them were used up. Exchanging them for more cultivation resources was also extremely important for them now. After making preparations, the two of them walked out of the Azure Dragon Gate together. Bewitching, although there is also an auction in Rongan City, it is said that the process is quite complicated. Why don't we go directly to Dambao Pavilion to take a look? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and looked at Bewitching. I heard senior brother Wanyan say that this Dambao Pavilion is not bad, and they have connections with the auction. The price will not be bad. She was very familiar with the pills she took out this time. Although they were still in high demand, these pills might not be able to enter a large-scale auction based on the foundation of the upper realm. In that case, it would be better to sell them directly and save them the trouble. Okay. Bewitching replied. He had heard of Dambao Pavilion before. Its reputation in Rongan City could be said to be very good. The two of them walked all the way to Dambao Pavilion. Dambao Pavilion was located in the center of Rongan City and was very close to the Holy Light Assembly. When Bailey Hongzhuang went to the Holy Light Assembly, she often passed by Dambao Pavilion. The magnificent building revealed its aura and foundation. Anyone who could afford to open a shop like Dambao Pavilion must have a lot of confidence. After all, it was impossible to recruit a powerful alchemist without enough foundation. Not long after, the two of them arrived at Dambao Pavilion. However, as soon as they walked into Dambao Pavilion, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching found that there were many acquaintances here. Wanyan Han, Yi Hamiao, and Wanyan Ling were all there, and the other person was Xiao Rojin. However, judging from the atmosphere, it did not seem to be very good. Senior brother Wanyan. Bailey Hongzhuang called out softly. She noticed that Wanyan Han's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. The target of this anger was obviously Xiao Rojin. Looking at the situation, Wanyan Han probably had a conflict with Xiao Rojin. Suddenly hearing this familiar voice, Wanyan Han couldn't help but turn his head. When he saw Bailey Hongzhuang, he was a little surprised. Junior sister Lan. Wanyan Han's heart skipped a beat. He was used to calling her junior sister. At this moment, he almost blurted it out. Xiaorojin's gaze also fell on Bailey Hongshuang. She couldn't help but think of the words that Wang Yanhan had almost blurted out. Small what, little junior sister, Xiaorojin immediately thought of this name. Wang Yanhan had always called Bailey Hongshuang that way. Then he thought about the man and woman in front of him. If Bailey Hongshuang were still alive, would they? Xiaorojin's gaze kept sizing up Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching, trying to find some clues. However, their expressions were normal, and she couldn't see where they had disguised themselves. This made her dispel her suspicions. Senior brother Wang Yan, what happened? Bewitching took a step forward and walked to Wang Yanhan's side. Hearing this, the anger in Wang Yanhan's heart surged again. He clenched his hands into fists and then weakly released them. He was a cultivator from the lower realm. He had no foundation and no spirit stones. What could he use to compete with Xiaorojin? Looking at Wang Yanhan's disappointed expression, Yi Haomiao couldn't take it lying down. Xiaorojin, we were the ones who said we wanted to buy this divine light pill first. You're doing this on purpose. Yi Haomiao glared at Xiaorojin. He hated this woman more and more. She looked gentle and pleasant on the surface, but she was more vicious than anyone else in her heart. However, Xiaorojin didn't care about Yi Haomiao's angry words at all. On the contrary, the smile on her face became even more brilliant and proud. So what if I'm going against you on purpose? There's only one divine light pill here. The highest bidder gets it. You can't afford it, so don't tell me you won't let me buy it. You're blaming others because you can't afford it. If this gets out, people will laugh their heads off. Xiaorojin chuckled. Anger and hatred flickered in the depths of her eyes. She had been unhappy with these guys for a long time. Previously, Bailey Hongshuang had joined the Raging Flame School because of them. They had already caused her a lot of trouble. Now that Bailey Hongshuang had died, Wang Yanhan actually made a scene with her. How hateful! After Wang Yanhan got drunk and caused trouble, she clearly felt that many people had linked Bailey Hongshuang's death to her. One had to know that she had always been praised by everyone in the Raging Flame School. Now, her credibility was clearly much weaker than before. And the root of all this was Wang Yanhan and these annoying guys. She happened to pass by the Pill Treasure Pavilion today and saw Wang Yanhan and the others here. Naturally, she wanted to find a way to make them unhappy. She happened to see Wang Yanhan wanting to buy a divine light pill. If a cultivator wanted to break through from the Starlight Realm to the Starlight Realm, other than cultivating naturally, most cultivators needed the help of pills to advance. In Rongan City, Starlight Realm cultivators were the most common. Therefore, the divine light pill had always been in high demand. Even the Pill Treasure Pavilion only had one divine light pill left. In any case, there was no harm in buying it. She was naturally happy to make Wang Yanhan and the others unhappy. Wang Yanhan looked at Xiaorojin angrily. In terms of wealth, he was indeed inferior to Xiaorojin. To be honest, the amount of spiritual stones he received from the House of Flames wasn't even enough for his monthly cultivation. He had been very frugal these past few years, which was why he had saved up some spiritual stones to buy this cattail light pill. He had even borrowed a little from Yi Haomiao, which happened to be the price of the Puguang pill. Not to mention that Xiaorojin was rich and imposing, he couldn't even take out one more spirit stone. Let's go, Wang Yanhan said. Since he had no fate with this Puguang pill, he might as well leave as soon as possible so that he wouldn't be humiliated by Xiaorojin here. Listening to the conversation between Yi Haomiao and Xiaorojin, Bailey Hongshuang and Yi Haomiao finally understood that Xiaorojin was taking advantage of her position to bully others and deliberately snatched Wang Yanhan's Puguang pill. Isn't it just a Puguang pill? What's the big deal? Why is this woman so proud of herself? Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled into a mocking sneer. In the past, she didn't see eye to eye with Xiaorojin, so there was no need to mention it now. Xiaorojin looked at Bailey Hongshuang but didn't take her words to heart. Saying the grapes are sour when you can't afford them. Why do I feel a sense of poverty? Xiaorojin, it's fine if you're targeting me, but don't bite everyone you see like a mad dog. Wang Yanhan looked at Xiaorojin angrily. His bloodshot eyes made one's heart tremble. He was indeed very poor. Ever since he came to the upper realm, only he knew how hard he had worked to get to where he was today. However, Xiao Rojin's actions today had undoubtedly trampled on his dignity. Even if he was very poor, he was still a person with a backbone. Because of this matter, Xiao Rojin had mocked him, and he indeed could not refute it. However, if she mocked his friends because of this matter, he would not tolerate it. Xiao Rojin looked at Wang Yanhan's serious appearance and could not help but be stunned for a moment. However, when she came back to her senses, her ridicule did not decrease. She was a member of the Xiao family. Even if Wang Yanhan had some status in the Blazing Flame sect, he could not threaten her at all. This guy dared to do such a thing without caring about her face. Would she care about his self-esteem? She just wanted to ruthlessly trample on him. You cultivators from the lower realms have always been inferior. I really can't bear to look at your poor and destitute appearance. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang glanced coldly at Xiao Rojin. You just bought a Puguang pill, and you've been showing off here for so long. Speaking of which, you should be the poor one, right? You have the nerve to show off here with such little things? What a joke. Just as Xiao Rojin was about to refute Bailey Hongzhuang, a white porcelain bottle suddenly appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. Open your dog eyes and look carefully. This is a bottle of Puguang pills, not one. As Bailey Hongzhuang opened the bottle cap, Xiao Rojin also saw the situation in the porcelain bottle clearly. Sure enough, there were 12 Puguang pills. After seeing this scene, the eyes of the shopkeeper of the pill and treasure pavilion also shone brightly. Puguang pill. It really is a Puguang pill. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's movements did not stop there. Bottle after bottle of pills were taken out by her. Puguang pill, spirit recovery pill, Yuanqing pill. In a short time, dozens of white porcelain bottles were taken out by Bailey Hongzhuang and placed on the counter. Look carefully. Cultivators from the lower realms like us really don't care about your cattail light pill at all. As for you, you've only bought a single pill and you're already so arrogant. You should know very well who's the poor one here. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally knew that the reason why Xiao Rojin was so against Wang Yanhan was mostly because of them. She definitely could not watch her good friend endure such humiliation because of her. Since Xiao Rojin liked to humiliate people so much, then she would humiliate her back. As soon as Bailey Hongzhuang took out the entire bottle of Puguang pills, Xiao Rojin's expression changed. Although she could afford the Puguangdan, she couldn't afford an entire bottle of Puguangdan. Even though she was a member of the Xiao family, she was only a member of a branch family and had come to the Raging Flame sect to cultivate. In fact, she did not have many resources on hand. She was only slightly wealthier than ordinary cultivators. However, she never would have thought that this cultivator from the lower realms would take out so many pills in such a short time. This was too terrifying. At this moment, she had already forgotten how embarrassing her situation was. Her mind was filled with the feeling that everything in front of her could not be real. At this moment, Wang Yanhan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had used up all his money in order to buy a cattail light pill. However, his little junior sister took out so many pills at once. How did she do it? He could guarantee that none of the cultivators in the Raging Flame sect were as rich as Bailey Hongzhuang. There were so many pills, and each of them was a pill that they desperately needed. Because the sales were too tight, even if they had spirit stones, they often couldn't buy them on normal days. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang took out a whole bottle, and there were dozens of bottles in front of him. This was too shocking. The shopkeeper of the Danbao Pavilion was also dumbfounded at this moment. Their Danbao Pavilion's pills had always been relatively complete in Rong'an City, but the number of pills each time could not be compared to those that Bailey Hongzhuang took out. Just the pills that Bailey Hongzhuang took out were enough to open a pill shop in Rong'an City. Was this a cultivator from the lower world? Who would believe it? At this moment, he also felt that Xiao Rojin was showing off in front of an expert. She was simply asking for humiliation. Impossible. These medicinal pills of yours must be fake. Xiao Rojin was also angry at this moment. She didn't believe that a cultivator from the lower world would have such a foundation. However, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Xiao Rojin. The shopkeeper of the Danbao Pavilion is right here. Can't he tell whether it's real or fake? If you like to deceive yourself, then comfort yourself like this. You are a frog at the bottom of a well, but you think that others are the same. How ridiculous. After saying this coldly, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Wang Yanhan and the others and said, "Senior brother Wang Yan, let's go. Don't pay attention to this kind of person. She will lower your standards." How could Yi Haomiao and the others feel good at this moment? Previously, they couldn't refute Xiao Rojin's ridicule at all. They didn't expect the situation to turn around in the end. Looking at Xiao Rojin's ashen face and not knowing what to say, he felt a burst of joy. Even after walking out of the Danbao pavilion, Wang Yanhan was still in shock. Yi Haomiao, on the other hand, was a straightforward person. Previously, he had been so sullen that he was about to die. Now, he was completely carefree. Noticing Bewitching beside Bailey Hongzhuang, he couldn't help but ask, "Beichen, why didn't you say anything in that situation just now?" Bewitching chuckled. "My wife can handle this kind of thing. I don't need to do anything." If it was any other matter, he might still be a little worried. However, when it came to pills, there was no need to worry at all. Competing with an outstanding alchemist to see who had more medicinal pills, wasn't this courting death? Yi Haomiao couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Although it's just a simple sentence, I can still hear the hint of a public display of affection. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Haomiao, if you feel lonely, why don't you find a Taoist companion early so that we can see your public display of affection? Just you wait. Sooner or later, there will be such a day." Yi Haomiao said unconvinced. After Wang Yanhan came back to his senses, he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and asked, "Junior sister, how do you have so many medicinal pills?" "Ah?" Wang Yanhan was stunned. "Aren't you an inscription master?" "These two are actually my identities." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. However, after listening to the conversation between Wang Yanhan and Bailey Hongzhuang, Wang Yanling couldn't help but frown. "Junior sister Bailey, are you still an inscription master? But I clearly remember that you are a doctor." "Ah?" Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao exclaimed again. They were already confused. Now that they heard Wang Yanling's words, they were even more confused. In fact, they didn't cultivate with Bailey Hongzhuang in Punlai Palace. Only Wang Yanling understood Bailey Hongzhuang's situation the best. Bewitching looked at Wang Yanhan and the others who were getting more and more confused. He couldn't help but smile playfully. His wife's ability was indeed too heaven-defying. Many cultivators wouldn't believe it if it was spread out. Ahem. Bailey Hongzhuang coughed dryly. She had forgotten that Wang Yanling knew this. She could only spread her hands helplessly. "Actually, these three are all my identities." Wang Yanhan and the others stared blankly at Bailey Hongzhuang. After receiving her confirmation, they didn't know what to say anymore. They had already seen Bailey Hongzhuang's attainments in inscription techniques. If it wasn't for her help, Wang Yanhan wouldn't have been able to improve his weapon and wouldn't have such a status in the Raging Flames sect. As for her alchemy skills, they didn't doubt it at all. No matter what kind of elixir Bailey Hongzhuang took out, it wasn't a low-grade elixir. On the contrary, there were very few alchemists who could refine such elixirs. They didn't know much about Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills, but they didn't take it to heart. After all, an alchemist was also a doctor to a certain extent. It was just that there was a gap between them and a pure doctor. However, Wang Yanling thought differently. He knew how outstanding Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were. Because of Bailey Hongzhuang, Punlai Palace's status in Punlai Island was raised again. "Junior sister, I didn't expect you to be so talented at such a young age. I really admire you." Wang Yanhan cupped his hands. At this moment, he didn't know how to express his amazement and admiration. It was already amazing that Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation could reach such a cultivation at such a young age. He didn't expect her to not only cultivate but also learn inscription techniques, alchemy, and even medical skills at the same time. Not only cultivate, but she also learned inscription techniques in alchemy and medicine at the same time. If SASTS cultivations, she Han's at SAS even more amazing skill. A was an T est. Ling T ordinary peoples Hongzhuang, you've hidden your strength too deeply. I've never seen such a powerful cultivator like you. It's my honor to be your friend. A joyful smile appeared on Yi Haomiao's face. He also felt proud that his friend was so powerful. Senior brother Wanyan, do you need light elixir? Bailey Hongzhuang took out a white porcelain bottle and handed it to Wanyan Han. This elixir is for you. It should be helpful to you. From Wanyan Han's performance in Dambao Pavilion, it could be seen that he was embarrassingly short of money. It was really difficult for him to buy the elixirs he needed. Presumably, these spirit stones were saved. Although Bailey Hongzhuang was an alchemist and this pill was much easier for her to make, the value of the pill was still there. He couldn't accept it without doing anything. Eldest senior brother, with our relationship, why are you so polite? Little junior sister, this pill is very precious. I haven't been able to help you all this time. How can I accept your things? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang said helplessly, if you say so, my life is saved by you. Are these pills more valuable than my life? As she spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang directly stuffed the white porcelain bottle into Wanyan Han's hand. These pills are nothing to me. I have as many as I want. Since we are brothers and sisters, we naturally have to help each other. If you are so polite with me, you are treating me as an outsider. At this time, Bewitching also said, Senior brother Wanyan, just accept it. When Hongzhuang refined the pills, she prepared some for you. Both he and Bailey Hongzhuang knew very well that the Raging Flame School's resources were not enough to support Wanyan Han's cultivation. If he wanted to break through, this pill was unavoidable. Although they hadn't known Wanyan Han and the others for a long time, friendship was never measured by time. Seeing this, Wanyan Han looked at the white porcelain bottle in his hand, then looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, and said, then I'll accept it. He didn't say thank you because he knew that this was not something that could be expressed with just a word of thanks. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang and Wanyan Han needed him in the future, he would definitely not refuse. Bailey Hongzhuang finally showed a satisfied smile. She immediately took out 2 identical white porcelain bottles and handed them to Yi Haomiao and Wanyan Ling. I prepared this for you before. I planned to give it to you when I asked you out tonight. I didn't expect to meet you so early. Xiao Rojin looked at the backs of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others as they left and felt a surge of anger rush to her head. She had lived for so long and had never been so humiliated that she couldn't say a word. However, she really didn't have the ability to refute. The pills that Bailey Hongzhuang took out made even her extremely envious. Normally, the family couldn't give her much resources. Even with the Raging Flame School's resources, she still didn't have much on hand. However, she didn't expect these cultivators from the lower realm to be even richer than her. So many medicinal pills. What kind of wealth was that? Xiao Rojin couldn't help but think that if she could snatch these pills, she was confident that she could break through to the Starlight Realm in a short period of time. She believed that her aptitude wasn't bad, she didn't have enough resources. Greed and covetousness continued to rise in Xiao Rojin's heart. She must snatch these pills back. Thinking of this, Xiao Rojin immediately took action. Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 5 walked on the street. Wanyan Han originally planned to buy pills. Now that he had the pills, he naturally didn't have anything else to do. As for Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, they originally planned to sell pills at the Dambao Pavilion. However, after this incident, they didn't have a good impression of the Dambao Pavilion. If the Dambao Pavilion was really a shop with principles, it would naturally be first come, first served. However, they clearly didn't realize this, so they still decided to sell it at the auction. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were about to enter the auction house, a familiar and sharp voice suddenly rang out behind them. It's them. They stole my pills. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but turn around when they heard this. They saw Xiao Rojin quickly rushing over. Standing beside her were the disciples of the Raging Flame School who usually held her in high esteem. Senior sister Xiao, you're saying Wanyan Han and the others stole your pills? Xiao Rojin nodded. Her bright eyes were filled with anger and disgust. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching died, this Wanyan Han has always been looking for trouble with me. Actually, his goal isn't to avenge his juniors at all. He just wants to get some benefits from me. A few days ago, I just received a lot of cultivation resources from the clan. I didn't expect Wanyan Han to steal them. How hateful. Xiao Rojin's voice was extremely loud. At this moment, they were on a crowded street. In almost a short time, the surrounding pedestrians were all attracted over. As the only light attribute cultivator in the Raging Flame school, Xiaorojin's reputation was quite resounding. When she spoke at this moment, many people recognized her. As for Wang Yanhan, there were also many cultivators who knew him. However, his reputation couldn't be compared to Xiaorojin's. Xiaorojin was a cultivator of the Xiao clan, while Wang Yanhan was only a cultivator from the lower realm. When Xiaorojin said this, almost no one doubted her. Everyone was certain that this was definitely Wang Yanhan's doing. Cultivators from the lower realm don't have much background. I can understand that they lack cultivation resources. However, I didn't expect them to steal. What's so strange about that? In order to increase their cultivation, what wouldn't they do? Now that Xiaorojin has exposed it, Wang Yanhan's reputation is probably ruined. It will be very difficult for him to establish himself in the Raging Flame school in the future. Everyone shook their heads. Stealing cultivation resources was a common occurrence in the upper realm. However, not only had Wang Yanhan been discovered, but he had also been pointed out by his fellow disciples on the spot. This meant that there was no turning back for this matter. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't expect that Xiaorojin would come out and find such a funny excuse, but so many people believed it. Xiaorojin, your ability to lie through your teeth is really amazing. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sigh. Because this woman coveted his medicinal pills, she actually splashed a basin of dirty water on them. However, that righteous indignation look was still impeccable. It was really admirable. I'm telling the truth. It's impossible for you guys from the lower realms to have so many pills. All the pills are cultivation resources given to me by my family. Xiaorojin's expression did not change. She had already made up her mind. As long as she insisted, no matter how Wang Yanhan and the others tried to defend themselves, it would be useless. After all, in Rong'an City, her trust was much stronger than Wang Yanhan and the others. Xiaorojin, stop slandering me. Wang Yanhan's anger rose. He really didn't expect Xiaorojin to be so despicable. You know very well who's slandering you. Xiaorojin snorted coldly. Who doesn't know that you, Wang Yanhan, have always wanted to buy a divine light pill? However, you haven't been able to gather it for so long. You know that there's a divine light pill among the cultivation resources given to me by my family, so you have evil thoughts. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others heard that Xiaorojin actually asked Wang Yanhan to cut off one of his arms, their faces all darkened. They didn't expect Xiaorojin to be so vicious. Not only did she greedily want to take the cultivation resources from them, she even wanted to cripple Wang Yanhan's arm. If Bailey Hongzhuang didn't intend to take Xiaorojin's life before, then now, she wanted to kill her. When Bewitching noticed the change in Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, he already understood her thoughts. In fact, his thoughts were the same as Bailey Hongzhuang's. This woman was so vicious. If Wang Yanhan continued to stay in the Raging Flame school, he would sooner or later suffer great loss in Xiaorojin's hands. Although there was originally a little room for reconciliation, it was obviously gone now. Xiaorojin, you're too vicious. Wang Yanling looked at Xiaorojin with disgust. He had just joined the Raging Flame school not long ago and knew that this woman was always finding trouble with his elder brother. However, he didn't expect this woman to be so excessive as to make such a request. I'm already being very tolerant. Xiaorojin's eyes were full of disdain. If I directly tell this to Steward Wu, what kind of punishment do you think will you receive? Do you think you can still stay in the Raging Flame school? She wanted to drive Wang Yanhan and the others out so that they would have no place in Rong'an City. As long as Wang Yanhan was driven out by the Raging Flame school, no matter if it was the Azure Dragon school or other forces, they would not take her in. Since they had offended her, they definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Wang Yanhan and the others' hearts sank. If they couldn't explain this matter clearly, they were afraid that they really wouldn't be able to stay in the Raging Flame school. It was obvious that once this name was confirmed, what kind of eyes would people use to look at them in the future? Even if the Raging Flame school didn't drive them out, they couldn't continue to stay. Xiaorojin's move was really vicious. Xiaorojin, what right do you have to say that these pills are yours? Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. This woman was really full of drama. Do I need proof? Xiaorojin retorted, I'm a cultivator of the Xiao family. Can you cultivators from the lower realm compare to me? As long as I stand here, I am the truth. Looking at Xiao Rojin's arrogant appearance, Yi Haomiao couldn't help but say, don't flatter yourself. Aren't you just a branch family member? You're always putting on airs all day long. Don't tell me you think you're the young miss of the main house? As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Rojin's expression immediately darkened. Indeed, she had always been using the name of the Xiao family. Everyone actually knew that she was just a member of a branch family. However, she still felt very unhappy to be directly exposed like this. My wife is an alchemist, and these pills were refined by her. Do you think an alchemist is rich, or a cultivator from a branch family like you is rich? Bewitching's eyes, which were as deep as the sea, flashed with a cold light. His deep voice was full of disgust, and the meaning of his words directly refuted everything Xiao Rojin had said before. Alchemist. When everyone heard that Bailey Hongzhuang was actually an alchemist, their expressions all changed. What did alchemists have the most? Naturally, it was pills. When Xiao Rojin heard that Bailey Hongzhuang was a pill refiner, her expression changed. Pill refiner? This woman from the lower realm was actually a pill refiner. She had never understood why Bailey Hongzhuang had so many pills. Until now, she finally understood. So this woman was actually a pill refiner. She could not believe that this woman from the lower realm had the identity of a pill refiner. One had to know that the higher one's cultivation, the fewer pill refiners there were because most people had limited energy. Even in a place like the upper realm, as long as you had the identity of a pill refiner, you would be respected no matter where you were. Bailey Hongzhuang looked coldly at Xiao Rojin, then said to the surrounding cultivators, this woman coveted my pills, so she found such an excuse to frame us. Indeed, we are cultivators from the lower realm and have no background. But I am a pill refiner, isn't it normal for me to have pills? Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with a cold light, and her voice was loud and clear. Since Xiao Rojin wanted to make a big deal out of this, she would let everyone see what kind of face this woman had. At this time, Yi Haomiao also stood out and said, everyone, don't be deceived by this woman's appearance, she was only a cultivator of the Xiao clan's branch family. Compared to ordinary cultivators, her usual cultivation resources were indeed much more abundant. However, so many healing pills were not something that she could take out. She only said that because she saw our medicinal pills and became greedy. That's why she said that. She's really too vicious. Xiao Rojin had already realized that things were not going well when Bewitching revealed Bailey Hongzhuang's identity. If everyone believed her before, then after this incident, they believed Bailey Hongzhuang and the others even more. She could not let things continue like this. Otherwise, she would be the one who would find it difficult to establish herself in the Raging Flame sect in the future. Even with the Xiao clan's identity, no one dared to say anything to her. But just their gazes were not something she could bear. You are a pill refiner just because you say so? It's obvious that these pills are all in my name. It's just to cover up this point, that's why I made up such an excuse. Xiao Rojin's face was full of disdain. No matter what the situation was, she could only continue to act. Once she showed the slightest bit of guilt, she would lose. Everyone, don't be deceived by them. This Wan Yanhan originally had enmity with me. Naturally, he took advantage of me and even poured dirty water on me. Seeing the two sides arguing, everyone was puzzled. For a moment, they didn't know who to believe. Bailey Hongzhuang found it funny, am I not an alchemist? But was this something that could be covered up by lying? Don't worry, I'll head directly to the Alchemist Guild very soon. At that time, we'll know who's telling the truth. Xiao Rojin had obviously made up her mind to not let Bailey Hongzhuang have the slightest possibility of evading. She immediately said, you want to stall for time here. If I let you leave like this today, will you still stay in Rongan City? I'm not a fool. Don't use such a boring trick to deceive me. This is simple. We just need to find a witness. Who are you looking for as a witness? Xiao Rojin asked in dissatisfaction. You are from the Raging Flame School, and we are from the Azure Dragon School. Naturally, we are looking for the stewards of both sides to be witnesses, Bewitching said coldly. He had originally planned to take Xiao Rojin's life directly, but now he felt that since Xiao Rojin wanted to play, he would play with her. It would be too easy for this woman to die so easily. Hearing that Bewitching wanted to call the stewards of both sides, Xiaorojin's expression couldn't help but change. Once the stewards of both sides were present, and Bailey Hongzhuang really proved her identity as an alchemist, then her lie would be exposed. What? You don't dare? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly, and her delicate face was filled with coldness. If you admit that you are slandering us now, as long as you cripple both of your arms, we will forgive you. Bailey Hongzhuang's deep, dark eyes were filled with ridicule. After hearing this, everyone understood that Bailey Hongzhuang was mocking what Xiaorojin had said before. After all, Xiaorojin had asked Wang Yanhan to cut off one of his arms. Your Azure Dragon School and our Raging Flame School have always had conflicts, so the steward is naturally on your side. Cut the crap and hand over my medicinal pills now. Seeing Xiaorojin's constant refusal, everyone who didn't understand at first all understood now. No one was a fool. From Xiaorojin's initial aggressiveness to her current evasiveness, the truth was already very obvious. I really didn't expect Xiaorojin of the Raging Flame School to be so shameless. She kept saying that she looked down on the cultivators of the lower realm and coveted their medicinal pills. That's enough. As I said before, this kind of woman is the dirtiest. On the surface, she looks pure and lovely, but behind her back, who knows how vicious she is. From the looks of it, I feel that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching of the Raging Flame School might have died in her scheme. Didn't this matter cause an uproar in the Raging Flame School before? Maybe Xiaorojin wanted to take the opportunity to chase him out because Wang Yanhan exposed this matter. Just when this situation was one-sided, a figure suddenly appeared beside Xiaorojin. Xiaorojin, what happened? Xiaorojin, who didn't know what to do, couldn't help but light up when she heard this familiar voice. Steward Sun. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were familiar with this person. There were several stewards in the House of Raging Flames. Steward Wu was the one who dealt with them the most, and Steward Sun was also one of the stewards. Manager Sun is usually very close to Xiaorojin. I'm afraid he will side with Xiaorojin now. Wang Yanhan's voice was heard by Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Her expression became very complicated. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' gazes changed slightly. They already had some considerations in their hearts. After seeing that Steward Sun had come, Xiaorojin immediately gained confidence and hurriedly said, Steward Sun, this woman stole my medicinal pills, and Wang Yanhan is in cahoots with them. You must help me. As Xiaorojin's voice fell, Steward Sun's gaze couldn't help but fall on Wang Yanhan and Bailey Hongzhuang. In fact, he already had some understanding of this matter when he was outside. He also understood that this matter was probably fabricated out of thin air by Xiaorojin, but so what? Hurry up and take out Xiaorojin's pills, stealing at such a young age, this is intolerable. Manager Sun looked indignant, as if he couldn't tolerate this kind of thing. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but sigh when they saw the scene. Manager Sun really knew how to put on an act. His acting ability was even better than Xiaorojin's. Manager Sun, this matter hasn't been concluded yet. How can you directly conclude that it's our fault? Yi Haomiao couldn't help but retort. Manager Sun's face turned cold when he saw that Yi Haomiao dared to refute him. Yi Haomiao, you have to be clear. You're from the Blazing Flame School, and now you're actually mingling with the Azure Dragon School. Are you thinking of betraying the Blazing Flame School? Steward Sun, these are two separate matters. How can you mix these matters together? Wang Yanhan frowned. Although he had already guessed that Manager Sun would side with Xiaorojin, it was a bit too much to go to this extent. Are you saying that I'm being unfair now? Manager Sun raised his voice, the displeasure and anger in his eyes growing stronger. Wang Yanhan, don't think that you're so arrogant just because Manager Wu has taken a liking to you. How dare you challenge the authority of a manager? Why can't you tell right from wrong? Whatever you say is the truth, you don't care about the truth of this matter. Could it be that you can arbitrarily convict people just because you have a lot of power? Wang Yanhan couldn't hold it in anymore. He had never seen such an unreasonable manager. Manager Sun's expression was extremely ugly after being questioned by the disciples of the Blazing Flame School one after another. He originally thought that after he spoke, Wang Yanhan and the others wouldn't dare to refute him. After all, he was a manager. If they wanted to continue staying in the Blazing Flame school, they definitely wouldn't dare to offend him. However, he didn't expect the situation to be completely different from what he expected. The people of the Azure Dragon School hadn't even spoken yet, but he was already being questioned by his own disciples. I think you're in Chao's camp, but your hearts are elsewhere. You don't want to properly stay in the Blazing Flame school anymore. Manager Sun's voice was cold and full of threat. He secretly decided that when he returned this time, he would definitely punish Wang Yanhan and the others properly. If you don't want to stay, then don't. What's so rare about it? Yi Haomiao said coldly. Wang Yanhan also spoke up. I don't believe that there is no place for us in the upper realm. No matter what, we must know the truth today. Wang Yanhan was calm inside. He was indeed reluctant to leave the Scorching Flame sect. He had never thought about leaving before, but from the moment they offended Caretaker Sun, he understood that it was impossible for them to remain in the Scorching Flame sect. Even if they wanted to continue staying here, with Manager Sun's needle-like heart, he would definitely find trouble with them everywhere. Rather than leaving the House of Raging Flames in a sullen manner, he might as well leave now. At the very least, they would still be innocent. Following Wang Yanhan's words, Manager Sun's expression became extremely ugly. He was so angry that he laughed and said, "Good. Very good. You've grown wings. Steward Sun is really impressive." A mocking laugh was heard, and another figure appeared beside Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Noticing this figure, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching couldn't help but bow. Steward Li. The person who came was none other than Steward Li of the Azure Dragon School. Steward Sun's heart skipped a beat when he saw Steward Li of the Azure Dragon clan appear. Originally, this matter should have been resolved immediately if he were to step in. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had suffered a loss, the pills had fallen into their hands. It was impossible for the Azure Dragon clan to get back at them. He didn't expect that Manager Li would appear now. Things had become difficult to handle. However, the youths of your Blazing Flame sect are very courageous. I admire them. Steward Li's gaze fell on Wang Yanhan and the other two. Look at the Blazing Flame sect. It's not a big deal. Since you know Situching and the others, if you're interested, why don't you join our Azure Dragon clan? Hearing this, Wang Yanhan and the other two were shocked. They were still thinking about where to go after leaving the Blazing Flame sect. They did not expect the Azure Dragon clan to extend an olive branch to them. Thank you, Steward Li. Seeing this, Steward Li nodded in satisfaction. Only then did he see Bailey Hongzhuang and asked, Lan Yishuan, what happened? Steward Li, Xiaorojin discovered that I had many pills on me. She was greedy and wanted to take them away, so she found an excuse to say that I stole her pills. In fact, these pills were all refined by me. After Xiaorojin could not win against me, their Steward Sun began to throw his weight around and wanted to forcibly take away my cultivation resources. Steward Li nodded in understanding. Steward Sun, you should have heard it clearly. These pills were refined by the disciples of the Azure Dragon clan. If you want to label the disciples of the Azure Dragon clan as thieves, you must at least show enough evidence. Otherwise, I will not agree. Steward Li's aura suddenly exploded. This matter did not only concern the dignity of Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Yishuan, but also the face of the Azure Dragon clan. He would not allow the Blazing Flame sect to be labeled as such. As soon as Steward Li appeared, Steward Sun had already realized that the matter was not easy to resolve. Now that he saw the other party's aggressive manner, he could not help but frown. He had long known that everything Xiaorojin said was fabricated, so naturally, there was no evidence. If you can't produce any evidence, you should know how to deal with this matter. Manager Li's voice was ice cold as he said. Manager Sun's expression was complicated. He couldn't help but look at Xiaorojin with some resentment in his heart. This guy was really too stupid. The other party was clearly an alchemist, yet she actually came up with such a demonic reason. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't believe it. A smile appeared on the faces of Yi Haomiao and the others. Fortunately, Manager Li had appeared. The situation had changed once again. They wanted to see how Xiaorojin would end this. Steward Li, Xiaorojin not only slandered us before, but also wanted Wang Yanhan's arm. Bailey Hongzhuang quietly reminded him. Since Xiaorojin was so vicious, she must pay the same price. Manager Li naturally understood the meaning behind Bailey Hongshuang's words at this moment. His gaze then fell on Xiaorojin, and his voice was cold and unquestionable. Since this matter arose because of you, then it will be resolved from you. As long as you cripple both your arms and admit that everything is your slander, I will let this matter go. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaorojin's face immediately turned pale. Thinking of this, Xiaorojin hurriedly looked at Steward Sunday. At this moment, Steward Sun was her only hope. Steward Sun naturally felt Xiaorojin's gaze. However, Steward Li's status was not inferior to his. Previously, when Steward Li was not here, it was not a big deal for him to teach the Azure Dragon Gate disciple a lesson. However, now that Steward Li was here and the Azure Dragon Gate was in the right, he naturally could not say anything more. Otherwise, if they were to get serious, the Azure Dragon Gate would not be afraid of the Blazing Flames Gate at all. Moreover, if it reached that point, the Blazing Flames Gate might even give up on him. Noticing that Steward Sun did not say a word, Xiaorojin's face turned pale. She understood that Steward Sun had chosen to compromise. Break her own arms. At this moment, Xiaorojin really wished that none of this had happened. If she had known this would happen, she would not have been so greedy. Now that she had gone for wool and come home shorn, it was really sad. Hurry up, I don't have time to wait for you. Steward Li's voice was extremely cold. If this was the Blazing Flames Gate's own matter, it would be fine. However, they wanted to bully their Azure Dragon Gate disciple. They were simply dreaming. Xiaorojin's eyes were slightly red. She had never suffered such grievances in her life. However, in the current situation, she had no other choice. Bailey Hongshuang and the others had cold expressions. All of this was Xiaorojin's own doing. She deserved to be punished like this. Just as Xiaorojin was about to harden her heart and break her own arms, a voice sounded again. Steward Li, Xiaorojin is a member of the Xiao clan. Aren't you not giving the Xiao clan face by doing this? Suddenly hearing this voice, Steward Li could not help but frown. He did not understand who was so blind to come looking for trouble at this time. However, when Steward Li saw who it was, his expression changed. If it was an ordinary person, he could completely ignore it. However, it was the vice president of the Holy Assembly, so he had to consider it. Bailey Hongshuang and the others also noticed Gong Tianfeng. I didn't expect Gong Tianfeng to be so nice to Xiaorojin. She's willing to stand up for Xiaorojin at this time. Yi Haomiao felt a little strange. Logically speaking, Gong Tianfeng was an extremely selfish woman. She should have chosen to protect herself at a time like this. Just buying people's hearts. I just don't know who the real fox is, Wan Yanling mocked. President Gong, this is a matter between my Azure Dragon School and the Raging Flame School. Are you sure you want to get involved? Manager Li's face darkened. Even though Gong Tianfeng had a lot of influence in Rong'an City, he could not give in on this matter. If the cultivators of the Azure Dragon clan were bullied by others, and he, as the steward, could not get back at them, then what cultivators would be willing to join the Azure Dragon clan in the future? Seeing Manager Li being so serious, Zhang Yunfeng frowned slightly. She originally wanted Xiaorojin to owe her a favor. After all, it was only a matter of a few words. However, if Manager Li was so insistent, things would become a little complicated. Manager Li, actually, as long as she's willing to apologize, this matter will be over. If things get out of hand, the impact won't be too good. Gong Tianfeng's tone softened a little. She did not want to offend the Azure Dragon sect for Xiaorojin. This was undoubtedly not worth the loss. As soon as Steward Li finished speaking, all the cultivators present immediately understood what he meant. In fact, everyone also felt that what Gong Tianfeng said at this moment was extremely unfair. From Xiaorojin's aggressive appearance before, if she had succeeded in slandering them, Bailey Hongshuang and the others would definitely have to bear the consequences. It was definitely not something that could be settled with just an apology. Now that they had gone for wool and come home shorn, they only needed an apology to end it. This price was too easy. Gong Tianfeng's expression was a little difficult to speak, and she was even a little angry out of humiliation. Her words just now were already softening, but Manager Li had no intention of letting her step down at all. This made her extremely unhappy. As the vice president of the Holy Assembly, she was usually respected by everyone. Most people would give her face, but Manager Li did not care about this at all. Manager Li, Xiao Rojin is not only a disciple of the Blazing Flame School, but also a member of our Holy Assembly. You mean you want to protect her? Manager Li narrowed his eyes. He did not expect Gong Tianfeng to say things to this extent. If these two people insisted on stopping them, things would be a little difficult. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Manager Li standing in front of her and was secretly surprised. She did not expect Manager Li to be so protective of them. In fact, ever since she joined the Azure Dragon School, she did not have any sense of belonging to it. She only felt that it was a temporary shelter. However, when she saw Manager Li arguing for their sake, she changed her mind. This was a very humane force. At least this manager was not snobbish at all. He was far better than those selfish managers. Seeing that Manager Li did not back down, Gong Tianfeng's anger also rose. She immediately said angrily, "As long as I'm here today, don't even think about touching a single hair on Xiao Rojin." Xiao Rojin, who was originally helpless, suddenly had a joyful look in her eyes. As long as Gong Tianfeng protected her, she would definitely be fine. I'm a member of the Xiao family. If you treat me like this, the Xiao family will not let you off. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Both sides were in a deadlock. Manager Li looked coldly at Manager Sun and Gong Tianfeng in front of him. With his strength alone, he was afraid that he would not be able to defeat these two people. Moreover, he still had to take care of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. If that was the case, it would be difficult to get justice today. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others naturally understood that the situation in front of them was very unfavorable for Manager Li. If they were previously filled with anger towards Xiao Rojin, after seeing Manager Li doing this for them, the anger in their hearts had dissipated a lot. Justice was in everyone's heart. Now that things had reached this point, everyone already knew the truth. I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen both the old and the young so shameless. Bailey Hongzhuang sneered. It's really an eye-opener to cover up to this extent. Manager Li, let's go back. They clearly intend to be shameless to the end today. However, anyone with a discerning eye will understand what's going on. Bailey Hongzhuang's words were merciless, every word piercing the heart. Xiao Rojin and Gong Tianfeng's faces were ugly to the extreme, but in this case, even if they refuted, it was pale and powerless, so they simply stopped talking. Of course, we can't just let this matter go. Another loud and confident voice sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone couldn't help but turn to look in the direction of the voice. No one expected that this matter would have so many twists and turns. One person after another appeared. They didn't expect that after the vice president of the Holy Assembly, there would still be someone who dared to stand up. Was he not afraid of offending the Holy Assembly? In their line of sight, a young man slowly walked over. His handsome face was like an exquisite work of the heavens. He was elegant and unparalleled in his handsomeness. After seeing the man, many women around them had deep admiration in their eyes. Such a man was enough to make people fall in love at first sight. After seeing the man, Xiao Rojin's expression changed again and again. Such a handsome man, other than Bewitching, whom she had met before, no one else could compare to him. However, Bewitching was a cultivator from the lower realm, and this man had a dignified appearance and extraordinary temperament. Obviously, his background wasn't simple either. Immediately, she couldn't help but reach out to stroke her hair. She almost forgot what was going on in front of her. When Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching, and Wan Yanling saw the man, they couldn't help but be stunned. None of them expected to see him again here. This man was none other than Di Xiaofeng. Noticing Bailey Hongzhuang and Wan Yanling's gaze, Di Xiaofeng quietly gave them a look. Di Xiaofeng was also very surprised. He originally thought that after coming to Rongan City, he didn't know when he would be able to find Situ and Wan Yanling. After all, Rongan City wasn't small. If Situ and Wan Yanling lived here very low-key, it would take some time to find them. What worried him the most was that if the two left Rongan City, he didn't know when he would be able to find them. However, he didn't expect to see them as soon as he arrived in Rongan City. It was really too coincidental. However, judging from the situation in front of him, they seemed to be in trouble. Who are you? Gong Tianfeng looked at Di Xiaofeng gloomily. She had never seen this person before, but she was sure that this person was definitely not from Rongan City. However, from the aura that this person exuded, she felt that he was not an ordinary person. As the vice president of the Radiant Sacred Assembly, she had seen many people over the years. She had a good eye for people, but why was this person helping these people from the Azure Dragon sect? It doesn't matter who I am, but it's obvious that you're in the wrong, yet you're doing whatever you want just because you're from the Holy Light Assembly. Isn't that too embarrassing? Di Xiaofeng had also heard some of the content before. When he saw Gong Tianfeng being unreasonable after losing to Manager Li, he also felt speechless. How can such a person become the vice president of the Radiant Sacred Assembly? The Radiant Sacred Assembly is becoming more and more depraved. How dare you say that about the Holy Assembly? You must be tired of living. Gong Tianfeng's expression changed. She would never tolerate anyone who spoke ill of the Holy Assembly. Listen up, Situ and the others are my friends. Let that woman break her own arms right now, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, none of you three will be able to leave today. Di Xiaofeng's voice was cold. How dare you bully my friend? You're courting death. Thinking of this, Manager Li also nodded at Di Xiaofeng. He felt a little strange. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were cultivators who just came from the lower realm. How could they know someone with such an extraordinary identity? However, on second thought, Bailey Hongzhuang had the identity of an alchemist, so it was not strange. Di Xiaofeng also nodded at Manager Li. Then, his gaze fell on Gong Tianfeng and Xiao Rojin again. I also know many people from the Xiao family. How come I've never seen you before? If you use the name of the Xiao family to bully others, you should know the consequences if the Xiao family finds out. Di Xiaofeng's expression was indifferent. His gaze inadvertently swept across Xiao Rojin's face. The Di family and the Xiao family were familiar with each other. He had also gone to the Xiao family many times. Naturally, he could be sure that this person was not from the Xiao family at all. At least, she was not a direct descendant of the Xiao family. Following Di Xiaofeng's words, Xiao Rojin's expression suddenly changed. You know someone from the main family? If Xiao Rojin could still maintain her calm before, she could not do so now. She knew very well that once this matter was spread back, she would definitely die. Of course. I'll cripple my arms immediately. Can you not tell the main family? Xiao Rojin hurriedly said. She didn't doubt that this person was lying, because he was too confident. Almost without hesitation, Xiao Rojin raised her hand and crippled her own arm. The intense pain caused her to groan, but she still endured it. If her arms were crippled, she would be able to recover after a period of time. If she lost her life, then there was no other way. Wan Yanhan and the others were shocked when they saw this scene. They did not expect Xiao Rojin to be so straightforward when she was unwilling before. Seeing her being angry but not daring to say anything, they felt a wave of comfort in their hearts. She deserved it. However, a thought appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind. Previously, they had guessed whether Di Xiaofeng was related to the Di family, but Di Xiaofeng did not admit it. But now, Di Xiaofeng said that he knew people from the Xiao clan. If this was true, didn't that mean that Di Xiaofeng was from the Di clan? Otherwise, Di Xiaofeng wouldn't have had the chance to come into contact with the Xiao family. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Di Beichen. She found that Di Beichen was also deep in thought. It seemed that they were thinking of the same problem. When Gong Tianfeng saw that Xiao Rojin had crippled her arm without saying a word, her expression became extremely ugly. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have helped Xiao Rojin. Now, not only was it useless, but she had also caused trouble. Since Xiao Rojin has already suffered greatly, let's just forget about it, Gong Tianfeng said. She did not want to stay here any longer. She just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Di Xiaofeng naturally wouldn't let Gong Tianfeng do as she wished. As the vice president of the Holy Light Assembly, the most important thing is to be fair and just. Since you're so unfair, I think you should step down from your position as the vice president. Otherwise, you'll look even worse. When he said this, Gong Tianfeng's expression became extremely ugly. Who exactly are you? What right do you have to make me step down? I'm from the Di family. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with a cold light, his voice was calm and indifferent. Following Di Xiaofeng's words, Xiao Rojin, who was still guessing in her heart, suddenly trembled and fear appeared in her eyes. Others might not know about the Di family, because the people in Rong'an City simply could not come into contact with such an existence. However, as a member of the Xiao family's branch family, she had long heard of the Di family. The Di family was an existence that was not any weaker than the Xiao family. She had never thought that the man in front of her was actually a direct descendant of the Di family. In comparison, a person like him was like an ant in front of him. Gong Tianfeng frowned. Although she was the vice president of the Radiant Sacred Assembly in Rong'an City, she simply could not come into contact with those huge families with her status. However, when she noticed Xiao Rojin's pale face, she knew that she had kicked an iron plate this time. Even if you're from the Di family, you can't control our Radiant Sacred Assembly. Gong Tianfeng hurriedly said. She had worked so hard for so many years to obtain her current status. She definitely could not lose everything like this. Coincidentally, I happen to know the president of the Radiant Sacred Assembly. Do you think it's better for you to step down yourself, or for me to tell him and let him step in? Di Xiaofeng looked at Gong Tianfeng indifferently. He felt that there was no need to even make a move against this kind of person. Once these words came out, Gong Tianfeng's body trembled. Her entire body could not help but tremble. No, you can't do this. Shuo Hongyan was originally cultivating in the Radiant Sacred Assembly when he was suddenly disturbed. This made him very unhappy. However, after hearing the ins and outs of the matter, he did not care about getting angry and immediately rushed to the location of the incident. Young Master D, I'm the president of the Radiant Sacred Assembly in Rong'an City, Shuo Hongyan. Shuo Hongyan's face was filled with smiles. Although he was only the president of the division, he already had some understanding of some of the top forces in the Xianxia continent. The Di family was one of them. Not only that, the Di family's relationship with the Radiant Sacred Assembly could be said to be extremely good. However, he didn't expect that a direct descendant of the Di family would come to a small place like Rong'an City. The most important thing was that Gong Tianfeng had a conflict with them. Wasn't she courting death? Since the president is here, you should know what to do, right? Di Xiaofeng said calmly. Shuo Hongyan quickly nodded. Of course. In fact, I've already punished her since she stopped a talented cultivator from joining the Holy Assembly. I didn't expect her to be so stubborn. I'll kick her out of the Holy Assembly now. Shuo Hongyan turned to look at Gong Tianfeng. From now on, you have nothing to do with the Holy Assembly. Don't use the name of the Holy Assembly when you go out in the future. Otherwise, I'll be the first to punish you if I find out. Gong Tianfeng's face was deathly pale. She had never thought that things would suddenly turn out like this. If she left the Holy Light Assembly, where should she go? She had offended quite a few people over the years. Once she lost her status, she could imagine the consequences just by thinking about it. At this time, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were thinking about what Di Xiaofeng said. He was from the Di family. Ever since they came to the upper realm, they had always hoped to go to the Di family as soon as possible because Di Beichen was a disciple of the Di family. However, Di Xiaofeng was actually from the Di family. He didn't go anywhere but came to Rong'an City. This couldn't be a coincidence. Di Beichen, Xiaofeng is from the Di family. Could he have been sent by the Di family to find you? Bailey Hongzhuang transmitted. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were complicated. The situation is still unclear. Let's not expose ourselves for the time being. He believed in Di Xiaofeng's character, but ever since the matter of being chased, he had to be careful. Someone didn't want him to return to the Di family, so they did everything possible to stop him. Before figuring out whether the other party was friend or foe, he couldn't expose his identity. In fact, not to mention that Di Xiaofeng's strength wasn't simple, the middle-aged man beside him hadn't said a word since he came. However, none of them could ignore that this person was definitely a true expert. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was clear. Do you remember Xiaofeng saying that he had been hunted down before? Could it be that the people chasing after you and him are the same people? She still remembered the scene when she saved Di Xiaofeng. At that time, his injuries were very serious. If they hadn't happened to meet them, it would have been very dangerous in the dark forest. Di Beichen nodded. he also thought of this point. In fact, he instinctively didn't want to think that Di Xiaofeng was someone who didn't want him to go back. When Xue Hongyan made the decision, Gong Tianfeng knew that she was powerless to reverse the situation. She immediately looked coldly at Xiao Rojin. If it wasn't for helping her, how could she be reduced to such a situation? Noticing Gong Tianfeng's vicious gaze, Xiao Rojin couldn't help but shiver. However, she lowered her head and didn't say a word. By the way, since you're all here, I'll ask you about something. Di Xiaofeng looked at Xue Hongyan, Manager Sun, and Manager Li in front of him. He already knew that these guys were from the more outstanding forces in Rong'an City. At this moment, he didn't even care about communicating with Bewitching and the others. He was more eager to know his brother's situation. Although they all knew that the possibility of Bewitching being alive was very small, he still had a trace of hope. Young Master D, please speak. We will definitely tell you everything we know. Di Xiaofeng nodded. And Xiao Rojin. They. Di Xiaofeng's gaze fell on Xue Hongyan and the others. Seeing the sudden change in their expressions, he understood that these people in front of him all knew. Tell me in detail. Di Xiaofeng's voice was deep and filled with endless majesty. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but look at each other. Yi Hamiao and Wan Yanhan were secretly shocked. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Di Beichen immediately gave them a look. Only then did they suppress the doubt in their hearts. Not only that Bailey Hongzhuang is also a member of our Radiant Sacred Assembly. At this time, Manager Sun also cupped his hands and said, that's right, they were indeed members of our Raging Flame sect. Then where are they now? Di Xiaofeng quickly asked. May I ask what is your relationship with them? Xue Hongyan probed. When Xue Hongyan raised this question, everyone's eyes fell on Di Xiaofeng. Both of them had the surname Di, so everyone couldn't help but have some guesses in their hearts. Di Beichen is my younger brother. Di Xiaofeng didn't hide it at all. As soon as these words came out, everyone present felt as if they had been hit by a heavy blow. They looked at Di Xiaofeng in astonishment and couldn't recover for a moment. Xiao Rojin looked at Di Xiaofeng in a daze. Stormy waves were already surging in her heart. Weren't Di Beichen and the others cultivators from the lower realm? How could they be members of the Di family? However, looking at Di Xiaofeng's serious appearance, it was obvious that what he said couldn't be a lie. At this time, Xiao Rojin was about to die from regret. If she had known earlier, she definitely wouldn't have gone against Di Beichen and the others. Now, she could almost imagine what kind of anger she would have to endure later. Originally, Gong Tianfeng wanted to settle the score with Xiao Rojin, but at this moment, she no longer had this thought. She quietly stepped back and gradually retreated into the crowd. Losing the position of vice president was already very tragic, but compared to losing her life, this was nothing. Tell me, what happened to Beichen and the others? Di Xiaofeng's gaze locked onto Xue Hongyan and Manager Sunday. These two definitely knew the ins and outs of all this. Young Master D, although Bailey Hongzhuang is a member of our Radiant Sacred Assembly, I really don't know what happened to her later. When she joined the Radiant Sacred Assembly, I wasn't in Rong'an City. Although Gong Tianfeng obstructed her a lot, I stopped Gong Tianfeng after I returned. Previously, I said that I would punish Gong Tianfeng because of this matter. Later on, Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the Raging Flame School, so I don't know what happened. Xue Hongyan bluntly told him everything he knew. When Steward Sun saw that Xue Hongyan had pushed all the questions to him, he secretly cursed the old fox in his heart. You said that Gong Tianfeng was looking for trouble with my sister-in-law? Di Xiaofeng's brows were tightly knitted. He had long felt that woman was an eyesore, but he didn't expect her to bully his sister-in-law before. Xue Hongyan nodded. Indeed, many people in Rong'an City know about this. At this moment, Manager Li stepped forward and said, Young Master D, President Xue is speaking the truth. Gong Tianfeng. Di Xiaofeng's face was gloomy, but Gong Tianfeng was nowhere to be seen. While they were talking, Gong Tianfeng realized that things were not going well and quickly ran away. Grand Elder. Di Xiaofeng turned his head and looked at the man behind him. The man immediately cupped his fist and said, Young Master, don't worry. She won't be able to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone found that the man suddenly disappeared from their sight. Speak. Di Xiaofeng's gaze turned to Manager Sun, his attitude firm. Manager Sun's body trembled slightly, and even his voice was trembling. They died in the training, but this matter wasn't my responsibility, so I'm not very clear about the specific situation. Although he already knew that this was the most likely result before he came, when he really heard the answer, he still couldn't help but feel sad. His brother's life was really too hard. He finally returned to the upper realm, but he couldn't return to the family. If only he was in the family at that time. If he could come to Rongan City earlier, maybe this wouldn't be the case. Tell me the details. Di Xiaofeng said in a deep voice. I heard that they were suddenly attacked by black-clothed men when they were training in the demonic dragon abyss. Manager Sun was drenched in cold sweat. He really didn't know much about this situation because Wu Wenfeng was originally in charge of this. However, now that Di Xiaofeng asked him, he had to answer. While thinking, Manager Sun's gaze fell on Xiao Rojin, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Young Master Di, the person who was training with Di Beichen at that time was Xiao Rojin. Why don't you ask her? When Manager Sun proposed to let Di Xiaofeng ask Xiao Rojin, the cultivators present couldn't help but sneer. Could it be that Manager Sun is scared out of his wits? Isn't the reason why Di Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang are in trouble because of Xiao Rojin? Xiao Rojin previously treated Di Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang as cultivators from the lower realm and targeted them everywhere. I didn't expect them to have such an extraordinary background. I'm afraid she's going to be miserable now. When I first saw Di Beichen, I felt that his identity was extraordinary. I didn't expect him to have such an extraordinary background. At the same time, Xiao Rojin was already regretting it to the extreme. She was really going crazy. She couldn't understand why Di Beichen had such a deep background, so why did he pretend to be a cultivator from the lower realm in front of her? If he had said such an identity earlier, she definitely wouldn't have looked for trouble. But now that things had fallen into such a situation, she was afraid that it was useless no matter what she said. Di Xiaofeng also heard the conversation of the surrounding cultivators, and his eyes immediately locked onto a person behind him. What did you just say? Beichen's death is related to Xiao Rojin? The man suddenly became nervous when Di Xiaofeng stared at him. He nodded affirmatively, that's what everyone said. The news came from the Raging Flame sect. Oh right, if you don't believe me, you can ask Wan Yanhan. He's Di Beichen's senior, so he knows better. Wan Yanhan? Di Xiaofeng frowned. Who is Wan Yanhan? At this moment, Wan Yanhan walked in front of Di Xiaofeng. I am. Your Beichen's senior? Wan Yanhan nodded slightly. That's right. Beichen and Hong Shuang are my junior brothers and sisters. They joined the Inferno School because I was there. Can you tell me what happened? Di Xiaofeng's tone softened a bit. Facing Beichen's friends, he naturally wouldn't be so overbearing. Wan Yanhan quietly looked at Di Beichen. In fact, he felt that the situation in front of him was very strange. Di Beichen was clearly here, but Wan Yanhan was still asking around about Di Beichen. However, even though he was full of doubts, since this was something Di Beichen decided, he naturally had to help cover it up. When I rushed over after knowing the situation, Beichen and Hong Zhuang were already gone. Every time this matter was brought up, Wan Yanhan felt that Xiao Rojin was extremely hateful. It was fortunate that Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were lucky. If it was an ordinary person, they would have lost their life long ago. Therefore, Xiao Rojin still couldn't be dragged out of this matter. So, this woman did it on purpose? Di Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes, his dark pupils rippling with a cold light. This woman was actually so vicious. Originally, his father suspected the Jun family. Now that the Xiao family's branch family members were here, he didn't know if the Xiao family was involved in this conspiracy. If the Xiao family was involved, then this matter would become even more troublesome. In the next second, Di Xiaofeng's gaze became firm again. No matter who dared to make a move on his brother, the Di family would definitely not let them go. Seeing Di Xiaofeng's gaze fall on her head, Xiao Rojin understood that if she didn't say anything, this day next year would be her death anniversary. Young Master Di, it was Bailey Hongzhuang who told us to leave at that time. Their death has nothing to do with me. Xiao Rojin hurriedly waved her hands, only hoping to clear her name. This matter, did your Xiao family make a move? Di Xiaofeng ignored Xiao Rojin's words and lowered his voice to ask. Hearing Di Xiaofeng's words, Xiao Rojin's expression changed a bit. She also didn't know if this matter had anything to do with the Xiao family. If she revealed this situation, even if Di Xiaofeng let her go today, the main family probably wouldn't forgive her. At this moment, a loud sound came from not far away from her. She looked over and saw that there was an additional figure on the ground. At this moment, it was clearly lifeless and had turned into a corpse. This person was none other than Gong Tianfeng, who had escaped before. Looking at Gong Tianfeng's corpse, the cultivators present all sucked in a breath of cold air. It had only been a short period of time since Gong Tianfeng had escaped. Unexpectedly, she had already turned into a corpse. This showed how powerful this middle-aged man was. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also looked at Gong Tianfeng's corpse. From the shock on their faces, they could tell that the other party had killed her with a single blow. It was a complete suppression, so much so that Gong Tianfeng didn't even have time to fight back. Young master, it's settled. The man stood beside Di Xiaofeng again. Even though he was silent, no one dared to ignore him. Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly and looked at Xiao Rojin again. Hurry up and answer me while I still have the patience. Otherwise, at this moment, Xiao Rojin couldn't care about anything else. She immediately told him everything she knew. I'm not targeting Bewitching. It's just that Bailey Hongzhuang's talent in the light attribute is rather outstanding and has some influence on our Xiao family. That's why I sent this news back to the family. As for the rest, I really don't know anything. Xiao Rojin's face was extremely pale. Although she was only a branch family disciple of the Xiao family, she was like a fish in water in Rong'an City. She didn't want to lose her life because of this matter. Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng didn't suspect that Xiao Rojin was lying. In fact, the Xiao family's true decision wasn't something a branch family disciple like Xiao Rojin could know. Since you don't know anything, there's no use for you to live. Emperor Xiaofeng's voice was cold. After saying this, he didn't even bother to look at Xiao Rojin. Originally, he despised Xiao Rojin's character very much, but he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Since she had already been punished, it was fine. Moreover, since this person had a grudge with Situ and the others, he believed that Situ and the others would settle it themselves. With his appearance, neither the Radiant Sacred Assembly nor the Raging Flame sect would interfere in this matter. However, when he found out that Xiao Rojin was actually involved in the death of his younger brother and sister-in-law, Xiao Rojin was destined to be a dead person. Regardless of whether this matter was done by the Xiao family or not, since this woman was hostile to Beichen and the others and didn't save them at the critical moment, he definitely couldn't forgive her. The first elder on the side had already shown his killing intent when he heard of Xiao Rojin's actions. A mere branch family disciple dared to make a move on their young master. She was simply courting death. After hearing Emperor Xiaofeng's words, the first elder didn't hesitate to make a move and directly slapped the top of Xiao Rojin's head. Xiao Rojin clearly understood that danger was approaching. She wanted to escape immediately, but just as she was about to escape, an aura locked onto her, causing her to be unable to move at all. Immediately after, she felt a sharp pain. Her origin energy began to dissipate, and her vitality began to dissipate. Before she died, her eyes fell on Di Xiaofeng, Bailey Hongzhuang, and the others. She never thought that she would die in the hands of these cultivators from the lower world that she had never put in her eyes. Seeing Xiao Rojin die in front of him like this, Manager Sun's heart was filled with shock, but he didn't dare to say anything. The Di family was a huge family. Not to mention Xiao Rojin, even if Emperor Xiaofeng wanted to destroy the entire Raging Flame sect, what could they say? Right now, he only hoped that Emperor Xiaofeng wouldn't implicate the Raging Flame sect because of this matter. Otherwise, it would really be over. At this moment, Zhuo Hongyan also had the same thought. He never thought that the two young people from back then would have such a terrifying background. Although he couldn't understand why Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang had such a powerful background, they still pretended to be cultivators from the lower realm. But now, it seemed that Di Beichen had some conflict with his family and left home. This kind of situation was not uncommon. Fortunately, he didn't treat Bailey Hongzhuang back then. This Di Xiaofeng didn't seem to be an unreasonable person. Manager Li looked at the unforeseen event in front of him and secretly exclaimed in his heart. None of them could afford to offend such a person. Fortunately, this matter had nothing to do with the Azure Dragon School. If they could use this matter to suppress the Raging Flame School, they would be more than happy to see it. Who was the person in charge of this matter in your Raging Flame School? Di Xiaofeng said coldly. Even though he knew that Di Beichen's death was due to the pursuit of other forces, the Raging Flame Gate was also responsible. Since he came to Rong'an City this time, he naturally had to understand the situation here. When everyone saw Manager Sun hurriedly push all the blame to Manager Wu, they felt some disdain in their hearts. Manager Sun was very arrogant when he was flaunting his power. Now that he had admitted defeat, he completely pushed all the blame away. From this, one could see his character. However, at this moment, Manager Sun couldn't care less about what others thought of him. Just now, he, Gong Tianfeng, and Xiao Rojin were standing on the same line. Now that Gong Tianfeng and Xiao Rojin had fallen, his greatest hope was to save his own life. Other than that, nothing else was important. Young Master D, you just have to ask Manager Wu. He knows everything very well. Manager Sun smiled embarrassedly. At this moment, Wan Yanhan couldn't help but stand up and say, Young Master D, Manager Wu has always taken good care of Beichen and Beichen. Manager Wu is also very sorry for their deaths. Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng glanced at Wan Yanhan and then nodded. First Elder, go with Manager Sun to the Raging Flame sect and ask about the situation. I have some things to tell my friends. Yes, young master. In the next moment, the First Elder took a step forward and lifted Manager Sun up like a chick. His figure quickly flew in the direction of the Raging Flame sect. Seeing this, Zhuo Hongyan cupped his hands and said, Young Master D, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. You may leave. At the same time, Manager Li didn't stay any longer. Clearly, there was nothing else for him to do here. Di Xiaofeng waved his hand and turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen behind him. Situ, Yishuan, I didn't expect to meet you as soon as I came to Rong'an City. What a coincidence. When facing Di Beichen and the others, the coldness on Di Xiaofeng's face disappeared and he became more approachable. Xiaofeng, thank you for helping us out just now, Di Beichen said. Di Xiaofeng smiled faintly, Situ, you're too polite. Even if I didn't step in, you would have found a way to resolve the situation. As the eldest young master of the Di clan, his judgment was naturally not simple. Earlier, he had already noticed that Di Beichen already had the intention to kill him. If he hadn't shown up, Di Beichen would have made his move. After all, Xiao Rojin was definitely no match for Di Beichen. It would be neat to kill her directly. In the next instant, Di Xiaofeng's gaze suddenly turned gloomy. Moreover, they bullied my younger brother and sister-in-law. I absolutely can't tolerate them. Thinking that Beichen had really fallen, Di Xiaofeng's mood was very gloomy. If possible, he wished he could meet his own younger brother. For so many years, he had been looking forward to reuniting with his younger brother. This was also the hope of their entire family. Who would have thought that they would not be able to reconcile in the end? Everyone naturally noticed Di Xiaofeng's sad and gloomy mood, and they all fell silent. Bailey Hongzhuang quietly sized up Di Xiaofeng. Ever since the previous incident, both she and Beichen had become very vigilant. They had to get to the bottom of this matter. She felt that Di Xiaofeng's sadness at this moment did not seem to be faked. On the contrary, he seemed to be really sad about Beichen's death. Moreover, in her impression, Di Xiaofeng was not such a sinister person. Even so, they still had to be cautious when dealing with this matter. Young Master Wan Yin, you're my brother and sister-in-law's senior brother. I wonder if you can tell me more about them. Di Xiaofeng calmed himself down and looked at Wan Yanhan. Although the news of Di Beichen's death was basically set in stone, he still wanted to know more about his brother. Wan Yanhan nodded, no problem. There's a restaurant up ahead. Why don't we go there and talk? It's not convenient to talk on the street. Yi Haomiao suggested. After the unforeseen event earlier, they had already become the center of everyone's discussion. Now that they were standing here, there were many cultivators around them who had stopped to watch them. Their words could easily be overheard by others. Okay. In a private room in the restaurant. Di Beichen and the others sat down together. Di Xiaofeng clearly didn't care about the joy of reuniting with Di Beichen and the others. His mind was filled with his brother and sister-in-law's situation. So my brother and sister-in-law are both heaven-sent geniuses. After hearing Wang Yanhan's words, Di Xiaofeng also understood. He couldn't help but feel proud. It turned out that his brother and sister-in-law were such geniuses. Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao couldn't help but nod, they're really rare geniuses. If it wasn't for their help, Wang Yanhan and I would have been dead. Then the people who chased after them, did you see clearly? Di Xiaofeng asked, no matter what, I must avenge my brother and sister-in-law. At that time, we saw 3 black-cloaked men. Their strength was very strong. In just a face-to-face effort, they had already disappeared in front of our eyes. Moreover, they were all masked. We couldn't catch up to them at all. Wang Yanhan sighed and shook his head. He also hoped to help Di Beichen and Yi Haomiao find the people who chased after them. Unfortunately, they were helpless against such opponents. Oh right, you said that you didn't see my brother's body. Only a skeleton army appeared in front of us, right? Di Xiaofeng keenly grasped the information in Yi Haomiao's words. His heart tightened as he looked at Yi Haomiao, is that so? Yi Haomiao nodded, yes. If that's the case, then maybe my brother and the others are still alive. Di Xiaofeng's eyes lit up again. Even though the possibility was small, it was still a possibility. Beichen and Hong Zhuang are both geniuses. Back then, Beichen went to the lower realm. Over the years, many people believed that he had fallen. However, not only is he alive and well, he even came to the upper realm. Maybe there will be a miracle this time. I always feel that the heavens take pity on us. One day, we will be reunited. Seeing Di Xiaofeng's hopeful look, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask, Xiaofeng, are you really looking forward to your brother's return? Of course. I only have one younger brother. All these years, the whole family has been hoping that he can come back soon. When my younger brother went missing, my mother cried every day. My father felt even more guilty and has been searching for him for the past 20 years. In fact, I haven't seen my father much over the years, but I understand him. All these years, I've been out a lot. Actually, I've been trying my luck. Maybe I'll be able to see him one day. That's right, Yi Xian, I have another reason for coming to Rong'an City. I want to invite you to my family. Di Xiaofeng couldn't help looking at Bailey Hongzhuang as he spoke, your medical skills are very outstanding. I hope you can help me with something. No matter what the reward is, I'll do my best. Xiaofeng, you don't need to be so polite. Since you need help, I'll go to the Di family. Bailey Hongzhuang spoke up. They had originally planned to go to the Di family. She also wanted to know what Beichen's family was like. Xiaofeng, you want Yi Xian to go to your family to treat who? Di Beichen couldn't help but ask. It's my mother. Di Xiaofeng sighed, these years, because of my brother's disappearance, my mother has been depressed and crying all day. Her body is already very bad. A few days ago, my mother found out that my brother was still alive and her body got better. However, when she found out that my brother had died, she suffered an even bigger blow and her body is getting worse and worse. Now she has less and less energy. As long as she thinks of Beichen, her face will be covered in tears. If this continues, I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on for much longer. I know Yi Xian has a way to treat this kind of patient, so I wanted to ask you to treat my mother. This heart knot has been there for many years and it won't be easy to treat it. However, we've already lost Beichen. We can't lose her too. Di Xiaofeng's eyes reddened. Everyone thought that he was born in such a glorious family, but they couldn't even have the most basic reunion. When he heard that Di Xiaofeng's mother couldn't hold on for much longer, Di Beichen's hand holding the teacup couldn't help but tremble. He didn't even notice the hot tea splashing onto his hand. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart couldn't help but tremble. She didn't expect the Di family to be in such a situation. Through Di Xiaofeng's description, she could already imagine the pain and sadness Di Beichen's mother had been in these years. Her son had led a wandering life for so many years, and she could no longer express how much she missed him. Originally, she was already unable to bear the burden of such longing and sadness. Later, she experienced such a blow from heaven to hell, so it was normal for her to become like this. Not to mention her, even if it was anyone else, they would not be able to withstand such a blow. Thinking back to how they had speculated about Beichen's background, it turned out that his parents loved him so much. Even if they didn't go to the D family, they already knew everything. There was no need to mention Beichen's mother, and his father had been searching for him all these years. Bailey Hongzhuang knew very well that Beichen would have died a long time ago if they hadn't found a doctor who could cure his cursed body. The Supreme D clan was very clear about this situation. But during these years, they had been persisting in their search, not willing to give up. It was precisely because of the love in their hearts. As for Di Xiaofeng, she no longer doubted him. She noticed that when Di Xiaofeng said that he had never blamed his parents, his tone was very calm and full of understanding. In fact, Di Beichen had been wandering outside all these years. Everyone only felt that he had suffered a lot of grievances, but in fact, for more than 20 years, the people of the Di family had obviously put all their attention on Di Beichen. Yixuan, I beg you, you must find a way to save my mother. Di Xiaofeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with red eyes. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang was the only hope he could think of. Di Yujue had already invited all the miracle doctors he could, but there was no effect. If Lan Yixuan couldn't cure his mother, then there was really no hope. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Xiaofeng, don't worry. I will do my best. In fact, as soon as she knew that the patient was Di Beichen's mother, Bailey Hongzhuang would do her best to treat her. That was her mother-in-law. However, she believed that as long as Di Beichen went back, she wouldn't need to do anything and his mother would recover. After all, the heart of the heart had to be cured. Lin Yunqing had been looking forward to Di Beichen's return for so many years. As long as Di Beichen went back, her illness would be mostly cured. Oh right, Brother Wan Yan is my brother and sister-in-law's senior brother. He is also your senior brother. So, you know my brother and sister-in-law too? Di Xiaofeng looked at Di Beichen and Lan Yixuan in surprise. He didn't expect that the two friends he made outside were his brother's senior brother and sister. Yes, we are all from Punlai Palace. Di Beichen smiled faintly. Just as they were talking, Wen Xiren and the others also rushed over. Just as they opened the door of the private room, Wen Xiren's impatient voice came in. I heard that you guys had a conflict with Xiao Rojin outside? Along the way, they heard that everyone was talking about this. Even if they didn't see it with their own eyes, they almost understood the whole process. It wasn't until they came in that Wen Xiren realized that Di Xiaofeng was also here. He immediately cupped his hands to Di Xiaofeng. Young Master Di is also here. Di Xiaofeng smiled and nodded. We meet again. Xiren originally had a stomach full of questions, but after seeing Di Xiaofeng, he swallowed them back down. He had heard that Di Xiaofeng was from the Di clan. Didn't they originally plan to go to the Di clan? Most importantly, what was the relationship between Di Xiaofeng and Beichen? Di Xiaofeng naturally noticed Xiren's hesitant look, but he didn't care. After all, he had only interacted with Xiren and the others for a short period of time. Naturally, it was impossible for him to tell them everything. Young master, I've already inquired about the matter. The great elder quickly returned, but he didn't continue speaking either. Seeing this, Di Beichen stood up and said, Xiaofeng, since you still have things to do, then we'll go back first. You can directly go to the Azure Dragon Gate and let us know when we're leaving. Alright. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the others left, Di Xiaofeng looked at the great elder. Great elder, what's the situation? Hearing Di Xiaofeng's question, the great elder didn't immediately answer. Instead, he looked in the direction Di Beichen and the others left and said, Young master, your two friends have disguised themselves. Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng was slightly stunned. Disguise? Although I don't know how young master met them, but since they have never treated young master with their true faces, I think it's best to be careful when making friends with them. The great elder's eyes flashed with wisdom and contemplation. Although he had a good impression of Di Beichen, since they were being so secretive, there must be something they couldn't tell others. Di Xiaofeng also didn't expect such a situation. Since Di Beichen saved him, he had always regarded these two as friends that he could make deep friends with. If it wasn't for the great elder's reminder, he would never have known that Di Beichen had disguised themselves. Even so, he still felt that Di Beichen didn't mean to deceive him. Because, as early as the first time they met, the two of them had already disguised themselves. Moreover, the two of them had been in disguise ever since they came to Rongan City. It could be seen that this disguise wasn't targeted at him. Previously, he had heard that they went to Shuiyan City because they were being chased. Presumably, this disguise was also to hide from the people who were chasing them. Great Elder, I believe that they are sincere to me. Di Xiaofeng slowly said. No matter what reason Di Baichen and Di Xiaofeng had disguised themselves, from the day he pretended to be drunk, he knew that the two of them were sincere to him. Seeing that Di Xiaofeng had already confirmed this point, the Great Elder helplessly shook his head but didn't say anything. He understood that the young master had his own thoughts and it was useless for him to say anything more. However, he still felt that there was something wrong with people who couldn't be sincere. Great Elder, let's not talk about this for now. Tell me in detail what you learned from the Raging Flame sect. Okay. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others walked towards the Azure Dragon sect. Xiren couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Is Di Xiaofeng really from the Di family? Then what's the relationship between you two? He was really confused now. He just went to the guild and didn't expect so many things to happen. Di Xiaofeng is Baichen's biological brother. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said. Di Baichen had been silent the whole time. This sudden situation clearly needed some time to digest. They had already learned from Ao Lingxiao that Baichen had an older brother, but they didn't expect this older brother to be Di Xiaofeng. Life was really full of coincidences. As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, Wen Zirant's voice was sluggish. This situation was really unexpected. Then what do you plan? Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Di Baichen and then said, Baichen's mother was too sad when she heard that he had died. Now she is seriously ill, so we plan to go to the Di family first. No matter what, we cannot let anything happen to his mother. That's true. Xiren nodded, this is also good. If we take this opportunity to go to the Di family, Baichen can safely return to the Di family. The reason why they didn't go to the Di family was because they were worried that they might encounter an accident on the way. Now that Di Xiaofeng was leading the way, their journey would be much smoother. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't say anything. She just gave him a look. Xiren immediately understood. This situation still needed Di Baichen to make the decision. In fact, this kind of thing about one's background, no matter who it was, would need some time to think about it. These were all his direct relatives. It was a pity that he had never interacted with them before. Thinking about it, no matter who it was, they wouldn't know what to do in such a situation. Regarding this, Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't worried at all. Because she had experienced this before. Thinking back to when she found out about her background, her feelings were very complicated. But the moment she saw her relatives, all the psychological burden instantly disappeared. The feeling of blood being thicker than water was innate. When Xiren and the others also understood that Di Baichen needed some time to think about things. Immediately, everyone returned to their own residences. Wan Yanhan, Wan Yanling, and Yi Haomiao didn't return to the Raging Flame sect. Instead, they came to the Azure Dragon sect with them. Previously, they had already offended Manager Sunday. Although Manager Wu was the one in charge of their affairs, there were many ways to deal with them after offending a manager in the sect. Although Di Xiaofeng was here now and Manager Sun didn't dare to do anything to them, once Di Xiaofeng left, their situation would be worse. Luckily, Manager Li of the Azure Dragon sect had also extended an olive branch to them. If they could stay in the Azure Dragon sect, it would be good news for them. However, they were only temporarily staying in Xiren's residence. As for how to deal with all this, they hadn't thought about it yet. Inside the house, Bailey Hongzhuang poured a cup of tea for Di Baichen before saying, Baichen, you also plan to make a trip to the Di family, right? Di Baichen nodded slightly. This time, he definitely had to go back. His mother was seriously ill because of him. If he didn't go back, how could he be at ease? As long as you go back, your mother will know that you're still alive. Her illness will be cured without any treatment. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was gentle and comforting. Previously, she had also noticed Di Baichen's reaction when he heard that Lin Yunqing was seriously ill. Actually, these relatives occupied an extremely important position in Di Baichen's heart. However, as long as we go to the D clan, I'm sure your father will recognize you. Immediately. Staring at Bewitching with her bright black eyes, Bailey Hongshuang knew very well that although her disguise technique was not bad, at the level of cultivation of Bewitching's father, recognizing a person no longer depended on their appearance, but on their aura. It was possible to disguise one's appearance, but it was very difficult to hide one's aura. Thus, their return this time around was to reveal their identities. Bewitching nodded. I understand. If I'm not wrong, the Great Elder has already seen through our disguises. Bewitching's eyes were bright and wise. He could feel that the Elder was looking at them with a trace of doubt. Moreover, the Elder's gaze was fixed on him and Bailey Hongshuang. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang's expression changed slightly. So, Xiaofeng should already know. For a moment, the two of them fell into silence. If Xiaofeng knew that they had been using disguises to face him, who knew what he would think? After a while, Bailey Hongshuang said, "Do you think we should talk about it after we return to the D family, or now?" If it wasn't for the assassination earlier, they would have already told him frankly. But now, the decision was in Bewitching's hands. Let me think about it. Bewitching said in a low voice. Bailey Hongshuang nodded and didn't disturb Bewitching anymore. Actually, it was safer to talk after returning to the D family, but she was worried that Xiaofeng would be suspicious because they didn't trust him enough. But if she said it now, once Xiaofeng had second thoughts, they would be in danger again. Early the next morning, Xiaofeng came to the Azure Dragon sect. Situ, Yixuan, can you guys come back to the family with me today? Xiaofeng's face was somewhat helpless. He already understood the situation from the Raging Flame sect, but he didn't have a specific goal. The most important thing now was his mother's illness, so he couldn't delay. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang nodded without hesitation. No problem. Thank you so much. Xiaofeng's face was filled with gratitude. Although he knew that Bailey Hongshuang and Situ Yixuan had been hiding their true identities, he believed that their friendship was real. Xiaofeng, this time, when I go to the D clan, can I bring Ziran and the others with me? Bewitching slowly asked. He was very clear that once he went to the D family, his identity wouldn't be hidden anymore. Ziran and the others came to the upper realm because of him. If he went to the D family, he naturally couldn't let Ziran and the others continue to stay here. They already had a tacit understanding on this point. However, after Xiaofeng and Great Elder heard Bewitching's request, their expressions became very strange. They only asked Bailey Hongshuang to treat Lin Yunqing. It was understandable that Bewitching would go with them, but it was strange that so many people were going together. Young Master Situ, we're only going to treat her this time. This, Great Elder only said half of his words, but everyone understood what he meant. Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but look at Bewitching. It was indeed difficult for him to accept such a request without knowing anything about it. However, just as Bewitching was about to explain, Xiaofeng suddenly waved his hand and said, "Since Situ brought it up, then let's do it." Hearing Xiaofeng's answer, Bailey Hongshuang and the others were surprised. They knew the specific situation, so they weren't surprised by Bewitching's suggestion. Xiaofeng didn't know anything, but he agreed just like that. Did he really trust them that much? Let's go. Xiaofeng smiled. Thank you. Bewitching's deep eyes flashed with a complicated and bright light, but there was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Just as everyone was preparing to set off together, Wan Yanhan suddenly spoke up, "Situ, Yixuan, I have some words I want to say to you all." Hearing that, Bewitching and the others looked at Wan Yanhan in surprise, not knowing what he wanted to say at this time. Then you all go ahead, I'll wait for you all. Xiaofeng said tactfully. After Xiaofeng and Great Elder left, Wan Yanhan said, "Bewitching, you all are going to the D family, we won't go." Why? Bewitching frowned. Ever since they came to the upper realm, Wan Yanhan had always taken care of them. After such a long time together, he already treated Wan Yanhan as a good brother. Go ahead. I believe that we will meet again in the future. Wan Yanhan had a warm and sunny smile on his face as he wished Bewitching well. When he found out that Bewitching was the young master of the D family, he knew that they were no longer in the same world. If they followed Bewitching to the D family, they would not be mistreated. However, he hoped to create his own world through his own efforts. Only in this way, when they met Bewitching and the others in the future, they could still maintain their current relationship. He knew that Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang were sincere to them. However, they were different from Wenziren and the others. Wenziren and the others had a long relationship with Bewitching. They naturally could not compare. Bewitching looked deeply at Wang Yanhan. He understood Wang Yanhan's thoughts. After a moment of silence, he said, "Okay. Eldest senior brother, there will definitely be a day when we meet again." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Wang Yanhan with reluctance in her eyes. Although she did not spend much time with Wang Yanhan, she really treated Wang Yanhan as a big brother. "That's right. We will." Yi Haomiao and Wang Yanling also said, "You must take care. You must take care too." When Di Xiaofeng saw that Wang Yanhan and the others did not come together, he was also surprised. However, he did not ask. "Let's go." Then, everyone walked towards the teleportation array. A feeling of dislocation came, and when they opened their eyes again, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were already in a strange city. This Ganyang city is only a transit station. It will take some time to reach my D family. Di Xiaofeng explained slowly, "Flying is prohibited in Ganyang city. We will fly to my family after leaving Ganyang city." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were confused. With their current strength, it was indeed possible for them to fly, but if they were to fly for a long time, they would not be able to withstand it. Could it be that this Ganyang city was already very close to the D clan? However, when they arrived outside the city, they understood. This was because Di Xiaofeng and First Elder had taken out 2 flying carriages. This is a flying magic artifact? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the 2 flying chariots in front of her in surprise. She had heard of the upper realms flying chariots before. These flying chariots were refined by master refiners, but she had never seen one before. In Rongan City, she had only interacted with ordinary cultivators in the sect. She did not have such a background at all. Di Xiaofeng nodded, "That's right, my flying magic artifact doesn't have a lot of space because I'm usually alone. My family has a large flying magic artifact, but mine is just a simple one. Now that we're all going to fly there together, we need 2. Wenziren and the rest were pleasantly surprised when they saw the flying instrument. They had only heard of such a treasure before, so they were really curious about its effects. Instantly, the entire group split into 2 and sat in the 2 flying chariots. After everyone sat in, they felt the chariot shake, then they flew into the sky. Sitting in the flying chariot, it felt very stable and the flying speed was extremely fast. Sitting on the flying car, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the layout of the flying car. Although Di Xiaofeng's flying car wasn't big, the layout was very luxurious. It wasn't simple at a glance. She had come into contact with flying magic tools before, but she wasn't a forger, so she didn't know much about it. However, she still had basic eyesight. It was clear that Di Xiaofeng's flying magic tool wasn't low grade. For a large family like the D family, the young master's things naturally wouldn't be bad. Di Xiaofeng sat at the front of the flying car. After setting the direction, he turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. "My flying magic tool is usually used by me alone, so I chose a small one. Actually, another reason is that although this flying magic tool is small, it's fast. After all, the larger the size, the greater the resistance. Head Elder often takes the juniors out to do things, so his flying magic tool is bigger." Di Xiaofeng explained with a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. She also saw the Head Elder's flying magic tool. It was indeed much bigger than Di Xiaofeng's. At this moment, there were only 3 people sitting on Di Xiaofeng's flying magic tool. Xiren and the others were with the Head Elder. "So it's like that." Bewitching smiled faintly. With this kind of flying magic tool, traveling is indeed much more convenient. Although this flying magic tool wasn't as fast as a teleportation formation, not every place had a teleportation formation, so the flying magic tool was undoubtedly useful. If they had a flying magic tool, they wouldn't have to spend so much effort to travel. Di Xiaofeng looked at Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. His eyes flashed with a complicated light. He wanted to say something, but he stopped. After a while, Di Xiaofeng said, Situ, Yixuan, I don't have many friends, but I really think of you as good friends. As soon as the words came out, Bailey Hongshuang's expression changed a bit. It seemed that their guess was right. Di Xiaofeng already knew about their disguise. I know you've disguised yourselves. No matter what the reason is, I still hope that we can treat each other with sincerity. Di Xiaofeng's dark eyes were filled with sincerity. If it was just him, he wouldn't think too deeply about it. But Bailey Hongshuang was going to treat his mother, so he had to eliminate all possibilities. Bailey Hongshuang did not reply. Instead, she looked at Di Beichen. Until now, she still did not know what decision Di Beichen had made. However, now that Di Xiaofeng had already spoken to this point, it was naturally impossible for him not to give a reason. Actually, you deliberately let us sit with you, Di Beichen said slowly. He had already discovered this long ago. Di Xiaofeng's flying carriage was indeed small, but the first elder's flying carriage was very big. They could ride the first elder's flying carriage together, but Di Xiaofeng still wanted to ride separately. At that time, he had already guessed the reason. That's right. Di Xiaofeng didn't deny it. I'm very sorry. No. Di Beichen waved his hand. Actually, we were hiding something from you. Even if you didn't say it, I was going to tell you the truth. He wasn't stupid. In fact, he saw through these things very clearly. Di Xiaofeng cared about their friendship, but the first elder definitely didn't believe him. Seeing that Di Beichen was willing to be honest with him, Di Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. It seemed that his judgment was right. Di Beichen and Di Xiaofeng treated him with sincerity. At this moment, Bailey Hongshuang suddenly asked a question, Xiaofeng, do you hope that your brother will never go back? Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng was startled. He frowned and his face turned cold. Why? I've always wanted my brother to go back as soon as possible. If he goes back, won't you have another competitor? Bailey Hongshuang looked straight into Di Xiaofeng's eyes. It wasn't that she was narrow-minded. In fact, this kind of thing was common in large families. It was rare to see two brothers who had a good relationship and helped each other. Di Xiaofeng shook his head. I understand what you're saying, but this kind of thing won't happen in my Di family. Seeing Di Xiaofeng's confident look, Bailey Hongshuang quietly glanced at Di Beichen and didn't say anything else. Di Beichen's lips gradually curved into a smile. Back then, because we were being chased, we were worried that we would encounter enemies again, so we disguised ourselves. When we first met you, we didn't know that you were from the Di family. We only thought that you were an ordinary cultivator. We were worried that you would be implicated by us, so we didn't face you with our real faces. Di Xiaofeng's expression softened. In fact, he had already guessed this. Even if the great elder didn't agree with his point of view, he had always believed that his judgment wouldn't be wrong. Now it seemed that he was right. Back then, you were being chased in Rong'an City? Di Xiaofeng frowned. What a coincidence. My brother and sister-in-law were also being chased in Rong'an City. However, you're all cultivators from the lower realm. Why were you being chased? Di Xiaofeng was a bit confused. Logically speaking, cultivators from the lower realm shouldn't be a threat to cultivators from the upper realm. Normally, this kind of situation wouldn't happen. However, when he said this, Di Xiaofeng's expression suddenly changed. His gaze was fixed on Di Beichen and Li Wuyo. This situation seemed to be too much of a coincidence. His younger brother and sister-in-law were being hunted down. Situ and Yixian were also being hunted down. Wan Yanhan was his younger brother and sister-in-law's senior martial brother. Similarly, he was the senior martial brother of Situ and Situ. How could there be so many coincidences in this world? Wait. Di Xiaofeng stretched out his hand. I need a strand. I have an impossible idea. Seeing this, Bailey Hongshuang and Di Beichen looked at each other and smiled. Both of them stopped talking. It seemed that Di Xiaofeng had understood. After a long while, Di Xiaofeng suddenly raised his head and looked at Di Beichen in disbelief. Di Beichen nodded quietly. You guessed right. You're Di Beichen? Di Xiaofeng's eyes widened. His hands trembled slightly, but his eyes quietly turned red. Situ Chung, Di Beichen. He remembered his father saying that the person who was itching to kill Di Beichen was called Situ Yan. All this time, he had never thought in this direction. However, now that everything was connected, he suddenly understood. Bewitching smiled faintly and nodded. That's right. It's me. Di Xiaofeng's voice trembled and choked. You're still alive? Looking at the handsome face in front of him, Di Xiaofeng didn't feel unfamiliar at all. Because he had seen this face in the portrait before. That's right, it's him, he's my brother. That's great. You're still alive. Di Xiaofeng was so excited that he couldn't control himself. His eyes were a little wet as he opened his arms to Bewitching. Bewitching's smile gradually widened as the two brothers hugged each other. Good boy. Di Xiaofeng patted Bewitching's back. I knew you would survive. You don't know how much we've been waiting for you to come back. It's a good thing you're fine. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were red as he held back his tears. For so many years, all of them had been waiting for Bewitching to come back. He didn't expect that he would see him before. No wonder when he first saw Bewitching, he felt like they were old friends at first sight. At this moment, he understood everything. Bewitching's smile gradually widened. He didn't say anything. At this moment, nothing needed to be said. Bailey Hongzhuang watched the process of the two brothers' reunion and her heart was filled with joy. Perhaps their reunion wasn't earth-shattering, but men weren't good at expressing their emotions. She could feel that the two of them were extremely excited at this moment. Brothers who had been separated for more than 20 years finally met. They were unfamiliar yet familiar, but there was no barrier between them. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang also removed her disguise. Bewitching's judgment was right. Di Xiaofeng was indeed trustworthy. And she was really happy for Bewitching. Because, in such a huge family, having such a brotherly relationship was very precious. After a moment, Di Xiaofeng let go of Bewitching and quietly wiped the corners of his eyes. The smile on his face became even brighter. Bewitching, I really didn't expect you to be Bewitching. Even now, Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but sigh. This sudden change made him feel as if he had fallen into a dream. For a moment, he didn't even dare to believe that all of this was real. He was even afraid that this was just a dream. I didn't expect you to be my big brother. Bewitching chuckled. When I first found out that you were Wan Yanhan's junior brothers and sisters, I felt that it was very strange. However, I couldn't figure out what it was strange about. Until now, I finally understand. Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. In fact, ever since he went to Rongan City, he had a strange feeling lingering in his heart. Now, he finally understood. When we found out that you are the young master of the Supreme D clan, we were also extremely shocked. No wonder you two were so close to each other. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. When Bewitching first met Uncle, he also hit it off very well. Actually, I should have guessed it back when I was in Watercloud City. Only then did Di Xiaofeng look at Bailey Hongzhuang. With one look, he couldn't help but be stunned. Before, Bailey Hongzhuang could only be said to be a delicate and pretty girl. But now, Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely a stunning woman. It was a kind of breathtaking beauty. He admitted that he had never seen such a beautiful girl in his life. All the beautiful adjectives in the world seemed to be insufficient to add to her body. Such a beauty should only exist in the heavens. Big brother. Seeing Di Xiaofeng staring at his wife in a daze, Bewitching couldn't help but call out. Second brother, I've long heard that sister-in-law is a beauty. Seeing you today is simply shocking. Di Xiaofeng laughed heartily, my second brother is really lucky, haha. It's mainly because I have good taste. Bewitching admitted bluntly. Bailey Hongzhuang listened to the two's praise and a faint smile appeared on her lips. You're really not polite. Di Xiaofeng laughed and scolded, although this is also the truth. The two clearly just recognized each other, but at this moment, they were very natural with each other, as if they had never been separated all these years. I finally understand why you want everyone to follow you back to the family. It turns out that you've already made up your mind. As he spoke, Di Xiaofeng suddenly frowned, oh right, since you've already come to the upper realm, why didn't you return to the family? We originally planned to go back, but although the Di family's reputation is resounding, most people don't even know where it is. Moreover, after we were suddenly attacked, we also guessed a few possibilities, so we planned to understand the situation clearly before taking action. However, it just so happened that you came to find us, so we naturally went back on the way." The handsome and perfect face rippled with an evil smile. This time, they had indeed taken a ride. If it wasn't for Di Xiaofeng bringing them back, they were afraid that they would have to rely on their own 2 feet to hurry back, which would take a long time. "This is because the heavens can't bear to see you wandering outside, so they sent me to Ronan City to bring you back as soon as possible." Ever since he found out that Bewitching was his younger brother, the smile on Di Xiaofeng's face never disappeared. In the past, he had also fantasized about his younger brother's appearance. Now that he looked at Bewitching in front of him, he was really satisfied. This was even more satisfying than he had imagined. "Actually, this is also because father has always been unwilling to give up. We received news that you had already fallen, but father was always unwilling to believe it. Originally, he insisted on going to Ronan City to take a look, but because I said that I wanted to find Di Xian to treat mother's injuries, so I went instead. Mother's situation is quite bad now, so she can't go without someone to accompany her." Di Xiaofeng's eyes quietly flashed with a trace of sadness, but he quickly recovered. Now that Beichen is back, mother will definitely recover. Di Beichen nodded slightly, his eyes filled with anticipation. He also hoped that Lin Yunqing's condition would get better soon. He finally came back, and he hoped that his family could be reunited. "Brother Xiaofeng, can you tell me more about the Di family?" Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Xiaofeng curiously. Until now, they didn't know much about the Di family. Now that Di Xiaofeng was here, he naturally wanted to know more. "No problem." Di Xiaofeng chuckled, "You've already met father. As for mother, she's a famous beauty. Sister-in-law, just look at me and second brother. Of course, father's looks aren't bad either." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Indeed, when she first saw Di Yujue, he was also a first-class handsome man. Mother is the young miss of the Lin family. The Lin family is also a big family. Back then, father and mother's union was a strong union, but mother was a famous beauty and had many pursuers. Father was also very capable, so he captured mother's heart. I heard that father and mother were a pair that everyone envied. They were very loving, but I rarely saw them together. Ever since Beichen disappeared, mother has been sad and blamed father. Father blamed himself and has been searching for Beichen's whereabouts all these years. However, I can still see that they are very much in love because they are always worried about each other. Di Xiaofeng's voice was full of emotion. If Beichen hadn't been wandering outside, they would have been very happy all these years. Di Beichen fell silent after hearing all this. He already knew about this situation before. When he chatted with Di Yujue, he knew that Di Yujue loved his wife very much. It was just that he was unwilling to forgive him because of one thing. However, at that time, he didn't know that it was all because of him. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was slightly touched. She believed that after hearing all this, Di Beichen would no longer have any dissatisfaction with the family. It wasn't that the Supreme Di clan had given up on him. Rather, it was because he was plotted against by his enemies. All these years, the Supreme Di clan had always placed Beichen's safety in their hearts. No one had ever chosen to give him up. Until this time, everyone was sure that Beichen was no longer around. However, whether it was Di Yujue or Di Xiaofeng, they didn't give up and insisted on confirming. That year, father went out and you disappeared. All these years, grandfather was unwilling to forgive father. Originally, grandfather was prepared to hand over the position of family head to father 20 years ago. Because of this, grandfather has been the family head all these years. Not only that, in fact, father would be scolded by grandfather every time he came back. Speaking of this, Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but laugh. In the past, because they were worried about Beichen's safety, they weren't in the mood to joke. However, now that he knew that Beichen was doing well, he was completely relieved. At this moment, when he recalled the way his father had been scolded all these years, he really felt that it was very funny. One must know that in the eyes of outsiders, Di Yujue was an awe-inspiring figure. But in the family, he was actually in such a situation. If word got out, perhaps no one would be willing to believe it. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen also smiled. From Di Xiaofeng's Description: they could already imagine what kind of personality his grandfather had. With Di Yujua's status, perhaps only the old man of the Di family dared to scold him like this. Just a few days ago, grandfather passed the position of patriarch to father. Because grandfather felt that this matter was all his fault, grandfather had been in seclusion for this period of time. I think he took all the responsibility on himself. Di Xiaofeng slowly told Di Beichen about Di Kaiyuan. After listening to all of this, Di Beichen's expression changed slightly. If it was said that he was very unfamiliar with the Di family before and didn't feel anything, but now after hearing all of this, he had an indescribable sense of belonging to the Di family. Bailey Hongzhuang also didn't expect that the Di family would have such a misunderstanding. In the end, this matter couldn't be blamed on the old man of the Di family. It was just that Di Kaiyuan had gone into a dead end and taken the wrong path. Fortunately, Beichen is fine. I believe that after Beichen goes back, everyone will be able to untie the knot in their hearts. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Now all of this would disappear with Di Beichen's return. Thinking of this, she felt very happy. Right now, I can't wait to return to the family and tell them this good news. Di Xiaofeng's smile was extremely bright. I really want to see their happy faces when the time comes. Compared to Bailey Hongzhuang and the others who were happy here, when Xiren and the others were not used to being with the head elder. However, the head elder clearly didn't want to talk to them. He kept silent the whole way, so they just closed their eyes and cultivated. In fact, the head elder's mood was very complicated. He originally wanted everyone to take the same flying car, but the young master insisted on taking the same car with them. Although he didn't want to, he couldn't dissuade the young master and could only agree. He always felt that Di Beichen and Di Xiaofeng were hiding something. Plus, the young master was ambushed before, so he couldn't help but worry. Fortunately, according to his judgment, the two weren't as strong as the young master. Otherwise, no matter what, he wouldn't let the young master do this. It would take a few days to fly from here to the Di family. He was really worried that something would happen midway. While thinking, the head elder's gaze couldn't help but sweep over Xiren and the others. With these hostages in his hands, he believed that there wouldn't be any problems. Xiren and the others didn't know that the head elder had so many thoughts flashing through his mind. They also didn't know that they were hostages in the head elder's eyes. They only thought that the head elder didn't have any interest in them. Di Beichen, I can guarantee that as long as the news of your return spreads out, grandfather and grandmother will quickly rush over. Di Xiaofeng seemed to have suddenly thought of this, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Grandfather and grandmother? Di Beichen raised his eyebrows. He had only heard of the Di family, but didn't know much about grandfather and grandmother. Mother is from the Lin family. Our grandfather is the head of the Lin family. The Lin family is also a cultivation family. Back then, father and mother's union was a strong union. Back then, her mother was the apple of her grandfather's eye. At that time, when her father became his son-in-law, her grandfather was very picky. It was only after he accepted her that things became better. Because my mother was the only daughter of my maternal grandfather, when my mother was pregnant, she asked her first son to inherit the Lin family, which was me. As for you, you are the true successor of the Supreme Di clan. When you were born, it was the happiest time for the whole family. Mother gave birth to 2 boys, and it just so happened that both of them had heirs. Not only that, you were found to have the cursed body. Actually, the cursed body has always been passed down in our Di family. Once the cursed physique transforms into the heavenly mandate physique, your cultivation speed will increase greatly, and you will become a true genius. From then on, you will be the successor of the Di clan. I just didn't expect something like that to happen. Di Xiaofeng looked helpless. If that hadn't happened, everything would have been great. After hearing all of this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with shock. She didn't expect there to be such a story. No wonder Di Xiaofeng didn't mind Di Beichen's appearance at all. It turned out that he was already set as the successor of the Lin family. Actually, father is quite pitiful. Ever since you went missing, not only did grandfather scold father badly, grandfather also scolded father no less than grandfather. Because of this, grandfather wasn't willing to contact the Di family these years. It's just that mother and I would often go to the Lin family. Di Xiaofeng sighed faintly. The two old men of the two families had bad tempers. Bewitching was the apple of everyone's eye. With such a precious apple gone, one could imagine the situation. It seems like. I can already imagine the scene when Master returns to the D family. Xiao Bai, who was sitting on Bewitching's shoulder, couldn't help but sigh. So my master is the big apple of the two families, ah. Hearing Xiao Bai's words, Bewitching's expression was a bit unnatural. It wasn't appropriate for a grown man like him to be called an apple, right? Then it's going to be lively. When we go back, we'll be able to meet everyone very quickly. Xiao Hei suddenly raised her eyebrows and looked at Bailey Hongshuang playfully. Master, it's time for the ugly daughter-in-law to meet her parents-in-law. Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows slightly and her eyes were filled with threat. Ugly, daughter-in-law? No, no, no. Xiao Hei hurriedly waved her hands. Beautiful daughter-in-law, beautiful daughter-in-law. Looking at the mischievous Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai, Di Xiaofeng chuckled. The family already knows about sister-in-law's matter. When father went to the lower realm, he went to the Tiangang sect. He learned a lot about your marriage and your experience together. Sister-in-law, we are very grateful for your family's care for Beichen all these years. Di Xiaofeng's expression was serious. He heard that Bailey Hongshuang's family was very outstanding in the lower realm. Beichen was adopted by Bailey Hongshuang's grandfather since he was young and later married his granddaughter to him. They would remember this kindness in their hearts. I see. Bailey Hongshuang instantly understood. Originally, she was still worried about the situation at the D clan. After all, she was just a cultivator from the lower realm, and no one could be sure that she wouldn't be biased by her family background. Of course, she also believed in Bewitching's feelings for her. After several days of traveling, the flying car finally came to a stop on a flat piece of land. After Bailey Hongshuang and the others got off the flying car, the Great Elder, Wen Ziren, and the others quickly walked over. The first elder was originally worried about Di Xiaofeng's safety, but when he saw Bewitching, he couldn't help but be stunned. His face was filled with astonishment. Isn't this the second young master? As the great elder of the D clan, he had seen Bewitching's portrait before. This young man in front of him clearly looked exactly the same as the second young master. Ziren and the others also noticed that Bewitching and Bewitching had revealed their true faces. In their hearts, they already knew that Bewitching had revealed everything. Di Xiaofeng looked at the great elder's incredulous expression and couldn't help but chuckle. That's right, he is Beichen. What? The great elder raised his voice. He was also someone who had experienced great storms, but wasn't this news too shocking? Didn't they go to pick up the great young master's friend? Why did they pick up the second young master? Although all of this made him feel incredulous, there was a feeling of extreme joy in his heart. The second young master really didn't die? Your second young master? The first elder stood in front of Bewitching, his face filled with unconcealable joy and excitement. Second young master, you're still alive. Bewitching noticed the first elder's excited look and understood that the first elder was also one of his close relatives. A smile appeared on his face. Yes, I'm back. That's great. The first elder excitedly wiped the corners of his eyes. All these years, we've all been waiting for you to come back. Now that you're finally back, that's great. Now everyone can finally be at ease. That's great. The first elder said that's great 3 times in a row to express his joy. Let's go back quickly. I'm sure everyone will be very happy to see second young master. The first elder's face was full of smiles. At this moment, he had completely forgotten that he had doubted Bewitching and felt that they were a threat to first young master. Bailey Hongshuang and the rest behind saw this scene and their smiles gradually widened. Even if they weren't Bewitching, they could feel Bewitching's happiness at this moment. How far are we from the D family residence? Shangguaninging looked at the large grassland and mountain peaks in front of her. She was puzzled. They weren't there yet, why did they stop? This is it. Di Xiaofeng smiled and said. Shangguaninging couldn't help but be stunned. This is it? That's right. Di Xiaofeng nodded. He casually took out a few formation flags and threw them forward. As his hand moved, Bailey Hongshuang and the rest found that the scene in front of them suddenly changed. The grassland and mountain peaks had disappeared and were replaced by a flight of stairs that reached into the clouds. This white jade flight of stairs had more than 1,000 steps and they couldn't see the end at a glance. Surrounding them were mountains that reached into the clouds and surrounded the white jade flight of stairs. It was like a fairyland. An indescribable feeling of vastness and magnificence lingered in everyone's hearts. As everyone walked into this area, they felt the dense primordial qi in the air. This density of primordial qi was not comparable to ordinary places. Feeling this, everyone's eyes couldn't help but be filled with deep amazement. So, this was the foundation of the great aristocratic families. With such dense yuan qi, the cultivation speed here is incomparable to the outside world. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. This level of elemental energy, they had also experienced it back in the demonic training tower. However, one had to pay an exorbitant price to enter the magic training tower, and the effect was far inferior to the D families. In an instant, everyone understood. It was no wonder that cultivators from the aristocratic families were incomparable to ordinary cultivators. Cultivating in such a place with such dense yuan qi, one's cultivation speed was naturally incomparable to that of an ordinary person. Even if they were to cultivate here, the speed of their breakthroughs would be much faster than outside. Wow, today is really an eye-opener. Xianxia stared with her big round eyes, her pretty face full of curiosity. Even though they had already guessed that the aristocratic families of the upper realm were definitely extraordinary, the shock in their hearts could no longer be described with words after seeing it with their own eyes. Actually, they understood that what they saw now was only the tip of the iceberg, and this tip was already very shocking. There should be a huge spirit gathering array here. Bailey Hongzhuang looked around. Although she didn't know much about arrays, only the area around the D family had such dense energy. It was obvious that the entire D family was surrounded by the spirit gathering array. Not only that, there should be a spirit vein buried underground. Spirit vein was a spirit stone mine. Bailey Hongzhuang was sure that there was a spirit vein buried under the D family. Otherwise, even if they built a huge spirit gathering array, they wouldn't be able to create such dense energy. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Xianxia and the others changed slightly. They had only come into contact with spirit stones when they were on Punlai Island. Normally, it was already very difficult for them to earn enough spirit stones for cultivation. However, the entire D family was actually located on top of a spirit vein. In addition to this spirit gathering array, it provided an extremely good cultivation environment for all the cultivators of the D family. This was a well-deserved extravagance. I didn't expect sister-in-law to know about this. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with surprise. Usually, cultivators from the lower realm wouldn't come into contact with such things. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, I only learned about it from books. There are indeed spirit veins buried under our D family, and there's more than one. Di Xiaofeng's face was filled with pride. In fact, all the big families are built on top of spirit veins. The spirit gathering array set up like this has the best effect. Everyone nodded in agreement. They had already sensed the effects of the pills as soon as they arrived. Let's go in. If everyone knows that you're back, they'll be very happy. Di Xiaofeng said with a smile. Then, everyone didn't delay. Di Xiaofeng and the Great Elder led everyone up the white jade stairs. Walking on the white jade stairs, everyone realized that the higher they went, the denser the energy they felt. Thinking about it, the place with the densest energy must be at the top. When they got closer, Bailey Hongzhuang realized that there were people living at the foot of the mountain. The cultivators who live at the foot of the mountain are basically disciples of the branch family a few generations later. Those who live in the middle are disciples of the branch family within a few generations, while we, the direct descendants, live at the top. Di Xiaofeng saw that everyone seemed to be very curious about this situation and couldn't help but explain. Hearing this, everyone finally understood what was going on. There really is a huge difference between the upper realm and the lower realm. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. When she was in the lower realm, she felt that their sect was also very grand. However, compared to the D clan, there was a huge difference. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have been able to imagine the shock of such a great aristocratic family. The upper realm has a lot more people and cultivation resources than the lower realm, so there will be some differences, Di Xiaofeng said slowly. Bailey Hongshuang fell silent. Based on their current understanding of the situation, the cultivators of the lower realm were undoubtedly the losers of the upper realm. Because they lost their competitiveness in the upper realm, they stayed in the lower realm. If possible, she hoped that her family could also come to the upper realm with her. She didn't want such a thing to happen. She didn't even want to accept that it was just a possibility. The reason why the lower realm cultivators could live so well was because the upper realm families all followed the rules. If there was a person who broke the rules one day, then everything would be gone. Di Xiaofeng obviously didn't expect Bailey Hongshuang to have thought of so many things in such a short time. However, he also welcomed Bailey Hongshuang's family to the upper realm. The white jade stairs were very long. Even Bailey Hongshuang and the others had to walk for a long time before they arrived at the residence of the D family's direct descendant. Standing at the top of the white jade stairs and looking down at the blue clouds, everyone couldn't help but feel that the mountains were small. Following behind Di Xiaofeng and the head elder, the D family's cultivators all bowed when they saw the two. Eldest young master, head elder. Di Xiaofeng and the head elder nodded slightly. All the cultivators who passed by all bowed. However, everyone was curiously looking at Bewitching and the others. It was rare to see the eldest young master bring people back. Moreover, there were so many people in this area. Look, doesn't that white-robed man behind the eldest young master look a bit like the eldest young master? Yeah, I've never seen a man as handsome as the eldest young master. I didn't expect this man to not be inferior to the eldest young master at all. The woman beside that man is also a first-class beauty. I've seen many young ladies from other families before, but I've never seen such a beautiful young lady. I wonder which family she's from. Actually, that black-robed man is also very handsome. He's just a bit colder. The D family's cultivators couldn't help but whisper. They were all guessing the identity of the person who came. After all, the person who could be brought back by the eldest young master wouldn't be simple. However, at this critical moment, they didn't know what he came here for. When Xiran couldn't help but shake his head and sigh when he heard everyone's discussion. Normally, he was also very handsome. He didn't expect that after coming here, he would be completely ignored. Forget it, who told these guys to be too handsome? Xiran spread out his hands. It wasn't that he wasn't handsome enough, but that the guys beside him were too handsome. I finally understand why Wan Yanhan and the others didn't come. AI. Ao Lingxiao couldn't help but sigh. The difference between people was too unfriendly. Second brother, sister-in-law, come with me. I believe that father and mother will be very happy to see you. The smile on Di Xiaofeng's face never dissipated. He really couldn't wait to bring Di Beichen and Di Beichen to his family. Di Beichen nodded slightly, good. However, just as they were about to leave, a figure suddenly rushed past them. After noticing the first elder and Di Xiaofeng, he stopped in his tracks. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. They already knew that Di Beichen's mother was seriously ill, but they didn't expect her condition to be so serious. Although Dr. Wu said it tactfully, they all understood that since he said it was not good and was so anxious, they were afraid that she couldn't hold on. Dr. Wu, I've already found my brother. I believe that after my mother sees my brother, she will be able to untie the knot in her heart. Di Xiaofeng quickly said. Hearing this, Dr. Wu was slightly stunned. His gaze fell on Di Beichen and he quickly nodded. I didn't expect second young master to be back. I'm sure madam will be very happy when she finds out. Then let's go quickly. Di Xiaofeng quickly said. At this moment, he didn't have time to tell the family head. His mother's illness was the most important thing. However, Bailey Hongshuang suddenly said, Aunt's illness is indeed a heart disease, but it's already very serious. If Beichen suddenly appears, she might be too agitated and, long before this, she had already predicted that such a possibility would occur. Di Beichen was indeed the way to untie the knot in Lin Yunqing's heart, but she was already extremely weak. If she suddenly became too agitated, she might not be able to hold on. Hearing Di Xiaofeng's words, Dr. Wu also nodded. That's right. I was too anxious before and neglected this point. Madam's body is now extremely weak. If there's a sudden stimulation, she might not be able to take it. As he said this, Dr. Wu looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise. Miss, you've also studied medicine? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Di Xiaofeng said, sister-in-law is the godly doctor I mentioned before. Sister-in-law, in your opinion, what should we do now? Don't go over for now. I'll go take a look at the situation first. The most important thing now is to let Madam calm down and have some confidence. When her condition is slightly better, Bewitching will appear again. I believe the effect will be much better. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. She only knew a little about Madam's situation from everyone's narration. After all, she hadn't really checked, so she couldn't make a conclusion. Miss, Madam's current situation is actually very bad. Why don't we let second young master take a look? At the side, Dr. Wu couldn't help but remind her. He felt that Madam was already at the end of her rope. It just so happened that second young master had returned. If she didn't go now, she might not even be able to see him for the last time. Hearing this, everyone's heart sank again. They all understood what he meant. Bewitching's pupils shrank. He didn't expect his mother's illness to be so serious. Wife, Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, his deep eyes filled with complex emotions. That was the mother he had never met before. Even though they had not seen each other all these years, she was still the mother he cared about the most. With just one call, Bailey Hongzhuang understood Bewitching's thoughts. Bewitching, don't worry. I will definitely find a way to cure Aunt. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was heavy and serious. Bewitching finally came back to reunite with her. She definitely couldn't let anything happen to Aunt. She had studied medicine for so long so that she would not have any regrets. Bewitching nodded. Listen to my wife. We'll wait outside. Di Xiaofeng knew that Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills weren't comparable to ordinary people. Moreover, his mother was also Bailey Hongzhuang's mother. She wouldn't mess around with this kind of thing. Thinking about it, since she did this, she must be confident. Where is Auntie? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Dr. Wu and asked. Seeing that everyone agreed with Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Manager Wu sighed and didn't have any objections. Come with me. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Dr. Wu left quickly, Bewitching and the others didn't delay and also went to Lin Yunqing's residence. However, they didn't go in and chose to wait outside. Eldest young master, second young master, Madam's condition is so serious. I'd better go inform the patriarch first. Elder De said. Although he didn't understand why eldest young master and second young master believed in Madam's medical skills so much, he felt that they had their reasons. However, Madam was really too young. Although the age of cultivators couldn't be completely judged from their appearance, he was still certain that Bailey Hongzhuang was only in her 20s. At this age, could she cure the illness that even Dr. Wu couldn't? Di Xiaofeng nodded. Go quickly. Bewitching, Xiaofeng, don't worry too much. Hongzhuang's medical skills have always been outstanding. I believe that as long as she makes a move, there won't be a problem. Shang Guanying comforted. Bewitching nodded slightly, but his dignified face showed that he still didn't feel relieved. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Hongzhuang's medical skills, but he was too worried about Lin Yunqing. The last time I saw Mother, her illness was already quite serious. I didn't expect it to reach this point. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were slightly red. Until now, he still didn't want to believe that his mother's illness was so serious. It will be fine. Bewitching said in a deep voice. Bailey Hongzhuang followed Dr. Wu into a courtyard. After entering the house, she found that the decoration here was very elegant, and the house exuded a bit of medicinal smell. Obviously, the people who lived here must have been taking drugs all year round. That was why the whole house was filled with such a smell. In his sight, a woman was lying on a bed. Without a doubt, she was an extremely beautiful woman. Her skin was fair and her features were picturesque. Even though her eyes were tightly shut at this moment, her brows were slightly furrowed. Even though she was unconscious, there was still a kind of sadness that could not be dispelled. Her delicate appearance made one's heart ache for her. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the beautiful woman in front of her and understood why Bewitching and Di Xiaofeng were so handsome. They had inherited her excellent genes. Lin Yunqing slowly opened her eyes as if she sensed someone coming. Right now, she was as thin as a match, and her hands were only skin and bones. However, her delicate beauty was emitted to the extreme, making it impossible for people to ignore her. Seeing the young woman before her, Lin Yunqing was astonished. However, she was even more astonished. What a beautiful girl. Her soft voice was like spring water, making people feel relaxed and happy. Greetings, madam. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly bowed. Dr. Wu, this girl is? Without waiting for Dr. Wu to answer, Bailey Hongzhuang answered herself, I am a friend that young Master Xiaofeng brought back. Hearing this, Lin Yunqing's gaze changed a bit. Then, her gaze towards Bailey Hongzhuang became even gentler. Seeing the change in Lin Yunqing's gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang knew that Lin Yunqing had misunderstood. Madam, I'm actually Beichen's friend. Hearing the words Beichen, Lin Yunqing's gaze froze. You're Beichen's friend? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, a sweet smile on her lips. Madam, I've known Beichen for many years. I know that you're so weak now because you're worried about Beichen. If Beichen knew about this, he wouldn't be willing either. If you're willing to know about Beichen, I'll slowly tell you after I've treated him, alright? Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was unusually gentle. Looking at Lin Yunqing, she felt as if she was looking at her own mother. Mu Lingbing had been extremely worried about her in the past. Although Lin Yunqing and Mu Lingbing weren't the same person, their feelings were the same. You know about Beichen? Lin Yunqing's dim eyes immediately lit up. She looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a burning gaze, her eyes full of surprise. I know a lot about him. Let me take your pulse first, then I'll slowly tell you, alright? Bailey Hongzhuang's smile was faint and her voice was gentle, giving off the feeling of a spring breeze. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang in front of her, Lin Yunqing felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. The corners of her lips curled into a gentle and affectionate smile. Alright. After getting Lin Yunqing's consent, Bailey Hongzhuang took Lin Yunqing's thin hand and began to take her pulse. She was so thin that it made one's heart ache. Bailey Hongzhuang's movements were very gentle, as if she was afraid that she would hurt her if she used too much strength. Lin Yunqing seemed to have noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughts and her gaze became even gentler. After taking her pulse, Bailey Hongzhuang had a better understanding of Lin Yunqing's condition. Sure enough, Dr. Wu's judgment was not wrong. Lin Yunqing's physical condition was really bad. Under such circumstances, even the slightest provocation would be unbearable. This was the first time she had encountered such a mental illness. It was also because this mental illness had existed for far too many years. Is my situation very bad? Lin Yan said with a faint smile when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang frown. Don't worry about it. I know my body's condition very well. Tell me about Beichen. As his mother, I haven't been able to stay by his side for so many years. I only know a little about him. I'm very happy to be able to see you at a time like this. Hearing more about him is the greatest consolation. Lin Yunqing's expression was calm while her eyes were clear and flawless. She seemed to have seen through everything since long ago. Madam, you'll be fine. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a resolute light. Although Lin Yunqing's condition was very serious, she would definitely nurse her back to health. You don't have to comfort me. Lin Yunqing waved her hand. Miss, I don't know why but I like you very much at first sight. Speaking of this, Lin Yunqing's smile became even more brilliant. She had really liked Bailey Hongzhuang from the first time she had laid eyes on her. This was the first time someone among the younger generation had made her feel this way. Tell me about Beichen. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Alright, but before that, you must take this pill. Hearing this, Lin Yunqing was stunned for a moment before she smiled and agreed. Alright, I'll do as you say. When Dr. Wu saw that Madam and Bailey Hongzhuang actually got along so well, his heart was filled with astonishment. He had been in charge of Madam's illness for quite some time. Although Madam had a gentle temperament and was easy to get along with, this was the first time such a situation had happened. Originally, he was still thinking about how to introduce Bailey Hongzhuang. He did not expect that before he even said anything, everything had already been resolved. Moreover, from the current situation, the two of them seemed to be chatting happily. He did not need to worry at all. Not only that, Madam's current state was much better than usual. For a moment, Dr. Wu only felt that this might really be fate. After Lin Yunqing took the pill, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly relieved. This pill was refined by her previously. After knowing that Lin Yunqing's condition was not very good, she began to refine a few pills in case of an emergency. Now, it just so happened that she needed to use it. The most important thing for her now was to stabilize Lin Yunqing's condition. Later, she would go back and concoct some medicine. Although she did not have many medicinal herbs on her, she believed that with the D family's foundation, they should have all these medicinal herbs. However, this heart disease had existed for too long. If she wanted to cure it, it would also be a gradual process. Following that, Bailey Hongzhuang began to talk about Bewitching's past. Lin Yunqing listened to Bailey Hongzhuang's narration. Her expression was gentle and faintly revealed a bit of joy. So he has always been so outstanding. After knowing that Bewitching had always been an outstanding existence in the lower realm, Lin Yunqing's eyes reddened. However, her heart was even more gratified. However, as she spoke, the corners of Lin Yunqing's eyes became wet. Sometimes, I regret it. If we had known that he was living well in the lower realm, should we not have looked for him? If he had not come to the upper realm, then at least he could still live well. But now, it's all because of us. Madam, don't think like that. He is your son. Moreover, all of this was not within your expectations. Think about it from Bewitching's perspective. If he knew that his family had always been so concerned about him, he would definitely be very happy. Of course, he hopes that you can live on. Lin Yunqing shook her head slightly. Her eyes were wet with tears, and her voice was choked with sobs. My son is very lonely underground. I want to accompany him. All these years, as his mother, I didn't take good care of him. It's just that. I'm most worried that he won't be able to recognize me once I'm underground. As she spoke, Lin Yunqing couldn't help but cry. She already knew Bewitching's appearance from the portrait, but Bewitching had never seen her all these years, so how could he recognize her? Hearing Lin Yunqing's words, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but tear up. A mother's love was so great. At this moment, this was what Lin Yunqing was most worried about. Madam, actually, Bewitching might not be dead. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered and said. She had to give Lin Yunqing a glimmer of hope and let her have the desire to live. Otherwise, if he continued to maintain this attitude, even if she tried her best to treat him, she would not be able to achieve good results. Lin Yunqing was slightly stunned. What do you mean? Up until now, no one has found Bewitching's body. Since they haven't found him, he might not be dead. How can you determine the result just by listening to one person's words? Bailey Hongzhuang's pitch-black phoenix eyes flickered with a bright light, and her pretty face was surrounded by a convincing luster. Lin Yunqing was also shocked, and for a moment, she did not know what to say. Indeed, she did not see Bewitching's corpse. She had only heard Di Kaiyuan's words and had already determined the result. In fact, how could anyone not believe what Di Kaiyuan said before he died? Didn't everyone think that Bewitching had already fallen? But he was still alive and well. Maybe it's the same now. There will be miracles in this world. Maybe Di Kaiyuan himself has not figured out the situation. If you give up now, what if Bewitching comes back? How regretful would that be? Bailey Hongzhuang held Lin Yunqing's hand. So, you must persevere. You must nurse your body back to health and look forward to that day. Lin Yunqing stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in a daze. She had already given up all hope, but after hearing all this, she suddenly had a trace of hope. Maybe a miracle would really happen. You are very tired now. Why don't you rest first? I will tell you about Bewitching in detail later, okay? Lin Yunqing nodded slightly. In fact, she also felt very tired. She just wanted to hear more about Bewitching, so she had been holding on. After coaxing Lin Yunqing to sleep, Bailey Hongzhuang retreated. She took out a pen and paper and wrote down the medicinal herbs she needed and handed them to Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu, you should be able to find these medicinal herbs, right? Dr. Wu took a look. Although these medicinal herbs were expensive, there was no problem with the D family. Don't worry, I will find them soon, but, can they cure madam? Dr. Wu could see that these medicinal herbs were all beneficial to the body, but he had used many of them before, but they had no effect. It will be cured. Bailey Hongzhuang said with certainty. Okay, I will go prepare now. After the great elder informed Di Yujue of Lin Yunqing's situation, he rushed over as soon as possible. Is Yunqing's current situation very bad? Di Yujue's face was filled with anxiety. Recently, he also knew that Yunqing's situation was very bad, so other than dealing with the family matters, he spent all his time with her. However, seeing her condition getting worse and worse every day, his heart ached, but he could do nothing about it. Second young madam is back. Perhaps things will take a turn for the better, first elder said uncertainly. He did not know much about the second madam's medical skills, but according to the eldest young master, the second madam was a miracle doctor. Perhaps things would turn for the better. Second madam? Di Yujue couldn't help but frown when he heard this. What second madam? Patriarch, second young master and second young madam have returned. First elder hurriedly explained, we were preoccupied with madam's condition and forgot to inform you. Second young master? Di Yujue was stunned, and then a look of disbelief appeared on his face. You're saying that Bewitching is back? Yes, second young master is still alive. First elder nodded. It turns out that eldest young master and second young master have become friends before, but they didn't know each other's identity at that time. This time, eldest young master went to Rongan City and just happened to meet each other. It turns out that the miracle doctor that eldest young master mentioned before is second madam. What a coincidence. I think it's fate. Even though the great elder had spoken on his own, Di Yujue only heard one sentence in his mind. Bewitching was still alive. This news was like a bolt of lightning, causing him to freeze on the spot. His hands trembled slightly and his handsome and dignified face was filled with unconcealable joy and excitement. He's still alive. He's really still alive. Di Yujue mumbled to himself as an indescribable joy blossomed in his heart. At that moment, he felt as if the sky was exceptionally clear today and he felt as if he was stepping on clouds. That's right, the second young master is still alive. I told you that the second young master would be blessed by the heavens. The great elder's face was full of smiles as well. After worrying and searching for so many years, the second young master has finally returned. Their hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, could finally be put down. Even though someone had been trying to obstruct them from behind the scenes, it was a good thing that the other party's plot had not succeeded. Where is Bewitching now? Di Yujue no longer cared about anything else. He only wanted to see Bewitching standing in front of him, safe and sound. The second young master is now in the madam's courtyard. The great elder understood Di Yujue's anxious feelings and immediately replied, the eldest young master and the second young master had planned to meet with the master first. However, they happened to run into Dr. Wu on the way and found out that the madam's condition was not very good, so they went to the madam's residence first. I've come to inform you. Di Yujue nodded gently. His feelings were very complicated. Initially, he was very happy to know that Bewitching had returned safely. However, when he thought of Lin Yunqing's current condition, he could not help but worry. Let's go to the madam's courtyard and have a look. In the next moment, Di Yujue's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Di Yujue only slowed down when they were outside Lin Yunqing's courtyard. As he stared at the courtyard not too far away, he suddenly felt uneasy. There was a kind of feeling called homesickness. Although his current situation did not fit this description, there was a similar feeling. All along, he had been hoping to see Bewitching. However, now that Bewitching was not too far away, he did not dare to go over. If others knew about this, they would definitely find it unbelievable that he, the master of the D family, would have such feelings. However, it was all true. In fact, he was the one who felt the deepest guilt towards Bewitching. If he had not fallen into the trap back then, of course, Bewitching would not have been stranded in the outside world all these years. Although he knew that Situ Yan had never mistreated Bewitching, it was still different for him to not grow up in the family. Moreover, he had learned from Situ Yan that Bewitching had always been concerned about his background. He did not know how to face Bewitching at this moment. Similarly, he did not know if Bewitching would forgive him. Now, he missed the time when he was on Pulai Island. He and Bewitching had a pleasant conversation and the two of them felt like old friends at first sight. From then on, he knew that Bewitching was a calm and magnanimous person. However, now that his identity had changed, everything was different. When the great elder saw Diyujue standing outside and suddenly stopped, he was confused for a short moment before he understood. Just like how the old master went into seclusion after knowing that everything was related to him. Thinking about it, the person they could not forgive the most was him. Master, second young master is very reasonable. He will understand. The great elder's voice was low as he spoke slowly. He had already thought it through. No matter if Beichen blamed him, resented him, or hated him, he would accept it. Because it was his fault all these years. To him, as long as Beichen was still alive, that was already his greatest comfort. As for anything else, he wouldn't ask for anything else. The first elder looked at the silent Diyujue and didn't say anything else. He understood that this kind of thing wasn't something that could be comforted by others. He only hoped that the second young master could understand the patriarch. In fact, the patriarch had punished him enough over the years. Di Beichen and Di Xiaofeng stood outside the courtyard. Both of them were silent and kept looking inside, hoping to know the result as soon as possible. Just as Di Beichen was waiting, Di Xiaofeng suddenly turned around and said to the figure outside the courtyard, "Father." Seeing Di Yujue's arrival, a happy smile appeared on Di Xiaofeng's face. "I brought Beichen back." As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Di Yujue's gaze was fixed on Di Beichen. His son was even more handsome than in the portrait. He stood out from the crowd, and he was elegant and charming. At the same time, Di Beichen also looked at Di Yujue. Although he had already seen him before, seeing him now was a completely different feeling. His father. For so many years, he would sometimes think about what his father would look like. Now, his father was standing in front of him. Di Yujue and Di Beichen stood there, looking at each other with complicated and deep gazes. Di Yujue's hands behind his back trembled slightly. His lips opened and closed, and his eyes flickered. He seemed to be hesitating, but also seemed to be thinking about how to phrase his words. After a while, he called out, "Beichen." He had never felt that speaking was such a difficult thing, and his heart was even more uneasy. Looking at the handsome man who was like the sun, his heart was boiling, and his palms were sweating. Di Beichen also stared at Di Yujue. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. "Father." After calling him father, Di Beichen felt his whole body relax. In the past, he had been resentful towards his family for abandoning him, but now that he understood everything, his resentment had long disappeared. When Di Yujue heard Di Beichen call him father, he was completely stunned. His deep and spirited eyes suddenly widened, revealing disbelief and uncontrollable ecstasy. That kind of surprise simply could not be expressed with words. He had thought of many scenarios where Beichen would not forgive him, but he had never thought that Beichen would directly call him father. The word father had reached the bottom of his heart. His heart felt as if it had been ruthlessly smashed by someone. A feeling of warm tears spread in his heart, and the corners of his eyes could not help but moisten. However, all the previous nervousness and apprehension turned into joy in an instant. A joyful smile from the bottom of his heart bloomed on Di Yujue's lips. You called me father?" Di Beichen smiled. "You are my father." Hearing this, Di Yujue hurriedly took a few steps forward. His chest kept rising and falling, as if he did not know how to suppress his excitement and ecstasy. "Thank you for coming back. And thank you for being willing to acknowledge me as your father." Di Yujue's voice was low, suppressing some kind of enthusiasm, but everyone present understood that he was excited and complicated. In the next moment, Di Yujue suddenly opened his arms. Di Beichen stepped forward with a smile and the father and son hugged each other. The golden sunlight shone on the father and son hugging each other. It was bright and gorgeous, revealing a kind of warmth that penetrated one's heart. Di Yujue patted Di Beichen's back and said in a calm and powerful voice, "Good son. My good son." Di Beichen just slowly said, "Father, I'm back." His expression was very calm, and from his trembling voice, everyone knew that he was also controlling his emotions. Di Xiaofeng and the others on the side watched the scene of the father and son reuniting, and the corners of their eyes became slightly moist. Although men weren't good at expressing their feelings, they all understood. After Di Yujue let go of Di Beichen, the smile on his face became extremely bright. He quickly said to the head elder, go and inform the old man and old madam that Bewitching is back. The head elder quickly nodded, I'll go now. After the head elder left, Yujua's mood also calmed down. When he looked at Lin Yunqing's room, there was a trace of worry between his brows. Xiaofeng, how is your mother now? Xiaofeng's brows were tightly knit as worry appeared on his face. Dr. Wu said that mother's situation is very bad. Sister-in-law has already gone in to see her, but she hasn't come out yet. We don't know the situation yet. Hearing this, Yujue couldn't help but worry. He looked at Bewitching and said, if your mother knows that you're back, she will definitely be very happy. He knew too well how much Lin Yunqing missed her son all these years. If she knew, how happy would she be? Hong Zhuang's medical skills are very outstanding. She will definitely cure mother. Bewitching's voice was firm. He believed in Hong Zhuang's ability and at the same time, he fervently hoped that his mother would be fine. Yujue nodded. He also believed in this. Because just from the fact that Bailey Hongzhuang cured Bewitching's cursed body, one could see how outstanding her medical skills were. One had to know that if it wasn't for the D family's previous method of curing the cursed body, other doctors wouldn't be able to solve this problem at all. Bailey Hongzhuang came from the lower realm but was able to understand this in itself was very shocking. Just as they were discussing, Dr. Wu came out of the room. Almost immediately, Di and hurriedly went up to greet him. Dr. Wu, how is the situation? Madams, she seemed to likes, she liked madam at first sight. As he spoke, Dr. Wu handed a piece of paper in his hand to Di Yujue. These are the medicinal herbs that the second madam had asked me to retrieve. Just now, the second madam had fed madam a pill and madam is now resting. However, the second madam is using silver needles to treat madam. According to the second madam, she will be able to cure madam. However, madam has been too weak these past few years and will need some time to recover. She said that it can't be rushed. Di Yujue glanced at the medicinal herbs on the piece of paper and waved his hand to summon a servant, go to the medicinal herb storehouse and retrieve these medicinal herbs. Yes. Di Xiaofeng noticed Bewitching's expression and his eyes lit up. Second brother, can sister-in-law really be cured? Bewitching nodded slightly, since Hong Zhuang said it can be cured, then it can be cured. As soon as this was said, Di Yujue and Di Xiaofeng both breathed a sigh of relief. They believed that since Bewitching said so, then there really wasn't a problem. I didn't expect sister-in-law's medical skills to be so outstanding. Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but sigh. When he knew that the group of doctors were helpless, he immediately thought of Bailey Hongzhuang. But now that he heard this definite answer, he couldn't help but be amazed. Dr. Wu on the side couldn't help but say, I don't know who second madam's medical skills are from, although I don't know how second madam plans to treat it, I don't know why second madam always gives people a kind of convincing power. Madam's mood has not been very good during this period of time, but since second madam appeared, madam has been very calm. When Di Xiaofeng said that he wanted Bailey Hongzhuang to treat madam, he was actually full of doubts in his heart. But when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang talking with madam, he began to change his attitude. Regardless of whether Bailey Hongzhuang could really cure madam, at least with her consolation, madam's state was far from normal. If there was someone like second madam to console madam before, then madam's condition wouldn't be so serious. After Di Yujue heard Dr. Wu's opinion of Bailey Hongzhuang, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Dr. Wu's reputation was very resounding, and there weren't many people who could be chosen by him. He didn't expect his daughter-in-law to be able to get such a high evaluation from Dr. Wu. When he was in the lower realm, although he had seen Bailey Hongzhuang, he didn't know much about her. Now that he knew about Bailey Hongzhuang, he was more and more satisfied with this daughter-in-law. His son and himself both had good taste. Di Xiaofeng also breathed a sigh of relief. This is all thanks to second brother marrying a good sister-in-law. Mother still doesn't know that sister-in-law is her daughter-in-law. If she knew, she would be even happier. Ever since the incident with Di Kaiyuan, Di Linxian handed over the position of patriarch to Di Yujue and began a long period of seclusion. Xiao Wanrong knew that Di Linxian was unwilling to forgive her. Even if she tried to persuade the old man, it was useless. She knew that the old man had always been stubborn. He had been unwilling to forgive Dujue for so many years, but he had never thought that the root cause was actually her. One could imagine how painful it was. Now, she could only sigh. She didn't know when this old man would be able to get over it. If he didn't let her go, it would only make her feel worse. Right at this time, someone suddenly reported that head elder had arrived. Hearing this news, Xiao Wanrong was also somewhat puzzled. Could it be that something happened in the family? Go and invite the great elder here. Soon, Xiao Wanrong saw the great elder walking over with a joyful expression. Xiao Wanrong originally had a worried look on her face. When she saw the great elder's joyful look, she couldn't help but feel even more puzzled. Great elder, did something good happen? Why are you so happy? Old madam, let me tell you a piece of good news. Second young master has returned. First elder nodded repeatedly. He was already used to everyone's expressions. At this moment, when he saw old madam's expression, it was as if he had seen himself in the past. Everyone was pleasantly surprised that second young master could return. Yes, second young master has just returned. Patriarch asked me to inform you and old master. Is what you said true? Xiao Wanrong stepped forward and stared at first elder with a burning gaze. You can't lie about this kind of thing. Old madam, even if I ate a bear's heart and leopard's gall, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. First elder hurriedly said, a few days ago, first young master and I went to Rongnan City to find a miracle doctor to treat madam. We didn't expect this miracle doctor to be second young madam. When we returned, second young master revealed his identity. All of this is fate. Seeing first elder's solemn vow, Xiao Wanrong understood that all of this was true. She was ecstatic. This surprise came too suddenly, so much so that she couldn't believe it. That's great. Xiao Wanrong clapped her hands excitedly and couldn't help but pace back and forth. Her face was full of excitement and agitation. I knew it. Our Bachin is blessed and will be fine. I have to quickly inform the old man to go see our precious grandson together. Xiao Wanrong clapped her hands repeatedly. So that the old man won't be competing with himself. Where is Bachin now? Second young master is now in madam's courtyard. I got it. I'll go right away. Without waiting for first elder to finish speaking, Xiao Wanrong's figure had already disappeared from sight. Seeing this, first elder sighed and shook his head. He didn't expect old madam to be so agile. However, the smile on his face couldn't help but widen. Such great news. I have to inform the other elders too. Haha. Thinking of this, first elder's figure also quickly disappeared. Xianxia had been in seclusion in the secret chamber. When he suddenly saw the door of the secret chamber open, he couldn't help but frown. Seeing that familiar figure, Xianxia opened his mouth without thinking. Old madam, you don't have to say anything. I won't go out. He couldn't face all of this and couldn't forgive himself. When he thought of his poor grandson, he really wished he could go to hell to accompany him. Normally, Xiao Wanrong would feel very uncomfortable when she heard Xianxia's words. But now, the smile on her face was still as bright as ever. In fact, ever since she found out that her precious grandson was not dead and had even returned, she could not control the smile on her face. She wanted to control it, but she couldn't. This was the best day he had ever been in over 20 years. Hee, old man, are you really not going out today? Looking at Xiao Wanrong's smiling face, Xianxia's brows furrowed even tighter. Old woman, what's wrong with you today? You're laughing like you're having a seizure. The moment these words came out, Xiao Wanrong's expression instantly changed and she glared. You're the one who's laughing like you're having a stroke. Whether you smile or not, you look like you're having a stroke. However, after saying this, Xiao Wanrong's smile appeared again. The corners of her mouth were raised so high that they almost reached the back of her ears. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to bicker with him. What did you come here to say? If there's nothing else, then go out. I'm going into seclusion. However, Xianxia waved his hand. Unless Bachin isn't dead, I won't forgive myself. That's right, Bachin isn't dead. Xiao Wanrong nodded. It's useless no matter what you say. Xianxia sighed. In the next second, he suddenly went into shock and stared at Xiao Wanrong in astonishment. What did you just say? I said that Beichen isn't dead. Xiao Wanrong repeated herself. Di Linxian quickly walked in front of Xiao Wanrong and stared blankly at her. You. Say that again? Beichen isn't dead. Xiao Wanrong raised her voice. Not only is he not dead, he's even back. Are you going out today or not? If you're not going out, then stay here. I'm rushing to see my precious grandson. Xiao Wanrong glanced at Di Linxian and pretended to walk out. Seeing this, Di Linxian quickly chased after her. Is what you said true? Our precious grandson is really back? How did he come back? When did he come back? Where is he now? Di Linxian had a stomach full of questions. His originally listless face was now brimming with energy, and he looked as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He was so excited that he could not control himself. Xiao Wanrong was speechless when she heard Di Linxian's question after question. I came to tell you as soon as I heard the news. If an old man like you hadn't insisted on going into closed-door cultivation here, I would have seen my precious grandson by now. Xiao Wanrong scoffed coldly in dissatisfaction. However, it was useless to pretend at this moment because the smile on her lips could not be suppressed at all. Even though Di Linxian had not seen Di Beichen with his own eyes, he knew that everything was true. The smile on his face was not the same as Xiao Wanrong's smile. On the contrary, it was even more exaggerated and his eyes had narrowed into slits. Then where are they now? In Yinqing's courtyard. Hearing this, Di Linxian immediately ran forward. His speed did not seem like that of an old man. Io, old man, wait for me. Seeing that Di Linxian was about to run away, Xiao Wanrong was anxious and accidentally fell. Di Linxian finally stopped when he heard Xiao Wanrong's voice. Looking at Xiao Wanrong's appearance, Di Linxian ran back helplessly. Old woman, you're already so old, why don't you take it easy on the road? After Di Linxian helped her up, Xiao Wanrong blushed a little. That's because I was in a hurry to see my grandson. We haven't seen each other for so many years, how can we not be anxious? It's good that you're in such a hurry. You're already so old, yet you're still so impatient. If this gets out, you'll become a laughingstock. Di Linxian turned around and left as he spoke. Boom, a muffled sound was heard. Di Linxian accidentally bumped into the door. Seeing this, Xiao Wanrong could not help but chuckle. You only know how to talk about me. Look at yourself, you're still the same. Di Linxian was at a loss for words. I'm just anxious to see my grandson. If I didn't come back to help you, would I have hit the door? Don't be stubborn and deny it. Do you think I don't know your character? Xiao Wanrong looked as if she had seen through him. Di Linxian was also embarrassed. It's enough that we know about this. Don't tell anyone about it later, Di Linxian said domineeringly. However, there was a hint of guilt in his voice. I know. Xiao Wanrong waved her hand. You want to keep up appearances to avoid suffering. After seeing Di Beichen and his father reunite, Di Xiaofeng's smile became even brighter. Now, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his younger brother was reasonable and did not have any dissatisfaction after knowing the whole process. Otherwise, the situation would be a little complicated. After Di Yujue knew that there was a way to treat Lin Yunqing's illness, he only felt that the stone in his heart was completely put down. His whole person seemed to be a lot more relaxed. All the things that he was worried about were solved today, leaving only a pleasant surprise. Beichen, I can guarantee that grandfather and grandmother will rush over soon. A playful smile appeared on Di Xiaofeng's face. He raised his eyebrows and grinned, revealing his white and neat teeth. He knew his grandparents too well. Just by thinking about how they scolded his father every day, he knew how much they were looking forward to Beichen's return. They must have rushed over as soon as they heard the news of Beichen's return. Although there was some distance from here, it should only take a moment. Hearing Di Xiaofeng's words, Di Yujue shook his head helplessly, but there was still a smile in his eyes. Not long after he said this, two figures appeared outside the courtyard. They did not see the person, but they heard the voice first. Where is my precious grandson? Xiao Wanrong and Di Linxian hurried to the courtyard and saw Di Beichen standing next to Di Yujue at a glance. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. Although this was the first time they had seen Bewitching, they had looked at the portrait left and right. They didn't know how many times they had seen it. Now that they saw the real person, they were very excited. "Io, my good grandson." Xiao Wanrong stepped forward and held Bewitching's hand. Her kind and gentle face was filled with a kind and amiable smile. "You're finally back. Let grandmother take a look." It was Bewitching's first time seeing such a kind and amiable old lady. He passively turned around on the spot and let Xiao Wanrong carefully look at him. Only then did Xiao Wanrong reveal a comfortable smile. "Good, very good." Xianxia looked at Xiao Wanrong's anxious appearance and couldn't help but frown. "Don't scare my precious grandson." As he spoke, Xianxia looked at Bewitching and smiled warmly. "My good grandson, don't be scared by your grandmother. She's always been impatient." Bewitching had a sunny smile on his face. Even if it was the first time he saw the two elders, he liked them from the bottom of his heart. He could see the fondness the two elders had for him in their eyes. That fondness was so dense that it could not be dissolved. It emanated from their bones, making it irresistible. "Grandfather, grandmother." Bewitching greeted them with a smile. "Sigh." Xianxia and Xiao Wanrong answered happily. Their loud voices were filled with joy. It was as if they couldn't wait for the whole world to know that their precious grandson had returned. The two elders, who were usually strict and serious, were as happy as children at this moment, completely disregarding their previous image. "My precious grandson is so handsome." Xiao Wanrong stroked Bewitching's arm happily. Her eyes were curved into crescents because of her smile. "You're even more handsome than your father. How many young girls have been charmed by you? You old man, do you still have any shame?" Xiao Wanrong's face was full of disdain. "Look at your appearance, then look at my precious grandson. He's so much more handsome than you." Hearing this, Xianxia's face was full of dissatisfaction. "I was also famous for being a handsome man when I was young. If not, would you have bowed down to my green robes? Look, Yujue, Xiaofeng, and Beichen, didn't they all inherit my excellent genes? That's enough. Only you have the nerve to say that." Xiao Wanrong rolled her eyes and then looked at Beichen with a gentle smile. "My precious grandson, who do you think is more outstanding between your grandfather and me?" As soon as she said that, Xianxia also said, "My precious grandson, you don't have to worry about feelings. Just say it directly." Bewitching looked at the two happy elders in front of him and the smile in his eyes gradually deepened. He couldn't resist these two elders at all and wanted to get close to them from the bottom of his heart. It turned out that his grandfather and grandmother were so interesting. Thinking about it, if he could grow up under their love, he would really be doted on. "Although this is my first time meeting grandfather and grandmother, I can see that both of you were rare handsome men and beautiful women when you were young," Bewitching said with a smile. Following Bewitching's words, Xianxia and Xiao Wanrong's faces bloomed like flowers. "My precious grandson has good taste, haha." As she said that, Xiao Wanrong's eyes couldn't help but look around. After not finding the person she was looking for, she couldn't help but frown. "Eh? Where's my precious granddaughter-in-law? Why don't I see her?" "Grandmother, sister-in-law is treating mother. She's in the room now." Di Xiaofeng replied. "I see." Xiao Wanrong suddenly understood. Yunqing's condition is indeed not good recently. How is she now? Hong Zhuang said that she can be cured, but she needs some time to recuperate. Bewitching said in a low voice. Even with Hong Zhuang's medical skills, she still needed time to recuperate. It could be seen that her condition was really serious. Xianxuan's eyes lit up. "My granddaughter-in-law's medical skills are really outstanding. I heard from Dr. Wu that this condition is very difficult to treat. I didn't expect my granddaughter-in-law to have a way. This is really great." Previously, when they learned of this situation, they were very worried and immediately invited all the doctors that could be invited. However, the result still made them feel despair. They didn't expect their granddaughter-in-law to have a solution. It was really a surprise. "I only knew that Hong Zhuang was a miracle doctor, but I didn't know that she was my sister-in-law." Even now, Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but sigh. This was a fated reunion. Just as they were talking, a graceful white figure walked out of the house. Bailey Hongzhuang performed acupuncture on Lin Yunqing after she fell asleep. However, as she said, Lin Yunqing needed some time to recuperate, and it would take a while for her to recover. Fortunately, the situation didn't worsen. This was already very good news. However, Bailey Hongzhuang just walked out of the house and found many people standing in the courtyard. She saw Di Yujue at first glance. Among these people, she only knew Di Yujue. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang come out, Di Beichen quickly walked up to her. Wife. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Beichen, you're here too. The moment they saw Bailey Hongzhuang appear, the eyes of Xiao Wanrong and the others all lit up. With their experience, they had seen countless beautiful women, but this young lady in front of them gave them an indescribable feeling of amazement. She was devastatingly beautiful, a national beauty. The simple white dress was simple and elegant, but when she wore it, she gave off an otherworldly aura. She had a beautiful figure, graceful and charming, and her exquisite facial features were impeccable. This was a lady that would make people remember her at a glance. Xiao Wanrong and Di Linxian couldn't help but look at each other after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang. They had heard that their granddaughter-in-law was a rare beauty, but now that they saw her, she was even more outstanding than they had imagined. Not only them, Di Yujue also had a trace of astonishment in his eyes when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang, but it quickly turned into deep joy. When he first saw Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing, he had already guessed that Bailey Hongzhuang was a beauty. When they were on Punlai Island, Bailey Hongzhuang had disguised herself in a more ordinary way, so he didn't expect her to be such a beautiful lady. Xiao Wanrong immediately went up to her, her kind and amiable face filled with a cordial smile. She reached out and grabbed Bailey Hongzhuang's small hand. This is my precious granddaughter-in-law, right? Xiao Wanrong smiled brightly, revealing her white teeth. She's really beautiful. My precious grandson is really blessed to marry such a beautiful granddaughter-in-law. Io, look at her small hand. Her small face is so fresh. One look and I like her. Xiao Wanrong looked up and down at Bailey Hongzhuang, her bright eyes revealing two words, satisfaction. Bailey Hongzhuang was a little startled when her hand was suddenly grabbed, but when she guessed that this lovely old lady was Di Beichen's grandmother, she relaxed. Although it was only their first meeting, she could feel that this old man truly liked her. Hongzhuang, this is my grandmother. Di Beichen introduced her with a smile. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and greeted, grandmother. Sigh. Xiao Wanrong replied happily, I really didn't expect that my precious grandson has already married such a beautiful granddaughter-in-law. I'm so happy today. Granddaughter-in-law, welcome back to the Di family. From now on, this will be your home. If you need anything, just tell me. Don't stand on ceremony. Thank you, grandmother. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled brightly. She had thought that the people from the aristocratic families were more serious. She did not expect that the grandmother in front of her was more amiable than ordinary elders. She could not help but want to get close to her. What are you thanking me for? This is what a grandmother should do. Xiao Wanrong smiled happily. She was really too happy. Her grandchildren and daughters-in-law were all back, and she liked them very much. Di Linxian also walked over. He was naturally not as close as Xiao Wanrong, but the smile on his face was similarly amiable. Granddaughter-in-law, welcome back. Grandfather. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and greeted. Hearing this, Di Linxian also grinned. Sigh. By the way, granddaughter-in-law, how is your mother now? Xiao Wanrong could not help but ask. Mother has fallen ill from accumulated depression over the years. It will take some time for her to recover, but grandmother, don't worry. Mother's life will not be in danger. Although they had already heard Dr. Wu say it before, at this moment, after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's affirmation, everyone was completely relieved. Granddaughter-in-law, I never thought that you would have such amazing medical skills at such a young age. Di Linchuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. He understood Yunqing's situation very well. So many doctors had been helpless and only Dr. Wu had been able to think of a way to delay it. However, he had been unable to cure her. However, the young Bailey Hongzhuang was certain that she would be able to cure her. How could this not be shocking? Hong Zhuang was the most famous divine doctor in the lower realm. Bewitching proudly introduced, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have been able to change my cursed body. I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to see everyone now. Xianxia and the others' gazes changed slightly when they heard this. A complicated feeling crept into their hearts. It had not been easy for Bewitching to be able to return to the D family. With so many problems, if there had been even the slightest deviation, he would never have been able to return. Xianxia patted Bewitching's shoulder as a light flashed in his eyes. It's a good thing that the heavens have blessed you and allowed you to return safely. Xiao Wanrong continued to hold Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. Granddaughter-in-law, our entire family would like to thank you. If it wasn't for you, Bewitching wouldn't have been able to return alive. The D family will always remember this great kindness. Di Yujue and Di Xiaofeng also looked deeply at Bailey Hongzhuang. Their hearts were filled with gratitude towards Bailey Hongzhuang. They would always remember this great kindness. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang quickly waved her hand and said, "Grandmother, you're exaggerating. Bewitching is my husband. This is what I should do." However, Xianxia shook his head. "Granddaughter-in-law, your family has always taken good care of Bewitching all these years. We understand everything. If it wasn't for your care, no one knows what would have happened. On behalf of the D family, I would like to express my gratitude to you and your family. Since you have married into the D family, we will not treat you unfairly. We will treat you as our own granddaughter. You can rest assured that this will be your home. If anyone dares to bully you, no matter who it is, I won't let them off." Xianxia's expression was solemn and serious, and his words were extremely protective. Long ago, he had already made up his mind that this granddaughter-in-law was his biological granddaughter. Whoever dared to bully her, he would break their legs. Di Yujue and the others smiled when they saw this. This was not only what old Master Li was thinking, but also what they were thinking. Bailey Hongzhuang was inwardly moved. Her sparkling and translucent eyes flickered with light, and her eyes were faintly red. "Grandfather, thank you." Previously, she had been a little nervous and worried that the D family would not accept her. After all, prejudice against one's social status always existed. The larger the family, the more obvious the prejudice against social status. However, she never thought that old Master Li of the D family would say such words to her in such a serious manner. All of her previous worries disappeared in an instant and were replaced by a feeling of being overwhelmed by the favor. At this moment, she had truly fallen in love with this family. So this was Bewitching's family. So, they had long accepted her and treated her as a true family member. After Xianxia finished speaking, the atmosphere became joyous and harmonious again. Ever since they found out about Bewitching's death, the D family seemed to have been shrouded in a haze. They hadn't been able to relax for a long time. This day was undoubtedly the happiest day of the D family because they were finally reunited. Second brother and sister-in-law are both back. That's great. Di Xiaofeng was overjoyed. He was already very happy when he met Bewitching. Now that he felt the joy of the whole family, he only felt that this joy was infinitely magnified. Xiao Wanrong looked at Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang who were standing together, then looked at Di Xiaofeng and said, "Xiaofeng, look, Bewitching is your younger brother. Now that Bewitching is married, as his older brother, you still haven't married. Don't you feel embarrassed?" Seeing that Xiao Wanrong suddenly changed the topic to him, Bewitching also looked helpless. "Grandmother, you're always urging me. Now that Bewitching is married, you should shift your attention to Bewitching. Why are you urging me again? Bewitching is naturally good in every way, but compared to this, you're really too slow." Xiao Wanrong put on a serious face. However, even if she, who had always been kind, put on a serious face, it wasn't very convincing. "Your grandmother is right." Xianxia also nodded. "Xiaofeng, I see that you've been going out a lot these days. You said that you wanted to ask about Bewitching. Now that Bewitching is back, shouldn't you also focus on your marriage? Your grandmother has found many good girls for you. It's just up to you who you like." Seeing that his grandfather had spoken, Di Xiaofeng only wanted to cry for help. "Grandfather, I'm still so young. Why should I be anxious about this?" Di Xiaofeng sighed. "Besides, I'll find the girl I like myself. Why would I need you to do all this for me?" Then bring back a granddaughter-in-law for me. All these years, I've been running around all day, but in the end, I didn't get anything. Xiao Wanrong sighed and shook her head. Not bad. Di Linxian nodded. The old man from the Xiao clan keeps telling me that his grandson is already married, but you're older than him, yet you haven't done anything. Fortunately, Beichen worked hard and brought back his precious granddaughter-in-law. The next time I see old man Xiao, I have to have a good talk with him. Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but smile when they saw Di Linxuan's proud and elated expression. This old man didn't look like the head of the Di family at all. He was just an adorable old man. Sure enough, old people are very cute. They actually know how to compare these things. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh. Most importantly, from Di Linxuan's serious expression, she could see that he and old man Xiao were really fighting over this point. Grandfather, don't worry. Big brother should be here soon. Di Beichen said with a faint smile. Although Bailey Yunyan hadn't been together with Di Xiaofeng the last time they met, according to their judgment, it wouldn't be long. In other words, he would have another sister-in-law soon. Following Di Beichen's words, Di Linxian and Xiao Wanrong were both stunned. Even Di Yujue revealed a surprised expression. Really? Xiao Wanrong looked at Di Xiaofeng expectantly. Facing Xiao Wanrong's expectant eyes, Di Xiaofeng glanced at Di Beichen helplessly. However, Di Beichen just shrugged and gave him a look that said, "Take care of it yourself." Grandmother, don't worry. Are you worried that I won't be able to find a wife? Xiao Wanrong glanced at Di Xiaofeng suspiciously. With your sloppy appearance, I really do have some doubts. Di Xiaofeng's face fell. Grandmother, I remember that before Beichen came back, you didn't say that about me. You used to praise me for being handsome. There must be a lot of young ladies chasing after me to marry me. Did I say that? Xiao Wanrong asked. Di Xiaofeng turned to look at Di Linxian. Grandfather, help me testify. You're already so old and you haven't brought a wife back. It's not convincing at all. Di Linxian said seriously. Di Xiaofeng was speechless and placed his last hope on Di Yujue. Father, should I not have brought Beichen back? Now that Beichen is back, my status has plummeted. Di Yujue only glanced at Di Xiaofeng. Isn't that natural? He could feel that not only did Di Xiaofeng's status drop, but so did his. Seeing that Di Xiaofeng was still unwilling to say who that lady was, Xiao Wanrong didn't ask any more. She just smiled and teased Di Beichen. I didn't expect you two brothers to have a secret. Forget it, forget it. I believe in Beichen. I'll just wait at home with peace of mind. Only then did everyone shift the topic away from Di Xiaofeng. Beichen, Hongzhuang, you must be tired from the journey back. Go and rest for a while. I'll get someone to prepare dinner. Xiao Wanrong looked concerned. Your courtyard has already been built for you. Let's go and take a look. When Di Yujue came back and told them that Beichen and Hongzhuang had come to the upper realm, they had already built the courtyard and were just waiting for them to come back. However, when they found out that the two of them had died, they were unwilling to mention the courtyard that made them so sad. Who would have thought that things would take a turn for the worse, and this courtyard would come in handy? After hearing that the Di family had rebuilt their courtyard, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were also surprised. However, they were more surprised and touched. Although Xiao Wanrong said it very indifferently, such an action already showed that she welcomed them. Grandmother, we also have a few friends who came with us, Di Beichen said. Previously, they were worried about Lin Yunqing's condition, so they immediately rushed over. As for Wen Ziren and the others, they were led to rest by the servants. Now that they were going to their residence, he naturally had to call them over. Don't worry, I'll send someone to inform them, Di Yujue said with a smile. Di Beichen nodded slightly. Only then did he relax and follow everyone to their courtyard. Your courtyard is right next to Xiaofeng's courtyard. It's very close. If you need anything and feel that it's not convenient to talk to us elders, you can contact Xiaofeng directly. Di Linxian smiled and his voice was even more considerate. Grandfather and grandmother even thought of this for us. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen. All of this made them feel incomparably warm. Di Beichen looked deeply at Bailey Hongzhuang. At this moment, his heart was also filled with gratitude. Ever since they arrived at the D family, when Xiran and the others had been led to the living room and served with good food and drinks. Originally, they wanted to know what happened to Bewitching and his wife after they arrived. Unfortunately, they didn't get to see it with their own eyes. Although they were being served very comfortably, they were still curious about Bewitching and his wife's situation. I wonder what happened to Bewitching and his wife. Xianxia stood up and paced back and forth in the living room. Her pretty face was filled with curiosity and worry. According to what Dr. Wu said, Bewitching's mother's situation doesn't seem too good. I'm really worried. Thinking of this, Xianxia face showed a trace of helplessness. Bewitching had finally returned to the D family. If something happened to his mother right after he came back, it would be too sad. Since Hong Zhuang is here, with her medical skills, there shouldn't be a problem, right? Xiran frowned and said, in the lower realm, Hong Zhuang's medical skills were top-notch. If it was before, he would definitely think that as long as Bailey Hongzhuang was here, there wouldn't be any problem. Unfortunately, this was the upper realm and not the lower realm. The doctors here were definitely not comparable to the doctors in the lower realm. Since many of the doctors here couldn't think of a solution, it could be seen that the situation was very serious. You don't have to worry. According to what I know, Bewitching is the second young master of the D family. Xianxia's expression was very calm. It seemed that he wasn't worried at all. All these years, the D family has spent a lot of effort to find him. Now that he has finally returned, the D family will definitely welcome him. They definitely won't treat him badly. Indeed, from Bewitching's father and Xiaofeng's behavior, we can see how much they value him. At this moment, Mo Yunjue, who had been silent all this time, also expressed his opinion. I'm not worried about Bewitching, but I don't know if the D family will accept Hong Zhuang. Hearing Mo Yunjue's words, Xianxia and Wen Xiran couldn't help but look at each other. Sure enough, even now, Mo Yunjue still cared so much about Bailey Hongzhuang. At this time, the first thing he thought of was Bailey Hongzhuang's situation. However, after Mo Yunjue's reminder, they also thought of this. Point. I don't think the D family is that realistic. Hong Zhuang has always been very nice to Bewitching, Xianxia said thoughtfully. I don't know. Xiao spread out his hands with a helpless look on his face. It's hard to say what's going on in the big clans. However, I believe that with Bewitching's regard for Hong Zhuang, that kind of possibility shouldn't happen. That's true. Xianxia nodded. If the D family doesn't accept Hong Zhuang, I'm afraid that Bewitching will also give up on the D family. Just as they were guessing, a servant suddenly came to inform them to go to Bewitching's courtyard. Hearing this, the servant immediately stood up and walked out without hesitation. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching walked to their own courtyard under the lead of Xiao Wanrong and the others. In their sight, it wasn't a simple courtyard at all. Instead, it was several rows of houses sitting together. The area was huge. From the surface, it could be seen that this place was newly built. Everything was brand new. Although it was an inquiring tone, Xiao Wanrong and the others were very confident. They had specially invited the best craftsmen to build this courtyard according to the style that young people liked the most. As long as there was a need, it could be said that everything was available here. Second brother, sister-in-law, this courtyard was specially prepared for you by grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother. They put in a lot of effort. When I first found out, I came to take a look. I have to say, even I can't help but be envious. Di Xiaofeng's face was full of envy. In order to make up for what they owed Bewitching over the years, they had done almost everything they could. He believed that no matter who saw this courtyard, it was impeccable. Thank you, grandfather and grandmother. Thank you, father. A smile appeared on Bewitching's face. To him, no matter where he lived, he didn't care, but he was very touched by everyone's kindness. Although his master had always treated him like his own grandson, he always had a trace of regret in his heart. Now that he felt the warmth of his family, all the regret disappeared completely. Come, let's go in and take a look. Di Linxian said. At the same time, the first elder rushed over with the other elders of the D family. Almost all the elders had a happy smile on their faces. Their eyes immediately fell on Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. Welcome back, second young master and second young madam, the elders said together. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, then a happy smile appeared on their faces. Thank you, elders. I didn't expect the second young master to be so handsome. Second young madam is also a rare beauty. It's really delightful. The second elder's face was full of surprise. Originally, everyone was worried that the second young master had been wandering outside all these years. After returning to the D family, even if he wasn't used to it, it might be very uncomfortable. After all, different living environments created different people's personalities. All these years, everyone had been trying their best to find the second young master, but they were still worried. Because no one knew how the second young master would grow up. As the saying goes, anything is possible. He could grow up to be an outstanding person, or he could grow up to be a scum. Everything was unknown. Although Di Yujue had said that the second young master was also very outstanding when he came back, everyone still had doubts in their hearts. Now that everyone had seen it with their own eyes, they were finally able to relax. That's right. When second young master and eldest young master stand together, it's obvious that they're real brothers. This is great. Our family is finally reunited. Di Beichen was also in a good mood at the moment. Ever since he saw Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang, the corners of his mouth had never closed. Elders, let's have dinner together later to welcome Beichen and Hongzhuang back. Yes. Come, let's go in and take a look. Then, everyone walked into the courtyard together. Beichen, this is where you and your wife will be staying. Di Linxian pointed at the most conspicuous room and said. We won't be going in. You two can go in and take a look later. Behind this is a cultivation room specially set up for you. Di Linxian pointed at the room behind him and introduced, if you cultivate here, the concentration of elemental energy will be much higher than outside. Your cultivation speed will also be much faster. Not only that, there are many places suitable for cultivation behind this room. When the time comes, you two will go and take a look and you will find out. Di Linxian's face was filled with a loving smile, and there was a hint of mystery in it. He felt that it would be better for the two of them to discover these surprises themselves. After hearing that there was a cultivation room specially set up here, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were shocked. They had come into contact with this cultivation room before. If they cultivated here, their cultivation speed would definitely be much faster than outside. However, if they wanted to cultivate in the cultivation room, they would have to pay a hefty price. However, the courtyard that they were living in now had a cultivation room specially set up. How shocking was that? Most importantly, the concentration of elemental energy in the D family was already very shocking. If they set up a cultivation room in such an environment, one could imagine how fast their cultivation speed would be. Master, your family is really generous. Xiaobai sat on Di Beichen's shoulder, and its little face was filled with amazement. They had never seen such generosity before. Yeah, if I didn't come here, I'm afraid I wouldn't have seen such generosity at all. Xiaohei couldn't help but sigh, although I've never felt poor when I followed Master in the past, this is the first time I've seen such generosity. I suddenly feel that I'm so stylish. Xiaohei rubbed its soft fur. It was now a demonic beast with status. Look at how proud you are. White Dragon in the Chaos Ring couldn't help but complain after seeing Xiaohei's proud look. That's just how I am. What's wrong? Xiaohei pouted, you dare to say that you don't like this place? Ever since White Dragon appeared, it felt very helpless. It was as if they didn't get along, and they would always argue with each other from time to time. This place is really not bad. It's good for our cultivation. White Dragon shrugged and said. Then it's settled. After strolling around the courtyard for a while, Xiao Wanrong said, the two of you must be tired from rushing over. There's still some time before night. Why don't you rest here for a while? I'll send someone to call you over at night. How about it? Thank you, grandmother. Why are you being so polite? But doing something for my precious grandson is what makes me the happiest. Xiao Wanrong happily touched Di Beichen's hand. Now, the more she looked at her grandson and granddaughter-in-law, the more she was satisfied with them. Alright, all of you should have a good rest here. In any case, we have already returned. There will be plenty of time in the future. Di Linxian also spoke out. Have a good rest. If you need anything, just tell the servants. Don't worry about it. Di Yujue looked at Di Beichen with concern. Originally, he also wanted to drag the two of them to talk more. However, since the two of them came, there was almost no place for him to use his skills. Everything was said by the two of them. We will. After Xiao Wanrong and the others left, only Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were left in the courtyard. The two of them smiled at each other and relaxed. Beichen, I didn't expect your family members to be so nice. It seems that my previous worries were unnecessary. Her ink-black phoenix-like eyes twinkled with a bright luster. They were as bright as the Milky Way and carried a strong sense of joy and excitement. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's happy look, Di Beichen smiled and pulled her into his arms. I feel very happy too. In fact, he had always known that Bailey Hongzhuang had been very worried that the person would not accept heaven. Even if he had comforted her, it would have been of no use. To him, family had been an unfamiliar word for so many years, but Bailey Hongzhuang was the most important person in his life. If the Di family had any opinions about Hongzhuang, then he could very well leave his identity as a member of the Di family. Because nothing was more important than Bailey Hongzhuang. At the same time, he also understood why Bailey Hongzhuang was so worried and nervous. It was also because she cared about him and hoped that he could be with his family and have a happy ending. Perhaps people who truly loved each other were like this. They never wanted the other party to have any regrets. Even if they were the ones who got hurt, they did not care. Fortunately, everything was developing in a good direction. Just as they were talking, Xiren and the others were led to their courtyard by the servants. As soon as they arrived, they noticed Di Beichen and Xiao Wanrong standing in front of the door. Immediately, they quickened their pace and quickly walked to the two of them. Second young master, second young madam, your friends have arrived. Do you have any other orders? No, you can leave first. Yes. After the servants left, Xiren came up to them. His gentle face was filled with curiosity. How was it? What happened just now? When we were resting there, we were so curious that we almost died. Hurry up and tell us. Looking at Xiren's gossipy appearance, Di Beichen only glanced at him before turning around and walking into the house. Then continued to be curious. As soon as he said this, Xiren almost vomited a mouthful of blood and immediately chased after him. Beichen, don't be like this. Tell us quickly and satisfy our curiosity. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen's back as he left. The smile in her eyes gradually deepened. She understood that Beichen might not be good at expressing such a scene. He had always been a man, but now that he had experienced such warmth, he must have felt something special in his heart. Hongzhuang, did their family bully you? Shang Guanying held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand, her face full of worry. Bailey Hongzhuang gently shook her head. No, their family members are very nice. They treat me very well too. Then I'm relieved. We were so worried about this before. Shang Guanying sighed in relief, but I think that since you're so outstanding, their family members have no reason to be dissatisfied with you. As soon as she finished speaking, Shang Guanying noticed the brand new and outstanding decorations in the house. Her eyes lit up and she could not help but exclaim, wow, the decorations in this place are so beautiful. This is the house of my dreams. Just thinking about it, it must be very comfortable for you to live here. The interior of the house was very elegant. It was simple but not monotonous. It was low-key and meticulous. With just one look, Bailey Hongzhuang fell in love with this place. Although she didn't have any requirements for a place to live, she could still tell at a glance that everything here was probably expensive. Wow, Hongzhuang, I'm so envious of you. Shang Guanying looked at Bailey Hongzhuang enviously. This was the life of a young madam of a top family. How could she not be envious? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. She held Shang Guanying's hand and said, what's there to be envious of? We're living here together. Ying, if you keep talking like this, maybe your Xiren will get jealous. Ao Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and mockingly smiled at Xiren. Shang Guanying waved her hand indifferently. I'm telling the truth. But Xiren won't mind. Hearing Shang Guanying's words, the corners of Wen Xiren's lips curled up. Just when he thought that his wife would really give him face, Shang Guanying's next sentence made his thoughts disappear completely. Of course, even if he minds, it's useless. Hee. Ao Lingxiao shrugged and smiled at Xiren. It was obvious that he was teasing him. Beichen, you really won't say? Xiren looked at Di Beichen and asked again. I won't say. Forget it. Xiren glared at Di Beichen and then turned his head. The curiosity in his eyes didn't diminish. Then I'll go ask Hong Zhuang. Hong Zhuang, tell us. Seeing that Xiren had turned his attention to her, Bailey Hong Zhuang felt helpless. She then looked at Di Beichen and said, everything is fine. What you were worried about didn't happen. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt relieved. Actually, there is no need to worry about this at all. Just by looking at the residence that the Di family has prepared for Beichen, you can see how much they welcome Beichen back, Ao Lingxiao said with a chuckle. Mo Yunjue was as silent as ever. He was originally worried that the Di family would be dissatisfied with Bailey Hongzhuang. Now that he knew that none of this had happened, he was relieved. In fact, he also understood that Di Beichen's feelings for Bailey Hongzhuang were no less than his own. Thinking about it, if the Di family had any dissatisfaction with Bailey Hongzhuang, Di Beichen would have stood out immediately. Now we can be completely at ease. Xiren breathed a sigh of relief. When we came here before, we were worried that you were being chased. Originally, we thought that the process of coming to the Di family would be very difficult, but we didn't expect that the later part would be so smooth. Everyone nodded. They had the same thought. Previously, they only felt that the resistance was endless, and that the time of their return might be endless. Fortunately, Di Xiaofeng had appeared. However, they also understood that if the Di family hadn't found the traitor Di Kaiyuan, they probably wouldn't have gone to Rong'an City so quickly. Beichen, how is Aunt now? Mo Yunjue asked. Yes, how is Aunt? Shang Guanying also asked. Her situation is a bit serious, but it won't be fatal. She just needs some time to recuperate. Don't worry. Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. That's good. We can rest assured now. Wen Xiren nodded slightly. He and Di Beichen had been good brothers for so many years. Now that they were finally reunited, he was happy for Di Beichen. We'll stay here for the next few days. Di Beichen said slowly, there are cultivation rooms and other arrangements at the back. I'm sure our cultivation speed will be faster here. Why don't we take a look? Hearing Di Beichen's words, the eyes of Wen Xiren and the others lit up. When they arrived at the Di family, they felt that their cultivation speed would be extremely fast here. Especially when they arrived at the place where the direct descendants lived, their feeling became even stronger. In such a rich vitality environment, they were almost certain that they would be able to break through very quickly. What's more, there were cultivation rooms here. Needless to say, the speed of cultivation here would be far faster than usual. That's great. Shang Guanying nodded excitedly. After coming to the upper realm, almost all the cultivators here are stronger than us. It's quite unpleasant. Now that Beichen is the second young master of the Di family, he'll be surrounded by God's favored children. Naturally, we can't be too weak. Hearing this, everyone's expressions became more solemn. Ever since they came to the upper realm, this sense of urgency had been lingering in their hearts. After coming here, this feeling became even more obvious. Everyone knew that Beichen had been wandering outside for all these years. The cultivation environment here was quite different from the cultivation environment of the aristocratic families in the upper realm. However, when the time came for them to meet those cultivators, they would not care about this point. They would only see Di Beichen's identity as the second young master of the Di family. Let's go and take a look. Bailey Hongzhuang said. Everyone immediately walked to the back of the courtyard. There were many rooms here, but the rooms related to cultivation were built together, which was very convenient. Immediately, everyone walked into the cultivation room. After entering, everyone realized that there was no difference between this place and the outside world. But soon, Di Beichen found a switch in the room. After he turned it on, everyone felt that the yuan qi in the air suddenly became rich. The more time passed, the denser the yuan qi became. Everyone could feel the increasingly dense Xianxia around them, and the shock in their eyes intensified. It's already 3 times deeper than the outside, and it's still getting deeper. How terrifying is this? Xiren couldn't help but exclaim. One must know that the concentration of yuan qi in the residence of the D family's direct descendants was already several times that of the outside world. Now that the concentration of yuan qi here was several times higher, it was simply terrifying. Mo Yunjue couldn't help but be shocked. The generosity of a great family was far beyond what they could imagine. If one cultivated in such an environment all year round, as long as they had a little talent, their achievements wouldn't be bad. Moreover, Bewitching had the heavenly mandate constitution. If he cultivated here, one could imagine his cultivation speed. Finally, when the concentration of yuan qi in the cultivation room reached 4 times that of the outside world, it stopped increasing. This is too scary. I feel that the yuan qi around me is condensing into a substance. I don't even need to cultivate. The yuan qi is automatically being absorbed. Ao Ling Xiao, among us, you're the one who understands the situation in the upper realm the most. Shang Guanying looked at Ao Ling Xiao. Do the people here all cultivate like this? No wonder their strength is so terrifying. Ao Ling Xiao shook his head. The cultivators in the upper realm do know how to set up spirit gathering arrays. The energy in the cultivation area is much denser than in the lower realm, but the D family's extravagance is not something that can be seen everywhere. According to my understanding, even in the upper realm, it's not something that an ordinary person can set up. The D family definitely spent a lot of effort for Beichen. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. It seemed that they had underestimated everyone's intentions towards them. Maybe grandfather and the others also thought that with my current cultivation, there's a certain gap between me and the disciples of the other families, so they built this cultivation room. On one hand, it's also to allow me to raise my cultivation faster. Di Beichen said slowly. Although he had always been called a genius in the lower realm, he was very clear that after coming to the upper realm, this kind of halo should be thrown away. After all, none of the outstanding disciples here were simple. From Di Xiaofeng's cultivation, one could see the gap between them, and he had already changed his mindset. Although he fell behind in the past, as long as he worked hard, he would still have a chance to catch up. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Let's take advantage of this time to cultivate properly. Originally, everyone was prepared to look at other cultivation areas after looking at the cultivation room, but after feeling the dense energy here, they didn't have any thoughts of leaving. Such a good cultivation opportunity naturally had to be grasped. Cultivating in this kind of environment, they were confident that they could break through to the next level as quickly as possible. However, when it was time for dinner, everyone still came out of their cultivation state. They could cultivate at any time. Today was Di Beichen's return, and the Di family's people were holding a welcome dinner for him, so they couldn't not go. Through this banquet, Xiren and the others thoroughly understood how important Di Beichen was to the Di family. When Xiren and Shang Guanying were flabbergasted when they saw the Di family's old master and old madam being so affectionate towards Di Beichen. This situation was much more exaggerated than they had imagined. They were stunned by the way he kept calling them his precious grandson and his precious granddaughter-in-law. Looks like Beichen is not just a little spoiled. Look at that scene, old madam and old master only had eyes for Beichen and Hongzhuang. On the way back, Xiren recalled the scene as he walked. With Di Beichen's usual image and his adorable grandson, it was a huge contrast. We don't have to worry in the future. We can just rely on Beichen and Hongzhuang. We don't have to worry about food and clothing. Di Beichen glanced at Xiren. You didn't rely on my wife before? Xiren was speechless for a moment. Speaking of which, ever since they went to Punlai Island, they had been relying on Beichen and Shang Guanying. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to earn cultivation resources just by relying on them. After the banquet, the Di family's old master and the others also recovered from their joy and immediately sent someone to inform the Lin family. Previously, everyone had been immersed in the joy of Di Beichen's return. In such a short period of time, even some people in the family did not know about this news. It was only after the banquet had ended that everyone was completely certain that their second young master had really returned. Old man Lin has ridiculed me over this matter many times over the years. However, the fault lies with the Di family, so I could only accept his ridicule. Now that Beichen has finally returned, they should be able to set their hearts at ease. Di Linshuan's eyes rippled with a complicated light. Although his words were filled with helplessness, there was a faint sense of guilt in his voice. This matter was indeed the fault of the Di family. A few days ago, Yunqing had fallen seriously ill and we've already sent someone to inform them. Based on how much importance the in-laws place on Yunqing, they might already be on their way and will arrive very soon. Xiao Wanrong pondered and said, all these years, Yunqing's health has not been very good. This time, it's even more serious. The in-laws have been very worried. Actually, they had wanted to bring Yunqing back long ago but Yunqing did not agree. As she spoke, Xiao Wanrong could not help but sigh. Yunqing is a good daughter-in-law. She should have been very happy but it's a pity that something like this happened. As a result, Yunqing has been depressed all these years. I've seen everything and I feel terrible for her. She only had this one daughter-in-law and had always treated her as her daughter from the bottom of her heart. Originally, their family had been happy and harmonious but ever since that incident, the situation had begun to change. They had not seen Yunqing smile for more than 20 years. Now that they thought about it, they really missed it. Old woman, don't think so much. Di Linshuan slowly spoke. Didn't granddaughter-in-law say that Yunqing will recover slowly? It's a good thing that they still have a long life ahead of them. Although they haven't been very happy all these years, they can still make up for it in the future. Xiao Wanrong nodded slightly. That's true. Actually, Yu Jiwei has been very miserable all these years. He's the one who's suffering the most but every time he comes back, he's chased away by you. Your temper is really, hearing this, Di Linshuan fell into silence. You always have this expression whenever we talk about this. Don't mention this again in the future. Got it. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others returned to the courtyard, they once again entered the cultivation room to cultivate. It was not until the next day that Bailey Hongzhuang went to Lin Yunqing's residence. A large part of Lin Yunqing's illness was her heart disease. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang not only needed to treat her with medicine, but also needed to find a way to comfort her. Only by doing both at the same time could he recover faster. Dr. Wu had already taken the herbs that Bailey Hongzhuang had listed. He was actually very curious about what method Bailey Hongzhuang was going to use to treat Lin Yunqing. However, when he saw Lin Yunqing's mental state today, he could not help but be shocked. It had been a long time since he had seen Lin Yunqing with such a good complexion. Although she was still paler than ordinary people, she was obviously much better than her previous morbid state. Not only that, but Lin Yunqing also became more spirited, and her eyes became more spirited. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had arrived, a smile immediately appeared on Lin Yunqing's face. Miss, you're here. Lin Yunqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a gentle smile and said, I don't know if it's because you came, but I slept exceptionally well yesterday. When I woke up today, I felt that I haven't felt so energetic in a long time. Ever since she found out about Beichen's death, she had been having nightmares and had not had a good night's sleep. However, she had slept the entire night yesterday and felt much more comfortable. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said, that must be because Madam wants to know more about Beichen. Yesterday, she had given Lin Yunqing a pill to nourish her body. At the same time, she had combed Lin Yunqing's body with silver needles. However, the depression had been there for a long time and she had only cleared it up a little. Fortunately, from Lin Yunqing's current state, her methods were effective. As long as this continued, Beichen and Madam would be able to meet in 2 days' time. The reason why she did not let them meet previously was because Lin Yunqing's body was too weak. She would not be able to withstand the slightest stimulation. Once Lin Yunqing could withstand it, it would be best to let Di Beichen meet her. Because, in this way, Lin Yunqing would not have any thoughts of dying. With Di Beichen's company, her recovery speed would be astonishing. Then what are you going to talk to me about today? Lin Yunqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang happily. These days, she had felt that life was meaningless and Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance made her understand that there were still things she wanted to know. Tell me about how Beichen and his wife met. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Regarding Di Beichen's past, she only knew about it from her grandfather's mouth. What she really knew was after she and Di Beichen met. You also know Beichen's wife? Lin Yunqing's eyes lit up as she asked. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, yes. I heard that Miss Bailey is a very outstanding lady. It's a pity that I didn't get to see it with my own eyes. Lin Yinqing felt a wave of regret. How great would it be if her son and daughter-in-law could come back? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and immediately began to tell the story of how she met Beichen. Now that she thought about it again, she felt that it was very funny. She used to be the daughter of a general in an ordinary kingdom, but now they had come to another world. Such a change really made one sigh. Outside, Dr. Wu could hear Lin Yunqing's laughter from time to time. His calm face was filled with relief and sighs. The second young master indeed had good taste to find such a good wife. If it were anyone else, it would be very difficult for them to do what Bailey Hongzhuang did. After chatting for a while Lin Yunqing was taking a nap, Bailey Hongzhuang used the silver needles to help Lin Yunqing tidy up her depression before walking out of the room. Second young madam, all the herbs you need are here. Do you want to decoct the medicine? Dr. Wu looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and asked. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and shook her head. Madam has been drinking medicine for such a long time. Presumably, she is already tired of it. If you let her drink it again, she might not be willing to accept it. Hearing this, Dr. Wu nodded. Indeed, Lin Yunqing was not willing to drink this medicine. In fact, if it was anyone else who drank this bitter medicine every day, no one would be willing. I'll go make some medicinal cuisine and add these herbs into the meal. I'm sure Madam will be more willing to accept it. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said. Medicinal cuisine? Dr. Wu was a little surprised. There aren't many types of medicinal cuisine. It'll be difficult to incorporate all these herbs into the meal, right? Compared to taking medicine, medicinal cuisine was undoubtedly more acceptable. However, there were very few types of medicinal cuisine. At most, only one or two of these herbs could be made. Furthermore, making medicinal cuisine required a lot of effort. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. I have a way. After saying that, she quickly walked out. At this time, Lin Yunqing was only taking a nap. Even if she helped to sort out the depression in her body, she probably wouldn't sleep for too long. She had to quickly prepare. Dr. Wu's eyes flickered as he watched Bailey Hongzhuang quickly leave. He was now more and more surprised by this second madam's methods. To be honest, there weren't many people who understood medicinal cuisine. Only doctors like them would have some understanding of it. However, most doctors weren't willing to spend time and energy in this aspect. However, based on the confidence on Bailey Hongzhuang's face, could she really incorporate all these herbs into the meal? One had to know that medicinal cuisine wasn't just about blending the herbs into the meal. The taste of the herbs had to be removed. At the same time, the side dishes couldn't affect the effects of the herbs. It was easy to say, but it was very difficult to achieve this. Thinking of this, Dr. Wu even wanted to follow her to take a look. However, he was already so old. It didn't seem appropriate for him to follow behind a young lady to see how she made medicinal cuisine. Therefore, no matter how curious he was in his heart, he still suppressed this idea and waited for Bailey Hongzhuang to finish preparing the medicinal cuisine before he took a look. Bailey Hongzhuang took the herbs into the kitchen. When the servants in the kitchen saw Bailey Hongzhuang, they were all shocked. Second madam, why did you come to the kitchen personally? If you need anything, just tell us and we'll get it ready. Everyone was terrified. Although it was the first time for many of them to see Bailey Hongzhuang, they knew that the second young master and second young madam had returned. Moreover, the second young madam was a rare beauty. From the moment Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, they didn't have to doubt. Such a beautiful woman, other than the second madam, who else could it be? Looking at everyone's panicked expression, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and waved her hand. I'm going to make some medicinal cuisine for madam. You don't have to worry about it. Just do what you need to do. Second young madam, how can this be? Everyone hurriedly voiced out. This was the second young madam of the family, how could they let her personally cook? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. It's fine. I'm sure you're not familiar with this medicinal cuisine. Why don't I make it? However, I do need you to prepare some ingredients for me. Second young madam, please give me your orders. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang walked to the side and began to prepare the medicinal cuisine with practiced ease. Although she rarely cooked after transmigrating, her culinary skills were actually quite good. Back then, the old man and her family would sometimes act like a child. When he got older, he would inevitably need to take medicine. However, they were unwilling. Initially, the servants did not really understand the second young madam's temper. Now that they saw how the second young madam was seriously and skillfully making medicinal cuisine for the madam and how amiable she was towards them, they were relieved. At the very least, the second young madam was not a difficult person to serve. As Bailey Hongzhuang prepared one medicinal cuisine after another, a rich aroma filled the air. Everyone could not help but have a great appetite when they smelled the aroma. The second young madam's culinary skills are extraordinary. This medicinal cuisine looks, smells great. If we hadn't seen her putting the herbs in with our own eyes, how could we believe that this was a medicinal cuisine? The second young madam who has returned from outside is indeed different from the other young ladies from aristocratic families. How could the other young ladies from aristocratic families know how to cook? It's great that the second young master has returned, but the second young master and second young madam are both from the lower realm. They can't be compared to the disciples from the other aristocratic families. Some of the servants could not help but sigh. They knew very well about the competition between aristocratic families. Even though the elders rarely made a move, the competition between the younger generation had never been rare. There would be a competition almost every once in a while. The results also represented each person's reputation. Now that the second young master had returned, the news would definitely spread very quickly. By then, many people would want to test the second young master's standards. If the second young master's power was far inferior to others, he would probably be laughed at. There's nothing we can do about that. The second young master has just returned, so it's normal for his cultivation to be inferior to theirs. If they had stayed in the lower realm, they might not even be as good as our second young master. Of course, that's what we think, but they might not think the same. All in all, this matter is more troublesome. I heard that the second young master has the heavenly mandate constitution. Perhaps his cultivation will catch up after a while. Bailey Hongzhuang, who was preparing the medicinal cuisine, overheard the whispers. She sighed to herself. The situation was indeed as they had expected. The challenge that Beichen had to face after his return was not small. However, she believed that they would be able to face whatever the situation was. Even if they were looked down upon by others, it was not a big deal. It was not as if they had not experienced this before. As long as they worked hard, there was a chance for them to surpass others. After Bailey Hongzhuang finished preparing the medicinal cuisine, the servants followed her to Lin Yunqing's residence. As soon as they arrived, Bailey Hongzhuang discovered that Di Beichen and Di Xiaofeng were both in the courtyard. "Why are you here?" Bailey Hongzhuang smiled at the two of them, obviously not expecting them to come out at this time. "We want to see how mother's mother," said Di Beichen's, Diz's, Li's. Is mother SSSSS mother's young master S's mother's condition is gradually improving. Her mental state is a lot better today. If this continues, you will be able to see her in 2 days. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. As soon as these words came out, Di Beichen's eyes lit up. Until now, he still didn't know what his mother looked like. However, Di Xiaofeng's attention was completely attracted by the food behind Bailey Hongzhuang. "This food smells so good. Why haven't I eaten these dishes before?" Hearing Di Xiaofeng's words, Di Beichen's attention was also on the food. The rich aroma was indeed very appetizing. Just looking at it made people drool. "This is the medicinal cuisine I prepared for mother." Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. "Mother drinks medicine every day and is very resistant to medicine. I made it into a medicinal cuisine. I think mother will like it." Perhaps she didn't need to be so meticulous with other patients, but Lin Yunqing had a mental illness. What she needed the most now was to make herself happy. As long as she was in a good mood, many problems would be easily solved. Moreover, she was Di Beichen's mother. She naturally had to take care of her. "Sister-in-law made it herself?" Di Xiaofeng was surprised. He then looked at Di Beichen enviously. "Second brother, you're really lucky. Sister-in-law's cooking is also so good." Di Beichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with bright eyes. In the past, he rarely ate the food prepared by Bailey Hongzhuang. In fact, they spent more time on cultivation and didn't have much time to be together. I'll take this medicinal cuisine in first. I hope mother can eat more. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Sister-in-law, why don't I go in with you? I'll chat with mother. Di Xiaofeng's face was full of joy. Isn't mother lonely eating alone? She'll be in a better mood with me. Big brother, your real purpose shouldn't be this, right? Di Beichen looked at Di Xiaofeng and directly exposed his cover. Di Xiaofeng chuckled. I'll take this opportunity to try sister-in-law's cooking. Sister-in-law is already yours. No one can take her away. I'm just trying sister-in-law's cooking. You don't have to hide it, right? Di Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows. Di Beichen felt helpless. His big brother wasn't much older than him. Adding on his personality, he was really helpless. Big brother is right. It is indeed boring for mother to eat alone. With you accompanying her, mother's mood will definitely be better. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into an elegant and charming smile. Right now, her mother's biggest concern was Di Xiaofeng. With Di Xiaofeng by her side, her mother would definitely be very happy. Then let's go in. Di Xiaofeng nodded and said to Beichen, I'll have to trouble you to stay outside for now. After 2 days, we'll go in together. All right. As Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Xiaofeng approached, Dr. Wu also walked over. He had always been curious about what kind of medicinal cuisine Bailey Hongzhuang had prepared. When he saw Bailey Hongzhuang approaching, he immediately looked over. When he saw the delicious meal, his eyes were filled with surprise. Second young madam, did you mix those herbs into the food? At first glance, he could tell that the food tasted very good. It moved his taste buds. Even though he was used to eating delicacies, he couldn't help but want to move his chopsticks. The most important thing was that he didn't smell any medicinal herbs in the food. How did Bailey Hongzhuang do it? Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. I don't plan to tell madam that this is a medicinal cuisine. Maybe it will be better. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's affirmation, Dr. Wu sighed in his heart. With second young madam, there's really no need to worry about madam's illness. Lin Yinqing woke up after smelling a strong fragrance. When she opened her eyes, she found Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Xiaofeng were both there. It smells so good. Hearing Lin Yinqing's movements, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but turn around with smiles on their faces. Mother, you're awake. Lin Yinqing nodded slightly. Xiaofeng, don't run outside this time. Yes. Di Xiaofeng smiled. I'll stay in the family this time to accompany mother. By the way, Ying prepared a lot of delicious food for you. Come and try it. Di Xiaofeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Before, Bailey Hongzhuang had already told him that for convenience, she directly used Bailey Hongzhuang's name in front of Lin Yinqing. After all, Lin Yinqing already knew Bailey Hongzhuang's name from Di Yujue. If it was her real name, she would have known it long ago. Hearing this, Lin Yinqing looked at the delicious dishes on the table and a look of surprise appeared on her face. These were all made by Ying? Isn't that so? You've tasted our family chef's cooking. One look and you can tell it's not their cooking. Indeed. Lin Yinqing smiled faintly. When she looked at Bailey Hongzhuang again, her gaze became gentler. Ying, thank you so much. She had never seen such a considerate girl who cared so much about her. This was a kind of concern from the bottom of her heart. She could feel it. It was really hard to imagine that such a young girl would care so much about someone like her who had one foot in the coffin. Originally, she didn't have any expectations of living, but ever since Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, she felt that her condition was much better. There was a big difference from usual. Madam, you're too polite. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Right now, her biggest wish was for Lin Yinqing's condition to gradually improve. For this, she was willing to do anything. Mother, come and try Ying's cooking. Di Xiaofeng smiled. Yes, it won't be good if the food gets cold. Okay. Lin Yinqing smiled and sat down at the table with Bailey Hongzhuang's help. Ying, come and eat with us. Lin Yinqing gently called out. Madam, you guys eat. Bailey Hongzhuang said. Lin Yinqing's expression turned serious. These dishes were all prepared by you. Naturally, we have to eat them together. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to eat them. Ying, mother is right, sit down and eat with us. There was a faint smile in Di Xiaofeng's eyes. Based on his understanding of his mother, he could tell that she liked Hong Zhuang very much from her behavior. If mother knew her daughter-in-law, she would be even happier. However, Di Xiaofeng's happy expression had another meaning in Lin Yunqing's eyes. When she heard that Bailey Hongzhuang was brought back by Di Xiaofeng, she found it very strange. After all, Di Xiaofeng had never brought back a woman in all these years. Now that Di Xiaofeng was at the age to get married, and Bailey Hongzhuang was a rare beauty, maybe the two of them were in love with each other. If Bailey Hongzhuang could become her daughter-in-law, that would be great. Let me try this dish and see if it's really delicious. Di Xiaofeng chuckled and immediately put a piece of fish into his mouth. In the next second, Di Xiaofeng's eyes widened and he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise. In fact, she hadn't cooked for a long time. Although she had a certain amount of confidence in her cooking skills, she couldn't guarantee that the taste would be the same as before. Di Xiaofeng stared at Bailey Hongzhuang, then gave her a thumbs up and nodded, "It's really delicious." Seeing Di Xiaofeng's expression, the smile in Lin Yunqing's eyes gradually deepened. It seemed that Xiaofeng really liked Ying. She knew that her son had always been very picky when it came to food. It wasn't easy to get him to praise it. However, it was so exaggerated now. If he didn't like it, she wouldn't believe it at all. In the next second, Lin Yunqing also took a bite. Then, her gaze also changed. "Auntie, is this food to your liking?" Bailey Hongzhuang asked with a smile. Lin Yunqing's face was full of surprise. She originally thought that everything Di Xiaofeng had said was just to make Bailey Hongzhuang happy. Now that she had tasted it, she realized that everything Di Xiaofeng had said was true. It was so delicious. Even the Di family's chef definitely couldn't make it. It was so delicious that she almost wanted to bite her tongue off. "Ying, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. This is the first time I've eaten such delicious food," Lin Yunqing said bluntly. She had lived for so many years, and it was indeed the first time she had eaten such delicious food. Di Xiaofeng nodded, "It's really delicious." As he spoke, Di Xiaofeng's chopsticks didn't stop moving. From his performance, it could be seen how delicious the food was. Seeing Di Xiaofeng and Lin Yunqing's appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes also revealed a deep smile of joy. "As long as you like it." Xiao He also felt a little hungry after seeing Di Xiaofeng eating heartily. It hadn't eaten much of its master's food before. It really wanted to try it. "Master, this is a medicinal cuisine. Is it okay for Di Xiaofeng to eat like this?" Xiao He couldn't help but ask. "It's okay." Bailey Hongzhuang replied, "These herbs are used to nourish. With these ingredients, the effect is relatively mild. Anyone can eat it." Dr. Wu was originally very curious about the taste of Bailey Hongzhuang's dishes. At this moment, hearing Di Xiaofeng and Lin Yunqing's praises, the curiosity in his heart couldn't help but grow stronger. "Madam, young master." Dr. Wu slowly walked in, his eyes quietly fell on the medicinal cuisine. "Bailey Hongzhuang." Lin Yunqing also extended an invitation. During this period of time, Dr. Wu had also spent a lot of energy on her illness. He basically stayed in her courtyard all day long. In fact, she was very clear in her heart that Dr. Wu had always wanted to make her a medical examiner, but she didn't cooperate. After Dr. Wu tasted it, his reaction wasn't any better than Di Xiaofeng's. "It's so delicious. This is the first time I've tasted it. I can't feel the medicinal herbs inside at all. It's as if it has completely merged with the ingredients," Dr. Wu exclaimed. "Second. Miss Ying, your culinary skills are really amazing." Seeing that Dr. Wu almost spilled the beans, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Xiaofeng were both stunned. Fortunately, Dr. Wu reacted quickly and immediately covered it up. Lin Yunqing also had some doubts when she heard Dr. Wu's words, but she didn't take it to heart. Instead, she asked, "This is medicinal cuisine?" "Madam, Miss Ying knows that you've been drinking medicine these days and must be very repulsed by it, so she thought of a way to make this medicinal cuisine," Dr. Wu explained. Hearing this, the surprise in Lin Yunqing's eyes deepened. She was already very surprised when she knew that Bailey Hongzhuang specially prepared this meal for her. She didn't expect that there was such a reason behind it and couldn't help but feel even more touched. Ying, thank you so much. At this moment, she really didn't know what to say to express her gratitude and love. Madam, you're too polite. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, if you really want to thank me, then relax and get better quickly. Di Xiaofeng also said, that's right, mother. You still have a lot of things to do. You must get better. Hearing this, Lin Yunqing's gaze wandered between Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Hongzhuang for a moment. She was already thinking of other things in her mind. Okay. Lin Yunqing nodded. Although she still felt very guilty towards Bewitching, she also knew that she didn't care much for Di Xiaofeng all these years. Perhaps she could accompany Bewitching later. At the very least, she had to insist on seeing Xiaofeng's wedding. Fortunately, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching didn't know what Lin Yunqing was thinking at this moment. Otherwise, they would definitely be embarrassed. This was too messy. Very quickly, the dishes were all swept away, leaving behind the clean plates that couldn't be any cleaner. Di Xiaofeng rubbed his stomach with satisfaction. Today's meal was really satisfying. Although Dr. Wu didn't speak, his satisfied expression made it clear what he was thinking. Bewitching had been standing in the courtyard waiting for Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Hongzhuang to come out. When he saw the two figures, he couldn't help but smile and ask, how does it taste? Second brother, you've really married a treasure. Emperor Xiaofeng sighed. Sister-in-law's culinary skills are really too good. Compared to her, I feel that the so-called delicacies I've eaten before are simply dregs. Big brother, you flatter me. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and shook her head. However, Di Xiaofeng's expression was serious. Sister-in-law, I'm not praising you on purpose. Everything I said is true. While they were talking, another group of distinguished guests arrived at the Di family. As soon as Lin Wenlan arrived at the Di family, she hurriedly walked inside. The cultivators of the Di family all knew that she was the family heads-in-law, so how could they dare to neglect her? In fact, they did not even dare to stop them, and allowed Lin Wenlan and the others to directly rush in. Immediately, they could only hurriedly inform the family head. Di Yujue rushed over as soon as he heard the news. When Lin Wenlan saw Di Yujue, the anger in her heart rushed up. Lin Wenlan only had one precious daughter, Lin Yunqing. He had treated her like the apple of his eye since she was young. Back then, there had been so many talented young men who had pursued Lin Yunqing, but he had not taken a fancy to any of them. He felt that it would be a loss for his precious daughter to marry anyone. In the end, Di Yujue and Lin Yunqing were in love with each other, so he had agreed. Although he had agreed, he did not have a good impression of this stinking brat. After all, he had kidnapped his precious daughter. Fortunately, Di Yujue was also an outstanding genius and was very sincere to Yunqing, so he had agreed. Initially, after Di Xiaofeng and Di Beichen had been born one after the other, he had gradually found this son-in-law pleasing to the eye. However, he never thought that this stupid son-in-law would actually lose his precious grandson. Such a bizarre thing had actually happened. When he had first heard about it, he had not dared to believe it at all. However, it was all true and he was about to die from anger. Ever since this incident had happened, everyone had fallen into torment. Ever since Lin Yunqing had been born, he had not been willing to let his precious daughter shed a single tear. However, Yunqing had washed her face with tears every day and he could not do anything about it. Needless to say, he was very depressed. Not long ago, he had found out that this stupid son-in-law had finally found traces of his grandson. However, before he could rejoice for a moment, he had found out that his precious grandson had fallen and the culprit was the Di family's housekeeper. When he had found out about this, he had almost died from anger. Most importantly, his daughter had fallen ill because of this grievous news and her days were numbered. His heartache could not be expressed in words. If he had known this earlier, he would never have married Lin Yunqing to Di Yujue. Unfortunately, things had already come to this point. Even if he regretted it, it was useless. Yunqing's condition has improved slightly. If it had been anyone else who had scolded Di Yujue as a stinking brat, he would have crippled that person immediately. However, the person who had scolded him was his father-in-law, so Di Yujue could only obediently accept the scolding. In fact, in these years, every time he saw Lin Wenlan, he would inevitably be scolded. Improved? Lin Wenlan scoffed coldly, it's all your fault. If it had not been for you, how could Yunqing have ended up like this? When he thought of the suffering his daughter had suffered all these years, he really wanted to hit her. However, he also knew that although Yunqing had been suffering because of Beichen, she had always had Di Yujue in her heart. Previously, everyone had seen her feelings for Di Yujue. If that wasn't the case, Lin Yunqing wouldn't have kept rejecting his offer to bring Lin Yunqing back. Father-in-law, Yunqing's condition is gradually improving. I believe she will recover in a few days. Di Yujue hurriedly said. Recover? Lin Wenlan was furious. You've already sent back news that Yunqing can't hold on any longer. Even Dr. Wu has tried everything, but it's useless. Do you think I'll believe what you're telling me now? It's useless to say more unless you can find Beichen and bring him back. But now, it's meaningless. If Yunqing really dies because of this, I won't let you off. Old master, Yunishan could not help but speak up to dissuade Lin Wenlan when she saw him scolding Di Yujue non-stop. Her old man had always been like this. As long as he had anything to do with Yunqing, he would become like this. After listening to Yunishan's words, Lin Wenlan's tone became slightly more restrained. However, he really couldn't take this lying down, he only had one precious daughter. If something happened to her, what should he do? He had been so anxious and worried all the way here. Since things have come to this, don't blame Yujue anymore. He didn't want this to happen. Yunishan sighed. She felt helpless and distressed about this matter. However, she knew that Yujue didn't want this to happen. Moreover, didn't they find out that it was all a conspiracy? This proved that Di Yujue didn't end up like this because he was careless, but because he was set up by someone. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, actually, Di Yujue was about to explain to them that Beichen was back and all the problems were solved. However, Lin Wenlan was obviously not interested in listening to him and said directly, let's go and see Yunqing first. Di Beichen and Di Xiaofeng walked outside after leaving Lin Yunqing's courtyard. They came back in a hurry yesterday. In addition, his grandfather and grandmother put all their attention on Di Beichen. He didn't even have a chance to have a good chat with his father. He should take this opportunity to go over. However, halfway through the journey, Di Beichen found that Di Yujue was being scolded by an elder. He didn't even have the slightest chance to talk back. Moreover, he had to wear a smile on his face. Given Di Yujue's status, it was simply impossible for something like this to happen. This is... Di Beichen looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. He thought of the elder's identity. Di Xiaofeng also sighed after noticing this scene. Second brother, now that you've seen it with your own eyes, you know that I didn't lie to you before, right? All these years, grandfather and maternal grandfather have been like this every time they see father. Thinking about it, it's not easy for father. Di Xiaofeng knew his maternal grandfather very well. His maternal grandfather's love for his mother had reached the level of insanity. Therefore, one could imagine the pressure his father had to bear. Hearing this, Di Beichen also knew that his guess was right. The elder in front of him was his maternal grandfather. However, when he heard Di Xiaofeng mention it to him, he didn't directly feel it. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but be stunned. Di Yujue was really helpless. His explanation was abruptly interrupted by his father-in-law. He simply didn't say anything. His father-in-law would naturally figure everything out later. Grandfather, grandmother, you're here. Di Xiaofeng's face revealed a happy smile. He immediately pulled Di Beichen Ant's hands quickly. After seeing Di Xiaofeng, a smile suddenly appeared on Lin Wenlan's face. That loving look was a completely different person from her previous serious look. Xiaofeng, you're back too. Di Xiaofeng replied, I came back not long ago. Lin Wenlan nodded slightly. With such a big thing happening at home, you should indeed come back. Your mother's health isn't good now. If you have time, spend more time with her and let her relax. Yes, grandfather. While speaking, Lin Wenlan's gaze couldn't help but fall on Di Beichen, who was beside Di Xiaofeng. He had long known about his grandson's appearance. Ordinary young people would inevitably be overshadowed when standing beside Di Xiaofeng. However, the young man in front of him looked Even younger than Di Xiaofeng, but standing next to him, he was on par with Di Xiaofeng. His elegance was not hidden at all. Not only that, but he also felt that he saw a familiar shadow on this young man. On the side, Yunishan was also looking at Di Beichen. This was a young man who could not be ignored at a glance. He had a handsome appearance and an otherworldly temperament. Standing beside Di Xiaofeng, he was like a brother. The strangest thing was that she could vaguely see Lin Yunqing's shadow on this young man's face. She couldn't pinpoint exactly where they resembled each other, but there were some similarities in their eyebrows and eyes. She was curious about this young man at the first moment. Lin Wenlan and Yunishan had not seen Di Beichen's portrait before, or they would have recognized him at first glance. Xiaofeng, this young man is? Lin Wenlan asked slowly. For some reason, he liked this young man very much at first sight. Hearing Lin Wenlan's question, Di Xiaofeng was slightly taken aback. Grandfather, you still don't know who he is? Lin Wenlan frowned slightly. This is my first time seeing this young man, how would I know who he is? While saying that, Lin Wenlan secretly cursed in his heart. Could this young man be a young talent from some family? How did he not notice? Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng could not help but laugh. Haha, grandfather, the precious grandson you have been thinking about all these years is here. He thought that his grandfather already knew this news, but he did not expect him to ask such a question. He could not help but feel that it was very interesting. Following Di Xiaofeng's words, Lin Wenlan and Yunishan were both taken aback. They did not immediately understand what Di Xiaofeng meant. However, after they understood the meaning, their expressions could not help but change. They widened their eyes and looked at Di Beichen in disbelief. You mean he is Beichen? Yunishan could not help but ask. Although this sentence was full of uncertainty, she felt that the young man in front of her was more and more like a combination of Lin Yunqing and Di Yujue. When she saw him before, she felt that he was very familiar, but her rationality told her that it was impossible. Now, after hearing this news, she completely understood that this young man was Di Beichen. Di Xiaofeng smiled and nodded, yes, Beichen is back. Grandfather already sent someone to send the news back. Don't you know? Yunishan shook her head. Maybe we missed it on the way. They had been on their way here before. Although the two families had a lot of contact, the distance between them wasn't close. It would take a long time to travel, so it was normal for them to miss each other along the way. In the next second, Yunishan and Lin Wenlan could not help but step forward and quickly walk to Di Beichen's side. The two elders could not hide the excitement on their faces. They stared at Di Beichen excitedly. Beichen, you are really Beichen. Grandfather, grandmother. Di Beichen called out. Hearing Di Beichen's voice, Lin Wenlan and Yunishan could not help but look at each other, their eyes filled with ecstasy. Beichen is really back. All these years, they had been looking forward to finding their lost grandson. However, every time they received news, they were disappointed. They didn't expect that their dream would finally come true. Good boy. It's good that you're back. The two elders' eyes were slightly wet, and their emotions were complicated. For a moment, they did not know what to say. This surprise came too suddenly. It was as if the things in their dreams had suddenly become reality. For a moment, they were doubting whether this was a dream or reality. When did Beichen come back? Lin Wenlan asked with a smile. Originally, when he came to the Di family, he was full of anger, but now that he saw Di Beichen, his anger quietly dissipated. He just came back yesterday, Di Beichen replied. Yunishan was unwilling to let go of Di Beichen's hand, as if she let go, her grandson would run away. Beichen, have you been suffering out there all these years? Her gentle voice was full of love and concern, but more than that, heartache. Grandmother, I've been living very well. I haven't suffered, Di Beichen replied with a smile. If in the past, he felt that he was abandoned by his family and was an orphan, and felt lonely and sad, now he only felt that he was really lucky. His master raised him and had never mistreated him, and his family cared for him so much. Since yesterday, he felt that this might be the arrangement of God. If he did not go to the lower realm because of the accident, how could he have met Hong Zhuang? In comparison, he felt that the current situation was the best arrangement of God. How could you not have suffered? Yunishan sighed, and her eyes were full of love. But it's good that you're back now. It was impossible for a child to live a lonely life without suffering. However, looking at Beichen's current appearance, she knew that Beichen had grown up well. Grandfather, grandmother, you don't have to worry anymore. Now that Beichen is back, mother's heart will be cured. Di Xiaofeng comforted. Lin Wenlan nodded. She couldn't help but glance at Di Yujue, frowning. Beichen has already returned. Why didn't you tell us earlier? You made us worry. Listening to Lin Wenlan's words, Di Yujue was also depressed. He clearly wanted to say it several times, but she kept interrupting him, okay? Now, you're blaming me for all of this. Even though he was speechless, Di Yujue could only endure the scolding. Who asked the other party to be his father-in-law? No matter what the other party said, he could only listen. Looking at their father's sullen appearance, Di Xiaofeng and Di Beichen couldn't help but look at each other. They wanted to help but couldn't. However, now that Beichen was back, everything was gradually getting better. When mother recovered, everything would be better. Di Linxian and Xiao Wanrong immediately rushed over after hearing that Lin Wenlan and the others had come. Compared to the unhappiness when they met in the past, everyone's mood was undoubtedly much better this time. Old man Lin, we finally found Beichen. Now, we don't have to glare at each other as soon as we meet. In the beginning, the relationship between the two of them was quite good, but because of these things, they contacted less. Now that Beichen was back, the knot in their hearts could be completely untied. When Lin Wenlan came, she wanted to seek justice, but at this moment, she was only thinking about Di Beichen, and the joy in her eyes could not be concealed at all. Compared to this, nothing else was important. How is Yunqing now? Lin Wenlan asked aloud. Yunqing's condition is gradually improving, and Beichen's wife is now taking care of her. However, Yunqing's body is relatively weak, and she is worried that Beichen's sudden appearance will surprise her too much to bear, so she hasn't seen Beichen yet. However, according to Hong Shuang, these 2 days will be enough. Xiao Wanrong said with a smile. Beichen's wife? Yunishan's eyes lit up, and a strong excitement appeared on her face. Yes. Xiao Wanrong walked to Yunishan's side and said with a smile, Hong Shuang is a rare beauty, and she is also a very powerful doctor. Beichen's cursed body was cured by Hong Shuang. If it weren't for Hong Shuang, we wouldn't be able to see Beichen now. I didn't expect to have a granddaughter-in-law so soon, it's really a surprise. The joy on Yunishan's face became more and more intense. In the past few years, she and Xiao Wanrong had the same thoughts, and they both hoped that Di Xiaofeng could get married soon. After all, as long as Di Xiaofeng got married and gave birth to a great-grandson, this would add a little joy to the family, and maybe Yunqing's mood would be eased after seeing her grandson. However, Di Xiaofeng didn't seem to have this idea, and they were very helpless. They didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Beichen was already married, so how could they not be happy? Yes, as long as you see Hong Shuang, you will like her very much. Xiao Wanrong said, let's go to Yunqing's residence first. You should also see your granddaughter-in-law. As they spoke, Xiao Wanrong and Yunishan walked forward together. There were always more topics to talk about between women. Wanrong, Beichen's constitution has already transformed into a heavenly mandate constitution, right? Yunishan and Xiao Wanrong looked at each other, and a complicated look flashed across their eyes. Xiao Wanrong nodded slightly with understanding in her eyes, but she did not say much on this topic. When Lin Wenlan and Di Linxian saw that Yunishan and Di Linxian had already set off, they followed behind them slowly. However, Lin Wenlan's attention was always on Di Beichen. He hadn't seen his grandson for so many years. Now, he just wanted to take a closer look at him, as if he couldn't get enough of him. Recently, Xiaofeng has always liked to stay outside. I haven't seen him many times. What do you think of him now? Have there been any rumors about him outside? Lin Yunqing's face rippled with a faint gentle smile as she asked Bailey Hongshuang indirectly. Now, she liked Bailey Hongshuang more and more. She only felt that if Bailey Hongshuang could be her daughter-in-law, it would be the best thing. Bailey Hongshuang didn't realize this, and only thought that Lin Yunqing was curious about Di Xiaofeng's situation outside these years. However, she also didn't know much about Di Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng is naturally a very good person. He is very loyal and has many friends. I just came to the upper realm from the lower realm not long ago, so I'm not very clear about many things. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the smile in Lin Yunqing's eyes gradually deepened. She was very confident in her son. Among the young talents of the younger generation, there would definitely be a place for Di Xiaofeng. Although old madam had mentioned many young ladies to her before, she wasn't sure what their characters were like. On the contrary, she was very satisfied with Bailey Hongzhuang in front of her. She was not picky at all. Although her body wasn't very good right now, her eyesight was still very good. With one look, she could tell that Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't pretending. This girl's character and conduct were very good. The only thing was that she was from the lower realm. However, she did not have any family background, so she did not feel that it was a big problem. Just as they were talking, suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. Lin Yunqing turned to look outside. However, as she was half lying on the bed, she could not see the real situation in the courtyard. She was curious about who had come at this time. My courtyard seems to be very lively today. Lin Yunqing's lips curled into a faint smile. Usually, her place was always quiet and almost no one came back. She did not expect many people to come over these 2 days. Bailey Hongzhuang was also puzzled as she looked outside, her heart filled with curiosity. Who would come at this time? Logically speaking, Beichen could not come to see mother now, so no one else should come. Just as the two of them were puzzled, the sound of footsteps came closer. Then, several figures appeared in front of him. Yunqing. Yunishan saw Lin Yunqing at first glance. She immediately walked over and stood by her bed. Bailey Hongzhuang did not know who had come, but when she saw that Di Linxian and Xiao Wanrong had come, she knew that the madam in front of her was not ordinary. She immediately took a few steps back and gave up her position. Looking at Lin Yunqing's pale face, Yunishan's eyes were filled with heartache. She asked with concern, Yunqing, we haven't seen each other for a while. How did you become so weak? Mother, I'm fine. Lin Yunqing looked at Yunishan in surprise. Why are you and father here today? Your condition is already so serious. How can your father and I not come? Yunishan sighed, and she could not help but feel heartache as she said, look at you, you've become so thin. Don't just think about yourself. You have to think about me and your father. If you're gone, what will your father and I do? Her daughter had never suffered much since she was young. She suddenly regretted that she shouldn't have spoiled her too much in the past. If it wasn't for that, perhaps she wouldn't have become like this. Hearing this, Lin Yunqing felt a little guilty. Mother, it was my fault. Yunishan shook her head and sighed, but she still couldn't bring herself to reprimand her daughter. She held her hand and said, you have to look on the bright side. Maybe you'll be reunited with Beichen one day. Reunite? Lin Yunqing was slightly stunned. The matter of Beichen's death was already set in stone. There was no such possibility. However, in the past 2 days, both Bailey Hongzhuang and Yunishan had mentioned this matter to her. Could it be that there was still a chance? Hearing Lin Yunqing's words, Yunishan's expression changed a little. She could not help but look at Xiao Wanrong and the others. She had accidentally brought up this topic, so she didn't know how to answer him. Seeing this, Di Xiaofeng quickly said, Mother, we went to Rong'an City where Beichen was previously to investigate, but we did not know for sure that Beichen had fallen. Therefore, we all feel that the situation might not be as bad as we thought. Beichen might still be alive. Is this true? Lin Yunqing was surprised and looked at Yunishan and the others with a burning gaze. Xiao Wanrong smiled and said, it's true, so Yunqing, don't lose hope because of this. If Beichen comes back one day, you still have to welcome him. You're not lying to me? Lin Yunqing asked uncertainly. Previously, Di Kaiyuan had explained this matter clearly and completely destroyed the last trace of luck in her heart. It was because of this that she had fallen into deep despair. She did not expect everyone to give her a glimmer of hope now. No. Yunishan replied, why would we lie to you about this? Yunqing, this news is indeed true. Di Linxian also said. Hearing Di Linxuan's affirmative answer, the light in Lin Yunqing's eyes became brighter. With Di Linchuan's identity, he definitely would not lie to her. Thinking that Beichen might still be alive, she could not help but rejoice. Now, she did not have many extravagant wishes. The only thing she hoped for was that Beichen was still alive. That's good, that's good. Lin Yinqing heaved a sigh of relief. She only felt that her spirit was much better. When Di Yujue arrived, his gaze had always been on Lin Yinqing. During this period of time, he rarely appeared in front of Lin Yinqing. However, he would come to see her every night. When he saw Lin Yinqing's face that was getting thinner day by day, his heart ached. However, he noticed that Lin Yinqing's complexion was much better today, unlike her usual appearance. Suddenly, he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a trace of admiration and amazement. He had heard from Di Xiaofeng that Yinqing's condition was improving, but after seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to have such outstanding medical skills at such a young age. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, most people wouldn't have believed it. Father, mother, since you've come this time, stay here for a few more days. Lin Yinqing's eyes were filled with anticipation. She truly hoped that they could stay and accompany her. Hearing this, Lin Wenlan smiled and nodded. Okay. This time, we were planning to stay here for a while. Their grandson and granddaughter-in-law had finally returned, so they naturally had to get along well. However, staying here for 1 or 2 days was obviously not enough. Moreover, they wanted to see Yinqing's body get better bit by bit and see Yinqing and Beichen reunite. Seeing that Lin Wenlan had agreed so readily, a trace of astonishment appeared in Lin Yinqing's eyes. In the past, when she had made such a request, Lin Wenlan basically wouldn't agree. Although the two families were in-laws, it wasn't a good thing to stay here for too long. She didn't expect her to agree so easily this time. However, on second thought, Lin Yinqing felt that it was because of her current condition. After chatting with Lin Yinqing for a while, Yunishan turned her gaze to Bailey Hongzhuang. In fact, she had noticed Bailey Hongzhuang from the moment she stepped into the room. Such a beautiful woman was impossible to ignore. She was like the sun, an existence that people would notice at a glance. This feeling was as dazzling and eye-catching as when they first saw Di Beichen. As early as on the way here, Xiao Wanrong had already told her that her granddaughter-in-law was taking care of Yinqing. Therefore, as long as she thought about it, she knew that this young and beautiful girl was Di Beichen's wife. What a beautiful lady. Yunishan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile, her gaze gentle and kind. Lin Yinqing's face was also filled with an appreciative smile. Mother, Yingying is really beautiful. When I first saw her, I couldn't believe that there was such a beautiful lady in this world. Yunishan nodded slightly. In fact, Lin Yinqing was also a rare beauty, but Lin Yinqing and Bailey Hongzhuang were two completely different types of beauty. Lin Yinqing's beauty was gentle, scholarly, and reasonable, like an ink painting. Bailey Hongzhuang's beauty was incomparably exquisite, but there was also a trace of heroic spirit in her beauty, showing her strength and perseverance. Yunishan had seen countless people and could tell at a glance that although Bailey Hongzhuang was young, she had her own opinions. Although it was easy for people to treat her as a vase with her outstanding appearance, in fact, she had her own persistence and was definitely not just for show. I heard that it was because you took good care of Yinqing that her condition gradually improved. Yunishan stepped forward and took Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. What a good lady. Bailey Hongzhuang already knew that this was Di Beichen's grandmother. She secretly sighed in her heart. This was really a family with strong genes. Everyone was outstanding. This is what I should do. It must have been hard on you to take care of Yinqing. Yunishan smiled kindly, her gentle gaze filled with affection. This was the first time she had met Bailey Hongzhuang, but she had heard that Beichen's physique had been transformed by her. If it weren't for Bailey Hongzhuang, they would never have seen Beichen again. Therefore, she was very grateful to Bailey Hongzhuang. In fact, anyone who saw such an excellent and outstanding girl would like her. Lin Yinqing looked at her mother in surprise. She knew Yunishan's character very well. Logically speaking, even if Bailey Hongzhuang took good care of her, she would not be so kind. This attitude was completely inconsistent with her usual personality. However, when he thought about how he liked Bailey Hongzhuang inexplicably when he had just met her, perhaps his mother was in the same situation. Perhaps this was Bailey Hongshuang's magic. She had a kind of magic that made people like her at first sight. Lin Wenlan was relieved when he saw that Lin Yunqing's condition was not as bad as he had thought. Looking at the situation, she was indeed gradually recovering. "Old man Lin, you should be relieved now, right?" Di Linqian said with a smile. Lin Wenlan nodded, but his expression was still solemn as usual. "Back then, when I married Yunqing into your family, I wanted her to live a good life. Who would have thought that she would suffer so much all these years? Don't worry, it won't happen again," Di Linqian quickly said. Everyone stayed in Lin Yunqing's room for a while before leaving. Bailey Hongshuang also sent them out of the room. Di Beichen had been standing in the courtyard, so he could vaguely hear some of the voices in the room. When he heard that Lin Yunqing was still so concerned about his situation, his heart was gradually touched. He suddenly hoped to see Lin Yunqing soon and let her know that he was still alive so that she could be completely relieved. As soon as they arrived at the courtyard, Yunishan looked at Bailey Hongshuang in surprise. "This is my precious granddaughter-in-law." Xiao Wanrong smiled and nodded. "Isn't she? You'll like her as soon as you see her, right?" "Indeed." Yunishan smiled kindly and brightly. "One look and I can tell that she's a good girl. Beichen really has good taste." At the same time, Di Beichen also walked to Bailey Hongshuang and said with a smile, "Hongshuang, this is grandfather and grandmother." "Grandfather, grandmother." Bailey Hongshuang bowed and greeted. "Yes." Yunishan responded with satisfaction and reached out to help Bailey Hongshuang up. "What a good child." Lin Wenlan also looked at Di Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang with a smile. These two children really match each other when they stand together. "Beichen, tell grandfather about your experience over the years." "Over the years, we've been worried about whether you're doing well. Fortunately, you're very capable and came back safely. We're really happy." Lin Wenlan's gaze was soft and his voice was full of concern. From the moment he knew that Di Beichen had come back, his heart was boiling. That kind of excitement could not be expressed in words. However, he, who had always been serious, did not know how to express his feelings. He was just eager to know how Beichen had lived over the years. "Yunqing still needs to rest. I think it's better to go to our place and have a good chat with Beichen. What do you think?" Di Linqian said. "Okay," Lin Wenlan agreed. "Beichen just came back yesterday, and we didn't know the specific situation. Today, let's listen to Beichen's previous experience together," Xiao Wanrong said with a smile. Everyone nodded. They were really curious about Beichen's past. What Di Yujue had said before was just some general information. As for the specific situation, they were completely unaware. They had only found their precious grandson after so many years. It was impossible for them to participate in Di Beichen's previous life, but at least they hoped to know more about it. Di Beichen didn't have any objections. He understood that the elders in his family were very concerned about him, so he was naturally happy to talk about his past. "Granddaughter-in-law, why don't you come with us?" Yunishan held Bailey Hongshuang's hand and said with a smile. Bailey Hongshuang glanced at everyone and said with a smile, "Grandmother, you all go ahead. I still have to take care of mother." Hearing that, Yunishan frowned slightly. She looked at Bailey Hongshuang and then looked at Lin Yunqing's house with a complicated expression. It's okay." Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly. "Grandfather and grandmother will stay here for a while. When mother's condition improves, it won't be too late for us to talk about it together." Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, Yunishan and the others couldn't help but look more gentle. They didn't expect Bailey Hongshuang to be so sensible. How could they not like her? Hongshuang is really a good girl. Yunishan and Xiao Wanrong walked together and could not help but sigh with emotion. In fact, with the degree of love they had for their grandson, they must have certain requirements for their granddaughter-in-law. However, after seeing Bailey Hongshuang, they could not find anything they were dissatisfied with. "Yes." Xiao Wanrong also nodded. Hongshuang is not only very considerate, but also has outstanding medical skills. Although she is from the lower realm, she is not petty at all. On the contrary, there is a sense of generosity in her. Usually, according to their understanding, when a cultivator from the lower realm suddenly became the daughter-in-law of an aristocratic family from the upper realm, there must be a trace of worry and panic in her heart. However, since Bailey Hongzhuang came to the D family, they could not see this problem from her at all. On the contrary, Bailey Hongzhuang had always been neither servile nor overbearing. She did not feel weak because of her background, nor did she think highly of herself because of her family's kindness to Beichen. All of her performances were full of generosity. She was very polite to the elders and very considerate to Yunqing. All of these performances made them very satisfied. It is indeed very good that Beichen can find such a wife, but Yunishan looked at Xiao Wanrong with a complicated expression. They had to face the problem in this. Xiao Wanrong shook her head slightly. That matter is indeed very troublesome, but since it has come to this, let's just forget about it. Hearing this, Yunishan sighed. In the current situation, this is indeed the only way, but the consequences may be a little troublesome. There is no other way. Xiao Wanrong looked determined. It was as if she had already made up her mind. Beichen's return is already the happiest thing for us. Moreover, Hong Zhuang's family has a great debt of gratitude to Beichen. We must not let Hong Zhuang suffer. Di Linxian also thinks so? Yunishan could not help but ask. Yes, he values these debts of gratitude the most, so he has already made up his mind. Hearing this, Yunishan nodded. That's right. I also think that we should do that. As for the consequences, although it's troublesome, we can bear it. Many things are unavoidable. However, since things have come to this point, we can only do our best to minimize the impact. Di Beichen walked beside Di Yujue. It was only now that Di Yujue had a chance to talk to him properly. Beichen, are you used to living here? Di Yujue asked with concern in his eyes. It's pretty good. Di Beichen smiled faintly. Everyone prepared a place for us to stay. How could we not get used to it? Hong Zhuang and I both like it very much. That's good. Di Yujue smiled. If there's anything you're not used to, just tell us. We'll definitely help you solve it. You are a member of the D family, the second young master of the D family. Please don't treat me like an outsider. I understand. Di Beichen replied. When I was in the lower realm, I didn't expect you to be the person I've been looking for. It's really fate. Di Yujue could not help but sigh. When he first met Di Beichen, he had a very strange feeling. He did not expect that there was a blood relationship between them. Suddenly hearing Di Beichen's words, Di Yujue was also slightly stunned. Then, his expression softened, and his heart was filled with joy and gratitude. Although he knew that his son had forgiven him from the moment Di Beichen called him father, the worry in his heart had never dissipated. If it weren't for his negligence back then, the other party wouldn't have had the opportunity to take advantage of him, and Beichen wouldn't have been away for so many years. Therefore, when he spoke to Di Beichen, he was always cautious and wasn't as comfortable as when he spoke to Xiao Wanrong and the others. At this moment, when he suddenly heard these words, he knew that Beichen was comforting him and telling him not to worry about the past. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Okay. Di Beichen smiled. The past is the past. The most important thing is that our family will be together in the future. That's right. Di Yujue nodded. We are still investigating what happened back then. As long as we find Di Kaiyuan's accomplice, we will definitely punish them severely. Beichen forgave him, but the murderer must be caught and severely punished. Since he dared to attack the direct descendant of the Di family, he must definitely make the other party pay a heavy price. Not only did the other party attack me, but they also attacked Big Brother. This matter indeed needs to be investigated thoroughly. Di Beichen's voice was slightly heavy. He already knew about Di Kaiyuan's matter, but his thoughts were the same as Di Xiaofeng and Di Yujue. This matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Compared to Di Kaiyuan, the accomplice might be the instigator. If they didn't find the other party, they would always be in a mystery. Indeed. There was a trace of haze between Di Xiaofeng's brows. The incident back then was still vivid in his mind. If it wasn't for his strength being stronger than the other party estimated, he would have died back then. Father, have you found out anything about this matter? Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but ask. Kaiyuan is already dead. It's very difficult to investigate this matter now. I investigated based on the people Kaiyuan often contacted before, but the other party was very secretive. I could only find a few clues. Now that I've set my sights on the Jun family, they're most likely the ones who want to make a move on the D family. Di Xiaofeng's expression darkened. The Jun family has always been dissatisfied with our D family's resources. Coupled with Beichen's cursed body, they are most likely the culprits. What does my cursed body have to do with them? Di Beichen was puzzled. He had heard of the Jun family from Di Xiaofeng before, but why was it related to his physique? Beichen, you just came back, so you don't know enough about the family's situation. I'll tell you everything in the next few days, Di Yujue said. Alright. Di Beichen nodded. He also understood that this was not the right time to talk about this in detail. However, he did need to understand all of this. Whether it was enemies, friends, or the situation, he needed to know. And now, it was obvious that the elders were more curious about his growth and life over the years. After Lin Wenlan and the others arrived, Lin Yunqing's mood was clearly better. Madam, you seem to be in a good mood. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled at Lin Yunqing. She could clearly feel that Lin Yunqing was in a very good state. Madam, it's good that you're willing to think this way. You must maintain a good mood and your body will gradually get better. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes shone brightly. She didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. Originally, he thought that even if he and Di Xiaofeng tried to persuade Lin Yunqing, it would be difficult for Lin Yunqing's heart to recover. But now, everything was developing in a good direction. This heart disease was both a serious and minor illness. As long as Lin Yunqing thought it through, she would recover very quickly. Lin Yunqing smiled gently and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Ying, ever since you came, I feel that my heart has relaxed a lot. That's good. The next day, when Bailey Hongzhuang came to Lin Yunqing's courtyard again, she found that her spirit had improved. It was much better than when she first saw her. Thinking that Beichen had always wanted to see Lin Yunqing, she thought that there shouldn't be any problems with her current state. Seeing the smile on Bailey Hongzhuang's face, Lin Yunqing's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. She couldn't help but ask, Ying, what's the good news today? You seem to be very happy. Madam, I want to give you a surprise today. Hearing this, Lin Yunqing was astonished and a trace of curiosity appeared on her face. What surprise? You'll know when you see it. Bailey Hongzhuang winked and kept her in suspense. This child, you're actually keeping me in suspense. Although Lin Yunqing said this, the smile on her face didn't decrease at all. The sun is just right today. Madam has been staying in the room every day, so it's time for you to go out and bask in the sun. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled at Lin Yunqing. How about I help you out? Lin Yunqing looked at the weather outside. She indeed hadn't gone out to bask in the sun for a long time. Perhaps it was a good idea to go out and bask in the sun. Okay. Seeing that Lin Yunqing agreed, Bailey Hongzhuang helped her out of the room. However, when Lin Yunqing walked out of the house, she found that all her family members were gathered in the courtyard, looking at her with smiles on their faces. Seeing this scene, Lin Yunqing could not help but be stunned. Her eyes flashed with deep astonishment. Why are all of you here? Everyone looked at Lin Yunqing with a smile but did not answer. Their gazes then fell on Di Beichen. Noticing the change in everyone's gazes, Lin Yunqing also looked at Di Beichen. The moment she saw Di Beichen, her body trembled, and her eyes quickly reddened. Her gaze was tightly focused on Di Beichen, filled with disbelief and ecstasy. This is Beichen? Lin Yunqing subconsciously looked at Di Yujue, her voice trembling with surprise and worry. She was worried that everything in front of her was an illusion. She was worried that she was seeing things. Di Yujue smiled and nodded. That's right. Hearing Di Yujue's affirmative answer, Lin Yunqing could not help but cover her mouth with her hand. She almost cried out in surprise, but her tears instantly burst out. Mother, I'm back. From the moment Lin Yunqing appeared, Di Beichen's gaze fell on her. This was the first time he saw his mother. Previously, when he was outside the house, he could only hear her voice. He had also fantasized about his mother's appearance. At this moment, seeing her, he felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. Lin Yinqing walked towards Bewitching with teary eyes. Her tears had blurred her vision, but that figure was deeply imprinted in her heart. You're still alive. Lin Yinqing's trembling voice was filled with indescribable joy. The corners of her eyes were filled with tears, but the corners of her lips could not help but curl upwards. At the same time, Bewitching quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Lin Yinqing. Lin Yinqing stretched out her hands and Bewitching stepped forward. This was a long-awaited hug. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted into Bewitching's nostrils. His mother's body was very soft and her entire body exuded a warm aura. It was as if being by her side gave him an indescribable sense of security. Her delicate appearance made him want to protect her even more. Beichen, my son, you're back. Lin Yinqing sobbed, but her eyes were unprecedentedly bright. Her entire being seemed to have gained a soul in an instant and her previous gloominess disappeared in an instant. Yes, I'm back. The corners of Bewitching's lips curled upwards. His handsome face was as warm as the rising sun. That's great. Lin Yinqing was pleasantly surprised. She hugged Bewitching tightly as if he would disappear if she were to let go. Is all of this real? Am I dreaming? She could not help but ask. However, when they heard Lin Yinqing's words, no one laughed at her. In fact, when they had first met Bewitching, they had felt the same way. They were worried that this was all just a dream. Yinqing, don't worry. Beichen is really back. He won't leave again. Diyujue walked to Lin Yinqing's side and comforted her. Mother, you're not dreaming. That's good. Lin Yinqing casually wiped the tears off her face. She could not care less about her sorry state. Her eyes were fixed on Bewitching and she could not bear to look away. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Madam, are you satisfied with this surprise? Hearing this, Lin Yinqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, You did it on purpose. Hongzhuang, you have to change the way you address her now. Xia Wanrong couldn't help but laugh when she heard how Bailey Hongzhuang addressed Lin Yinqing. Bailey Hongzhuang paused for a moment, then smiled. Lin Yinqing couldn't help but turn her head to look at Bailey Hongzhuang in confusion, only to hear Bailey Hongzhuang call out, Mother. She was stunned at first, then looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. She then looked at the crowd and said, This is my daughter-in-law? That's right. She's Beichen's wife, Hongzhuang. Dijujue's gaze was gentle and loving as he patiently explained. So you're not Ying? Mother, your health wasn't good before. We were worried that too big of a surprise would stimulate you, so we used this method. I hope you can forgive us. Lin Yinqing finally understood. So that's how it is. You're my daughter-in-law. That's great. She had always wanted to pair Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Hongzhuang together. She didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be Bewitching's wife. However, it was fine as long as she was her daughter-in-law. Yinqing, it's time for the knot in your heart to be untied. Di Linxian slowly said. Lin Wenlan also nodded slightly. Yinqing, now that everyone is reunited, you can rest assured. Take good care of your body and don't take things too hard. I know. Lin Yinqing was full of smiles. At this moment, her heart was on Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. As long as they were back, what else could she not let go of? Beichen, how have you been all these years? They had sent people to deal with you previously. Were you hurt? After the pleasant surprise, countless questions surfaced in Lin Yinqing's mind. She immediately asked them one after another. Beichen held Lin Yinqing's hand and the smile on his face did not diminish. Mother, I'm fine. Don't worry. You, on the other hand, I heard that you don't eat properly. You can't do that in the future. Promise me, okay? Hearing this, Lin Yinqing smiled and nodded. Alright, I'll promise you anything. Yinqing, you really need to take good care of your body now. Otherwise, when you have grandchildren in the future, you'll have to help take care of them. This won't do, Xia Wanrong said with a smile. Lin Yinqing immediately looked at Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang in pleasant surprise. Her eyes were bright and resplendent. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly taken aback. Then, her cheeks flushed red. She never thought that her grandmother would bring this up in front of so many people. Beichen, do you think I'm right? Xiao Wanrong said with a smile. Bewitching glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang and smiled. I'll work hard. Haha. Everyone laughed. If Bailey Hongzhuang could give birth to a baby, it would be a joyous occasion for their family. In an instant, the entire D family was immersed in a joyous atmosphere. News of the return of the D family's second young master quickly spread. Instantly, many families began to know that the D family's second young master, who had been left outside, had finally returned. On this day, just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to rest, Xiao Hei's pleasantly surprised voice sounded. Master, Baisher is awake. Ever since Baisher had devoured the bloodline, he had been in a deep sleep. Everyone had waited for a long time, but Baisher had not awakened. Hearing this news, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately entered the primordial chaos ring. Sure enough, Baisher had awakened. Master. Bailey Hongzhuang sensed Baisher's aura and could not help but exclaim, Baisher, your aura has become much stronger. Bewitching also said, White Lion, your aura is probably close to the Nebula Realm, right? Starlight Realm, Nebula Realm. Previously, Baisher was only at the Starlight Realm. Although he wasn't far from the Starlight Realm, he still needed some time to break through to the Starlight Realm. However, Baisher's aura was already close to the Nebula Realm. This improvement was too shocking. White Lion smiled and nodded. That's right. I'm only a step away from the Nebula Realm. White Lion, isn't your improvement a little too shocking? Xiao Hei looked at White Lion in disbelief. Previously, they were evenly matched in strength. How did it become so much stronger in the blink of an eye? After devouring the bloodline, my bloodline has improved and become even purer. It's far from what it used to be. Not only that, but my potential has also increased. My cultivation speed will be faster than before. Devouring the bloodline was a shortcut for demonic beasts to increase their strength. Moreover, through devouring the bloodline, they could continuously improve their own bloodline and become a higher-tier demonic beast. A beast king's level was already very high. However, through devouring the bloodline, they could continuously evolve. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Then this is a good idea for you. If the White Lion could continue to evolve, its future achievements would be very terrifying. Transform into a human? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up with anticipation. She had always known that mystical beasts could transform into a human once they reached a certain level of cultivation. However, she did not know the exact details of this level. She never thought that White Lion would be able to transform into a human so quickly. I wonder what White Lion will look like in human form. Xiao Hei propped up her round chin with one hand. Her eyes flashed with curiosity and a thoughtful light. I think that White Lion will look pretty good in human form. Perhaps he'll even look very dignified. After all, he's a beast king, so he's naturally dignified, Xiao Bai said thoughtfully. That's not necessarily true, is it? Xiao Hei frowned. Do you remember how adorable White Lion used to be? Perhaps he'll turn into a little Shota. I think that'll suit his characteristics quite well. Master, what do you think? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at White Lion in front of her and thought for a moment before saying, I think that White Lion will look very handsome in human form. White Lion had indeed been very adorable when he had first become her pet beast. Now, White Lion has the might of a beast king. Just by looking at him now, one could tell that he was very handsome. He would definitely stand out among mystical beasts. White Lion smiled when he heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words. His master was so kind to him. Now that we have White Dragon in our team and White Lion who has grown stronger, our battle power is much stronger than before. The corners of Bewitching's lips curled into a warm smile. Everything was progressing in a good direction. Good news came one after another. It was truly delightful. Everyone could not help but look at Bai Long. Now, Bai Long could be said to be the strongest among them. White Dragon had been very calm ever since he had awakened. Even though he and Xiao Hei would often complain about each other whenever they were together, White Dragon was always deep in thought most of the time. Clearly, White Dragon had been trying to retrieve her lost memories. It was just that she had not been able to do so in such a short time. In this regard, Bailey Hongzhuang was also unable to help. Bai Long had stayed there for too long, and her memories were sealed. Therefore, even if she was a doctor, it was useless. She did have some understanding of seals, but to be able to seal the white dragon's memories, the other party's strength could be said to be extremely strong. With her current strength, it was obvious that she could not break it. Family banquet. All of the direct descendants of the D family had arrived. Even some of the branch family leaders had also arrived. As the second young master of Bewitching's clan, many clansmen didn't know what he looked like before. Taking this opportunity, everyone should have some knowledge about this second young master. Although a family banquet had been held before, it was only for members of the direct line of descent. At that time, Xianxia and the others were immersed in the surprise of Bewitching's return and did not have the mood to introduce the family members to Bewitching. "Bewitching, welcome back." A young man walked up to Bewitching. He was about the same age as Xiaofeng, and was slightly older than Bewitching. He was wearing dark green clothes and had a dignified appearance. There was a polite smile on his face, and he gave off a refreshing feeling. Looking at the man in front of him, Bewitching felt a bit confused. He did not know who this person was, but he still smiled and replied, "Thank you." At this moment, Xiaofeng walked over and said, "Bewitching, let me introduce you. This is the second elder son, Daihaoan." "Xiaofeng, you're flattering me." Daihaoan quickly waved his hand. "You've always been so humble. Everyone has seen your performance over the years." Xiaofeng's face was full of smiles. He seemed to be very familiar with Daihaoan. Noticing Xiaofeng's reaction, Bewitching looked at Daihaoan with kindness. Since Xiaofeng thought so highly of him, he must be a good helper for the family. "You're too kind." Daihaoan cupped his hands. "I'm just doing what I should do." "Bewitching, I was still dealing with things outside. After hearing the news of your return, I rushed back as soon as possible. Seeing you today, I can tell that you're not simple." "Helen, you're overpraising me." Bewitching smiled faintly. "Although I just came back, I know that I have a lot of shortcomings compared to everyone. If there's anything I don't do well in the future, I hope you can remind me. You don't have to worry too much about this. With your ability, you'll be able to do it very soon." Daihaoan quickly said. Xiaofeng also smiled and nodded. "That's right. When you were in the lower realm, you were a rare genius. The reason why there's a gap between your cultivation and ours is because you don't have enough cultivation resources. Now that you've returned to the family, you'll be able to catch up soon." "That's right. Bewitching, you talk to Haon first. I'll go over." With that, Xiaofeng walked to the other side. Bewitching chatted with Daihaoan. After listening to the latter's introduction, he had a better understanding of the family's situation. In the process of this conversation, he found that Daihaoan's personality was indeed excellent. He was not anxious and his voice was clear and steady. No matter what it was, he was very patient and explained everything patiently, making people willing to befriend him. From this point, he could imagine that Daihaoan must have an extremely good relationship with people in the clan. "Bewitching, Joyce is here," Daihaoan said as he looked at the figure slowly approaching. Hearing this, Bewitching also looked at the newcomer. He saw that the newcomer was wearing a dark blue robe. His appearance was also quite outstanding, but he seemed more reserved. "Joyce?" "Joyce is the son of the third elder. He is 2 years older than me. His cultivation is very outstanding, and he is also very famous in the family," Daihaoan introduced. Bewitching finally understood. "So that's how it is. So you're Bewitching." There was a faint smile on Joyce's face, but it didn't enter his eyes. "I've heard that your most outstanding feature is your appearance. Originally, in this family, Xiaofeng was the most handsome. As his younger brother, you really are similar in this aspect." Although it was a compliment, it made Bewitching's eyes darken a bit. On the surface, Joyce was praising him for his handsome appearance, but in reality, he was saying that he only had good looks. Perhaps for a woman, having an outstanding appearance was a compliment, but for a man, it was obviously not so. Daihaoan obviously understood Joyce's meaning. His expression was somewhat awkward, and he couldn't help but smile and smooth things over. The master and madam were a perfect match, so Xiaofeng and Bewitching are both first-class handsome men. As a man, so what if you have an outstanding appearance? Di Zhais didn't care. The most important thing is your own strength. Otherwise, everything is nonsense. Zhais, Beichen has been away all these years, so his cultivation level is naturally a little weaker than the others. But if it were us, we might not be able to catch up to Beichen in the lower realm. Daihaoan said. Di Zhais smiled faintly and spread out his hands. I didn't say anything, I just reminded Beichen that he can't immerse himself in glory after coming back, he has to cultivate properly. Is there a problem with that? Then thank you for your reminder. Di Beichen's expression was gentle, but he was not angry. He had suddenly returned, so naturally he would take up other people's resources, so it was not strange for such a situation to occur. Seeing that Di Beichen did not take this matter to heart, Di Zhais was a little bored, so he found an excuse and left. Beichen, Zhais has always been like this, sometimes his words are not very nice, please don't take it to heart. Daihaoan comforted. Di Beichen smiled and waved his hand, it's okay, he is telling the truth, I am aware of this. Actually, it doesn't matter, we are still so young, there is still a long time in the future. With your talent, it is only a matter of time before you catch up. When Bailey Hongzhuang came over, she heard Daihaoan's words, and immediately looked at the latter with a trace of surprise and gentleness. Although she did not know this person, for him to say such words to Beichen, he must be a very good person. This is Hongzhuang, right? Daihaoan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in amazement. I have long heard that sister-in-law is a rare beauty, you really live up to your reputation. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, you flatter me. I am telling the truth, I have seen many beauties in these years, but it is the first time I have seen a beauty like sister-in-law. Daihaoan sighed, since sister-in-law is here, I will not disturb you. After Daihaoan left, Bailey Hongzhuang learned of Daihaoan's name from Di Beichen's introduction. Not long after, Di Xiaofeng came back and smiled, how is it? Haoan is a gentle person, he is easy to get along with. Di Beichen nodded slightly, indeed. He has always been like this, so he is very popular in the family. Di Xiaofeng smiled faintly, but I just noticed that Haoan also came over. Did he say something unpleasant? Without Di Beichen's reply, Di Xiaofeng had already guessed it, Zhais is actually like that, I have gotten used to it over the years, but although he is a bit arrogant, he is also wholeheartedly for the family. Did my return this time affect his interests? Di Beichen looked at Di Xiaofeng, if I didn't come back, would the next head of the family be him? Hearing Di Beichen's words, Di Xiaofeng was slightly taken aback, then revealed a look of admiration. Beichen, you are really smart. I didn't plan to tell you this, but since you have already guessed it, then I will say it directly. You know my situation, I will definitely inherit the Lin family in the future, and the Di family must also have someone to inherit. Although grandfather didn't say it before, the heir must be chosen from the outstanding young people in the family. Actually, the strongest person is Zhais, but I feel that if the clansmen were to choose, it would be Haoan, Di Xiaofeng said slowly. Hearing this, Di Beichen nodded slightly, Haoan has a good personality and is very popular. If his strength is similar to Zhais, then he is more likely to be the head of the family. As the head of the family, strength was only one aspect. One's personality was also very important. One must consider everything from the family's interests and not just oneself. Zhais was arrogant and valued his own interests more. On the other hand, Daihaoan was more magnanimous. That's right. Di Xiaofeng smiled faintly, Zhais is just unhappy for a while. It's inevitable that he will have some complaints. Don't take it to heart. He's not a bad person. It's just that his words are a bit irritating. Sometimes, I get into arguments with him because of some things, but we are all part of the Di family. I understand. After hearing the conversation between the two, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows suddenly showed a trace of surprise. Is Haoan also one of the candidates? I don't see any dissatisfaction from his behavior. That's Haoan's personality. He doesn't care much about these things. Usually, he doesn't compete for cultivation resources that are related to his own cultivation. In fact, his personality is very similar to the second elder. No matter what it is, as long as it's good for the family, he will do it wholeheartedly. He doesn't care about hard work and tiring work at all. Di Xiaofeng sighed. It was because of this that everyone in the family liked the second elder. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. From what she knew so far, the Di family was indeed a family that got along very well. Although some friction was inevitable, everyone was basically doing it for the good of the family. In the future, you will know when you stay in the family for a long time. In fact, there are no big problems. Everyone gets along very well. However, after the incident with Di Kaiyuan, I think everyone should be more careful. Di Xiaofeng's expression was complicated. We never thought that there would be a traitor in the family. Especially when we found out that the traitor was the steward, we were all shocked. If a person is going to disguise himself, he will probably do it very well, so I think we should all be careful. However, there's no need to worry about those close to you. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen couldn't help but look at each other. It seemed that Di Xiaofeng's mind had become more meticulous than before after experiencing the previous incident. In fact, this was also a good development. After all, with their status, there were definitely many people who wanted to gain benefits from them. It was better to be safe than sorry. Only by being careful could they ensure their own safety. Just as they were talking, a commotion suddenly came from not far away. It was a bit noisy, but there was also a voice they were familiar with. That direction should be where Bai Shi and the others are. Bailey Hongzhuang looked in the direction of the sound. She had come from there before. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, Bai Shi, and Bai Long were all eating snacks there. There's suddenly a commotion now. Could it be that something happened there? Let's go and take a look, Di Beichen said. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others arrived, they saw Bai Long looking at Daihaoan coldly. I said, stay away from me. Daihaoan looked at Bai Long in shock. He didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. Miss, I'm sorry, Ling what happened? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bai Long looking at the situation. It was obvious that she had a conflict with Daihaoan, and she had directly attacked him. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's question, Ling said, this person is a lecher. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned and looked at each other. Based on their interactions with Daihaoan, it was difficult to associate him with a lecher. Daihaoan, what's wrong? Di Xiaofeng frowned. Being called a lecher by a girl was not a light crime. If all of this was true, Daihaoan would definitely be severely punished because the Di family would never allow such a situation to happen. Daihaoan's expression was nervous and complicated. Even his voice was a bit flustered. I just wanted to get to know this girl. I didn't expect, get to know what? I don't want to know you. Ling said coldly. Seeing this, Di Beichen looked directly at Xiao He and Xiao Bai. The words of these two people were not very clear. It was better to understand the truth from the words of bystanders. From Xiao He and Xiao Bai's explanation, everyone understood. It turned out that when Daihaoan first saw Ling he was shocked and admired her. Thus, he wanted to get to know Ling However, Ling didn't want to get to know him, so she didn't pay attention to his question. If it was someone else, they would have given up. However, Daihaoan really wanted to get to know Ling so he ignored her coldness. Instead, he took a step closer and wanted to pat her on the shoulder. Unfortunately, Ling just turned around and Daihaoan's hand touched her chest. The situation suddenly became a lot more complicated. After knowing all of this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had complicated expressions. According to this, it was indeed a bit difficult to explain. Daihaoan did not do it on purpose. However, from Ling point of view, this behavior could indeed be called lecher. Miss Ling I'm really sorry. I was rude just now. Daihaoan repeatedly cupped his hands, looking nervous and worried. What do you want me to do to appease you? No matter what you say, I'm willing to do it. However, Ling only looked at Daihaoan coldly, her eyes full of disgust. In my opinion, there is indeed some misunderstanding in this matter, but Haoan really did wrong. Miss Ling please calm down. Don't be angry and hurt your body. Di Xiaofeng tried to mediate. This was the only thing he could do. Just make him disappear from my sight now. Ling eyes were still full of disgust. She did not want to see Daihaoan again. Seeing this, Daihaoan still wanted to say something, but Di Xiaofeng directly persuaded him to leave. Bailey Hongzhuang also walked to Ling side and said, Ling calm down. How and probably didn't do it on purpose. Ling Er's expression was cold until Daihaoen's figure disappeared. Then, she said, he's not a good person. Not a bad person? Ling Er sneered, you're too naive. I think this person is just a hypocrite. He's not a good person at all. Little Black sighed, how can it be as exaggerated as you say? I saw what happened just now. He didn't do it on purpose. It's just that the timing was bad. If you're so sure that he's a bad person just because of this, then you're being too decisive. It's not about that. Ling Er's clear voice sounded ethereal, this is just my intuition. Anyway, I don't think he's a good person. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others smiled helplessly. After this incident, Ling Er's impression of Daihaoen was terrible. However, from Daihaoen's behavior, he seemed to have developed feelings for Ling Er. As a result, the situation became very complicated. Ling Er, this is the first time you've seen Daihaoen. Maybe you'll change your mind in the future. Xiaobai couldn't help but say. It's up to you to believe it or not. Ling Er obviously couldn't be bothered to say more about this matter. She turned around and went back to her room. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Ling Er's back as she left and shook her head helplessly. However, she didn't say anything. In fact, an ordinary woman wouldn't be able to accept something like this. It was normal for Ling Er to have such a reaction. If she was in Ling Er's shoes, she would definitely be very angry. At this moment, everyone knew about the cultivation area in the courtyard. Other than the cultivation room with abundant vitality, there were also lightning rooms, ice rooms, and other attribute cultivation rooms that were suitable for cultivators. However, when the cultivators of the D family found out that Bewitching had a darkness attribute innate talent, everyone's expression became complicated. Beichen, are you really of the dark attribute? Di Yujue looked at Di Beichen in astonishment. It wasn't that there hadn't been a practitioner of the dark attribute in their family, but there had never been one among the direct descendants. Di Beichen nodded slightly. That's right. When I awakened my innate talent, it was indeed of the dark attribute. Actually, there's nothing wrong with the darkness attribute. It's just that everyone has some prejudice against the power of darkness. Additionally, the cultivation method for the darkness attribute has been lost. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to improve your strength. Di Linxian's expression was complicated. To a cultivator, the limitless potential in the future was undoubtedly the most important. From their point of view, it didn't matter what element Beichen had. However, even the D family didn't have any dark elemental training methods. Without a cultivation method, even with Beichen's Heaven's Mandate physique, it would be very difficult for him to improve at the later stages. Lin Wenlan's eyes revealed a pondering expression. My Lin family does have some related items. However, the level isn't high. I'm afraid it's not suitable. Hearing Lin Wenlan's words, Di Linxian and the others were astonished. They didn't expect the Lin family to have something related to the dark attribute. Although they were a big family, others wouldn't dare to say anything even if they had such items. However, most people wouldn't say anything. Since Lin Wenlan was willing to say it, it proved that she trusted them. Looking at the worried expressions of the elders, Di Beichen couldn't help but smile. Grandfather, you don't have to worry. I have both cultivation methods and martial skills. Di Yujue's gaze suddenly froze as if he had thought of something. Did you obtain the inheritance in the lower realm? If it wasn't for this inheritance, he would have found Beichen long ago. There wouldn't have been any trouble at all. However, at that time, he only thought of it as an ordinary inheritance and didn't think too much about it. However, if there was a complete cultivation method for the dark attribute, then this inheritance wasn't just an ordinary inheritance. Di Beichen nodded slightly. Yes, I obtained the complete inheritance there. I see. The people who were still a little worried suddenly relaxed a little. Although the dark attribute cultivators would inevitably be criticized by others, they were actually quite open-minded. In this world, strength was number one. As long as one was strong enough, so what if one's attribute was rejected by others? Moreover, compared to some people who cultivated sinister cultivation methods, this was nothing at all. It might be more difficult for the dark attribute cultivators to survive in the outside world, but in the aristocratic families, this wasn't a big deal. Since you've obtained your own inheritance, then we can rest assured. Di Linshuan's face revealed a smile. After a few days of getting along, he was more and more satisfied with Di Beichen. Although Di Beichen wasn't in the family all these years, sect master Situ obviously nurtured him very well. He was neither arrogant nor rash, calm and hardworking. Even when he returned to the Di family, he didn't show any arrogance. Not only that, Bailey Hongzhuang was also very satisfactory. He believed that Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang would soon become very outstanding among the younger generation. Beichen, since you have the dark attribute, what is Hongzhuang's attribute? Xiao Wanrong asked. Hongzhuang has the light attribute. Light attribute? Xiao Wanrong's eyes lit up and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Among the many attributes, the light attribute is the rarest. I didn't expect Hongzhuang to have the rare light attribute. Yunishan was also a little shocked. This attribute could be said to be 1 in 1,000. Di Beichen smiled. Indeed, but in fact, Hongzhuang and I seem to have awakened 2 attributes. After thinking about it, Di Beichen decided to tell his family about it. They were all family members who were worthy of his trust. They were wholeheartedly looking out for him, so he naturally had nothing to hide. On the other hand, he and Hongzhuang did not understand the nature of these attributes. Perhaps they could find an explanation here. 2 attributes? As Di Beichen's voice fell, the audience fell into silence. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and their expressions were full of shock. Both of you? Di Beichen nodded slightly. That's right. We haven't been in the upper realm for long, so we don't know much about this situation. This is just the result that both of us have. Determined. When they first awakened their talents, they relied on guesses about this situation. However, after cultivating, they confirmed that they could indeed cultivate 2 attributes. I heard that there have been cultivators who have awakened more than 1 attribute in the past. They later became extremely powerful. However, this situation is too rare. It's 1 in 10,000, so very few people know about it, Di Linshuan said slowly. I've also heard about this. However, it's really surprising that Beichen and Hongzhuang have 2 attributes. Di Beichen didn't know how to explain this. In fact, when he and Hongzhuang found out about this, they also felt that it was very strange. However, other than coincidence, there was no other explanation. Beichen, the family has a talent testing device. Why don't you test it for us here? Di Linshuan suggested. There was only him, Xiao Wanrong, Lin Wenlan, Yunishan, Di Yujue, and Di Xiaofeng here. They were all direct relatives, so there was no need to guard against them. Okay. Di Beichen agreed without hesitation. Soon, the innate talent tester was ready. Di Beichen placed both of his hands on the innate talent tester, and his elemental energy instantly surged out. Then, the transparent innate talent tester began to flash with light. It was an extremely dense black color, like ink that couldn't be dissolved. Noticing this, Di Yujue and the others understood that Di Beichen indeed had the dark attribute. However, when the black color reached a certain level, everyone exclaimed in their hearts. Extreme dark attribute talent. Di Linshuan's face was filled with emotion. It's actually 100% extreme. With such a strong talent, coupled with the dark attribute cultivation method, his cultivation speed will definitely be extraordinary. They were very clear that the level of talent meant potential. The higher the level, the faster the cultivation speed, and the greater the potential. On the contrary, if one's talent wasn't strong enough, they would only need to double the time to cultivate. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to compare to cultivators with high talent. Based on the current situation, as long as Di Beichen didn't die, there would be a dark attribute powerhouse in the Di family in the future. If this is only the dark attribute, what about the light attribute? Di Xiaofeng was a little curious. Before Beichen mentioned this matter, he had never heard of such a possibility. If all of this was true, then his brother's talent was really terrifying. Just as Di Xiaofeng asked this question, everyone noticed that a bright white light gradually appeared in the darkness of the talent testing device. In the dense darkness, the white light was especially obvious, bright and shining. Then, the white light gradually grew stronger, like sunlight illuminating the darkness. Di Baichen was surprised to find that the white light this time was much denser than before, presumably because he had started cultivating the light energy. It really is the light attribute. Yunishan's face was filled with shock. This light attribute isn't weak either. It's just that Baichen's talent in the darkness attribute is stronger. Two innate attributes, darkness and light at that. This is too inconceivable. Xia Wanrong had a puzzled look. This kind of thing was simply unheard of. If it hadn't happened in front of her, she wouldn't have believed it. Baichen, is Hong Zhuang in the same situation as you? Di Yujue asked. Di Baichen nodded slightly. That's right. It's just that our order is reversed. Then how are you cultivating now? Now that we are cultivating both attributes at the same time, we haven't encountered any major problems in the process. Di Baichen recalled the cultivation process. Cultivating both attributes at the same time, other than spending more time, was not a big deal. It seems that you and Hong Zhuang are both rare geniuses, Di Linxian said seriously. We don't know much about this. Go back and check the ancient books to see if there are any records about this. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Once Di Linxian finished speaking, everyone nodded. No matter how they looked at it, it was an extremely powerful innate gift. Once they cultivated both attributes, it meant that they would have twice as many tricks up their sleeves as ordinary cultivators. Twice as many. When experts fought, it was usually just a difference of one move. With twice as many tricks up their sleeves, it was basically impossible for anyone of the same level to be a match for them. Just thinking about it, everyone could understand how terrifying this innate gift was. Don't spread this news for now. Wait until we have a better understanding of this situation. Lin Wenlan said solemnly. In every family, geniuses were protected. Before they grew to a certain level, it was best not to let others know about them. Otherwise, there would be many ways to kill them before they matured. What's more, Di Baichen had just returned to the clan. After the news spread out, he had become a figure in the limelight. It was not known how many people wanted to see him. If others knew about his innate gift, he would definitely be targeted. Baichen, tell Hong Zhuang to take note of this as well. Di Linxian instructed. I will. Yes, Di Baichen responded. Bailey Hongzhuang was supposed to come along today. However, as Lin Yunqing's body was still recuperating, she had been accompanying Lin Yunqing whenever she was free. Lin Yunqing's fondness for Bailey Hongzhuang had been shown since the beginning. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang was accompanying her, Lin Yunqing's body was recovering rapidly. According to their estimation, she should be able to make a full recovery within a month. Regarding this point, Dr. Wu was extremely shocked. If someone had told him that the hidden injuries that Lin Yunqing had accumulated over the years could be healed within a month, he would have thought that the person was talking nonsense. However, now that everything had happened in front of him, he was speechless. Now, he was completely impressed by Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills. Not many people could compare to her medical skills. In the past, it was others who addressed him respectfully as Great Master. Now, he was the one who addressed Bailey Hongzhuang as Great Master. When Di Baichen came to find Bailey Hongzhuang, he saw Dr. Wu following behind Bailey Hongzhuang with a serious face, listening to her medical opinions. Second young master, you're here. Di Baichen nodded slightly. Dr. Wu then looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, Second young madam, how about you continue to explain tomorrow when you have time? His respectful expression clearly showed that he treated Bailey Hongzhuang as his master. He was afraid that if Bailey Hongzhuang refused, he would not be able to learn more. Recently, just by listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's introductions and explanations, his mastery of medical skills had already reached a new level. Therefore, he was now absorbing knowledge every day. Bailey Hongzhuang had become his master. Okay. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. After Dr. Wu left, Di Baichen could not help but say, Dr. Wu was supposed to leave after curing mother's illness. I didn't expect that he would stay here permanently. I heard from my father that physician Wu had told him that he wanted to be the Di family's guest physician. Previously, my father had invited him a few times, but he had rejected all of them. Now that he had brought this up, it was all thanks to Hong Zhuang. Although since the appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang, Dr. Wu has revealed his lack of medical skills, but in fact, Dr. Wu has always been an outstanding figure among doctors. Previously, many doctors were invited, but all of them were helpless. Only Dr. Wu was able to find a way to delay. Just this point alone showed Dr. Wu's strength. Similarly, through Dr. Wu, they found that Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were simply amazing. Actually, Dr. Wu is a very good person. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. After this period of time together, she found that Dr. Wu was very eager to learn, and never looked down on anyone because of their age. He also didn't feel that learning from her because of her young age was shameful. With this characteristic, she was sure that Dr. Wu's future achievements would be higher and higher. Therefore, for Dr. Wu's questions, she would not be stingy with her guidance. Dr. Wu's recent progress could be said to be great. Indeed. Lin Yunqing smiled. Dr. Wu staying in the family is a good thing. I don't have anything to do here, you can go back. Lin Yunqing smiled at Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. During this period of time, she saw how affectionate these two little guys were and felt happy for them. Mother, then we'll go back first. Go back. Lin Yunqing nodded. I didn't know that you came here specifically to pick up Hongzhuang. Mother knows me best. Bewitching didn't explain and smiled. Along the way, Bewitching told Bailey Hongzhuang what his grandfather and others said. Wife, grandmother said that the family has a cultivation method of the light attribute, which is much better than the cultivation method in the Holy Assembly. She will give it to us later. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. The cultivation method we got in the Holy Assembly should be the most common one. The real top cultivation method must be in the hands of the leaders. However, after Ling woke up, she also told me about the cultivation method of the light attribute. We can compare these methods. Good. Bewitching's eyes lit up. Cultivation talent was one thing, but the cultivation method was equally important. If they mastered the correct cultivation method, their cultivation speed would greatly increase. They now needed to cultivate two attributes at the same time, so the time spent would naturally be much more than those who cultivated one attribute. Therefore, as long as they could save time, it would be the best. Inside the house, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at the three cultivation methods. By comparison, the cultivation method of the family was obviously much better than the cultivation method of the Holy Assemblies. Just a slight comparison, they could see the difference. Master, we can just give up on the Holy Light Assembly's cultivation method, Blackie said. Even it could see the difference between the two methods. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and took out Ling Er's cultivation method. There's no need to look at it. Cultivate mine. Ling looked determined. Although the cultivation method you took out is not bad, and I think it's already very outstanding in the upper realm, you have to believe me. The cultivation method I took out is definitely the best. Seeing Ling confident expression, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other and decided to believe in Ling. Ling memories were indeed rather blurry, but her knowledge was definitely not something an ordinary person could compare to. Furthermore, Ling was originally a light attribute demon beast, and her performance in the light attribute was also very outstanding. Furthermore, to be able to seal her memories, one could see how powerful her master was. With such a powerful master, it wasn't strange that the cultivation technique he gave Ling was a top-notch inheritance. In that case, let's cultivate Ling's method. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. After deciding on the method, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching began cultivating. At the same time, Wen Xiren and the others were also cultivating. At night, they would head to the forest world to cultivate together. The time difference inside was of great help to them. During this process, everyone's speed of improvement was extremely fast. Bailey Hongzhuang was originally only at the 7th rank of the Astral Radiance realm, but now she had broken through to the Starlight realm. Not only her, but everyone's improvement was also very fast. This was also due to the huge contribution of the cultivation room. On this day, Bewitching received a servant's notice that Di Yujue had called him to the front. Father suddenly called me over. Is something the matter? Second young master, I heard that people from the Xiao clan have come. The patriarch and the others have already gone to welcome them. Xiao clan? Bewitching was slightly stunned. The Xiao clan that has a lot of light attribute cultivators? That's right, it's them. The Xiao clan has always had a close relationship with us. They must have heard the news of second young master's return and specially came to congratulate you. Hearing this, Bewitching finally understood. In fact, he didn't have a good impression of the Xiao family before. Because of Xiao Rojin, he only felt that this family was not very tolerant. He didn't expect that they were so close to the Di family. Xiao Sou had been in a bad mood recently. The second young master of the Di clan had disappeared for many years. She didn't expect him to suddenly return. According to her father's thoughts, it was obvious that he wanted her to be with the second young master of the Di family. The other party was a cultivator who had just come from the lower realm. His cultivation was incomparable to theirs. Moreover, she was about to become the saint of the light. If she were to marry such a man, even if he was the successor of the Di family, she would still become a laughingstock in the eyes of others. Over the years, the number of people who pursued her could already form a few streets, but her father insisted on abiding by the old rules of the family. She was really speechless. Just as Bewitching was heading towards the meeting hall, he suddenly noticed an unfamiliar woman standing not far away. A trace of surprise appeared between his eyebrows. He then slowly walked over. "Miss, you don't seem to be a member of the Di family. What are you doing here?" Bewitching frowned and asked. He had been staying in the family recently. Basically, he was already familiar with all the faces of the family members. It was obvious that he had never seen this woman before. Xiao Sou suddenly heard the gentle and magnetic voice of a man. She couldn't help but frown. She was in a very bad mood and didn't plan on paying attention to anyone who tried to strike a conversation with her. Usually, there were many people who tried to strike a conversation with her. She was in a bad mood and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. However, when she turned her head, she saw a face as handsome as a god. Her breathing stopped, and she actually forgot to speak. Seeing the woman in front of him looking at him in a daze, Bewitching couldn't help but frown. Is this person not the cousin mentioned by Xiaofeng? Yesterday, he heard from his elder brother that his cousin might arrive at the Di family in 2 days, so he specially wanted to see his cousin. Not only that, but from his mother's words, he also learned that this cousin seemed to like his elder brother very much. In the eyes of the elders, she was most favored to be with his elder brother. However, he knew very well that his elder brother's sweetheart was Bailey Yunyin, so this cousin's thoughts would probably fall through. The girl in front of him was alone here, looking unscrupulous. He couldn't think of any other possibility except that she was his cousin. If not, he wouldn't take the initiative to come forward to say hello because his elder brother told him to tell his cousin that his elder brother had started a retreat and would not come out in a short time. "Hey, you must be my second cousin." Just as Bewitching was thinking, suddenly, a lively and pleasant voice sounded behind him. Bewitching turned his head and saw a playful woman in a purple dress coming over. Her delicate face was filled with a joyful smile. "Although it's the first time I see you, I can guess it when I see your appearance." "You are Cousin Yi?" Lin Yi smiled and nodded. She raised her chest proudly and said, "Yes, it's me." "Second cousin, where did big cousin go?" "I just went to his residence to look for him, but I didn't see him." Lin Yi looked distressed. Every time she came, big cousin would always think of ways to hide from her. It was precisely because of this that she knew that it was useless to wait obediently. She could only launch a surprise attack so that she could catch big cousin and prevent him from escaping. Listening to Lin Yi's words, Bewitching sighed in his heart. My elder brother is right. Cousin Yi will look for him everywhere when she appears. Cousin, elder brother started a retreat yesterday. I'm afraid he won't come out for a while. However, Lin Yi snorted, I don't believe in this. Every time I come, big cousin says that he is in close cultivation. How can it be so coincidental every time? In the next second, Lin Yi went directly to Bewitching's side. She held his arm with both hands, blinked her eyes, and said pitifully, Second cousin, this is the first time we have met after so many years. You can't not help me, cousin, it's not that I don't want to help you, but big brother did go into seclusion yesterday. However, you don't have to be in a hurry to leave for a while. You can stay here for a while and accompany mother. Bewitching's lips curled into a faint smile. His mother really liked this mischievous cousin of his. Today, he also felt that his cousin was very likable. Although she seemed to be a little mischievous, she wouldn't be arrogant just because she was pampered. It was just that everyone in the family doted on her. Hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Second cousin is right. Then I will stay here for a while and accompany aunt. Bewitching nodded, and his gaze fell on Xianxia again. Since you are not my cousin, then what are you doing here? The sudden question made Xianxia slightly stunned. Before she could answer, Bewitching's voice sounded again. Branch descendants don't walk around here. Leave quickly. Looking at Bewitching's departing figure, Xianxia finally understood that the reason why the man had spoken to her earlier was because he had mistaken her for his cousin. Now that he knew she wasn't his cousin, he actually left without even looking at her. That look. It was as if he was dissatisfied with her running around everywhere. She, Xianxia, was still a great beauty, alright, who knew how many men were chasing after her on a daily basis. Even if he didn't know her strength and identity, he shouldn't be too lazy to care about her and leave, right? Thinking of this, Xianxia felt a wave of gloominess, but she was also a little surprised. If it had been any other time, she would have already been angry if someone had spoken to her in such a manner. However, even after the man had left, she hadn't refuted a single word. Immediately after, Xianxia didn't continue to stay in the same spot. She wanted to find out who this man was. Yujue had immediately rushed over after hearing that the Xiao clan had arrived. As expected, he saw the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Yanlong, as soon as he arrived. Brother Yanlong, you've come. Yujue's face was filled with a warm smile as he cupped his hands. Xiao Yanlong also cupped his hands, his face full of smiles. Brother Yujue, I heard that the second young master has been found, so I specially came to congratulate you. Thank you, Brother Yanlong. Please come in. Yujue extended his left hand, inviting Xiao Yanlong to sit in the guest hall. Compared to the smile on his face, there was a trace of profoundness in his eyes. If it had been any other time, he would have been very happy when the Xiao clan had come. However, he could guess the purpose of the Xiao clan's visit at this moment. Brother Yanlong, are you the only one who's come today? Xiao Yanlong waved his hand. I've come with my daughter today. You know the old rules of the Xiao clan and the Di clan. Previously, the second young master had always been away, so I didn't officially tell my daughter about this matter. Now that the second young master has returned, I brought her over to take a look. It's just that my daughter has been spoiled by me all these years. After coming here, she went to wander around. I hope Brother Yujue doesn't take offense. Hearing this, Yujue smiled and waved his hand. Our two families are so close, there's no need to stand on ceremony. I've long heard that Miss Sou is extremely talented and beautiful. Over the years, there are countless pursuers. Although Bachin has returned, he has been wandering outside all these years. There is still a gap between his cultivation and the outstanding children of aristocratic families. As he spoke, Yujue observed Xiao Yanlong's reaction. Bachin was already married. From the way he doted on Bailey Hongzhuang, it was impossible for him to marry another woman. Thus, he hoped that the Xiao clan would be dissatisfied with this marriage. In that way, the problem would be easily solved. All these years, their relationship with the Xiao clan had always been good. If possible, he didn't want to break off their relationship with the Xiao clan because of this. After Xiao Yanlong arrived, his thoughts had been rather complicated. At this moment, after hearing Yujue's words, he quietly heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Yujue, to tell you the truth, my daughter has indeed been spoiled by me. Now that she's not young anymore, the family has already planned to find a marriage for her. However, she's too arrogant and picky. Xiao Yanlong was also very helpless in his heart. When Bachin was born, he was very much in favor of this marriage. After all, the marriage between the Xiao family and the Di family was undoubtedly a strong alliance, not to mention that Bachin had a cursed body. If other people had a cursed body, it might be very troublesome, but in the Di family, this cursed body was not a problem at all. The cursed body was the heavenly mandate body. From the moment they knew that Bachin would definitely be a genius. It was just that the situation later was something that no one expected. Bachin actually disappeared. For more than 20 years, although no one said it, he had long believed that Bachin would not come back. At the same time, he was looking for a husband for Sou. He did not expect that Bachin would suddenly appear at this time. He had never seen Bewitching, but Bewitching had been in the lower realm all these years. He did not need to think to know that he could not be compared with those young talents. Even if Bewitching had now transformed into a heavenly mandate body, it would not be a simple matter for him to catch up with the young talents of the same generation. What's more, without the nurturing of the D family, this guy might just be a dandy. Because of these possibilities, and because of the friendship between the Xiao family and the D family, he had no choice but to first bring Xiaosou to visit them. He only hoped that this marriage could be resolved peacefully, and that the D family could understand their approach. After all, Sou had been an extremely outstanding figure among the younger generation these years, and she would soon become the Holy Maiden of Light. Just this identity alone was not something that ordinary people could match up to. He must find the most suitable husband for Sou. If it was any other time, Di Yujue would be very unhappy when he heard Xiao Yanlong's words, because the other party's meaning was very obvious. He looked down on his son. However, Di Yujue now only felt that these words were like the sound of nature, solving the problem that had been troubling him for a long time. He had been thinking about how to break off the engagement without affecting the relationship between the two sides. He did not expect Xiao Yanlong to have the same intention. That would be great. Brother Yanlong is right. Young people have their own way of thinking. As parents, we only want our children to be happy. Naturally, we don't want them to do things they don't want to do. Di Yujue said with a smile. Originally, Xiao Yanlong was a little worried that Di Yujue would be unhappy because of this. After all, Bewitching had just returned, and Di Yujue would definitely like this son very much. He did not expect that after he said such words, Di Yujue would not be dissatisfied at all. Instead, he agreed very much, which made him feel a little strange. Nevertheless, he heaved a sigh of relief when he thought that he had achieved his goal. The two of them, who were originally a little worried, breathed a sigh of relief after understanding each other's thoughts. Even their conversation became much smoother. It didn't take long for Bewitching and Linny to arrive at the reception room. Beichen, come and meet your Uncle Xiao. Seeing Bewitching arrive, Di Yujue smiled and waved. Uncle Xiao. Bewitching saluted. Xiao Yanlong's eyes also lit up the moment he saw Bewitching. The Di family's genes had always been outstanding. This could be seen from Di Xiaofeng. He just didn't expect this Bewitching to not lose to Di Xiaofeng at all. Not only his appearance, but even his temperament was not weak. You are here too. Seeing Linny, the smile in Di Yujue's eyes softened a little. He also liked this quirky little girl very much. Uncle. Linny came forward with a smile and saluted Xiao Yanlong, Uncle Xiao. Xiao Yanlong smiled and nodded. This is the little girl of the Lin family, right? Yes. Second young master is really impressive and has an extraordinary temperament. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Xiao Yanlong praised. After deciding to cancel the marriage, Xiao Yanlong was not as worried as before. His praise at this moment was sincere. In all fairness, Bewitching had stayed in the lower realm for so many years. It was already very good that he could grow to this point. If there had been no accident back then, Bewitching would have been a well-known figure among the younger generation under the cultivation of the Di family. He would have been a perfect match with Sou, but it was a pity. Brother Yanlong is overpraising. Bewitching has just returned, and there are still many shortcomings. Unlike Miss Sou, who is young and already famous. Once she takes over the position of the Holy Maiden, she will be extraordinary in the future. You're too kind. Xiao Yanlong touched the beard on his chin. Although he was modest, the pride on his face was already overflowing. He was indeed very satisfied with his daughter. Father. At this moment, a clear and cold voice sounded. Then, a beautiful yellow figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking at this familiar figure, Linny was slightly stunned. She stared at Bewitching beside her with her big round eyes and said, "No way? This woman is Xiaosou of the Xiao family?" When knowing the identity of this woman, Bewitching was also a little surprised, but his gaze only fell on her for a moment and then moved away. He didn't care who the other party was. What's more, this woman came to the Di family for the first time. Instead of staying in the living room, she ran around. She was either arrogant or unruly. Either way, it was clear that they did not respect the Di family enough. Say Wu, you are here. Xiao Yanlong's face showed a happy smile, and then said, this is my daughter, Say Wu. Miss Ou is indeed the same as the rumors. You are a dragon among men, Diyujue said with a smile. Xiao Yanlong smiled and said, So, this is the second young master of the Di family, Di Beichen. Beside him is the young lady of the Lin family, Lin Yi. Since you are all of the same generation, I'm afraid that you will often meet each other in the future. It's good to make friends. As soon as Xiao Sou walked in, she had already noticed Di Beichen. He was like a blazing sun that attracted everyone's attention. It was impossible to ignore him. However, she did not expect this person to be the second son of the Di family, Di Beichen. Many people were curious about this second young master before, but according to everyone's judgment, this second young master was most likely a good-for-nothing. But the man in front of her was neither servile nor overbearing. He was neither arrogant nor impetuous. He was calm and outstanding, which was far from everyone's guess. The most important thing was that looking at the man opposite her, she actually had a feeling of being moved. For so many years, there were countless young talents who had expressed their goodwill to her, but she had never paid attention to them. The strength of the man in front of her was obviously not as good as her. He ignored her and even scolded her, but she could not feel any disgust. On the contrary, she was very happy to see him. According to her mother, when you meet a person who can make you completely different from your usual self, it means that you have fallen in love with him. Although she had always scoffed at her mother's statement, she suddenly believed it after meeting Di Beichen. She didn't think it could be called love when they met for the first time, but she felt that she might have fallen in love with him at first sight. Hello, I am Xiao Sou. Xiao Sou took a step forward with a bright smile on her delicate and outstanding face. She greeted Di Beichen graciously. Her bright eyes shone like stars without any flicker or flinching. Xiao Sou had never flinched. Since she might like this man, then she would like him. As long as Xiao Sou likes him, so what if Di Beichen is not strong enough? Whoever dares to laugh at him, then I will beat the other party until he can't speak. Hello, Di Beichen. I am Lin Yi. I have long heard that the Xiao family's eldest miss has amazing light attribute talent. She is about to become the Holy Maiden of Light. She is really an amazing person. Lin Yi smiled. Although it was her first time meeting Xiao Sou, she had heard of her reputation for a long time. The future Holy Maiden of Light had an extraordinary identity. With a Holy Maiden of Light in the Xiao family, their status would be greatly improved in the future. Although she didn't feel anything, it was not bad to make friends. Anyway, she wouldn't lose a piece of meat if she echoed. Listening to Lin Yi's words, the pride on Xiao Sou's face was even greater. She was the most outstanding light attribute cultivator in recent years. Although it did not reach 100%, it had reached 98%. Now the Holy Maiden of Light was trying to improve her talent to 99%. Once it reached, she could be qualified as the Holy Maiden of Light. At that time, her status would be higher than it was now. Miss Lin is overpraising. At this time, Xiao Yanlong said, Brother Yujue, since we have reached a consensus before, then the marriage between the two juniors should be cancelled. When we need to join forces in the future, we will still join forces. This matter will not affect the friendship between the two sides. How about it? While talking, Xiao Yanlong also looked at Di Beichen, second young master, you are a dragon among men. We definitely don't mean to look down on you. What happened back then was just an agreement between us elders. As you grow up, I think that young people have their own ideas. After all, the young people are different from our older generation. They all have their own decisions. After Di Beichen heard Xiao Yanlong's words, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. What was the other party saying? Why didn't he understand? On the side, Lin Yi's face changed after hearing all this. She whispered, second cousin, don't tell me you don't know. About it? What should I know? Di Beichen's brows wrinkled slightly. No one had ever told him about this matter. Only now did he understand why he was called over and not his elder brother. It turned out that there was such a relationship between him and the eldest daughter of the Xiao clan. However, the other party wanted to make a move on his wife. He was already disgusted. If it weren't for the friendship between the two families, he wouldn't even be willing to come here. Now she said that there was an engagement between them. What a joke. Fortunately, the other party refused. He only felt relieved. It's great. It can't be, right? Second cousin, you don't even know about such an important thing. Linny was speechless for a while. The other party made it clear that they came here specifically to break off the engagement, but second cousin, don't take it to heart. This Xiaoshou is very famous. Many people who pursue her are rejected. What's more, you are already married. In my opinion, it's good that you broke off your relationship with her. Otherwise, there will be trouble in the future. Many people may challenge you. Linny comforted Bewitching. The other party came and broke off the engagement directly. Presumably, no one would be able to accept it. However, Bewitching's words made her stunned. It's good that they proposed it. Otherwise, if we proposed it, I am afraid it will make things difficult for father. In Bewitching's heart, Bailey Hongzhuang was the best. All the women in the world added up were not as good as Hongzhuang. If the other party abided by the previous engagement, it would make things difficult for them. Now, it was better. Ahem. Hearing Bewitching's words, Linny almost choked on her own saliva. Isn't the second cousin too arrogant? Looking at his appearance, it seems that even if Xiaoshou is willing to marry him, he will refuse. That is Xiaoshou, God's favored daughter, although she was not interested in the other party. Isn't your reaction a bit too arrogant, second cousin? However, Bewitching still looked indifferent, which made Linny suddenly understand that her cousin did not deliberately say this for her face, but he thought so from the bottom of his heart. This second cousin is also a badass, but I like it, haha. Xiaoshou was slightly stunned when she heard her father say such words. Only then did she remember the purpose of their trip. Previously, her father hoped that she could try to be with Bewitching, but she had been throwing a tantrum on the way here. She threatened to run away from home if she was forced to be with Bewitching. I didn't expect that my father had changed his mind when I just wandered around. Wasn't this change a little too fast? In fact, Xiaoshou did not know that Xiao Yanlong had always been thinking about it in his heart. Moreover, Xiaoshou had always been his most beloved daughter. Seeing that his daughter was unwilling, he naturally did not want to force her. After some probing, he found that Dujue also agreed with his idea. Naturally, he quickly finalized this point. In this way, the daughter was happy, and the relationship between the families was not affected. Dujue smiled and nodded. Brother Yanlong is right. Let's let bygones be bygones. Bewitching also said, I agree. Xiaoshou's expression suddenly became a little strange. Her father had already said this, what should she do? However, when she heard Bewitching agree, her expression turned even uglier. Do you agree? What do you have to agree with? Could it be that I, a proud daughter of the heavens, am not worthy of you? Looking at Bewitching's calm face, without the slightest trace of regret, her heart was also depressed. Is he not moved by me at all? For so long, Xiaoshou had always been very confident in her charm. She did not expect that the only man who moved her was not interested in her. The depression in her heart could be imagined. Haha, that's great. The smile on Xiao Yanlong's face became brighter. He turned his head to look at his baby daughter, waiting to see his daughter's happy expression. However, when he turned his head, he found that his daughter was looking at him with displeasure. He couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? Could it be that I didn't do well enough? But there was obviously no problem. Xiao Yanlong was also a little confused, but he really couldn't understand what was going on. It wasn't until Xiaoshou sent him a sound transmission that he understood. Father, in fact, this Bewitching is not as bad as I thought before. Xiaoshou was now about to die of depression. She thought that even if Xiao Yanlong wanted to bring up the matter of breaking off the engagement, it would be impossible to bring it up so quickly. What's more, the head of the D family would not agree so easily. Who would have thought that today's situation would be so smooth? In the blink of an eye, everything was completed. However, thinking that it was not easy for her to meet such a person who made her feel different, she didn't want to lose contact with him just like that. Therefore, under these complicated emotions, Xiaoshou still sent her thoughts to Xiao Yanlong. Listening to Xiaoshou's words, Xiao Yanlong was also slightly stunned. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. What's wrong with my daughter? I've only been out for a short time. Why has her attitude become completely different? Although these words were not so straightforward, as Xiaosuo's father, he knew his daughter's character very well. Just these words alone showed that Bewitching was very special to her. His gaze quietly fell on Bewitching, and he sighed in his heart. This Bewitching was really a talent. Although there were many people who pursued his daughter over the years, in terms of appearance and bearing, there was really no one who could be compared with Bewitching. No wonder his daughter changed her mind. After all, she was a young woman. It was normal for her to like handsome men. So, you have to think carefully. I have now decided to break off the engagement. If you want to go back on your words, then you can't change your mind. Xiaoyanlong couldn't help but remind her. This kind of thing couldn't be taken lightly. The fact that the other party didn't mind at all when she suggested to annul the engagement was already an act of magnanimity on his part. If they were to raise any other ideas now, it would actually be embarrassing themselves. However, according to his estimation, Diyujue would definitely not refuse. However, if they were to go back on their words, it would be disregarding the friendship between the two sides. If they were at home, his daughter could do whatever she wanted, but it was different now. Although this Bewitching has a dignified appearance, you know that he came from the lower realm, so his cultivation is definitely much lower than yours. What's more, we've only just arrived and don't know much about him. You can't make a rash decision. Hearing Bewitching's words, Xiaosuo stared fixedly at Bewitching. She couldn't help but recall the other party's indifferent attitude towards her. Suddenly, she felt that such a person couldn't possibly be a hedonistic son of a rich family. One had to know that there weren't many young men who could overlook her beauty. Father, don't worry. I understand the importance of this matter. Seeing this, Xiaoyanlong was even more surprised. Could it be that his daughter fell in love with this Bewitching at first sight? She clearly had so many high requirements before, but after seeing Bewitching, she didn't care about any of them. In that case, I'll mention this matter to your uncle later. Xiaosuo was a girl. If people knew that it was her own idea, she would undoubtedly be looked down upon. On the contrary, he would talk to Diyujue in private later. He could take this matter on himself. He just thought that Bewitching was not bad and hoped that they could develop. Hearing Xiaoyanlong's words, Xiaosuo was also delighted. Thank you, father. Second cousin, why do I feel that Xiaosuo and Uncle Xiao are communicating with each other through voice transmission? Linny had been paying attention to Xiaosuo. She found that the details of communication between Xiaosuo and Xiaoyanlong were revealed. Bewitching looked calm and indifferent. It is normal for father and daughter to communicate. I heard from others that this Xiaosuo has always been arrogant as a proud girl, but I think her expression when she looks at you is different. Not only that, when she heard that the engagement between you two was cancelled, she was stunned. Now she is communicating with Uncle Xiao. Linny frowned. She tapped her chin with her index finger and looked at the handsome Bewitching next to her. Her eyes suddenly lit up and said, Second cousin, do you think this Xiaosuo will take a fancy to you? You are so handsome. There are definitely many young women who fall for your charm. Maybe this Xiaosuo is one of them. Since Xiaosuo is a proud girl, there must be many pursuers. How can she be so superficial? Bewitching shook his head. That's not necessarily true. Linny said seriously, a woman's intuition is very accurate. I have this intuition, but second cousin, you are already married. I don't think Xiaosuo will do that. Little girl, why are there so many messy thoughts in your little head? Bewitching looked at the mischievous Linny. He suddenly felt that the scene of this girl and his elder brother together should be very interesting. Second cousin, you are really eldest cousin's younger brother. Even your words are so similar. Linny puffed up her cheeks. You are not much older than me. How am I young? It's not small, it's not small. Bewitching was helpless. He just wanted to pick up Hong Zhuang after he finished. Every day at this time, he would punctually go to his mother's courtyard to pick up Hong Zhuang. Today was undoubtedly a little late. After Xiaoyanlong and Diyujue talked for a while, they proposed to let the juniors go out. Since Xiaosuo had changed her mind, he had to tell this idea to Diyujue as soon as possible. Otherwise, once Diyujue spread the news, it would be impossible to change it at that time. Hearing this, Diyujue nodded and smiled. Yes, in that case, Beichen, you take Sou around. Yes. The three of them walked out of the living room. Xiao Sou walked beside Di Beichen with a faint smile on her delicate and gorgeous face. Young Master Di, I heard that you just came back from the underworld. Are you used to it? I'm quite used to it. Di Beichen responded faintly, seemingly perfunctory. Seeing this, Xiao Sou frowned slightly. Is this Di Beichen deliberately pretending to be indifferent to attract my attention or what? I don't know, where are you going to take me to visit? Xiao Sou asked again. Hearing this, Di Beichen looked at Lin Yi on the side and said, you are also familiar with the Di family. You take Miss Xiao around. I will leave first. Seeing that Di Beichen threw her to Lin Yi like a burden and was about to leave, Xiao Sou couldn't help but ask, Young Master Di, where are you going? I'm going to pick up my wife. Di Beichen said, take good care of Miss Xiao. As soon as his voice fell, Di Beichen left without looking back. He had never heard of this so-called engagement before. However, after thinking about it carefully, he understood that his father must have known his thoughts a long time ago, so he had the idea of canceling the engagement. He didn't say it because he was afraid that it would affect the relationship between him and Hong Shuang. After all, this kind of thing was always a bit annoying. For him, Xiao Sou was a complete stranger. It was obviously more appropriate to have Yi accompany her wife. Xiao Sou was stunned. She looked at Di Beichen's back as he left. She couldn't wrap her head around it for a while. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Yes, second cousin has been married before, and they are very loving. He is married? Xiao Sou frowned. When did it happen? It happened before returning to the Di family. Miss Xiao, in fact, it is good that this engagement is cancelled. There are so many people pursuing you. You will definitely find a good husband. Lin Yi said with a smile. If she was not sure that her intuition was right before, then now seeing Xiao Sou's expression, she was sure that her judgment was absolutely correct. If she was not interested in second cousin, with Xiao Sou's personality, she would not ask this at all, let alone show such an expression. However, Xiao Sou did not listen to what Lin Yi said at the moment. Her mind was full of her own thoughts. So, Di Beichen's previous indifference to me was not to attract my attention at all, but he really doesn't care. The other party is just a woman from the underworld. Is she more important than me? Di Beichen is too lazy to say a word to me. He is so anxious to find his wife. Does he like that woman so much? Thinking of this, an unspeakable jealousy and dissatisfaction spread in Xiao Sou's heart. She had always been a woman sought after by everyone. In the eyes of Di Beichen, she was not even comparable to a woman from the underworld. This was an insult to her. Lin Yi just noticed Xiao Sou's expression, and she knew that this proud girl was furious. She couldn't help but lament in her heart. Today, to help second cousin, I suffered a big loss. When I find second cousin, I must ask him to help me. Otherwise, it's not enough to repay him for such a big favor today. Miss Xiao, shall I show you around? Lin Yi asked tentatively. She was a little worried that her words at this time would directly ignite Xiao Sou's anger. If Xiao Sou exploded, she would be in trouble. But in the current situation, she couldn't help it. Xiao Sou's mood was really bad, but considering that Lin Yi was by her side, she forcibly suppressed her anger and said, Then, I will trouble Miss Lin. You're welcome. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. After Di Beichen and others left, Xiao Yanlong and Di Yujue chatted for a while and returned to the topic. Previously, he had never thought of marrying Xiao Sou to Di Beichen, so he naturally didn't pay much attention to the other party's situation. Now, the situation was different. Di Beichen was very likely to become his son-in-law, so he naturally had to clarify the situation. Seeing Xiao Yanlong suddenly talking about Di Beichen, Di Yujue was also a little puzzled, but he still replied, although Di Beichen has been wandering outside these years, he has always been very diligent in his cultivation. Now that his cultivation has reached the Starlight Realm, although there is still a gap between him and the young disciples of the same generation, I believe that he will catch up very soon. Speaking of Di Beichen, Di Yujue was also very proud, and the smile on his lips became even more obvious. Although the current Bewitching was indeed slightly inferior to the outstanding disciples of aristocratic families, with Bewitching's talent and hard work, it wouldn't take long for him to catch up. Moreover, he knew that Bewitching had the ability to fight above his level. Second young master has reached the Starlight Realm? Xianxia was astonished. He felt that Bewitching had been staying in the lower realm for a long time, and it was already very difficult for him to break through to the Starlight Realm at his age. He didn't expect him to break through to the Starlight Realm. Judging from the cultivation resources in the lower realm, he was a first-rate genius. That's right. Diyujua nodded. Then second young master is also a rare genius. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Previously, he felt that his daughter was too impulsive. Just by looking at her appearance. However, based on the current situation, Bewitching was definitely a dragon among men. This was also because he had been in the lower realm for all these years. If he was in the D family, he would definitely be a famous person. Brother Yujue, I might have been too presumptuous before. I apologize. When I saw second young master today, I feel that second young master is also an outstanding person. If the two juniors are willing, why don't we let them get along? Xianxia asked with a smile. He had previously proposed to break off the engagement, and now he took the initiative to make such a suggestion. It was actually a slap to his face. However, for his daughter, Xianxia had no other choice. As long as Xiaosou could be happy, this face was nothing. Following Xianxia's words, Diyujue couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect Xianxia to suddenly change his mind. Wasn't everything already agreed? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Could it be that he changed his mind after seeing Bewitching? Diyujue pondered in his heart. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that something was amiss. If Xianxia had changed his mind after seeing Bewitching, then he would not have let this matter go just now. Bewitching S's SSS. S shout. To attention to him too, so much attention. Brother Yujue, is there a problem? Brother Yanlong, to tell you the truth, Bewitching is already married. Diyujue said. Married? Xianxia was stunned. Which family's lady did he marry? The other party is Bewitching's wife in the lower realm, but Bewitching owes her a great favor. If it weren't for her, Bewitching would have been dead. Diyujue emphasized. Xianxia was a smart person. As soon as he heard Dijujue's words, he already understood what he meant. As soon as he opened his mouth, he wanted to cut off what he was about to say. If it was just an ordinary woman from the lower realm, they could completely ignore her, but Bewitching was indebted to her. Diyujue made it clear that he would protect Bailey Hongzhuang and not let her touch him. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Brother Yujue, Bewitching is now the second young master of the D family. His identity is far from what a woman from the lower realm can match. If Sou and Bewitching are together, it will be a strong combination, a match made in heaven. Xianxia said hesitantly. Originally, he was full of confidence in this proposal, but now that such a problem had appeared, he did not know what to say. He believed that Soa must not know about this matter. If she knew, she might not like Bewitching anymore. Diyujue smiled awkwardly, but his attitude was still firm. Brother Yanlong, I understand your good intentions. Bewitching's wife is not only indebted to him, but the relationship between the husband and wife is also very good. What's more, my wife was also treated by my daughter-in-law. Although my daughter-in-law is from the lower realm, we are very satisfied. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang came, everyone in the family was very satisfied with her. She could enter the hall and the kitchen. Not only was her medical skills outstanding, but her cultivation talent was also not bad. In just a few months after coming to the D family, her cultivation had already broken through to the Starlight Realm. Bailey Hongzhuang was even younger than Bewitching. Such talent was outstanding even in an aristocratic family. As for her background, they did not care at all. What's more, when Bewitching was in the lower realm, Bailey Hongzhuang's family did not care about this. Why would they care? Hearing this, Xianxia was slightly stunned. Your daughter-in-law treated your wife's illness? Previously, he had already heard that Dijujue's wife was terminally ill. No matter how many doctors were invited, it was useless. At first, he thought that he would not be able to hold on for much longer. However, there had been no movement during this period of time. He still had some doubts in his heart. He did not expect that it was actually this young lady from the lower realm who treated him. Yujua nodded slightly. That's right. Her medical skills are outstanding. It's very interesting that even Dr. Wu is learning from her. The moment these words came out, Xiao Yanlong's eyes flashed with a strong sense of astonishment. You're talking about Dr. Wu Weiming? That's right, it's him. Seeing Xiao Yanlong's stunned gaze, Yujua secretly laughed in his heart. When he had first heard this news, he could not help but be stunned. Wu Weiming's medical skills were praised by everyone. It was unbelievable that Hong Zhuang could let Wu Weiming learn from her at such a young age. However, when he saw Wu Weiming learning from Bailey Hongzhuang like a student, he sighed in his heart. In comparison, his daughter-in-law was a true genius. With her age and her cultivation, she was already considered a strong existence among the younger generation. In addition to her attainments in medical skills, she was already an outstanding existence among the younger generation. Dr. Wu is actually learning medical skills from your daughter-in-law? Xiao Yanlong did not dare to believe it. It was not easy to ask Dr. Wu to treat his wife. Dr. Wu has now become the Di family's guest physician. This is all thanks to Hong Zhuang. Yujue understood that Xiao Yanlong would most likely not believe him, so he directly revealed the most direct evidence. In fact, if they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it at all. Because of Bailey Hongzhuang, his view of the lower realm had changed. Although the cultivators in the lower realm were generally not as powerful as those in the upper realm, they still had many powerful inheritances. Otherwise, Bailey Hongzhuang would not have such outstanding medical skills at such a young age. As soon as he said this, Xiao Yanlong understood that Yujua's words were true. Over the years, many families had wanted to invite Dr. Wu to be their guest physician, but Dr. Wu had never agreed. Even when he had been invited by the Di family to treat Madame Di's illness, he had no intention of staying in the Di family. Now that he had become the Di family's guest physician, there must be a reason why he was attracted. It seems that this reason was Bailey Hongzhuang. I see. Xiao Yanlong sighed in his heart. He never thought that this young lady from the lower realm would be so powerful. Her medical skills were so outstanding that they surpassed Dr. Wu's. If this news were to spread, her name would be very famous. Brother Yujua, I understand what you mean. Hearing this, Yujua finally heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that the other party understood. He did not want to cause any more waves in this matter. Besides, Bailey Hongzhuang was so sincere to them. He did not want anything to happen that would cause Bailey Hongzhuang to be unhappy. After Bewitching left, he immediately rushed to Lin Yunqing's residence. Seeing him, Lin Yunqing could not help but smile. Beichen, you're late today. A guest came to the family today, so I was delayed. Beichen replied with a smile. He then looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Wife, my cousin came today. I'll introduce her to you later. Cousin? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up as she thought of someone. Are you talking about Cousin E? That's right. Beichen nodded. She's just as Big Brother said, mischievous. No wonder Big Brother can't do anything to her and can only hide. Recalling Lin Yi's appearance just now, he was a little amused. This little girl was weird, and once she started clinging to people, he could imagine how clingy she would be. But he also understood that the reason why Di Xiaofeng avoided her was because he didn't want to hurt her. Lin Yi had a simple mind and was very cute. Even if it was only the first time he met this cousin, he liked her very much. Who would have the heart to hurt such a little girl? It was a pity that the person Di Xiaofeng liked was Bailey Yunyan. Otherwise, it would be great if he could be with Lin Yi. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes sparkled with interest. Hearing you say so, I really want to meet this cousin. Yi has a simple mind. She is a happy person. Lin Yunqing also laughed and said, Hongzhuang, you should become good friends with Yi. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, I hope so too. Just as they were talking, a playful voice came in from outside the house. Aunt, are you talking about me? I heard it. Immediately afterward, the playful purple figure walked in and looked at everyone with a smile. However, without waiting for everyone to answer, she rushed to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. Lin Yi looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in amazement. Her eyes were full of envy and amazement. Before I came here, I heard that second cousin-in-law is a rare beauty. You are so beautiful that you outshine the moon and put the flowers to shame. I didn't quite believe it. Now that I see you, I think what they said is true. Second cousin-in-law, how did you become so beautiful? This is so enviable. Lin Yi held Bailey Hongzhuang with both hands. Her white face was full of envy. When she saw Xiaosu before, she thought that Xiaosu was quite beautiful. Now that she saw her second cousin-in-law, Xiaosu was instantly crushed. No wonder second cousin disdained Xiaosu. There was no comparison between the two. If it were her, she would not care about others if she had such a beautiful wife. Seeing Lin Yi's sudden series of actions, Bailey Hongzhuang was also a little stunned. Then, a smile appeared on her face. It seemed that it was just as Bei Chen and his mother had said. Cousin Yi was indeed a happy-go-lucky person who had no shrewdness. Yi, you look like this when you come here. Don't scare your sister-in-law. Lin Yinqing smiled and shook her head. Although she was reminding Lin Yi in her words, she did not mean to reprimand her. This little girl is really cute. Lin Yi smiled, and, I heard that you were not in good health before. I was worried to death. I couldn't eat well and sleep well. I just wanted to come over quickly. Fortunately, you have recovered now. How great is this? You little girl, your mouth is really sweet. Lin Yinqing looked at Lin Yi helplessly, but the smile in her eyes gradually deepened. Aunt, you are the happiest right now. Second cousin is back, and he brought such a beautiful cousin-in-law back. You just need to give birth to a cute baby. Then, you won't have any thoughts. You still understand my mind. Lin Yinqing chuckled. Now, she really only hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching could give birth to a grandson as soon as possible. Then, she would be really relieved. However, she also understood that Beichen and Hongzhuang were still young. Many children of this age had not yet married, so she did not intend to urge them. Second cousin, did you hear what Aunt said? Lin Yi raised her eyebrows. Her eyebrows were full of ridicule. Bewitching glanced at Lin Yi helplessly and said, You are an unmarried girl. Are not ashamed to talk about this kind of thing. Hee hee, Lin Yi, Lin Yinqing, Lin Yi laughed dryly, I am doing this for your own good. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the completely familiar Lin Yi, and her heart was also amused. She was indeed a lovely and wonderful person. Second cousin-in-law, it's okay for second cousin to stand on big cousin's side. You must stand on my side. Lin Yi looked at Bailey Hongzhuang pitifully, I just came here, and big cousin is hiding. Second cousin refuses to tell me where he is. Just tell me, I promise that as long as you tell me, I will be your informant in the future. I will definitely help you keep an eye on him. As soon as these words came out, Bewitching's face turned black. It is useless if you have this idea on your second cousin. Beichen is very good to Hongzhuang. How can he have any secrets from her? Lin Yinqing knew Lin Yi's naughty temperament early on, so she was not angry. She just directly broke her fantasy. But this is also true. Second cousin-in-law is so beautiful and capable. It would be strange if second cousin doesn't love her to the bone. Lin Yi muttered to herself. Although her voice was low, Bewitching and the other two people present could hear it. Second cousin-in-law, please help me. Lin Yi pleaded, it's not easy for me to come here. If I can't see big cousin, it will be a pity. Bailey Hongzhuang had also heard Bewitching mention the matter between Lin Yi and Di Xiaofeng before. Seeing this scene at this moment, she understood in her heart. She looked at Bewitching with some embarrassment. In this case, if she helped Yi, she would betray her elder brother. But, it was really difficult to refuse Yi's expression. Bewitching chuckled, if your second cousin-in-law tells you, it will be a great meeting gift for you. You have to treat your second cousin-in-law well in the future. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded repeatedly and promised, no problem. Second cousin-in-law will be my sister in the future. I will definitely protect her. Bewitching showed a satisfied look and said to Bailey Hongzhuang, wife, then you tell her. Looking at Bewitching's expression, Bailey Hongzhuang was also surprised. When she saw Lin Yun's faint smile, she said, Cousin Yi, you can go back with us later. Linny's eyes lit up, and she smiled happily, okay. It turned out that big cousin was at second cousin's residence. On the way back, Bailey Hongzhuang walked beside Di Beichen with doubts in her eyes. Beichen, is it okay to tell you where Big Brother is? This is Big Brother's own emotional debt. Let him solve it himself. Even if you don't tell her just now, you will pester mother to tell her. Instead of this, it's better for you to tell her. After all, you are her second cousin-in-law. It's only right to give you a gift. Di Beichen said with a faint smile. Bailey Hongzhuang had a look of understanding on her face. She understood that Di Beichen was right. Given how much her mother doted on Yi and how she had hoped that her elder brother would become a couple with Yi, the possibility of her telling her was too high. However, Big Brother had just warned him yesterday, yet he was betrayed today. Presumably, his expression would be very interesting later. After returning to the courtyard, Linny approached Bailey Hongzhuang, second cousin-in-law. Where is Big Cousin? Bailey Hongzhuang quietly pointed to a house not far away. You can look over there. Thank you, second cousin-in-law. Linny smiled. Just after Linny left, Di Beichen took Bailey Hongzhuang into the cultivation house and hung a sign outside, in closed-door cultivation, do not disturb. Next, I will leave it to Big Brother to deal with it himself. He always has to pay for his romantic debt. After Di Beichen left, Xiaosuo had no intention of continuing to hang out with Linny. She was only interested in Di Beichen. She had no interest in the Di family's environment. Therefore, she just walked for a while and left with the excuse that she wanted to rest. Not long after, Xiao Yanlong also came back. Seeing that Xiaosuo had come back, he was a little surprised, but he did not ask. So, Di Beichen is married. Do you know that? Asked Xiao Yanlong. Xiaosuo nodded slightly, I just found out. Listening to Xiao Yanlong's words, Xiaosuo also fell into silence. She understood that at this point, she should indeed give up, but for some reason, her heart was unwilling to do so. What was so outstanding about her that Di Beichen didn't even bother to look at her? That woman is just a woman from the lower realm, just ask the Di family to divorce her. Xiaosuo frowned. She didn't care about Di Beichen's past, but that woman was no longer worthy of Di Beichen. Xiao Yanlong waved his hand. No, Di Yujue is obviously protecting that woman. From his attitude, I can see that he will definitely not give up on Bailey Hongzhuang. In fact, if the Di family was willing to give up on Bailey Hongzhuang, then as soon as he proposed this, he would have already made up his mind. Now that he said such words, Di Yujue still refused, which proved that in their eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely not just a girl from the lower realm. The Di family actually values her so much? Xiaosuo found it hard to believe. She understood the status of the lower realm's cultivators in the upper realm too well. The Di family was willing to accept Bailey Hongzhuang. She felt that this woman was quite capable. She just thought that Di Beichen liked her very much. She didn't expect that this woman could make the Di family accept her from the bottom of their hearts. This was not easy. Yes. Xiao Yanlong nodded. This is not a simple girl. Her medical skills are very outstanding. It is said that she is even more outstanding than Dr. Wu Weiming. Just based on this point alone, her value is already not low. Although doctors were not as noble as alchemists, they were also suitable to be treated with respect. No matter what profession, once they reached the peak, they would be respected by everyone. Bailey Hongzhuang was young, but her medical skills had already reached such a level, there was no need to talk about her future achievements. So, let's just forget about this matter. Xiao Yanlong shook his head. Since things had already come to this, there was no point in continuing the conversation. Father, didn't the family have a secret method in the past? The blood of our family and the blood of the Di family can open up that place. Under such circumstances, why would the Di family refuse? Xiaosuo felt a little strange. Also, father, why did you arrange for me to marry Di Beichen and not Di Xiaofeng? No matter how one looked at it, Di Xiaofeng was the eldest son of the Di family. Logically speaking, Di Xiaofeng should be more suitable. Regarding this point, she had always been somewhat puzzled. The Di family has always had a kind of inheritance. Every few generations, there will be a member of the Di family with the cursed body. Only those who cultivated the cursed physique had a chance of opening that place. Because of this, that place had not been opened for many years. When Di Baichen was born, the whole Di family was very happy, and I also wanted to bring you two together. The cursed physique does not seem good, but in fact, it is an extraordinary talent. Now that Di Baichen has just returned, you may not be able to see how powerful he is. Once his Di family's blood is activated, his progress will be very frightening. Saying this, Xiao Yanlong waved his hand and said, the inheritance of that year has become weaker and weaker, and the possibility of opening it again is very small. Hearing Xiao Yanlong's words, Xiaosuo finally understood. Actually, she had not been very familiar with this matter. She had only heard about it. Di Baichen had been missing for so many years and almost everyone was certain that he would never return. Therefore, when she was in the Xiao family, no one had mentioned this matter in front of her. Now that she had met Di Baichen again, she wanted to clarify the matter. I see. Xiaosuo nodded, that inheritance must be very powerful, right? That's right. It's because of that inheritance that our four great families have been able to stand tall and hold our current position. However, as time passes, it becomes more and more difficult to obtain this inheritance. It's a good thing that the four great families have stabilized their position in the upper realm. Even if we can't obtain the inheritance's power, it won't affect our position. Speaking of this inheritance, Xiao Yanlong could not help but sigh. If they could unlock that inheritance, it was very likely that it would allow their family to advance further. However, it was simply too difficult now. Father, you've said that my bloodline is the purest in the family in all these years. Di Baichen also has the cursed body. If our bloodlines merge, perhaps we can unlock it? Xiao Yanlong pondered and nodded, that's not impossible. It's been a long time since a cultivator with the cursed body has appeared in the Di family. Di Baichen had left the family for so many years and was still able to return alive. His luck is already very good. Perhaps? It really is possible. Xiaosuo's eyes lit up, Father, if you raise this point, will they still be unwilling to give up on that woman from the lower realm? Seeing Xiaosuo's expression, Xiao Yanlong sighed in his heart. It looks like his daughter has really fallen in love with Di Baichen at first sight. If this had been any other day, Xiaosuo would have flatly rejected this condition without the need for him to raise it. However, now that things have come to this point, Xiaosuo was still somewhat stubborn. The head of the Di family has known about this for a long time, but his attitude is still the same. In my opinion, they will not give up. Xiao Yanlong's voice was firm. He had interacted with Di Yujue for so many years, so he was very familiar with the latter's temperament. The other party's attitude made it clear that he would never give up. Although he was also shocked by this point, he did not want this to affect the relationship between the two sides. Say Wu, let's forget about this matter. If you really like Di Baichen, you don't have to be in a hurry. Di Baichen has just returned to the Di family. He doesn't understand the difference between the sons of aristocratic families. When he sees the wider sky and understands that the woman beside him is not worthy of him, he will choose to give up. Xiao Yanlong said with certainty, he was very confident in this point. What's more, although Di Baichen is handsome, there is still a certain gap between his strength and yours. You can give up on him and find a better match. In his heart, his daughter was the best. However, now that the other party was unwilling to choose his daughter, he was already unhappy. Naturally, he did not want his daughter to beg to be with the other party. With their status, there was no need for them to do this. Seeing that Xiao Yanlong had spoken to this point, Xiaosuo also understood what he meant. I understand, father. Seeing that his daughter finally understood, Xiao Yanlong also breathed a sigh of relief. Today, his proposal was rejected. He already felt humiliated. If his daughter still insisted on being with Di Baichen, it would be really embarrassing. Fortunately, his daughter also understood this. What's more, Di Baichen would know sooner or later that Xiaosuo was definitely not comparable to a woman from the underworld. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen were cultivating in the cultivation room, Lin Yi had already found Di Xiaofeng. When Di Xiaofeng opened the door and saw Lin Yi looking at him with a smile, his heart thumped. He immediately understood that he was probably betrayed. Otherwise, even if Lin Yi's ability to find people was very powerful, it was impossible to find him so quickly. Big cousin, why do you retreat every time I come? Lin Yi pouted and looked at Di Xiaofeng pitifully, are you deliberately avoiding me? Di Xiaofeng smiled and waved his hand. How can it be? It's just that I happen to have some insights recently, so I want to retreat. Then you haven't gone into retreat yet, right? Lin Yi blinked. It just so happens that I'm here. You can accompany me. I think you should also cultivate well. How strong is the competition now? Once you slack off, other cultivators will easily overtake you. Di Xiaofeng said seriously. I'm not here to play this time. I'm just here to find grandfather and grandmother. Big cousin, it's rare for me to come here. You won't be unwilling to accompany me, right? Lin Yi blinked and asked. Ugh. Di Xiaofeng forced a smile. Of course not. I know that big cousin won't avoid me. Lin Yi smiled brightly. By the way, the people from the Xiao family came just now. I think Xiaosuo fell in love with second cousin at first sight. As soon as these words came out, Di Xiaofeng was slightly stunned. Xiaosuo fell in love with Beichen at first sight? Yeah. Lin Yi nodded. According to my previous understanding, Xiaosuo has always been very arrogant, but her performance just now obviously shows that she is interested in second cousin. Unfortunately, the falling flower has feelings for the heartless brook. Second cousin only has second cousin-in-law in his heart. Xiaosuo has been famous all these years, and there are many outstanding men pursuing her. To think that she would see Beichen in a different light. It seemed that Beichen's charm was not to be underestimated. I remember that Beichen and Xiaosuo still have a marriage contract. This matter shouldn't have caused such a stir, right? Di Xiaofeng frowned, and there was a hint of worry between his brows. It would be troublesome if more problems arose from this matter. Then I don't know. Lin Yi said slowly, if there is something, uncle should say it, right? Let's see how it goes later. Emperor Xiaofeng said thoughtfully. By the way, why did you come to look for grandfather and the others? It's for the Immortal Cloud secret realm that opens once every 10 years. Now it's not far from the opening of the Immortal Cloud secret realm. On the one hand, the family has to fight for the quota. On the other hand, they should also choose their disciples to participate. I came here this time to see second cousin-in-law, and aunt. On the other hand, I'm looking for grandfather to go back and preside over the overall situation. The next day, when Di Yujue talked to Xiao Yanlong again, he felt that the other party's attitude was less enthusiastic and had become much colder. Feeling this, Di Yujue felt a little helpless. This situation was also within his expectations. After all, Xiaosuo was currently the most popular young person in the Xiao family and was also Xiao Yanlong's treasure. The other party wanted to be with Beichen but was rejected by him. It was normal for him to be unhappy. Head of the Di family, I'm here today to bid farewell to you. The once-in-a-decade Immortal Cloud secret territory is about to open and I need to go back to take care of it. I won't disturb you any longer. Seeing that Xiao Yanlong had even changed the way he addressed him, Di Yujue sighed. Facing the other party's attitude, he was also helpless. He could only hope that Xiao Yanlong would be able to cool down after a while. Originally, he had planned to discuss the Immortal Cloud secret territory with the other party. However, from the other party's attitude, he could tell that he did not want to talk to him anymore. As for discussing, there was no need to talk about it. When he thought of this, Di Yujue didn't say anything else. He only said a few words to persuade him to stay. Seeing that the other party had already made up his mind, he did not say anything more. After knowing the situation, Di Linxian also sighed, forget it. This situation is also within our expectations. Although Xiao Yanlong is unhappy now, he might be fine after a while. When the time comes, we can send some gifts over. It shouldn't have too much of an impact. I had already guessed that this matter would be a little troublesome. I thought that it was good that Xiaosuo did not like Beichen. It saved us a lot of trouble. I didn't expect that she would like Beichen. It's really surprising. Xiao Wanrong could not help but sigh. Her precious grandson's charm was really unstoppable. In my opinion, head of the Xiao family's attitude is only a little colder. However, he did not fall out because of this. This proves that there is still room for negotiation. Don't worry too much. Di Yujue nodded slightly. Actually, I'm not worried about this matter. I'm just worried about the inheritance. The Xiao family is currently dissatisfied with us. If the Jun family were to take advantage of this, it would be very disadvantageous for us. This was what he was most worried about. The Jun family had been eyeing the D family covetously all these years. Moreover, he felt that the Jun family had something to do with the assassination of Beichen and Xiaofeng. Therefore, he felt that the Jun family had been brewing a big conspiracy for all these years. Although he hadn't found any evidence yet, his premonition was getting stronger. Now that there was a rift between the D family and the Xiao family, with the Jun family's personality, they would definitely try their best to take advantage of it. Hearing Di Yujua's words, everyone's expression turned grave. The Jun family's development in recent years is indeed not to be underestimated. We do have to be on our guard. Di Linxian's gaze was deep. He had been observing the changes in the Jun family over the years. In fact, the Jun family had been eyeing them covetously for a long time. However, they had been limited by their strength, so they had been holding back. In recent years, they had become more and more arrogant. They had to be on their guard. This time, in the Immortal Cloud secret realm, we have to do our best. We can't lose to the Jun family. Di Yujue said in a deep voice. Following Yunishan's words, Di Yujue and Di Linxian's expressions turned ugly. Alchemist Qin, who they recruited, was originally our guest. Alchemist Qin had already agreed to our conditions. Who would have thought that the Jun family would take advantage of the time when we were looking for Beichen to make Alchemist Qin agree to help them participate in the alchemy competition? Di Yujua's expression was ugly, and his pitch-black eyes were filled with haze. The Immortal Cloud secret territory, which opened once every 10 years, was a very good opportunity for the younger generation. If they could obtain some treasures and opportunities inside, it was very possible for them to improve greatly. Therefore, the competition for the slots was very intense every time. As an aristocratic family of the upper realm, they had a fixed number of 5 slots. Apart from that, the other slots had to be obtained through competitions. Although the D family had alchemists, there were not many of them who were of a high grade. They only had 2 7th-grade alchemists. The slots for the Immortal Cloud secret territory were very important. Every time it opened, many forces would fight for it. Therefore, they were sure that there would be 8th-grade alchemists and even 9th-grade alchemists participating. 9th-grade alchemists were very rare. According to their judgment, as long as they could invite an 8th-grade alchemist, they were confident that they would be able to obtain a good ranking and obtain a certain number of slots. Originally, they had invited Alchemist Qin and the 2 7th-grade alchemists of the family. It was already set in stone that they would obtain a certain number of slots. They did not expect such a change to occur. The most despicable thing was that if Alchemist Qin had said that he would not help them earlier, they would have had time to invite other alchemists. However, Alchemist Qin had waited until shortly before the opening of the Immortal Cloud secret territory to suddenly tell them, catching them off guard. He did not need to think to know that this was a scheme of the Jun family. They had definitely discussed this with Alchemist Qin in order to trick them. In fact, the other party's scheme had indeed succeeded. Although he had tried to contact a few alchemists these days, everyone had basically already made an appointment. They could not find anyone at all. In that case, things are indeed troublesome. Lin Wenlan frowned. My Lin family has invited an 8th-grade alchemist, but he has just become one not long ago. I'm afraid that he can't compare to other alchemists of the same grade who have already become one. If we can obtain a slot, we will give some to you. We'll see when the time comes. You also need a slot. Di Linxian sighed. Although a newly promoted 8th-grade alchemist had a high chance of obtaining a slot, it was still very difficult to obtain a large number of slots. The Lin family had a large number of their younger generation had a large number of slots was needed. Originally, when clan head Xiao came, he wanted to discuss with them whether or not they could use something to exchange for a spot. After all, their clan already has an 8th-grade alchemist. But now, it's no use. Lin S. Xiao Wanrong felt that it was a pity. In the current situation, they really could not think of any solution. They were really helpless. Seeing that, they all felt helpless in their hearts. There was truly nothing they could do. Hearing Di Linxian's words, everyone fell into silence. It was obvious that Di Linxian was prepared for the worst. In fact, at this point, there was really no other way. Lin Wenlan was also helpless. He wanted to help Di Lin Xian, but he was afraid that he didn't have the strength to do so. Right now, he could only wait for the alchemy competition to see how things go. If his new alchemist could get a good result and get a quota, then he would give some to the Di family. However, he wasn't too optimistic about this situation. If there were only 5 quotas, then they could only follow Di Lin Xian's method of distribution. If there were too few quotas, it would be difficult to get a better harvest. These 2 days, Bailey Hongzhuang clearly felt that the situation in the family was a little strange because she could vaguely see some people whispering, but she couldn't hear what they were talking about. Master, these people's expressions have been strange recently. Did something happen? Why don't you say anything when you get close? Xiaohei was confused. She also felt that the situation was a little strange recently. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. I think it might have something to do with me. If not, these people wouldn't have stopped talking when they saw her. But master, you haven't done anything recently. Xiaohei didn't understand. Master's life was very normal every day. Nothing happened at all. Hongzhuang, what are you doing here? Di Xiaofeng happened to be heading to Lin Yunqing's residence and saw Bailey Hongzhuang standing outside. He couldn't help but ask. Seeing Di Xiaofeng, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up and she immediately asked, Big brother, what happened in the family recently? Where did this question come from? Di Xiaofeng was slightly startled. A trace of complexity flashed through the depths of his eyes. I noticed that everyone's expression has been a little strange recently. Bailey Hongzhuang said. Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng waved his hand. It's nothing, you don't have to worry about it. Bailey Hongzhuang asked a few more questions, but Di Xiaofeng still told her with certainty that nothing happened. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang knew that she wouldn't be able to get anything out of Di Xiaofeng, but the other party's attitude made her even more certain that something must have happened and it was related to her. Although she understood that Di Beichen and Di Xiaofeng didn't tell her about this matter for her own good, she still wanted to figure it out. After all, she couldn't let others bear the pressure for her. She couldn't live so selfishly. Xiaohei, why don't you help me find out? Bailey Hongzhuang carried Xiaohei in her arms. The fluffy white ball felt great to the touch. No problem. Xiaohei nodded. I promised to complete the mission. In fact, it was also very curious about what had happened. Even if its master did not allow it to go, it wanted to eavesdrop by itself. Go, be careful not to be discovered by others. Don't worry. Just as Xiaohei was about to leave, Bailey Hongzhuang unexpectedly discovered Daihaoan not far away. Daihaoan also didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be here. He was slightly startled and a trace of panic appeared on his face. Then, he revealed a polite smile. Hongzhuang, you're here too. Daihaoan smiled and waved his hand. I'm already used to it. Besides, it's for the family. No matter how hard it is, it's worth it. It's hard for you to take care of Madam every day. Fortunately, you're back. Madam is now fully recovered. It's really delightful. By the way, Haoan, did something happen in the family recently? I heard that the Xiao family's people came, but they left quickly. What's going on? Bailey Hongzhuang asked aloud. Don't you know? Daihaoan asked subconsciously. However, after saying it, he realized that it was inappropriate and immediately closed his mouth. Actually, it's nothing. It's just a small matter. As soon as he said that, Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. Daihaoan's expression had revealed a lot of information. Could it be that the Xiao family's departure had something to do with her, but she didn't even see the Xiao family? How could it be related to her? Haoan, just tell me. Recently, everyone seems to be talking about this. I'm the only one who's kept in the dark. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask. Di Beichen was in seclusion trying to break through these 2 days. She didn't know when he would come out, so she couldn't ask. Hongzhuang, I think you should ask Beichen about this. Daihaoan said awkwardly. Are you going to tell me or not? At this moment, a cold female voice sounded. It was filled with an undeniable tone. Suddenly hearing this voice, Daihaoan couldn't help but be stunned. After seeing the figure that appeared behind Bailey Hongzhuang, his expression changed. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at Ling Er behind her. Then, she and Xiaohei looked at each other. Their trump card was out. Sure enough, Daihaoan, who was originally very determined, wasn't so determined after seeing Ling Er. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. Ling Er coldly glanced at Daihaoan. She crossed her arms in front of her chest with a cold and arrogant expression. She immediately turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Daihaoan hurriedly said, "Miss Ling Er, wait, I'll speak." Bailey Hongzhuang sighed inwardly. As expected, Ling Er was the only one who could deal with Daihaoan. Ling Er only said one sentence, and the other party immediately surrendered. "What happened last time was my fault. I'm really sorry. I hope you can forgive me," Daihaoan said sincerely. However, Ling Er was not willing to pay any attention to him. She only said, "Are you going to tell me or not?" "I'll talk," Daihaoan hurriedly said, as if he was afraid that Ling Er would lose her patience and leave directly. "Actually, the Xiao family is here for the engagement between Miss Xiao and Beichen." "Engagement?" Bailey Hongzhuang, Ling Er, and Xiaohei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They never knew that Beichen had an engagement. Daihaoan nodded slightly. "That's right. There was an engagement before, but Beichen went missing, so this matter was left unsettled. Now that Beichen is back, the Xiao family is here to discuss this matter. However, you don't have to worry. Master and Beichen have already rejected it, so this engagement is now invalid." Ling Er, who was originally worried about Bailey Hongzhuang, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing that the engagement was invalid. "That's good. Then we don't have to worry anymore. Since this matter has been resolved, why is everyone still whispering about it?" Xiaohei looked puzzled. Since the engagement had been annulled, it should have come to an end. Is there a conflict between the Di family and the Xiao family because of this? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. After knowing that Beichen had an engagement, she was a little worried. However, she did not expect her father to reject it so easily. While she was surprised, she was also a little touched. Ever since she came to the Di family, she realized that whether it was her grandfather, grandmother, father, or mother, they had always treated her as one of their own. They did not feel that she was an outsider at all. All of her previous worries disappeared when she felt their passion and sincerity. Now, she had completely integrated into this family. However, she was still a girl from the lower realm. Her status could not be compared to the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. Furthermore, she knew that the eldest daughter of the Xiao family was about to become the holy maiden of the light world. However, even with such a difference in status, they still rejected her without hesitation. How could she not be touched? However, she also understood that the Xiao family would not be happy after being rejected. She was afraid that it would cause trouble for them. After such a thing happened, it's inevitable that there will be some estrangement. Daihaoan was a little helpless. However, it's not a big deal. I heard that although there are some estrangement between the two sides, it's not too bad because of this matter. As long as we find a way to give the Xiao family a way out, there won't be any problems. Is what you said true? Ling Er asked. Daihaoan nodded. Of course it's true. You can rest assured. That's good. Bailey Hongzhuang heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the two sides did not completely fall out, there was still room for negotiation. Could it be that these people have been talking about this recently? Is there anything else? Actually, the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm, which is held once every 10 years, is about to open, so everyone is mainly talking about this. Originally, the head of the family wanted to use cultivation resources to exchange for a few places from the Xiao family. However, there are some problems with the Xiao family now, so it's very difficult to exchange for places. Actually, recently, everyone has been discussing who to send for these quotas. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart sank. She didn't expect that the Di family's interests would be affected because of her. After Daihaoan left, Bailey Hongzhuang's mood was somewhat depressed. Although she did not know what the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm was, she knew that it must be a very important place since even the Di family placed so much importance on it. Now that something like this had happened at such a critical juncture, her father and the others must be worried about this matter, but there was nothing she could do. Master, this matter actually has nothing to do with you. You don't have to take it to heart. Xiaohe could not help but console her. That's right. This is something that can't be avoided. The D family must have thought about this beforehand. They must have been prepared to accept this outcome, Linger said. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. I understand, but I'm still a little worried. The next day, Di Beichen successfully broke through and came out of seclusion. However, as soon as he came out of seclusion, Di Xiaofeng appeared in front of him. Father wants us to make a trip to the meeting hall. Hongzhuang will go with us as well. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other and immediately walked towards the meeting hall together. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two arrived at the meeting hall, they realized that Dai Haoan and Di Zhais were already waiting for them. When Di Yujue saw that the three of them had arrived, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Alright, since everyone is here, I'll explain the current situation. Hearing Di Yujue's words, Di Zhais and Dai Haoan's faces lit up with excitement. In fact, when they were called here by the clan head, they already had a premonition in their hearts that they would be told something. All of you should know that the Immortal Cloud secret realm that opens once every 10 years is about to open. The five of them nodded their heads. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen did not know what the Immortal Cloud secret realm was, they had heard this name a few times recently. The Immortal Cloud secret realm is a secret realm that was discovered by the Upper Realm many years ago. The Yuanli in this secret realm is extremely dense and the spiritual herbs grow extremely well inside. Once it opens once every 10 years, there will definitely be a lot of spiritual herbs inside. Furthermore, these spiritual herbs will be of great help to cultivators. Not only that, there might also be other natural treasures and even inheritances. However, this secret realm also has a requirement of one's strength. Only cultivators who are at the nebula stage and below can enter. Because of this, the Immortal Cloud secret realm has always been a place for the younger generation to train. As Di Yujue explained, his gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. In fact, Di Zhais and the rest were extremely familiar with the situation of the Immortal Cloud secret realm. Only Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen did not know much about it. Hence, this introduction was specially made for them. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood the importance of the Immortal Cloud secret realm. After cultivating to such a level, it was actually not easy to improve, especially when breaking through to the next level. At this time, medicinal pills could play a very good role. If there were no pills during the breakthrough, it would probably take a lot more time. However, spiritual herbs of such a grade were extremely rare and valuable. If there were many high-grade spiritual herbs in the Immortal Cloud secret realm, it would be a huge treasure. The quota for entering the Immortal Cloud secret realm is limited. Every time the secret realm opens, the big families. I intend to give you the remaining 5 slots to enter the Immortal Cloud secret realm. I hope that you will be able to reap good rewards. Thank you, clan head. However, you must be careful after you enter. The young geniuses of the various powers will enter, and the competition will definitely not be small. Not only that, there are no rules here, so you must protect yourself well. Do not lose your life, Di Yujue said solemnly. He felt a little helpless. If there were more disciples participating, it would be safer. However, the chances of them obtaining a quota this time was too slim. Each family only has 5 quotas. Is it the same for the other forces? Di Beichen could not help but ask. He understood that for such an opportunity, the quota would be very tight. However, for a force like the Di family to only have 5 quotas, it was not a lot. Hearing Di Beichen's words, Di Zhais looked at him speechlessly. If the clan head was not here, he would have rolled his eyes. Other than Bailey Hongzhuang, everyone else felt helpless when they heard Di Beichen's question. Dai Haoan and Di Beichen both understood that the family head doted on Di Beichen a lot and had never mentioned the losses caused by this matter to him. Hence, they naturally would not bring this matter up. Actually, every time the Immortal Cloud secret territory opens, we have to fight for the slots. Di Yujue slowly said. He did not want to give Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang any psychological burden, but he could not keep them in the dark either. After all, they were already part of the Di family and would find out about this matter sooner or later. Furthermore, Di Beichen would take over the family in the future. As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen's eyes lit up. Actually, they also hoped that they would be able to obtain a few more slots. Xiren and the rest were all here. And if possible, they naturally hoped that when Xiren and the rest could also participate in the Immortal Cloud's secret territory. However, the precondition was that the D family would be able to obtain enough slots. The D family was a big family and had many young cultivators. 5 slots were really too few. I wonder how the slots are fought for. Beichen asked. With our family's strength, we should be able to obtain a few more slots, right? As soon as Beichen finished speaking, Zhais felt even more speechless. The person who started all of this was actually standing here and was completely unaware of everything. He was even hoping to obtain more slots. It was really frustrating. Originally, our family could have obtained a few more slots. However, something unexpected happened along the way and the possibility of obtaining more slots is very small. According to my judgment, I'm afraid that our family only has 5 slots this time. Dujus sighed. Even though he had accepted this fact, he still felt helpless every time he mentioned it. This time, I'm afraid that we'll fall behind the other families. 5 spots are really too few. We can only blame the Jun family for deliberately backstabbing us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. Di Xiaofeng's face was filled with anger. If it weren't for the Jun family's interference, his family would have had many more spots. This kind of opportunity was something that the younger generation yearned for even in their dreams. Previously, the young disciples of the family who met the requirements had been looking forward to it. They never thought that there would be so few spots this time. One could imagine the depression in their hearts. It was precisely because of this that because of the depression in everyone's heart, they vaguely blamed Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang. Although this idea was wrong, it was inevitable under such circumstances. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the Jun family. This family always likes to do these shady things behind the scenes. If he had enough strength, he would definitely teach the Jun family a lesson. The Jun family's actions are really too much. I think that we don't need to pay attention to them. We should just directly fall out with them. Zhai's eyes were also filled with anger. The Jun family's actions had seriously affected the family's interests. If it weren't for this matter, the D family would have been able to obtain a good harvest in the Immortal Cloud secret territory. However, there were only 5 of them now. The limitations were obvious. Big brother, what's going on? Actually, the competition for the spots to enter the Immortal Cloud secret territory is conducted through the alchemy competition. Originally, we invited an 8th grade alchemist. With this alchemist representing the family, our chances of getting a spot are very high. Although there will be 9th grade alchemists participating in the alchemy competition, they are extremely rare. Other than the Alchemist Guild, there are very few forces that can invite a 9th grade alchemist. Therefore, as long as we can find an 8th grade alchemist with outstanding alchemy skills, getting a spot would not be a problem. However, we did not expect the Jun family to secretly bribe Alchemist Qin and change their mind at the last moment, catching us off guard. Now, it is too late to find other alchemists. Although our 7th grade alchemist might be able to get a spot in the competition for 7th grade alchemists is extremely fierce. It is hard to say whether they will be able to get a spot. Compared to 8th grade alchemists, the number of 7th grade alchemists was much higher. Although the 7th grade alchemists in the family usually refined good pills, it would be difficult for them to get an outstanding result in the alchemy competition where geniuses gathered. Alchemy competition? Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. She did not expect that the competition for the spots would be through the alchemy competition. The competition for the spots is conducted through the alchemy competition? Beichen was also very surprised. He originally thought that the competition for the spots would be through the martial competition. He did not expect it to be through this method. In fact, the competition for the spots in the past was through the martial competition. However, everyone found that the martial competition would cause many geniuses to fall. The loss was not small, so it was changed to the alchemy competition. After all, the grade of the alchemist also reflected the family's ability. That's right. What's so strange about this? Seeing Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang's surprised expression, Daehaeon could not help but say. No matter what method it is useless at this time. Bewitching did not pay attention to his father's words. Instead, he looked at Dujue and said, Father, Hong Zhuang can also participate in the alchemy competition. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They looked at Bewitching in confusion. For a moment, they did not react. Hong Zhuang is an alchemist? Dujue immediately reacted. However, he did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be an alchemist. With Bailey Hongzhuang's age, being able to have such attainments in medical skills was already very amazing. But now she even had the identity of an alchemist? Yes. Bewitching nodded. Hongzhuang is also a 7th grade alchemist. For a time, everyone's eyes were focused on Bailey Hongzhuang. Alchemist. This is his alchemist. If Bailey Hongzhuang was only good at this, they wouldn't be unable to accept it. But Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were even more outstanding than Dr. Wu's, and her cultivation wasn't weak either. How did she cultivate to reach such a realm? Everyone was a little dumbfounded. Just one of the identities was already very amazing. After connecting all the dots, they almost could not believe it was true. Alchemist? Dujue could not help but ask in astonishment. Ever since she found out that the Xiao clan and the clan were at odds because of her, she wanted to do something to make up for the clan's loss. Originally, the clan wanted to exchange for a few spots from the Xiao clan, but they didn't expect it to go down the drain. If she could help the clan get a few spots, it would be great. After receiving Bailey Hongzhuang's confirmation, everyone was even more amazed. Hongzhuang, I didn't expect you to not only be a doctor, but also an alchemist. This kind of strength is really amazing. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with shock. He always thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was very outstanding, but he didn't expect her to be so outstanding. Di Zhuai's and Daehaeon's thoughts were even more complicated. When they found out that Bailey Hongzhuang was from the lower realm, they felt that she wasn't worthy of Bewitching's identity. But now that Bailey Hongzhuang's identity was revealed one after another, they only felt that this kind of talent was too terrifying. A cultivator from the lower realm actually had so many terrifying identities. Even if it was a disciple of an aristocratic family like them, it would still be extremely amazing. With Bailey Hongzhuang's age, to be able to reach such a level, her talent could be said to be at the peak of perfection. One had to know that their clan also had 2 Tier 7 alchemists, but these alchemists were not young. In comparison, Bailey Hongzhuang's potential was much greater, and it was very likely that she would become a Tier 9 alchemist in the future. When they thought of this possibility, the amazement in their hearts became even stronger. Hongzhuang, to be able to become a Tier 7 alchemist, your ability and talent are indeed amazing. Dujue stared at Bailey Hongzhuang. Now, he was more and more satisfied with this daughter-in-law of his and understood what she wanted to do for the clan, but, with your talent, as long as you concentrate on alchemy, you will definitely be able to become a Tier 9 alchemist in the future. The scale of the alchemy competition this time is extremely large. Almost all the outstanding alchemists from the upper echelons have been attracted, so it can be said that it is very difficult to obtain a ranking. According to our judgment, the possibility of a Tier 7 alchemist obtaining a spot is not high. He didn't want to strike Bailey Hongzhuang's enthusiasm and self-confidence because of this matter. In fact, according to age, there were extremely few alchemists who could compare to Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally understood the meaning of Dujue's words. The reason why he said it so tactfully was to let her understand that there was still a certain gap between a level 7 alchemist and that only a level 8 alchemist could obtain a certain quota. Father, although I'm only a 7th grade alchemist now, my alchemy skills have been progressing well recently. I believe that I'll be able to break through to 8th grade alchemist in a few days. Her ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with a resolute light. Recently, her cultivation had been increasing very quickly. According to her judgment, she should be able to concoct 8th tier pills. However, recently, she had spent more time on cultivation and less time on alchemy. Moreover, she didn't have many 8th tier spiritual herbs on hand, so she didn't try to concoct any. Now that she knew about this matter, she planned to take some 8th tier spiritual herbs from the clan to concoct. She believed that with her current ability, she should be able to become a Tier 8 alchemist. When Di Baichen said that Bailey Hongzhuang was a 7th-tier alchemist, everyone's heart was already in turmoil. However, the shock brought by Bailey Hongzhuang's words was no less than the previous shock. An 8th-tier alchemist, even in the upper realm, was a very rare existence. The two alchemists in the family had been in the 7th tier for a long time, but no matter how hard they tried, they still couldn't reach the 8th tier. Bailey Hongzhuang being able to reach the 7th tier at such a young age was already very shocking, but now she said that she only needed a few days to break through to the 8th tier. Wasn't this too much of a fantasy? This kind of improvement wasn't something that could be done casually. If it was really that easy, then there wouldn't be so many alchemists stagnant in their alchemy skills. After Di Yujue heard this, he didn't know how to respond. He felt that Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't someone who was in a rush to show off, but these words were too unconvincing. Not only Di Yujue, but the others also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang suspiciously. It wasn't that they thought she was lying, but this kind of news was too shocking. Father, we can lead 3 alchemists to participate in the alchemy competition. Right now, the family only has 2 alchemists, so we can give the last spot to Hongzhuang. Di Xiaofeng suggested. That's not bad. First Art nodded. Since there was still one spot, they couldn't find another alchemist in a short time. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't get a good result, it was still good to go there and see. Looking at the alchemy methods of high-level alchemists could also give him some inspiration and improve his alchemy skills. He felt that this was a very good opportunity for Bailey Hongzhuang. As for Bailey Hongzhuang saying that she could become an 8th-tier alchemist in a few days, he didn't take it to heart. He only thought that Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to participate in the alchemy competition, so she found such a reason. Hongzhuang's spot will be given to you. In a few days, you will leave for the alchemy competition. At that time, you can go together. Thank you, Father. Bailey Hongzhuang said with a happy expression. Di Baichen and Di Xiaofeng also smiled, but Di Baichen was happy that Bailey Hongzhuang could participate in the alchemy competition and get a spot. Di Xiaofeng felt happy that he helped Bailey Hongzhuang gain experience. As for Di Haoan and Di Zhais, the two remained silent. Di Zhais was very speechless. The patriarch obviously doted on Di Baichen and Bailey Hongzhuang. He was actually willing to let Bailey Hongzhuang cause trouble. Although wasting a spot in the competition wasn't a big deal, they didn't need it anyway. But if Bailey Hongzhuang went, it would be a bit troublesome. If her performance was too bad, the entire Di family's face would be lost. He really didn't understand. The patriarch had always been very wise. How did he become like this now? Di Yujue said a few more words before letting the 5 of them leave. Not long after they left the hall, Di Zhais couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang and say, the alchemy competition is a place where heroes gather. You can't mess around. When Di Zhais found out that Bailey Hongzhuang was a 7th-tier alchemist, he felt some respect for her. Even though he looked down on Bailey Hongzhuang's status, to have such achievements at such a young age was already very impressive. However, in an event like the alchemy competition, Bailey Hongzhuang only wanted to show off her abilities. When the time comes, not only would she lose face, everyone would lose face as well. Following Di Zhai's words, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown. From the first time they met Di Zhais, he didn't leave a good impression on them. Now, he was speaking even more rudely. You don't have to worry about that. Di Baichen stood in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, his handsome face filled with coldness. Baichen, I know that you're very protective of your wife. I also know that you've only just returned and everyone in the family is very good to you. But you can't use your status to do something that will damage the family's reputation. Di Zhais didn't back down at all. He didn't think that Di Baichen could be the next patriarch of the Di family. No matter what, that's my business. You should be clear about your current position. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can directly voice it out in the discussion hall. If you don't have the guts, then don't waste your breath here. His cold voice carried a tone that didn't allow for refusal. Di Baichen's eyes were sharp and dazzling as a tyrannical aura emanated from him. Even though he had only just returned to the Di family, he was still the son of the patriarch. He was even the next patriarch of the Di family. The other party was only the son of an elder, yet he dared to teach Hongzhuang a lesson in front of him. This was simply intolerable. Hearing Di Baichen's sharp and merciless words, Di Zhai's face turned ashen. He stared at the man in front of him who was even younger than him. He was shocked to find that he was intimidated by the other party's aura. At this time, Di Xiaofeng also spoke out, "Zhais, you should really think about it. Facing Beichen and Hong Zhuang, your attitude isn't very appropriate." He knew that Di Zhais had always been this overbearing, but facing Beichen, he should at least control his temper a little. After hearing Di Xiaofeng's words, the originally ashen Zhai's face turned even uglier. His heart was filled with unwillingness to accept this outcome. I understand that his status isn't something I can compare to. But you can't keep spoiling him just because you feel like you owe him. You. With his strength, who would believe that he is the patriarch of our family? This is a joke. Since you're all allowing him to do as he pleases, then I won't say anything more. When we enter the Immortal Cloud secret realm, we'll split up. With that, Di Zhais flung his sleeves and turned to leave. However, Di Beichen's voice rang out again. Wait. Di Zhais stopped in his tracks and looked at Di Beichen. His voice was cold and filled with anger. What's the matter? Apologize to Hong Zhuang. Di Beichen said coldly. Hearing this, Di Zhais was instantly stunned. A look of disbelief flashed across his eyes. What did you say? I said, apologize to Hong Zhuang. Di Beichen raised his voice and emphasized every word. Why should I? Di Zhais was about to explode from anger. Di Xiaofeng and Daihaoan couldn't help but look at each other in shock after seeing Di Beichen's tough stance. They had never seen Di Beichen like this before. At this moment, his entire body was exuding the aura of a superior. That kind of undeniable strength made it impossible for anyone to resist. Wow, Beichen is so handsome like this. Xiao Hei's eyes sparkled. Beichen was simply too handsome when he was so domineering. Bailey Hongzhuang was also a little shocked, but she quickly understood. All along, Beichen had always been this domineering when it came to matters related to her. Thinking back to when Di Zhai scolded him before, he didn't refute anything. Now that he was going to this extent for her, she was instantly touched. Di Zhai also didn't expect Di Beichen to be so unyielding. According to the first time he saw Di Beichen, his temperament wasn't like this at all. Why did he completely change now? Di Zhai was embarrassed. Zhai, you've indeed gone overboard with your words. It's only right for you to apologize. Daihaoan slowly said, while giving Di Zhai a way out and at the same time easing the atmosphere. This kind of atmosphere was simply too awkward. Zhai. Di Xiaofeng also spoke up. Seeing that everyone was standing on Di Beichen's side, the veins on Di Zhai's temples throbbed. The anger in his eyes continued to rise. This was simply too despicable. However, in this situation, he really had no other choice but to apologize. Okay, I'll take this as my fault. Di Zhai's face was cold. Take it that I said the wrong thing. I also hope that you can really perform well. With that, Di Zhai didn't want to stay any longer. He turned around and quickly left. Di Beichen was a little dissatisfied with Di Zhai's words. He was about to say something when Bailey Hongzhuang pulled him back. Bailey Hongzhuang slightly shook her head. She understood that Di Beichen wanted to stand up for her. However, this was already the limit of what Di Zhai could do. If they continued to argue over this matter, it was inevitable that they would come to blows. Everyone was about to enter the Immortal Cloud secret realm together. It wasn't good to fight among themselves. Di Beichen gently looked at Bailey Hongzhuang before stopping. Wife, you go to mother's place first. As for the spiritual herbs you need, I'll get them for you later. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang slightly nodded her head. After Bailey Hongzhuang left, Di Haoan also left. Di Beichen looked at Di Xiaofeng. Dage, do you have something to say to me? Beichen, Di Zhazhaz, Di Zhais. Di Xiaofeng smiled. But Zhais has always been like this, don't take it to heart. Di Beichen's deep eyes surged with a deep luster. I can ignore it, but I can't tolerate his attitude towards Hong Zhuang. I understand that you're doing this for Hong Zhuang. Hong Zhuang will be very happy too. Di Xiaofeng lightly smiled. His younger brother was really good to his wife. Hong Zhuang doesn't know anyone in the family. I'm the only one who supports her. If I allow others to slander her in front of me, then what position will she have in the family in the future? Bewitching's voice was cold. He didn't want to use his status to bully others. However, he couldn't sit by and watch others speak rudely of Hong Zhuang. After hearing Bewitching's words, Di Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. Bewitching, I didn't think you would think so much for Hong Zhuang. You're so thoughtful. He didn't think about this before, but after hearing Bewitching's words, it was indeed the case. Although everyone in the family knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was Bewitching's wife, they respected her only because of this. If Bewitching didn't express his attitude, it would be hard to avoid people looking down on Bailey Hongzhuang. Hongzhuang has done a lot for me. Bewitching's gaze was deep and complicated. In fact, if it wasn't for him, Hongzhuang wouldn't have to care about Di Zhai's words and wouldn't have to bear all of this. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang had received the recognition and love of her family, he understood that all of this was done for him. It was because of this that he didn't allow anyone to say anything bad about Hongzhuang. Di Xiaofeng nodded and sighed. Hongzhuang really didn't have it easy, but she's really powerful. That's right, although Zhai's words weren't nice, this alchemy competition is indeed a very important occasion. You have to make sure that Hongzhuang has the ability of a 7th-tier alchemist, or else it will be troublesome. Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but remind him. He had the same thoughts as his father and didn't care if Bailey Hongzhuang could get a spot for the family, but at least the difference couldn't be too big. Big brother, don't worry, I won't say this kind of thing without thinking. Bewitching said. He didn't emphasize how outstanding Hongzhuang's alchemy skills were because he knew that facts spoke louder than words. At this moment, no amount of words could compare to Hongzhuang's performance. Master, I feel like everyone doesn't believe in your alchemy skills. They must be blind to have underestimated you. Xiaohei followed Bailey Hongzhuang to Lin Yunqing's courtyard. She puffed up her cheeks, clearly still dissatisfied with this matter. It's normal that they don't believe me. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, not taking this matter to heart. Master, aren't you being a little too calm? Xiaohei was a little confused. Why don't you explain it to them? With my age, I'm indeed not very convincing. It's normal for them to have such an attitude. Anyway, I've already gotten a spot. When the time comes, I'll just have to perform well. Bailey Hongzhuang's delicate and perfect face had a light smile like a spring breeze. In her mind, the image of Bewitching standing up for her just now appeared. For her, she did not care about other people's attitudes, as long as Bewitching stood firmly by her side, it was enough. Lin Wenlan and Yuni Shan left, but Lin Yi didn't leave with them. She planned to go to the venue of the alchemy competition with the Di family and meet with the Lin family at that time. In this regard, Lin Wenlan and others had already guessed Lin Yi's intention, so they didn't stop her. Just a few days after Lin Wenlan and others left, Bailey Hongzhuang and others were ready to set off. Xiaofeng, Beichen, Hongzhuang, you must be more careful this time. Lin Yunqing's eyes were full of worry and concern. Every time her children left, she couldn't help but worry. Mother, don't worry. We will be careful. Bewitching said with a smile. Mother, don't worry. Even if you didn't tell me, I would take good care of him. Di Xiaofeng said with a smile. That's good. Mother, after I leave, you have to listen to Dr. Wu and take care of yourself. Bailey Hongzhuang said. Lin Yin smiled and nodded, I will. This time, you will be led by Great Elder. After you leave, you must be united. No matter what the result is, don't be discouraged. Di Yujue reminded. In fact, they didn't have any expectations for the alchemy competition, but it was still necessary to participate. If they could get a few more spots, it would be good. At least with a few more spots, the family would have more opportunities for their disciples to gain experience. Yes, family head, father. Di Linxian and Xiao Wanrong also came, so they couldn't help but remind them. After a while, everyone set off together. There is a certain distance from here to the location of the alchemy competition. Even if we take a flying magic tool, it will take half a month, so you have to be mentally prepared. Di Xiaofeng said to Di Beichen and Xiao Wanrong. Hearing this, the two of them nodded. This distance was within their expectations. When they first came from Rong'an City to the Di family, it also took a lot of time. However, from this point, it could be seen that the upper realm was indeed much larger than the lower realm. One had to know that the flying magic tool was very fast. Even so, it still took half a month, so one could imagine the distance. This time everyone sat on Great Elder's flying magic tool. There weren't many people going this time. Other than the 6 people participating in the competition, there were only 2 alchemists and Great Elder. The alchemy competition will be held in Waterchi City. Our D family also has businesses in Waterchi City. After we go, we will contact them. Di Xiaofeng noticed Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Wanrong's gazes and immediately explained. Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood. Previously, she also thought that the number of people going was too small. It turned out that the D family already had people there. This time, we are going to Water Praying City to compete for the slots. After the competition for the slots is over, there will only be 3 months left before the opening of the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm. At that time, we will wait for everyone to meet up in Water Praying City. After that, we will take the flying ship to the Immortal Cloud Mystic Realm. Di Xiaofeng had an elegant smile on his face. Bewitching had never participated in such an event, so they definitely didn't know about these things. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. The structure of the upper realm was indeed much larger. The duration of this event was also much longer than what they had experienced before. Wait until we reach Qishui City, then you'll see how grand it is. Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. This time, she would definitely be able to see many geniuses and gain a better understanding of the higher realms. Second cousin-in-law, when we get to Qishui City, I'll take you around. Actually, there are a lot of fun things there. We don't have many opportunities to go out on weekdays. We must take advantage of this opportunity to have fun. Lin Yi said with an excited expression. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded with a faint smile. Okay. Big brother, will Miss Yunyan go to the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm this time? Di Beichen asked quietly. End of chapter 4660. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.